After this dude blew all his gacha luck to pull the SSR rank Heavenly Demon character, he was immediately hit by a truck that came out of nowhere. When Junsu came to, he found himself in a hospital. Right, I got hit by a truck. Just as Junsu remembered that, a nurse walked in. Warrior Kim, you're awake? Just a moment, I'll go get the doctor. And with that, the nurse left. What the hell is going on? Why did she call me Warrior Kim? Confused, Junsu walked to the foot of the bed and looked at the patient information board, which read, Warrior Kim Nam, 22 years old, condition, dislocation and concussion due to an accident. It's really written as Warrior Kim. What kind of screw-up is this? Junsu went back to his bed and let out a long sigh. I felt guilty for turning all those Warrior Kims into EXP fodder for my Heavenly Demon, but actually becoming a Warrior Kim? No fucking way. As he moved, Junsu's foot accidentally hit the leg of a chair, making him scream like a stuck pig. Hearing Junsu's earth-shattering scream, the nurse rushed back in to check on him. Warrior Kim, you shouldn't be moving yet. The doctor had also arrived by then, and seeing the scene, he chuckled and said, You were hit by a truck. Luckily, you only suffered minor injuries, but we still need to run some more tests. You need an MRI and a magic vision test. Magic what now? Junsu snapped, yelling. Before he could even process anything, he was quickly faced with another massive problem. The hospital fees, emergency room and facility fees, CT scan, X-ray, and other miscellaneous costs added up to a grand total of 22,370,569 won. Junsu's eyes started twitching when he heard the number. What? I was only here for 4 days and it cost 22 million? You don't have insurance, so you have to pay the full amount yourself, the receptionist explained. What? How can I not have insurance? Every citizen of South Korea has national health insurance, the receptionist asked, looking a bit confused. National health insurance? What's that? You don't have Legion insurance or Magic Tower insurance, right? Legion or Magic Tower? What are you? Junsu was about to talk back when he suddenly froze. Wait a sec, I'm sure I've heard those terms before. Where have I heard them? The Legion, the Grand Archives, the Magic Tower, the Holy Assembly. This is the world of Arcane Xun. In a world abandoned by God, arcane science boomed, the polluted earth is crawling with monsters, and humans have to modify their bodies just to survive. Long story short, it's a hellscape of a world to live in. And I got reincarnated here. Junsu stood helplessly in the middle of the street and screamed, then hobbled home on his crutches. I went to sleep thrilled about getting the Heavenly Demon, only to wake up as a disposable training character. This must be the saint's punishment for killing off all those Warrior Kims. Looking at the room in front of him, which was the size of a shoebox, Junsu felt even more hopeless. This place is even shittier than my old apartment. Why is Warrior Kim so dirt poor? Damn it, my body's wrecked. I'm broke. What am I supposed to do? If this really is Arcane Xun. Soon, events like the nuclear war, space-time rifts, and the revival of the Elder Gods will happen, turning this place into a living hell. I have no idea how I got here, but if I just stay put, I'm 100% going to get myself killed. A question suddenly popped into Junsu's head. He immediately reached for a ballpoint pen, clicking it open and placing his other hand on the table. I need to check this before it's too late. He steeled his resolve, despite his trembling arm. Junsu resolutely stabbed the pen's sharp tip into the hand on the table, then gritted his teeth and waited for the result. Quickly, the puncture wound from the pen began to close up and then vanished completely. A notification window appeared along with it. Trait acquired. Wound recovery. I knew it would work. Junsu celebrated internally. This was the reason he had farmed countless Warrior Kims. Warrior Kim is a free training character, the only one with no base traits. However, Junsu could unlock and swap out traits, which meant he could build Warrior Kims more freely than any other character. For a tactical player like him, Warrior Kim was easier to use than other rare characters. It says wound recovery has been activated, restoring all wounds you have suffered to date. Junsu gleefully threw away his crutches and took off his bandages, because his body was now completely healed. I'm Warrior Kim now. I can get any trait as long as I can earn it. In Arcane Xun, being poor and powerless means death, or just being plain unlucky. But Junsu wasn't going to let that happen. He had the knowledge from wasting 10,000 hours on Arcane Xun as a free-to-play player using a Warrior Kim body. He'd even climbed all the way from rank 115,689 to rank 9. The very next day, Junsu went to the player recruitment office. The director of the office looked at Junsu's application and then gave him a judging look. Warrior Kim, you mean this is your first time at our player recruitment office? Yes, I plan to participate in the mana purification project, Junsu replied, sighing to himself. In a shitty game like this, I need to make money first. Since this body is all I've got, the only thing I can do is make some serious cash. It might be called mana purification, But do you have any idea what dungeon clearing actually entails? The director said, propping his feet up on his desk. Yes, I know. You know, huh, but your resume is completely blank. Junsu feigned confusion, thinking to himself, of course I know how shitty this job is. Corrupted mana is what allows monsters to invade. Dungeon clearing is the act of cleaning up that crap, which releases huge amounts of corrupted mana. Long-term exposure to this mana can be fatal or cause mutation, making this job extremely dangerous. All right, as soon as we have enough people, I'll put you in a group, the director said, but before Junsu left, he made sure to add a warning. But are you sure about this? I've seen countless guys like you walk in here for the money, only to end up completely hollow inside. Don't worry, I might even be better at it than you, Junsu replied confidently, turning away with a smug grin. What? Grinding my ass off as a free-to-play player is the specialty of a warrior Kim with 10,000 hours of gameplay under his belt. Soon after, Junsu was assigned to a mission. Captain Hugh, the team leader, tried to intimidate him the moment they met. Are you the new blood on our team? Yeah, I guess so. I'm just here because I was assigned to this squad. Hugh roughly grabbed Junsu by the collar. Hey, you think this is a playground? Where's the fire in your eyes? You'd better not ask me to save you after you mutate. If I see any sign of mutation, I'll put you down myself. Got it. I'll keep that in mind. Junsu replied dismissively, thinking to himself. Trying to scare the new guy, huh? It's the same in the game as it is in real life, but why is the L-rank character Hugh here? So this is what he looked like before his awakening. His character design is so plain, too. Come on, Hugh, you don't have to do that to the new guy. We're already short-staffed, so we have to take all the help we can get. Nim, a guy with 5 years of dungeon clearing experience, stepped in to help Junsu. That's assuming he can even help us. Look at him. We'll be lucky if he doesn't just get in our way. Hugh clicked his tongue and let Junsu go, then addressed the whole group. All right, we have exactly 4 days to clear 5 contaminated sites. Let's move, that bastard. He's even more of a dick than he is in the game. As Junsu was glaring daggers at Hugh, Nim put an arm around his shoulder comfortingly. Don't mind him. His bark is worse than his bite. He's a good guy deep down. Yeah, Junsu replied. His anger subsided a bit, so he didn't give it another thought and followed the team to the mission. Hugh led the team to the front of an abandoned train station. A stench emanated from within, so foul that just standing near it was enough to make you wrinkle your nose. I'm opening the door. Everyone get ready. Hugh ordered, then used a card key to open the dungeon. The moment they saw the corrupted slimes, low-level monsters, everyone raised their shovels to fight. Only Junsu stood back and observed. The basics of clearing corrupted mana or corrupted monsters. Corrupted slimes might be weak, but what makes them a pain in the ass is that they don't die until you find the mana core inside them. After struggling in vain against the slimes, which only multiplied the more they were hit, the clearing team started to panic. Find their mana cores? How are we supposed to do that? If this keeps up, we'll get infected by the corrupted mana. Just as one guy was about to be attacked by a slime, he suddenly heard a voice from behind him. Step aside. I'm not responsible for what happens next. After the warning, Kim Junsu rushed forward, slamming his shovel down between the guy's legs. The slime there, instead of multiplying like before, was instantly wiped out, revealing an eye-catching yellow mana core. For the next few minutes, Kim Junsu single-handedly thrashed the horde of slimes, leaving his teammates with their jaws on the floor. What the hell? He wiped out all the slimes in one go. How is that even possible? Kim Junsu continued swinging his shovel, feeling pretty smug. Of course it's possible. Before fighting monsters, I learned a few important principles while gathering some necessary attributes. First off, collecting attributes is just like in a game. You just have to meet certain conditions. So, 2 days before conquering the dungeon, Kim Junsu was crawling around on the street looking for a coin to get the treasure hunter attribute and sniffing trash cans to get the toxin resistance attribute. Second, Kim Junsu could have a total of 6 attributes. He could switch between attributes whenever he wanted. By activating the treasure hunter attribute, which lets him find an opponent's weak spot, Kim Junsu was able to see the mana core. With that, Kim Junsu completely wiped out the slimes in a flash, then activated toxin resistance to resist the corrupted mana that got on him during the cleanup. Even with the helpful attributes, working all day still left Kim Junsu completely exhausted. On the ride back home, Ironfist Kim came over to Kim Junsu's seat to start a conversation. We got to go home early today, all thanks to you. Just looking at you, I can tell you're amazing. Are you waiting for an awakening like Nim? Kim Junsu replied with a laugh. It's not like that. I just know what to do from my experience in the military. If that's the case, then you're really skilled, Ironfist Kim said admiringly. At that same moment, 2 horns suddenly sprouted from his head. The signs of mutation around him are getting worse. Looks like he's been exposed to too much corrupted mana. Thinking to himself, Kim Junsu suggested, Hey, you don't look so good. Why don't you take tomorrow off? Ironfist Kim waved his hand and gave a weary smile. No. I'd rather face mutation than face the debt collectors. That makes sense, I guess. There aren't many reasons for people to be doing this kind of work. Kim Junsu decided not to mention it again. But what was bound to happen, happened. 4 days later, every team member except Kim Junsu was affected by the corrupted mana to some degree, especially Ironfist Kim. His body was gradually growing larger, his breathing became ragged, and his eyes grew cloudy. Damn it. I told him not to push himself so hard. As Kim Junsu was observing Ironfist Kim, Nim struck up a conversation, his attitude much friendlier than the first time. You're full of energy, huh? Is it because you're still young? Never thought you'd be able to handle this job. You did great. It's all thanks to everyone's help. Kim Junsu replied with a forced smile, thinking to himself, thanks to the new attributes I got after cleaning up monsters, the job's gotten a lot easier now. Kim Junsu's gaze then shifted to Nim, who also looked tired. Is it because he's pretty sluggish? Just then, Ironfist Kim suddenly screamed, then clutched his head and growled. The sharp spikes on his body were sprouting up more and more. Seeing this, the other team members stopped their work and surrounded him, asking what was wrong. Don't tell me. A possibility flashed through Kim Junsu's mind. It seemed Nim was thinking the same thing. He rushed over to Ironfist Kim, a serious expression on his face as he tried to reason with him. Ironfist Kim, snap out of it. Let's get out of here. But Ironfist Kim just turned to look at Nim, his eyes now devoid of any warmth, completely like a bloodthirsty wild beast with sharp fangs. And with a times boom asterisk, the gentle Ironfist Kim had now turned into a gigantic, mutated Ironfist Kim. He's mutated. Looks like he's completely lost his mind. If we don't defeat him, we're not getting out of here. Kim Junsu quickly checked his attribute board. Crap. All the new attributes I got were for cleaning up monsters, so none of them are any use in a fight, no matter how I think about this. Kim Junsu looked at Ironfist Kim, who was staring at him with a strangely fond expression, and screamed internally, I'm so screwed. Mutated Ironfist Kim sent Kim Junsu flying backward with a single punch. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, thinking in terror, the difference in power is too huge. At this rate, I'm a goner. A system notification appeared. Endurance has been acquired. You have obtained a trait. Seeing the notification, Kim Junsu snapped back to his senses. As if grabbing a lifeline, he shouted in his mind, a trait? That's right, I have traits. It's too early to give up. Then, he hurriedly opened his trait board. I have to use my head to survive. How do I beat this thing? First, get rid of a few traits. Next, strength will be useful. Right now, mana heart will help control mana, and endurance will reduce damage taken. Mana absorption will let me absorb mana, and deep breathing helps recover more mana. Finally, the last missing piece is corruption resistance. After setting up his traits, Kim Junsu immediately stood up, stared daggers at the mutated Ironfist Kim, and yelled, Bring it on, you bastard. Of course, the mutated Ironfist Kim did not disappoint. It charged straight for him. Kim Junsu watched the mutated Ironfist Kim intently, pulling the shovel in his hand back as it glowed with a blue light. The system announced, Strength trait has been activated, power amplified by 10 times. Waiting until the mutated Ironfist Kim was in attack range, Kim Junsu gripped his shovel with both hands and slammed it forward with all his might, sending the creature flying backward. Kim Junsu thought excitedly, Yes, it worked, I can do this. However, his joy didn't even last a few seconds. He saw the mutated Ironfist Kim, still in midair, suddenly curl into a ball and spin at high speed, like a deadly wheel of spikes, rolling rapidly toward him. What the hell is that? Kim Junsu yelled in panic. Then he saw that spiky wheel use a protruding rock to launch itself high into the air, its landing point being exactly where he was standing. Oh, shit. That's all Kim Junsu managed to get out before the spiky wheel crashed down, pulverizing the ground into pieces. After the attack, the spiky wheel turned back into the mutated Ironfist Kim, which looked upon the destruction it had caused. The system announced, Endurance trait has been activated. Endurance amplified by 10 times. Thanks to the endurance trait, Kim Junsu managed to withstand the full force of the mutated Ironfist Kim's dangerous attack and leap into the air above its head. Even with endurance, this still hurts like hell. As he spoke, Kim Junsu started trading blows, frantically throwing his fists at the mutated Ironfist Kim. He knew damn well that if he stopped now, he'd be dead meat. There was no other way but to keep attacking. Just then, a spike on the mutated Ironfist Kim's body suddenly changed direction, aimed at Kim Junsu, and shot out. The attack was too sudden. Kim Junsu only had time to reflexively lean away, but a spike still grazed his shoulder, tearing his shirt and leaving a bleeding wound on his skin. What was even more terrifying was that a whole bunch of new spikes on the mutated Ironfist Kim aimed at Kim Junsu and shot out, giving him no chance to react. Kim Junsu was immediately impaled by a flurry of spikes, sending him flying backward in agony as he collapsed on the ground. No, a little more. Just a little more, Kim Junsu screamed in his mind. He struggled to get up and rushed toward the mutated Ironfist Kim, landing a punch on it. But after that one punch, his right hand was completely wrecked, yet it didn't do any damage to the mutated Ironfist Kim. If anything, it just pissed it off even more. The enraged creature aimed its spikes at Kim Junsu and fired, shredding his left arm, tendons torn all the way to the shoulder. Overwhelming pain washed over him, and Kim Junsu couldn't take it anymore, collapsing to the ground and screaming in agony. I guess I really can't win with just Gold Soldier. Lying helplessly on the ground, Kim Junsu watched the mutated Ironfist Kim bring its hands together into one giant fist and slam it down. Kim Junsu's mind flashed back to the past, when he was just lazing around playing a game, laughing and saying, "Bring it on! Come at me. I'll beat you all with just Gold Soldier." At this moment, his mind was crystal clear. He seemed to understand something. Back when I was playing the game, everything was so easy. All it took was one tap to defeat the monsters. I never once thought about the characters' feelings. I just pushed them to their limits under the guise of efficient training. But now I get it. You have to go through so much pain just to get a mid-tier trait. There's no way to win without paying a price. All this happened in a flash. When Kim Junsu came to his senses, he saw the mutated Ironfist Kim's giant fist about to crush him. In response, Kim Junsu suddenly raised an arm to block it. It was an arm just as massive as the mutated Ironfist Kim's model. The mutant hedgehog was stunned that its attack was so easily blocked and got sent flying by Kim Junsu's surprise punch. Kim Junsu seemed to be bursting with new strength. Both of his arms were healed, but they were abnormally large, which made his body's proportions look a little off. The system announced that the mutant muscle trait had been activated. Kim Junsu clenched his fists and thought, "The reason I attacked so recklessly was to get the trait you can only get by pushing past your limits, by activating mana, heart, and strength to obtain mutant muscle. It was all for this moment." As for the mutant hedgehog, after getting knocked down, it flew into a rage. It quickly got back up, charged at Kim Junsu, and threw a punch. Kim Junsu easily blocked it with one arm. He smirked and said, "That's not going to work anymore." Then, he started relentlessly punching the mutant hedgehog. The mutant hedgehog could only raise its arms to defend itself, passively taking the hits. Seeing this, Kim Junsu started taunting it. "Stab me! Go on, stab me again! I dare you!" Enraged, the mutant hedgehog stopped blocking and chose to attack. A cluster of sharp spines suddenly grew on its fist as it punched Kim Junsu hard in the chest. This time, he couldn't block it and was knocked to the ground, with several bleeding holes in his chest. Kim Junsu coughed up a huge mouthful of blood, thinking, it still wasn't using its full strength? Even though he was knocked down again, he still got something out of it. The system announced, "You have acquired mutant body. You have obtained a trait." Kim Junsu immediately swapped in the mutant body trait on his status screen. In an instant, his body began to grow larger, becoming perfectly proportional to his arms. Kim Junsu stood up again, smiling at the mutant hedgehog as he spoke. "Thanks for that. I'm stronger now because of you." Then, the two charged at each other to test their strength, but neither one could gain the upper hand. Kim Junsu laughed and said, "Now we're evenly matched." After that, the continuous sound of punches rang out, so loud that who was passed out on the ground, had to wake up and mutter to himself, "What's going on? It's so loud." Hu turned his head toward the sound and saw Kim Junsu and the mutant hedgehog trading blows, a punch for a punch, neither one willing to back down. Hu was completely stunned by the sight. Private Kim. What the hell is he? A superhuman or something? How can he fight a mutant on even terms? Just then, Kim Junsu and the mutant hedgehog both got knocked to the ground by each other's attacks. Kim Junsu sat on the ground, breathing heavily as he looked at the mutant hedgehog that had already stood up. It still had enough energy to tilt its head back and roar. He thought, "This isn't easy at all. I've grown to that thing's size, but I'm still at a disadvantage at this level." Then, he gritted his teeth and thought, "This is risky, but I don't have another choice." Having made his decision, Kim Junsu immediately stood up and whispered, "Activate Contamination Resistance Trait." The system announced that the Contaminated Mana Resistance Development trait had been activated. "I have to believe in myself," he thought. Telling himself this, Kim Junsu once again whispered, "Purify." Instantly, before Hu's astonished eyes, Kim Junsu's entire body began to mutate. The process was over in a flash. The system announced, "Private Kim's mutant state." In his Private Kim mutant form, Kim Junsu tilted his head back and roared. It looked like he was gathering energy in his mouth before firing it straight at the mutant hedgehog. Faced with such overwhelming power, the mutant hedgehog was completely annihilated without any chance to fight back. Then, Kim Junsu's gaze fell on Hu, and he started walking towards him, one step at a time. What is that? A monster. He turned into a mutant while fighting one. Still in a state of shock, Hu felt a chill run down his spine, like he was being targeted by a ferocious beast. Hu looked up and saw Kim Junsu staring down at him, making him scream internally. How can this be? Looking at the private Kim mutant form, Hu was filled with absolute terror. The only thought in his head now was to escape this place. But just as he turned to crawl away, he found himself covered by a large shadow. Hu robotically turned his head to see Kim Junsu standing right behind him, reaching a huge hand out to grab him. Thinking he was a dead man, Hu helplessly closed his eyes. But after a few seconds, Hu didn't feel anything, so he opened his eyes again and was surprised to see Kim Junsu had returned to his normal body. As for Kim Junsu, after changing back, he collapsed forward as if all his strength had been drained, whispering softly, "I did it." Contamination resistance trait, the final line of defense. If you possess the mutant form and mutant muscle traits and remove contamination resistance, you will receive the mutation. Most people believe that once you turn into a mutant, you can't ever change back. But Kim Junsu was different. He had changed his trait. He knew that as long as he held on to a sliver of his sanity, he could change his traits. That's how he swapped the mutation for contamination resistance and returned to his human body. A while later, Kim Junsu struggled to sit up. He leaned wearily against a wall, groaning to himself. Feels like my entire skeleton and all my muscles are shifting. I never want to go through that again. As he tried to stand up, a purple orb about the size of a ping pong ball suddenly appeared in his hand. The system announced, "Acquired a rank 1 mana core." Kim Junsu immediately broke into a wide, happy grin. Still, it was all worth it. I got a rank 1 mana core. This cleanup job really has its perks. Just then, Hu and 2 others walked over. Hu stared at him and asked, "Are you okay?" "You turned into a mutant. What the hell happened?" Kim Junsu snapped out of his happy mood and turned to look at the 3 of them. It'd be a pain in the ass if any weird rumors about me started spreading. Thinking this, Kim Junsu said, Well, I gambled on being able to change back. I got really lucky," Hu asked disbelievingly. "What? That was luck? But that's way too." Before he could finish, Kim Junsu took out a handful of small, marble-sized yellow orbs, gave them to Hu, and said, "Here, take these." Then he turned to leave, waving his hand and saying, "All right, I'm heading back. I need some fresh air." Behind him, the 2 people with Hu exclaimed, "Holy crap, are these rank 0 mana cores? There are so many." Kim Junsu smiled to himself, thinking, since I saved their lives and even gave them some mana cores, they'll probably keep my secret for me, right? Hu watched Kim Junsu's retreating back, lost in silent thought. The next morning, at the player recruitment office, Cho Seo put on a suck-up smile, rubbing his hands together as he said to Kim Junsu, "My goodness, I heard you went through some trouble. It must have been horrible." Kim Junsu laughed and replied, Yeah, it got a little tiring at the end." At the same time, he wondered suspiciously, "Why is this guy suddenly sucking up to me?" Cho Seo said, "Anyway, you should have told us you were a superhuman. We could have given you a proper job instead of cleanup duty." Hearing that, Kim Junsu realized, so he thinks I'm a superhuman. A superhuman awakens an ability that allows them to possess powerful mana. In this world, where strength equals power and status, superhumans are basically nobility. Well, he has a reason to think so, because you pretty much have to be a superhuman to defeat a mutant. Even though I won thanks to my traits, just then, Cho Seo turned around and took out a paper bag he had prepared, smiling as he said, "Well then, I guess it's time to pay you for your cleanup work." "Sounds good," Kim Junsu replied, while laughing to himself and deciding, "For now, I'll let him think I'm a superhuman." Cho Seo pulled several stacks of cash out of the paper bag and put them on the table, explaining, "You cleaned 5 sectors, and we take a 20% fee from the total of 50 million. If we split that evenly among the team members, I'd be giving you 5 million. But this time, we're doing things a little differently. We'll only take a 5% fee from your share, and we'll throw in a bonus. We look forward to working with you again." Kim Junsu wasn't really listening. His eyes were glued to the pile of money on the table as he yelled internally, 12 million! Being a superhuman is awesome." A short while later, Kim Junsu happily left the room with his big wad of cash. He was still thinking about how to spend the money when a man walked up to him and said, "You look happy. Must have gotten a nice payout." Kim Junsu recognized the man as one of the guys he'd worked with before, so he smiled humbly and said, Well, we did complete the mission after all." The man said, Actually, the reason I came over is because I wanted to ask you for a favor." Kim Junsu asked suspiciously, "A favor?" The man replied, "Well, my wife is really sick, so I was wondering if you could lend me some money. I'm sorry to have to ask you this, even though we only worked together that one time. Please." As he spoke, the man even bowed deeply. Faced with this, Kim Junsu frowned slightly. In this world, it's not a good idea to help people you don't know well. Who knows when they might stab you in the back? It's hard enough just looking out for myself, but I'd feel too damn guilty leaving him like that. Looking at the man before him, Kim Junsu hesitated for a moment, but his compassion quickly won over his reason. He grabbed the man's hands with both of his own and said with a smile, "Oh, come on, don't do that. You're older than me, man. Even if it's not by much. Here, take this." As he spoke, Kim Junsu shoved a big pile of grade 0 mana cores into the man's hands. Later that night, in a dark alley, the man who had scammed Kim Junsu that morning stared at the mana cores in his hand and burst out laughing. What an idiot. I just pretended to be some poor old geezer, and the kid gave me all this cash. Ha ha. Surprisingly, the man wasn't alone. Hu and 2 others were with him. Hu chuckled and asked, "Is he new to the game?" The man from earlier replied, "I bet if I'd told him my kid was sick, he would have given me even more. But what pisses me off is that he gets paid more than us. That guy gives us peanuts and pretends to be some superhuman just to take our cut." Hu spoke up. "He's no superhuman." The man from that morning looked at Hu and asked, "We should teach that punk a lesson. Got any ideas?" Hu took the pile of mana cores, crushed them in his fist, and said with a sinister grin, "Since we know his little secret, let's show him just how scary this world can be." Kim Junsu was completely oblivious to the plot brewing against him. He was lying in bed, feeling proud of himself for helping out earlier that day. Man, it feels good to be a good guy. At this rate, I'm gonna be a hero in this world. A few mornings later, at a grand hotel, Kim Junsu was lying on a single bed by the window, enjoying the blissful feeling of a massage from a mage staff member, the warm sunlight washing over him. Ah, having money is the best. Never thought I'd get a massage in a place like this. This game world is so much better than real life, but when the mage staffer massaged his left bicep, Kim Junsu almost cried out in pain. I've spent 3 whole days resting in this hotel, and it still hurts. From now on, I gotta think twice before using any mutation traits. Changing traits isn't what I thought it was. The body changes depending on the state. The more severe the side effects, the bigger the physical change. The question is, can I even survive if I limit my use of traits? Lost in thought, Kim Junsu turned over for the mage to work on his back and happened to spot a man with 2 black dragon heads tattooed on his chest, lounging on a deck chair by the first-floor pool. 2 rows of men in black suits stood guard beside him. Wait a sec, isn't that the Ironfist gang? Still got that same arrogant look. Arcane Xun is run more by local gangs than by the law. Makes sense, I guess. With so many of them around, people have no choice but to rely on superhumans. I've barely managed to survive so far, but relying only on my traits in a dangerous place like this is just stupid. Suddenly, he remembered something, and a small grin spread across his face. But hey, there are still items, right? By afternoon, Kim Junsu was at a shop. The girl at the service counter smiled and asked, "Are you here to sell something?" Kim Junsu replied, Yeah, I've got some monster byproducts." The girl at the counter said, "Just so you know, I don't buy any grade 0 mana cores." "I know. What I want to sell is this." As he spoke, Kim Junsu pulled a blue orb, bigger than his fist, from his backpack and held it out to the girl. Seeing the orb, the girl exclaimed in disbelief, "This is a grade 2 mana core." Kim Junsu smirked and said, "That's right, take a look." He thought happily to himself, "It's pretty fun watching her surprised face. All that grinding in my hotel room paid off. I combined everything I had, and that's how I got a grade 2 mana core." A moment later, Kim Junsu looked at the stack of bills in the girl's hand, thinking excitedly, "The price really jumps depending on the grade. That's how you sell it for top dollar." The girl handed the money to Kim Junsu and said, "Here's the price for the core, 4.77 million. Kim Junsu took the money with a grin. "Thanks." Then he asked, "Do you sell any weapons or armor?" The girl smiled and replied, "Of course, please, this way." The girl then led Kim Junsu into a room in the back. As soon as he stepped inside, Kim Junsu saw a wide variety of weapons displayed on wooden racks on the walls. "Whoa, they've got everything here," he added with a smirk to himself. "All the basic items I used in the game are right here," the girl said. "Take your time." Kim Junsu replied, "Sure will," while thinking with pumped-up resolve, "Time to gear up." By nightfall, Kim Junsu left the store with a backpack full of weapons and muttered in satisfaction, "Now that I've got some weapons, it finally feels like I'm playing the game." Just then, a pretty long-haired girl ran frantically toward Kim Junsu and asked, "Excuse me, are you a mercenary? I need help." Kim Junsu waved his hands dismissively. "Oh, I'm not. You should find someone else." He had barely finished his sentence when the long-haired girl pulled out a thick wad of cash and pleaded, "I came here on business, but the Iron Fist gang is scaring me. Can you please escort me back to where I'm staying?" Kim Junsu's eyes were glued to the stack of money in the long-haired girl's hand. 500,000 for a bodyguard gig? It's like a daily quest. Besides, I'm all geared up now. I should give it a shot, right? With that thought, Kim Junsu placed a hand on the long-haired girl's shoulder and said with a grin, "Can't just ignore a damsel in distress. Let's go." Hearing this, the long-haired girl happily followed Kim Junsu. "Thank you." Kim Junsu then followed the long-haired girl to a deserted alley. He was confused, thinking to himself, why is she staying in such a remote place? Forget people, there isn't even an ant here. Suddenly, the long-haired girl picked up her pace and ran around a corner. Kim Junsu hurried after her and found himself facing a pitch-black alley. He could only faintly make out her silhouette ahead, thanks to the streetlight outside. From the dark alley, the long-haired girl's urgent voice called out, "They're coming! Hurry up and get over here!" Kim Junsu walked forward, complaining, "It's too dark, I can't see a thing." The moment he stepped into the dark alley, a system panel appeared. Night vision trait acquired. You have acquired a new trait. Kim Junsu thought happily to himself, "Oh, I can see now. Didn't expect to get a new trait out of this." His night vision improved dramatically. Everything in the dark alley slowly came into focus. And to his shock, he saw the long-haired girl now pointing a gun at him, saying with a smirk, "You're more cautious than I thought." Kim Junsu was startled. "A gun? Who is this woman? Wait, is this a trap?" Kim Junsu slowly backed away but bumped into something. He turned his head and saw it was Hu. He looked at him mockingly and asked, "Where do you think you're going, Junior?" At the same time, the lights in the alley flickered on, and 3 more men stepped out from the shadows. Kim Junsu stared intently at Hu. "Mr. Hu," Hu chuckled. "Good to see you again, don't you think?" Kim Junsu frowned and demanded, "What did I ever do to you for you to pull this crap?" Hu laughed and replied, "Nothing. You just look like a total moron, no other reason. You gullible bastard." Before he could finish, Kim Junsu took advantage of his distraction, ducked past him, and made a run for it. Hu snapped to his senses and yelled furiously, "That bastard! You run the second we start talking? Shoot him!" Hearing this, the long-haired girl didn't hesitate to aim her gun at the fleeing Kim Junsu and pull the trigger. Instantly, a bullet hit Kim Junsu in the back, making him cry out in pain and fall forward. Hu and his goons rushed over to check. When they saw Kim Junsu lying motionless in a pool of blood, Hu cursed angrily, "What the hell? You were supposed to shoot him in the leg, not in the back." The long-haired girl defended herself. "It's still better than letting him get away." Hu muttered under his breath, "Damn it. I think he's dead." One of the men spoke up. He reverted back to human after his mutation. "The mages will definitely be willing to buy this kid's corpse. We would have made more money if we'd caught him alive, though." Another man said, "Let's just take his bag and gear." Hu sighed. "Useless. Just do it for now." But when they looked back to where Kim Junsu was, they were shocked to find only a pool of blood. He had vanished. Hu yelled in a panic, "Where's his body?" Just then, the sound of shattering glass rang out. Something had smashed the light illuminating the alley, plunging it back into darkness. Then, the man next to Hu was struck from behind on the nape of his neck, collapsing to the ground without a sound. The others yelled out, confused, "What the hell was that?" Huru guessed, "No way he's still alive, is he?" Kim Junsu's voice suddenly cut in, "I'm still alive, you know. You don't look like someone who just got shot. One of your irises has turned yellow. The 6 traits you now possess are immense strength, endurance, a mana heart, night vision, and mana recovery." Just then, Kim Junsu laughed and said, "I'm not about to die to some ungrateful bastard who repays kindness with betrayal." He felt lucky he'd bought a bulletproof vest at the shop earlier. On top of that, after taking a shot from the long-haired girl, Kim Junsu had gained a new trait, Play Dead. Thanks to this state, Kim Junsu managed to fool Huru and his crew, making them let their guard down and successfully creating an advantage for himself. With the streetlights out, Huru and his buddies were like headless chickens, frantically looking around and yelling, "He broke the streetlights! I can't see a thing! Where the hell is he?" Kim Junsu suddenly appeared behind Huru and whispered, "Looking for me?" Huru instinctively spun around. Kim Junsu immediately threw a punch at him and yelled, "I saved your life, and now I'm taking it back." That bastard Huru took the full force of Kim Junsu's fist and collapsed to the ground. He scrambled back up, wiping the blood from his face. "You bastard!" Huru cursed as he lunged forward, throwing a kick at Kim Junsu. Kim Junsu swiftly moved aside to dodge it. "You should be grateful I saved you. You really think trying to murder your own savior is a good idea?" As he spoke, Kim Junsu landed another powerful punch, sending Huru sprawling to the ground again. Just as he was about to stomp on Huru, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Not far away, the long-haired girl was holding a pistol, its barrel still smoking. She yelled out in a panic, "Are you over there? Are you okay?" Kim Junsu froze, silently looking at the bullet wound on his arm. "Asterisk, I got careless." "Asterisk?" In Xun, the scariest things aren't the monsters or the mutants. It's the people. I was too naive, too quick to trust others. I'm never making that mistake again. With that thought, Kim Junsu didn't hesitate to pull out a pistol and fire 2 shots in quick succession. One bullet hit the long-haired girl's wrist, injuring her and making her drop the gun. The other bullet hit the shoulder of the man next to her, sending him to the ground, screaming in agony. Seeing that the two of them were no longer a threat, Kim Junsu said softly with satisfaction, "That's enough." Next, just as he was about to eliminate the biggest threat Huru, he heard a whoosh from behind. Acting on instinct, Kim Junsu turned his head to see Huru's foot just inches from his own head. On reflex, Kim Junsu immediately threw his arms up to block his face and was sent flying backward. Scrambling to his feet, Kim Junsu looked at Huru and was startled to realize his appearance had changed in a few ways. Asterisk. His legs? Have they transformed? Asterisk, he thought. Kim Junsu realized a grim truth. Huru had awakened as a level 1 superhuman. The relaxed look on his face was gone, replaced by a serious expression. He silently cursed, asterisk Huru, this damn game. A superhuman awakening. Asterisk. Since all characters could go through the superhuman awakening phase, it was considered a basic stage of development in this game. In this world, a level 1 superhuman was strong enough to threaten any ordinary person armed with just a rifle. In other words, I have to fight a superhuman with nothing but my normal body. Just then, Huru tilted his head, glared at Kim Junsu, and said, "I'm going to kill you." Then, his body vanished from Kim Junsu's sight. Panicked, Kim Junsu put his guard up, his mind racing to recall Huru's traits. Huru's trait was omnidirectional movement. The user could use their incredibly elastic legs to move freely in any direction. Connecting this to the current situation, Kim Junsu made a judgment. Asterisk. He's using omnidirectional movement to climb the building wall. Asterisk. Sure enough, the moment he looked up, he saw Huru kicking down at him from above, yelling, "I'll kill you!" Faced with Huru's powerful attack, Kim Junsu knew all he could do was dodge, so he quickly leaped to the side, luckily avoiding the blow. Huru glared angrily at Kim Junsu. "You dodged that? Not this time." With that, Huru rushed toward Kim Junsu and threw another kick. When he felt his foot connect with something solid, a smile spread across Huru's face. However, that smile froze when he saw that Kim Junsu had blocked his kick with a weapon he hadn't hit Kim Junsu at all. Across from him, Kim Junsu smirked and said, "Sorry, but I had no intention of dodging you, animal." He felt a surge of relief, thinking, asterisk. Buying a baton was a good idea. Asterisk. He recalled a few hours earlier, standing in front of the weapon racks in the shop, wondering, asterisk, is buying a gun worth it? Asterisk. Asterisk. But since I'm a warrior class, even if I get stronger, my marksmanship will only ever reach a certain limit. Just in case, I should buy a warrior class weapon too. Asterisk. In the end, Kim Junsu had chosen to buy a baton as well. Back in the present, it was clear that buying that baton was absolutely the right call. Every character has weapons and traits that are more effective for their specific class. Asterisk. That's why to beat Huru, I need to use a melee weapon and trait suitable for a warrior. Asterisk, he thought. Kim Junsu raised the baton high and slammed it down on Huru, knocking him to the ground for the 3rd time. A system notification appeared. Trait acquired. You have acquired the strike trait. Seeing the system window, Kim Junsu rejoiced internally. Asterisk, all right, my 1st class specialized trait. Asterisk. The strike trait. After that, Kim Junsu's confidence soared. He took the offensive and rushed at Huru, attacking him with a series of moves, double slash, upper slash, and horizontal slash, but Huru agilely dodged them all. Then, Huru counterattacked, swinging a kick toward Kim Junsu. Seeing the attack, Kim Junsu thought, asterisk, this is my chance. Should I dodge? Asterisk. Asterisk. No, I can't stop now. Even if it means breaking a bone, I have to keep attacking. Asterisk. Having made his decision, Kim Junsu gritted his teeth and took the gamble. He raised one arm to block Huru's kick while swinging the baton in his other hand hard against Huru's thigh. A system notification appeared. Trait acquired. You have acquired the combo trait. Kim Junsu laughed inwardly. Asterisk. There it is. The best trait built for the warrior class in the early game. Asterisk. Then Kim Junsu immediately used the strike and combo traits to unleash a furious barrage of attacks on Huru, leaving him no room to dodge. The more blows he took, the more the pain intensified. Huru's consciousness started to erode with every hit. Soon, he couldn't take it anymore and weakly opened his mouth to beg. Please, stop. And Kim Junsu did stop. After one last full-power blow to Huru's chest, he stopped his attack. Seeing Huru lying motionless on the ground, Kim Junsu raised both hands, looked up, and screamed, "I did it! I defeated an awakened Huru!" Suddenly, Kim Junsu's skin flushed red, and the raindrops falling on him evaporated instantly. Asterisk, what is this feeling? Asterisk, asterisk, my whole body is in agony. But I can feel something surging through me. Asterisk, Kim Junsu doubled over, crying out in pain. But at the same time, a thought crossed his mind. Asterisk, don't tell me. Is this the day I learned the cruel truth of the world? Asterisk. A system notification appeared. Level 1 awakening. Warrior superhuman. After the shock wore off, Kim Junsu realized he had awakened and became as happy as a kid, doing flips and yelling. I'm finally a superhuman. I can get high-paying offers from mercenary guilds now, not to mention low-interest bank loans. Suddenly, a voice from behind him asked, "Are you done?" Kim Junsu quickly turned to see who had spoken. When he saw who it was, he frowned and thought, asterisk, this guy. It's Ironfist Kim. He's the second base character introduced in Xun after Warrior Kim, a character from the enhanced warrior class who uses guns as their main weapon and specializes in hunting with a prosthetic arm. The problem is, Ironfist Kim is a feared member of the Iron Fist gang from the underworld. Since I fought in their territory, I must have provoked them. Just then, Ironfist Kim demanded, "Did you even check whose territory this was before you came here to cause trouble?" As soon as he finished speaking, the lackeys behind him aimed their guns at Kim Junsu, looking like they would open fire at the slightest provocation. Seeing this, Kim Junsu's face went pale. I was suddenly attacked, and I couldn't just lie there and die. Hearing Kim Junsu's explanation, Kim Ironfist suddenly pulled out a pistol, cocked it, and asked, "Oh, so you're saying those guys are scarier than the Iron Fist Guild, huh?" Kim Junsu flinched and thought, asterisk, a gun. If I fight in this state, I'm definitely dead. Asterisk. Kim Ironfist didn't give Kim Junsu a chance to react. He raised the gun, aiming it straight at the boy's chest. "Listen here, puppy. You've made a terrible mistake. I'm going to show you what happens when you defile our territory." After speaking, Kim Ironfist's expression turned vicious. He was about to pull the trigger when he heard Kim Junsu's strangely calm voice. "Oh, is that so? But you forgot one thing." As he spoke, he grabbed the pistol's barrel, pressed it firmly against his own chest, and yelled, "I'm not the type to die so easily." Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger himself. The gunshot rang out as a bullet tore through Kim Junsu's chest. Kim Ironfist finally reacted, his face a mask of disbelief, thinking, asterisk. Did this bastard just shoot himself? Asterisk? But opposite him, Kim Junsu, who had just taken a bullet, nonchalantly said as if nothing had happened, "Huh? What's this? Itches like hell." At the same time, the bullet wound was visibly closing at a rapid pace. A system notification announced that the regeneration trait had been acquired. This scene piqued Kim Ironfist's interest. He switched to a smiling face and said, "Well, look at you. You've got an interesting ability there." Kim Junsu thought to himself, asterisk regeneration, the upgraded version of the wound recovery trait. It's a trait you can get when you become a level 1 superhuman. Asterisk. Asterisk. It'll all be over once they start underestimating me. I'll use scare tactics. Asterisk. Outwardly, however, he smirked, pointed at the corpses behind him, and said, "As you can see, I don't survive on luck. I don't care who you are. If you mess with me, Warrior Kim, you'd better be prepared." Hearing this, Kim Ironfist wasn't angry at all. He laughed and said, "Warrior Kim, huh? Is that your name? I like your guts. All right, I'll let you go this time, but in that case, you'll owe me a debt." Then, he clapped Kim Junsu on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, "I'm sure you know what that means, right?" Kim Junsu smiled and replied, "Got it. I'll remember." Inwardly, he wondered with suspicion, asterisk. Did he recognize me? Asterisk. Satisfied with Kim Junsu's answer, Kim Ironfist extended his hand toward him and said, "All right, let's do something together next time." Kim Junsu stared intently at Kim Ironfist's outstretched hand. Asterisk, Kim Ironfist isn't the type to betray me. It wouldn't be a bad choice to build a relationship here. Asterisk. With that thought, Kim Junsu casually shook Kim Ironfist's hand and said with a smile, "Sounds great. See you next time." The next morning, Kim Junsu, dressed like he was on a beach vacation, entered the Jamsil Superhuman building. Asterisk, I couldn't really see it in the game, but this place looks magnificent now. It's completely different from my town. Asterisk. Just as Kim Junsu was looking around, brimming with excitement, a woman in a business suit approached him with a welcoming smile. "Thank you for visiting the Superhuman Tower. How may I help you?" Seeing the female employee, Kim Junsu's face flushed slightly as he thought in surprise. Asterisk. What the? She's so beautiful. Asterisk. Asterisk. But she looks like an NPC. It seems the staff here are all very high quality. Asterisk. The female employee, seeing Kim Junsu staring at her, didn't appear flustered or angry. Maintaining a professional smile on her face, she gestured towards the right-hand passage where a large machine stood and explained, "If you're here to receive your superhuman certificate, please go to the machine over there to measure your mana and traits." Kim Junsu thanked her. He then headed towards the large machine. As he walked, he mused, Asterisk, I didn't even have to ask, and she still guided me. I must look like a total newbie. Asterisk. Asterisk. Anyway, once I get my superhuman certificate, my real life in Arcane Xun will begin. Asterisk. Suddenly, many gasps were heard. What's that? Look at the ceiling. The Saintess is here. Hearing this, Kim Junsu also looked up curiously and saw a bright golden spot up there. He thought to himself with doubt, Asterisk, that's just a ship, isn't it? Asterisk. At that very moment, the golden light suddenly intensified, shining down on a large circle on the ground, causing everyone to momentarily shield their faces. Then a group of people stepped out from within it, appearing in everyone's line of sight. When Kim Junsu saw these people, especially the girl in the lead, a look of disbelief appeared on his face as he screamed internally, Asterisk, this is the Sovereign Legion. Why? Why is the Saintess here? Asterisk. Meanwhile, the appearance of these people led to a wave of cheers for the Saintess. What an honor! Unlike them, Kim Junsu couldn't feel happy. Asterisk, I'm still in the tutorial period, and she's already a Saintess. Asterisk. But as the story progressed, it was revealed that they were a destructive cult disguised as a benevolent religion, and they began to attack people indiscriminately. At that moment, people started to speculate, is the Saintess here to measure her mana, or to renew her level? The Saintess just smiled and, as her answer, walked straight to the large machine. A few seconds later, the machine began to operate. The sound it made annoyed Kim Junsu, who complained softly, the mana measurement sound is so loud. Very quickly, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the electronic screen lit up. Saintess, Priest Class, Mana Level 8 with 6 support traits. Another wave of gasps erupted. What the hell is this? Level 8. She even has 6 traits. This is insane. Oh. The Saintess smiled, enjoying the feeling of being admired by everyone. Kim Junsu looked at the Saintess for a few more seconds before heading to the mana checking machine. He thought with a heavy heart, Asterisk, this is no time for praise. Asterisk. A level 8 superhuman can be compared to an entire squadron of airplanes, a walking national-level superpower, and a superhuman with such power will wipe out Arcane Xun in the future. Asterisk. But if I say that now, they'll treat me like a lunatic and stone me. I'll think about the future later. For now, I'll just get my mana measured. It will attract too much attention if a rookie like me has 6 traits, so I'll reduce it to 3. Asterisk. Just as Kim Junsu opened his trait panel to make adjustments, the Saintess, who hadn't gone far, suddenly stopped and turned to look towards him. Seeing this, someone in the Saintess's party asked, Your Eminence, is something wrong? The Saintess, still staring intently at Kim Junsu, replied softly, It seems there's someone I've never met. Then, the Saintess suddenly appeared behind Kim Junsu and spoke. You seem to have an interesting ability, don't you? Kim Junsu jumped and cried out, You scared me. But then he thought in a panic. Asterisk. Wait, what did she just say to me? Did she sense that I had changed my traits? Asterisk. The people around them whispered, What's the Saintess doing? He looks pretty normal though, right? Just as they were trying to figure it out, what surprised them even more was when the Saintess took Kim Junsu's hand and asked, Warrior, what is your name? Kim Junsu stammered. I am Warrior Kim. Then he thought in a panic, Asterisk in Arcane Xun, if the Saintess asks for your name. Asterisk. And just as Kim Junsu had predicted, the Saintess said, Well then, Warrior Kim, on behalf of the Order of the former progenitor, I will grant you a baptism. The former master of the Black Gold Throne has always yearned for those who possess rare powers like yours. Submit to him and find peace on this hellish earth. At the same time, a stream of golden characters on the Saintess's hand began to flow onto Kim Junsu's arm. Seeing this, the surroundings once again filled with sounds of admiration and envy. A baptism. I'm so jealous. Is the Saintess herself performing the baptism? However, Kim Junsu, the person at the center of it all, gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Asterisk, damn it. If I agree to this baptism and get the baptism trait, I'll become a holy knight of the order. Asterisk. Asterisk, and the Order of the former progenitor loses the war against the major powers in Arcane Xun in the future. It's like being forced to buy stock in a company that's about to go bankrupt. I can't accept it. Asterisk, that was the only thought in Kim Junsu's mind right now. Therefore, to everyone's astonishment, he decisively pulled his hand back, knelt on one knee, and said, I refuse the baptism. The Saintess's face froze, and she asked again, barely believing her ears, What? Did I mishear you? Kim Junsu replied, No, I'm serious. After a moment of silence, the Saintess said, "As you wish. To serve or to reject a god is your own freedom." Then, the Saintess lifted Kim Junsu with her hands and said, "But the Savior has already chosen you. If you can't overcome a trivial ordeal like this, then that insignificant freedom of yours is utterly meaningless." While she was speaking, Kim Junsu realized in horror that the spot on his arm where her hand was touching suddenly burst into flames. By the time the Saintess left, the flames had engulfed Kim Junsu's entire body, burning him relentlessly until he couldn't help but drop to his knees, clutching his head and screaming in agony. The people around looked on with smug satisfaction, indifferently watching him struggle in the fire. A pathetic nobody dares to refuse baptism. An atheist? How pitiful. System notification. Activating trait. Divine fire. You must endure unending, searing pain for the sin of refusing baptism. Kim Junsu thought with a groan, knew this would happen, but damn, my whole body feels like it's being incinerated. Divine fire is one of the most powerful debuffs. The constant searing burn of the divine fire makes daily life a living hell, and there's no way to get rid of it except by getting baptized at the cathedral. I refused for the sake of my future, but am I just gonna die here? Just as Kim Junsu's consciousness was about to fade, the woman in the business suit who had helped him earlier ran over, poured a bottle of water on his face, and asked worriedly, "Warrior, are you okay?" Kim Junsu suddenly felt a refreshing, cool sensation spread across his face. He came to his senses a bit, and his blurry vision of the person in front of him slowly cleared. Huh? Who's that? This is the person who guided me earlier. Because of the divine fire, everyone else shunned me. No one helped. I'm so grateful to her. Right, just gotta hang in there. Just a little longer. Psyching himself up, Kim Junsu managed to sit cross-legged on the ground. A system notification popped up. You have acquired the trait Fire Resistance. See? It's not like I refused the baptism without a plan. The Divine Fire debuff gets stronger depending on the target's mana. I'm just a level 1 warrior, so the Divine Fire is weak. There are still a few ways to handle this. The first condition is getting the Fire Resistance trait. Now, time to increase my mana, he thought, opening his trait window and changing his traits with a thought. The moment he finished, the flames on his body flared up as if provoked, burning even more violently and making him scream in pain. Seeing this, the woman in the business suit poured 2 more bottles of water on Kim Junsu and encouraged him. Hang in there. It's super effective. Thanks to those 2 bottles, Kim Junsu managed to calm down again. Cool water amidst the excruciating pain. I have to focus on this contrast. Fire and water, searing pain and cold reason. Following Kim Junsu's train of thought, the water and fire in front of him swirled together, finally forming a yin-yang pattern. Extinguish the flames with my own mana. A powerful shout echoed in his mind. Kim Junsu's eyes snapped open. The searing pain from the flames was completely gone. A system notification appeared. You have acquired the trait Mana Shield. Seeing Kim Junsu get to his feet, the woman in the business suit asked, "Oh my god, are you all right?" Kim Junsu replied, "Yeah, I'm okay now, thanks to you." The onlookers exclaimed in shock. Did he just overcome the divine fire? What the hell is going on? Is he using hacks? Kim Junsu grinned and thought to himself, it's not like I completely overcame it, it's just a temporary fix with the shield. But at least I'm free from that damn searing pain now. These black flames look pretty badass though. Guess only warriors can see them. He then walked over to the device to measure his mana. The others watched the electronic display, curious. Soon, the results appeared. Warrior Kim, 22 years old, warrior class, mana level 1, 6 traits. Whoa, he's level 1 and already has 6 traits? A super rookie is born. So that's why the Saintess took an interest in him. Hearing everyone murmuring, Kim Junsu reluctantly rubbed his nose and thought, damn, I'm standing out way too much. My goal was to get stronger on the down low, and because of the mana shield, I can't even reduce my number of traits. The woman in the business suit approached with a smile. Congratulations, warrior. In all my time working here, this is the first time I've ever seen someone start with 6 traits. Shall we go get your warrior ID card made? A moment later, the woman in the business suit slid a card across the table to Kim Junsu. Here is your warrior ID card. Congratulations on being officially recognized as a warrior. Tears of joy welled up in Kim Junsu's eyes as he picked up the card to admire it. You have no idea how hard I worked for this. The woman tilted her head and smiled. Ah, in that case, let me inform you about the perks for a level 1 warrior. First, before she could finish, Kim Junsu cut her off and rattled them off. Hey, I already know all of this. Tax reduction, privilege to use weapons, and complete tax exemption upon leveling up. Immunity from arrest, free use of all transportation, and other benefits. The woman in the business suit sounded surprised. Huh, you really know your stuff. Kim Junsu laughed. What? You think I have a PhD in gaming? Nope, a PhD in warriorology. Haha. Then Kim Junsu added, anyway, I'm not the type to waste time. As he spoke, he glanced at the noisy crowd staring at him from outside the glass door. We have to get him to join our guild. Think I can get an autograph? A super rookie. I've got to write an exclusive story on him. The woman in the business suit also turned to look at the crowd outside, who were watching like a pack of hungry wolves. Kim Junsu asked, is there any way to get out of here quietly? The woman stood up and smiled. Of course. I've already made preparations. Kim Junsu asked in surprise. Huh? You've prepared already? The woman in the business suit took out a large black cloak. She turned back to Kim Junsu with a bright smile. Just follow me. For a moment, Kim Junsu stared at her, stunned, his face turning a little red. A short while later, wearing the cloak, Kim Junsu followed the woman and successfully escaped the crowd. He spoke up, thanks for looking out for me like this. Even giving me an invisibility cloak and showing me a secret way out, the woman in the business suit said, it's nothing, really. It's always good to help each other out. System notification. Invisibility trait. You have acquired the invisibility trait. Seeing the notification, Kim Junsu was thrilled. Didn't expect to get a sweet trait like this. Just then, the woman stopped and pointed to the path ahead. Warrior, just go straight this way to get outside. According to the rules, this is as far as I can guide you. Kim Junsu bowed slightly and said, this is more than enough. Thank you so much for everything today. The woman smiled. Of course. Take care now. Kim Junsu watched her leave, thinking with a grin, I can't believe there's someone so kind in soul, and she's gorgeous too. When I get stronger, I'll definitely repay her. Wait, what was her name again? I think I have her business card from earlier. Kim Junsu remembered the card and quickly pulled it out to look. Associate Human Manager, Bisoa. Seeing the name, Kim Junsu's expression immediately changed. He looked again at the woman, who hadn't gotten too far away. What? BJ? BJ is one of the 3 strongest SSR warrior characters in the game. She's a swordsman class, so she always looks intimidating. But I knew she seemed familiar. Turns out she looks so fierce in the game that I just couldn't connect the two. I can't believe BJ is actually this kind. What the hell is even happening? Meanwhile, a happy smile spread across Bisoa's face as she whispered, thank goodness, I'm glad the warrior is okay. 1 week later, in order to maintain his mana shield, Kim Junsu had to readjust all of his traits, which in turn made clearing dungeons harder than ever. If I could use my specialized traits for clearing monster dens, I'd have been done ages ago. But because of that damn debuff, I can't do anything else. To get rid of the heat toxin, I need a rare item called Enta, and it's ridiculously expensive. How am I ever supposed to afford it by grinding like this? As Kim Junsu was thinking, his phone rang. Who keeps calling? It's that guy again. I thought we were done. He was about to answer and give the old man a piece of his mind when a brilliant idea suddenly struck him, and he changed his tune. A while later, in the player recruitment office, well, if it isn't our very own Kim Junsu, the man who overcame the heat toxin with no trouble at all, the rookie who started with 6 different traits. It's such an honor to meet the man of the hour, Just said, handing a cup of bubble tea to Kim Junsu. His attempts at sucking up were 10 times more over the top than before. Yeah, I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Kim Junsu took the bubble tea and sipped it, asking, by the way, did you find that thing I asked you about? Oh God, don't even get me started. Choi sighed. This is seriously difficult. Netta is an item you can only get from a 5th tier or higher physician. When it seemed like it couldn't be found, Kim Junsu pretended he was about to leave. No, this is a matter concerning your contract. You gotta find it no matter what, right? I already found it, Choi Seo said hastily. Asterisk. If it's Major Choi, a guy who's dying for a warrior contract, I figured he'd find me a mission with Netta as the reward. Asterisk. With that thought, Kim Junsu relented and sat back down in his chair. So, what's the mission? Have you ever heard of G Security? Choi Seo asked as he handed Kim Junsu a tablet. First I'm hearing of it. Is it some kind of security firm? It's a private military company, one of the top 10 biggest. The director and vice director are a married couple. They come from an ancient martial arts clan, so their background is rock solid. Hearing that, Kim Junsu wondered, if they're that rich, what could they possibly need that they'd have to rely on a mission for? I found out the problem is with their son. Even though he's over 20 years old, he still hasn't awakened his warrior abilities. Huh? But don't both the husband and wife come from martial arts clans? Kim Junsu asked while looking at the son's photo. Rumor has it he's accumulated level 8 mana but still hasn't awakened. That's why it's such a mystery. The condition they've set is for someone who is awakened as a level 1 warrior or higher. This is the perfect mission for you, Sir Warrior. Hearing the conditions, Kim Junsu felt intrigued and decided to give it a shot. And so, That's how Kim Junsu and Choi Seo found themselves sitting in the living room of this magnificent mansion. It seems the director and his wife are busy. They aren't the type to be late, Choi Seo explained, anxiously bouncing his leg. Kim Junsu, for his part, wasn't too bothered by the homeowner's tardiness. He glanced around, unable to help but think to himself, Asterisk, man, this place reeks of money. Asterisk, I'm sorry. Have you all been waiting long? A woman's voice cut in, startling both Choi Seo and Kim Junsu. The two who had just entered the room were the director and vice director of G Security. The woman smiled and continued her greeting. We are the clients, the couple Seo Dongdu and Lemizi. Oh, not at all, you're too kind, Choi Seo replied hastily, bowing his head. Thank you all for taking the time to come here, Lemizi said with a smile. Kim Junsu also gave a polite bow while assessing the couple by the aura they were radiating. Asterisk level 6 warriors at least. Both of them are seriously powerful. Asterisk. Seo Dongdu, who had been silent until now, suddenly scoffed and said with contempt, I can tell just by looking at him that this kid is useless. What are you saying? If you're going to keep this up, just go into the other room. Not a chance, Seo Dongdu replied decisively. Asterisk. So stubborn. Asterisk. Just sit down, Lemizi told her husband before turning to Kim Junsu. You're both here to accept our mission, is that right? First, I'd like to check on your son's condition. If there's some kind of special reason why he can't awaken, then before Kim Junsu could finish, Seo Dongdu angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, some rookie who just popped out of nowhere. You think I'm just going to obediently tell you everything? Honey, calm down. Lemizi soothed her husband, then said apologetically to Kim Junsu, I'm sorry. He's just under a lot of stress because of our son. This isn't an issue we can just disclose to an outsider. If you accept the mission, we will call our son down and explain the situation to you. You're also in need of neta, aren't you, warrior? Asterisk, they know exactly what I'm after. Asterisk, Kim Junsu thought, smiling as he replied, all right, I'll take the mission. Please call your son over. A moment later, a rather timid young man appeared. Hello, I'm Seo Ujin. Ah, yeah, nice to meet you. Kim Junsu shook Ujin's hand, silently sizing him up. Asterisk, it's weird. I can't sense any mana from him at all. Asterisk. Just then, Kim Junsu happened to notice the gloves Ujin was wearing had an insignia carved on them. Those are some nice gloves. Ah, yes. They're very precious to me, and I always use them with gratitude. Asterisk. That's it. Ujin must need a powerful mana seal. Asterisk. Kim Junsu's statement immediately stunned Ujin and his parents. Seeing their expressions, Kim Junsu knew he was on the right track. Asterisk. I was sure of it the moment I saw those gloves. Asterisk. This is a critical issue involving a powerful family, yet you're only asking for a level 1 warrior. The simplest explanation is that you wanted to lure me in with neta as bait. Ujin, you've undergone the baptism from the order before, right? Kim Junsu turned to Seo Dongdu. The reason your son can't awaken is because he refused the baptism ritual. He sealed his own mana to avoid the divine punishment. That's why he couldn't make it public. Lately, there's been a rumor that a level 1 warrior managed to overcome the baptism ritual and the divine punishment. That must be the reason you came looking for me. Listening to Kim Junsu's deductions, Ujin couldn't help but be impressed. That's incredible. I don't need to explain anything else. It's like you're the protagonist of a detective novel. I just put the pieces together, that's all. Kim Junsu replied with a smile, adding inwardly, Asterisk, it's not that difficult when you already know the future. I had a hunch the moment I saw his picture. Asterisk. Asterisk. In the future, Seo Ujin becomes the vanguard paladin of the Holy Crusade Order. If he refuses the baptism ritual and tries to defy the Order's command, a bleak future awaits him once his parents lose their power. Asterisk. Master! Seo Dongdu's attitude changed in an instant as he asked Kim Junsu sheepishly, Is there any way for our Ujin to get out of the baptism ritual? Asterisk. He was so high and mighty before. Ha, look at him now, completely won over. Asterisk. Kim Junsu, gloating internally, replied with a smile, Of course it's possible. Asterisk Kim Junsu, who the hell are you? You spent 10,000 hours playing Xun. Of course you know how to do this. Asterisk, I understand your pain, Ujin, because I've been through it myself. Kim Junsu patted Ujin's shoulder reassuringly. Trust me, I will definitely help you escape it. Overcome with emotion, Ujin threw his arms around Kim Junsu. His parents also hugged each other, sobbing with relief. Asterisk, Saintess is this, Saintess is that. That phony actually dared to perform the baptism ritual on me. Well, all of your powerful future underlings are on my side now. Asterisk. Kim Junsu went along with it, giving Ujin a warm hug before adding, However, before I begin the treatment, I'd like to add one more condition. Ujin's parents couldn't hide their surprise. An additional condition? The difficulty of this request has increased, hasn't it? Lamisi wiped her tears and replied, "Yes, it has. This is no longer just a matter of awakening his mana, but of overcoming this affliction. Please, name your price, if you can save our Ujin." Before Lamisi could finish, Kim Junsu stated his condition. "I want to be taught the Kong-san's sword break." The gentle expression on Lamisi's face instantly disappeared. "Do you have any idea what you've just said?" Kim Junsu was frightened by the killing intent radiating from Lamisi's ice-cold stare. Asterisk. Turns out the vice director is even scarier than the director. Asterisk. Seeing the lady of the house get serious, Seo Dong-du didn't dare object, only gently reminding her, "Honey, go easy on him." Asterisk. I get that she's pissed, but still. The Kong-san sword break. Some might think it's ridiculous to learn swordsmanship in the 21st century information age. Asterisk. Asterisk. However, it's a completely different story in a world where the strong make the rules. A master swordsman can easily destroy an entire tank, and a high-level martial artist is comparable to a fighter jet squadron worth trillions. Asterisk. Asterisk. If a level 1 superhuman learns and constantly trains in the Kong-san sword break, they can reach level 4 without breaking a sweat. Asterisk. Asterisk. It's basically an early game cheat code. I remember that only the absolute elite are allowed to learn this sword art. Asterisk. Of course, that's only if I complete the mission, Kim Junsu said, trying to calm the hot-headed Lamisi. Mom. A single word from Ujin immediately snapped Lamisi back to her senses. All right. Lamisi retracted her killing intent, then bowed her head and said, "If you succeed, I will give you the memory chip containing that sword art, along with its password." "Really? Thank you, ma'am," Kim Junsu replied, bowing his head gratefully. Asterisk. Phew, I thought I was dead for a second, asterisk, he thought, sighing in relief. Asterisk. Now I get the sword art too. This is awesome. Asterisk. However, if you fail, my husband and I will be very disappointed. Perhaps even furious, Lamisi added softly. Heh, that won't happen. I give you my word. Very well. Then it's best we start as soon as we can. Soon enough, a room with a mana concentration circle and 200 vials of intermediate mana potions was prepared, just as Kim Junsu had requested. This is enough. I need to be alone with the patient during the treatment, so if you could please step out. As Kim Junsu was speaking, Lamisi suddenly cut in. I'm sorry about what happened earlier. Our Ujin was forced to go through the baptism ritual before he even started school. He never had the chance to make friends, let alone go on a family picnic. He had to endure being locked up in his room. It seems we were being too sensitive. From now on, I'm leaving this entirely in your hands, Lim said, bowing deeply. Hearing Yuan's story made Kim Junsu even more furious. Their whole family had to suffer like this, all because of that damn Saintess's trap. Yuan, overcome with emotion, ran to comfort his mother. Mom, I'm okay. Seriously, Yuan? What's with this guy? In the game, he ends up betraying his own family. No wonder he becomes so cold-hearted. I feel kinda bad for them. With that thought, Kim Junsu said, Don't worry, I'll succeed no matter what. Reassured, Lim left. Now it's just the two of us. Let's get started. Kim Junsu stretched cheerfully and said, Now, what should I do? Looking at Yuan's pale face and his body shaking like a leaf, Kim Junsu sneered. Why are you shaking so much? Just chill out, buddy, Yuan asked nervously. Hey, aren't you going to torture me with some kind of syringe or electric shocks to force my awakening? Like they always do. How have you been treated all this time? Kim Junsu asked with a sigh. The usual treatment for the holy power fever is to drink nectar after awakening. However, because Yuan has too much mana accumulated in his body, the fever is too intense, which is why the attempts to awaken him have failed. You don't have to worry, but you have to remember one thing. You must keep everything you see in today's session a secret. I promise. Yuan answered decisively. Kim Junsu picked up 2 water potions and got to work. First, you have to expand the mana barrier to its absolute limit, after which the barrier will become weaker. And then, the holy power fever hit, causing Kim Junsu intense pain. He quickly chugged the 2 awful-tasting water potions in his hands. In no time, all the potions he had prepared were in Kim Junsu's stomach. Acquired the trait Damage Potion Addiction, and mana consumption has increased, but the potion's effect has grown abnormally, so I got the Potion Addiction trait. Now, if I concentrate my mana into a shield, thinking to himself, Kim Junsu focused on creating a shield around the circle. As he concentrated his mana, the holy power fever was completely pushed outside the barrier. Seeing this, Yuan's eyes lit up as he stared at Kim Junsu. That's amazing. Kim Junsu laughed and replied, It's too early to be surprised. Now, you have to take off your mana-sealing gloves, stick your hand outside the barrier, and take my hand. Hearing this, Yuan's face went pale. Wouldn't that cause a resonance reaction between our 2 holy power fevers? You'll be fine, as long as you stay inside the barrier. As he spoke, Kim Junsu stepped outside the barrier, and immediately, the holy power fever returned once more. Don't ask why, just do as I say. Uin, who had never once taken off his gloves since his baptism, decided to follow Kim Junsu's instructions. The moment Uin's hand reached outside the barrier, the holy power fever on his hands erupted, overwhelming Kim Junsu. Just how much mana does this kid have in his body? Even though he knew the consequences, Kim Junsu still chose to grab that hand. This hurts even more than the Saintess's baptism. My bones feel like they're shattering, but I have to stay focused and endure this pain. That bitch of a Saintess, this damn holy power fever. Kim Junsu gritted his teeth against the holy power fever from both Uin and himself, then stepped back inside the barrier. I took my glove off, but I'm okay, Uin said emotionally, looking at his perfectly normal hand. That's right, that's why we had to do all that crazy stuff, Kim Junsu replied. In addition to using the barrier, Kim Junsu had used damage absorption to transfer a portion of the holy power fever to himself, which meant Uin's holy power fever had been significantly reduced. Next, Kim Junsu picked up the wooden sword and handed it to Uin. This is the last step. Don't stop. Attack me until you awaken. All right, it's time to use the swordsmanship I've practiced since I was a child, Uin replied before swinging the sword toward Kim Junsu. Kim Junsu raised his hand to block, then turned and ran for his life, because he found that his iron gauntlet had been shattered by a single blow from Uin's wooden sword. At that moment, the system announced that he had received a new trait, protection. But even with this new trait, if I took a direct hit from Uin, I'd still be toast. After a while of playing cat and mouse with Uin, Kim Junsu was getting exhausted, and the fact that Uin still hadn't awakened was starting to piss him off. Seriously, what kind of swordsmanship did she teach this kid? It's hard enough just dodging his attacks. You have acquired the trait evasion. Just then, Kim Junsu glanced back at Uin and saw an aura begin to radiate from his body, which meant he was about to awaken. But before he could celebrate, he noticed the sword in Uin's hand was also starting to glow. SSR grade. Uin, one with the sword. Kim Junsu read the info, completely speechless. One with the sword is a state where the user and sword become one, an extremely powerful state for a warrior. But that guy is completely in a trance. If I get hit by that, I'm done for. Faced with a life-threatening attack, Kim Junsu obviously wasn't just going to sit there and die. He quickly opened his trait panel, his brain racing to find a viable option. First, I have to activate every defensive trait I have and focus the shields on my hands, with the help of the magic circle in this room. Just as Kim Junsu finished the settings on his trait panel, Uin's attack arrived. Kim Junsu gritted his teeth, crossed his arms in front of his body, and gambled everything. A second later, a loud explosion and a blinding light filled the room. When the dust settled, Kim Junsu appeared unharmed. In front of him was a large protective shield. The system announced, Mana Shield. You have harvested a new trait. Kim Junsu smirked and thought to himself, I did it. I combined the mana barrier and protection traits to create the mana shield. Then, he let out a tired breath and muttered, he was just a guy with a wooden sword, and he nearly wiped me out. He was about to sit down and rest for a bit when he suddenly heard a faint cry from Uin. Kim Junsu looked up and saw him swaying before collapsing to the ground. How dare he pass out so peacefully after nearly turning me to dust, he muttered under his breath. Kim Junsu slowly walked over to Uin and found that he was already fast asleep. I guess he went a little crazy after awakening. In the game, Uin is a powerful SSR grade character, but because he awakened as a warrior and not a knight, he got one with the sword as a starting trait. It looks like I've created a monster warrior by awakening Uin as a warrior instead of a knight. I have no idea how this change will affect the story in the future. Man, he was born with a silver spoon and unparalleled power, and now he owes me a favor. Not too bad, huh? With that thought, Kim Junsu grinned and hoisted Uin up to carry him outside. A little later, in Uin's bedroom, Uin's parents looked lovingly at their son sleeping soundly on the bed, whispering, Our Uin. He really got through the holy fever. Then, they both turned to Kim Junsu and bowed, saying, Thank you so much. Kim Junsu smiled and said, It was nothing. I told you I could do it. Chuel brought a glass of water to Kim Junsu, saying with a fawning expression, I knew you could do it. Lim gently stroked Uin's hair and said, It's been so long since we've seen him sleep. I don't know how we can ever repay this debt. Then, she smiled and nodded at her husband. Dongdu understood, smiled and nodded back, then took out an envelope and walked toward Kim Junsu. Well then, along with the nectar as promised, the memory chip for the Kongsan sword break technique, I'll give you an additional fee for your success. Kim Junsu smiled with delight but still put on a show of refusing. Oh my, you don't have to do that, Dongdu said sincerely. Please. I hope you'll accept our 1 billion won, although this amount may still be small compared to what you've done for us. Hearing the number 1 billion, Kim Junsu was ecstatic inside, but on the outside he kept his composure, saying, "Goodness, my heart would break if I refused twice, so I guess I have no other choice." Then Kim Junsu and Dongdu both shook hands, genuinely happy. Not long after, Kim Junsu and Chuel left Yuan's house. Sitting in the car, Chuel said, "You really hit the jackpot today, Sir Warrior." Kim Junsu, while examining the vial of nectar and the Kongsan swordbreak memory chip in his hand, said, "I know, they look great, don't they?" Chuel asked, "Are you planning to drink it?" Kim Junsu replied, "I am, and I'm planning to take a break for a while." Choi Seo spoke up. It was understandable that he probably didn't want to attract the attention of the Bureau or anyone else who heard about his reward, but it's a real shame. If you refine the nectar and absorb it, it'll significantly boost your mana, Kim Junsu replied. That's right. He looked at the bottle of nectar in his hand, thinking to himself, if I can refine this nectar and drink it, I could level up my superhuman class by a lot instead of spending money to cure my mana fever. Soon, the car arrived at the hotel where Kim Junsu was staying. Choi Seo pulled over to the curb and said with a smile, "Fighter, I'll go see if I can find the necessary equipment to refine the nectar. If you can, give it some thought before you use it." Kim Junsu got out of the car and replied, "Thanks a lot, I'll think about it." Back in his room, Kim Junsu immediately opened the lid of the nectar bottle, laughing to himself as he said, "I'm drinking this now. I learned just how cruel villains can be during the heart incident. I have no guarantee that Director Choi won't betray me. Getting addicted to mana-absorbing drugs that create dependency. Whatever, I have traits that can maximize the nectar's effects anyway." With that thought, Kim Junsu downed the entire bottle of nectar without hesitation. Immediately after, a wave of excruciating pain washed over his entire body. Kim Junsu felt as if every single one of his muscle fibers was being unraveled and put back together. A terrifying amount of mana was moving through his body. After a moment, the pain subsided, and a blinding golden light suddenly erupted in Kim Junsu's room. The system announced, Level 2 Superhuman Kim Junsu. I leveled up. Cheering internally, Kim Junsu looked at another system notification panel. You have acquired the Black Flame trait, and by curing my mana fever with the nectar, I've obtained one of the best level 1 traits in the entire game. Black Flame has been added to my list of traits along with the formless sword-shattering sword art. That's a relief. I can just focus on training these two traits and there won't be any problems. As Kim Junsu was lost in thought, the phone on his desk vibrated. It was a text from Choi Seo. Sir, I have a few things I need to discuss. Kim Junsu glanced at the phone screen on the desk. It's Director Choi. Why is he suddenly texting me? After a brief moment of suspicion, Kim Junsu pushed it to the back of his mind and said with a laugh, Whatever, I'm gonna go train. But not even a few seconds had passed before a series of notification sounds from the phone reached his ears. So damn noisy. What's so urgent? He yelled in frustration, running over to grab the phone and read the messages. Mr. Superhuman, I have many things to discuss, but I thought it would be more respectful to contact you by text first. I'm certain you will need help. I understand why you hesitate. It might be because of the people in the cult who oppose it. Ignore them all and be resolute. It is time for self-reflection. Once you learn the sword style, your path will be revealed. Of course, some people will complain about it. Please reply as soon as you read this message. After reading all the messages, a giant question mark appeared in Kim Junsu's mind. What the hell is this? What the hell is he even texting? But just a few seconds later, Kim Junsu realized something was off about these messages. He carefully reread them and quickly found the answer. Escape from the Dagger Gang. As he pieced the sentence together, a thought quickly formed in his mind. He hid the information in the messages. The Dagger Gang. They're one of the gangs that opposes the Ironfist Gang. If Director Choi wanted to betray me, he'd just call me like normal to stall for time. Considering the messages he sent, he must have been caught first. It seems the information was leaked while he was preparing the equipment. After figuring everything out, a cold expression unexpectedly appeared on Kim Junsu's face as he whispered, Well, I'll just ignore it since I already got the nectar. Everyone is responsible for their own life and soon. The next day, in a small, deserted alley, the painful cries of a man echoed continuously. In this place was a small warehouse, where Choi Seo was now tied tightly to a chair, surrounded by several standing men. At that moment, a man grabbed Choi Seo's head and spoke, You're a tough bastard. You still haven't told us where that superhuman asshole is after a whole night, huh? Choi Seo replied defiantly, He signed a contract because he trusted me. I won't talk, no matter what you do. Hearing this, the other man bared his teeth like a demon. I didn't want to do this, but you've given me no other choice. With that, he waved his hand, signaling his accomplice. An accomplice, understanding the signal, brought an axe over to Choi Seo and asked, Left or right? Which hand do you use to eat? Choi Seo just looked at him in silence. Seeing this, the man laughed loudly. Not gonna answer? Well, usually it's the right hand, right? As he spoke, the man raised the axe high, aiming for Choi Seo's right hand and swinging down. Just as the axe blade was about to hit, a loud explosion suddenly rang out, causing the man to stop his swing. He then looked angrily in the direction of the blast and yelled, "What the hell was that?" Just then, one of the underlings crawled in and said, "Boss!" The man holding the axe asked, "What the hell is going on over there?" The underling answered in fear, "Some crazy bastard threw a grenade at our building." Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building not far from there, Kim Junsu grinned, a grenade launcher slung over his shoulder, aiming at the building where Choi Seo was being held. "Dagger Gang, you picked the wrong guy to mess with. I can't just abandon someone who kept their promise in this cruel world of Soon. All right, now let the battle begin." As he finished speaking, Kim Junsu squeezed the trigger again. A grenade shot out from the barrel, heading straight for the Dagger Gang's building. A few seconds later, from the large hole created by the explosion, a large number of people carrying firearms rushed out. Where's he shooting from? Find him now." Looking down at the shouting crowd below, Kim Junsu smirked contemptuously. As expected, they're swarming out of the building like cockroaches. Even though the building looks like a normal apartment from the outside, I know all of you are in there. Because this place is the Dagger Gang dungeon that I beat until I was sick of it. It's a complex dungeon consisting of 6 different buildings. Because the Dagger Gang mission is one of the trial quests, I can beat it with my eyes closed now. All that grinding back then is finally paying off. And now, the veteran is here to complete the mission. With that, Kim Junsu, wearing a backpack full of weapons, leaped to the rooftop of the adjacent building to avoid being discovered by staying in one place for too long. Down below, the members of the Dagger Gang had already split up and were searching the entire area. A few minutes later, in some alley, 3 members of the Dagger Gang were slowly searching. The guys who attacked us earlier have to be the Ironfist Gang, right? Only those psychos would pull off a crazy stunt like this. Once we catch them, let's beat the living hell out of them. As they were talking, one of them suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the dumpster behind them. The man turned around cautiously and said, "What was that sound?" "I'll go check it out." The one with the buzz cut reminded him. "Okay, make sure you search thoroughly." So, the man who heard the strange sound walked to the back of the dumpster, stuck his head in to look, but didn't see anyone. "There's nothing here," he whispered, and just as he was about to return to his buddies, a hand suddenly grabbed his head and slammed it onto the ground. Kim Junsu, in his invisible state, appeared, leaned the man he had knocked out against a corner, and smiled cheerfully. I was standing right in front of him, and he couldn't even tell. When it comes to infiltration, there's no better combo than playing dead and stealth. So, while those thugs are wandering around outside, I'll head into their main building. This is too easy. Let's go. Time to use the secret passage. With that, Kim Junsu walked over to the dumpster, gently opened its lid, and descended using the ladder inside. Once he reached the bottom, Kim Junsu cautiously looked around. So far, I've tried to avoid as much combat as possible to get in. The Dagger Gang loves to keep hostages next to their boss's room on the 5th floor, so there should still be a way. I'll move as stealthily as possible so they don't catch me. The plan sounded great, but life isn't a dream. Kim Junsu had barely taken his first few stealthy steps when the alarm bells started blaring. "Emergency! Emergency! An enemy is attacking! An enemy has infiltrated the building. All personnel, gear up and assemble at the designated rally point." Hearing this, Kim Junsu's expression turned ugly as he muttered, "They found me." And then, my eyes darted to the closed door right in front of me. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. If I bust out of here, I'll hit the main hallway, and that's the fastest way up since the main staircase is there. But the thing is, as soon as they figured out someone broke in, they'd have set up barricades in that hallway. If I swing this door open now, they're gonna light me up. After thinking for like a second, Kim Junsu decided to just open the door. And just like he figured, a ton of Dagger Gang goons were waiting behind a barricade, guns ready. "Hey fellas, eat this. It's on me." Still talking smack, Kim Junsu whipped out a gun and just started unloading on the Dagger Gang guys. In a split second, the air was filled with the agonized screams of guys getting hit. The guys who weren't hit yet snapped out of it quick. "What the hell? A Gatling gun? That son of a bitch. Shoot back." They swore and were raising their guns to fire back when they suddenly spotted a grenade flying at them. A huge explosion ripped through the room. Kim Junsu, hiding outside the door, chuckled. "Anyone scared can go home now. That's style, baby." Then, he pulled a few more grenades from his backpack and held them in his hand. "One grenade's probably not gonna cut it. Here, have a few more." As he said it, Kim Junsu lobbed the grenades into the room, then immediately jumped back and slammed the door shut. Kim Junsu heard a few more massive explosions mixed with agonizing screams, which made him grin like a demon. "So glad to see you guys are enjoying my gifts." After a few minutes, Kim Junsu stepped back into the room, his eyes cautiously scanning everything. Is that really all they've got? Some of them are probably still kicking. Can't let my guard down. Suddenly, one of the guys on the floor shot up and started firing right at Kim Junsu. Since he was already on high alert, Kim Junsu's senses picked up the bullet flying straight for his head. He just tilted his head to the side and easily dodged it. System notification. Acquired trait. Sensitivity. Sweet. Now I've finally got the sensitivity trait I needed for this dungeon, he thought, glancing at the guy who tried to cheap shot him. It took a few seconds to deal with the ambusher. Then Kim Junsu wiped the sweat off his forehead. All right, the small fryer dealt with. Time to head up. A little while later, Kim Junsu made it to the 4th floor. Made it to the 4th floor in one piece, I guess. But this is where the real shit begins. The gang members are supposed to show up on the 4th floor casino, right before I get to the 5th floor and the boss's room, he thought to himself as he quietly approached a corner. He peeked his head around the corner, surprised to see nobody there. Suspicious, Kim Junsu walked over to the casino and opened the door to check, but there was no one inside either. Realizing something was off, Kim Junsu's expression turned serious. Something's not right, he told himself. I gotta focus. System notification. Acquired trait. Focus. As soon as he got the trait, Kim Junsu heard a weird noise coming from above him. He looked up just in time to see a drone fly out of an air vent. Next thing he knew, the drone dropped a grenade that exploded in a blinding flash of light, forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut. He cursed to himself. Shit, a flashbang? Right then, a figure appeared behind Kim Junsu, lunging at him with a dagger aimed straight for his neck, and laughed like a maniac. Gotcha, you little rat. It was the Dagger Gang's boss, a level 2 assassin-type superhuman. But the boss's strike was stopped dead by a shield that materialized out of nowhere. Kim Junsu's vision cleared. He turned to look at the guy and asked, "You were saying you caught someone?" The Dagger Gang boss yelled in disbelief. "My dagger, it won't go through?" The guy quickly leaped back, putting some distance between them. Kim Junsu didn't even move. He just asked, "Who are you calling a rat? You're the one dressed like you crawled out of a sewer, aren't you?" He thought, didn't expect the boss to show up on the 4th floor. That was a close call. This didn't happen in the game, but I can still read the patterns. The flashbang is part of a combo attack pattern that triggers when the player enters the boss room. I needed to have the sensitivity and focus traits equipped before he could ambush me. The Dagger Gang boss is an assassin, so I have to use all 5 senses to figure out where his attacks are coming from. Just then, the Dagger Gang boss roared in anger. "You actually blocked my sneak attack." Kim Junsu just laughed. "Don't be so shocked already." Then, he pulled a weapon from his backpack, his expression turning serious. "I'm gonna make you regret ever coming after me." Kim Junsu charged straight at the Dagger Gang boss and swung his sword, but it was no good. The guy vanished right before the attack could hit. The Dagger Gang boss reappeared behind him. "All that for show and you're this slow?" he sneered, throwing a dagger that glowed with a green light right at Kim Junsu's back. Kim Junsu spun around and swatted the dagger out of the air with his sword. Damn, he's fast. A real assassin, all right, he thought. If I didn't have sensitivity and focus, I would have been toast. That guy coated his daggers in poison magic. Even a tiny scratch would be enough to kill me. The longer this fight goes on, the worse it's going to be for me. The Dagger Gang boss sounded surprised. "Well, you're a lucky one, aren't you? Surrender now, and I'll be merciful and just take one of your hands." Kim Junsu just laughed. "Cut the crap and bring it." The Dagger Gang boss roared with laughter. "I can tell from that pathetic sword stance you're just a shooter. You've got a big mouth for a guy who can't even read the room." Hearing that, Kim Junsu was taken aback. He thinks I'm a shooter? He thought. Oh right, since I've only been using guns so far, he must have mistaken me for some kind of enhanced gunner. Seeing Kim Junsu stay quiet, the Dagger Gang boss figured he was right and broke into a vicious grin. "I'm gonna tear you to pieces and make sure you die in the most painful way imaginable." With a roar, he charged at Kim Junsu, slashing wildly. At the same moment, Kim Junsu gripped his sword and raised it high over his head. "This is my only chance," he thought, right now while his guard is down. With an internal shout, Kim Junsu brought his sword down without a moment's hesitation. Seeing the attack, the Dagger Gang boss pulled back and dodged to the side. A mocking smirk spread across his face. Too slow. But he had no idea this was the exact moment Kim Junsu was waiting for. A glint flashed in Kim Junsu's eyes as he twisted the hilt, turning the downward chop into a horizontal slash aimed right at him. Seeing this, the Dagger Gang boss panicked, thinking, "What? A shooter using a combo attack?" He desperately tried to parry with his dagger, but the force of the blow still knocked him flat on his ass. By now, the Dagger Gang boss wasn't underestimating Kim Junsu anymore. His gaze was filled with pure caution. Kim Junsu raised his sword again. "Sorry, but I switched my traits. I'm not a shooter anymore. I'm a first-class warrior who knows his way around a sword." As he spoke, Kim Junsu unleashed Empty Mountain Sword Break. First form. The mountain spider technique slashed towards the dagger gang boss, wounding him badly. His dagger clattered to the floor as he bent over, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Kim Junsu smirked. The second you let your guard down, you lose. The dagger gang boss snarled, "You son of a bitch." Taking a page out of Kim Junsu's book, he took advantage of Kim Junsu's smugness and lowered guard. He snatched his dagger off the floor and hurled it with all his strength, yelling, "This isn't over yet." Kim Junsu yelped, "A last-ditch effort?" In the next instant, blood sprayed. The dagger gang boss was finished off by Kim Junsu's sword, but the thrown dagger had buried itself in Kim Junsu's side. A few seconds later, Kim Junsu suddenly crumpled to the ground. He grimaced, pulling the dagger out and cursing under his breath. "Shit, I got careless at the last second. The poison's already spreading through my bloodstream. Gotta switch my traits now. Equip traits: injury recovery, regeneration, fortitude, mana core, deep breathing, mana restoration." After switching his traits, Kim Junsu managed to get back up. "I can handle it, but man, this hurts like hell." Grunting, Kim Junsu put his weapon away in his backpack. Just as he was about to get out of there, he heard a commotion from outside the window. "Get up there, hurry! An intruder was spotted around here." Kim Junsu looked out the window and muttered, "Can't waste any more time. I gotta get out of this building and fast." Meanwhile, in the torture chamber on the 5th floor, Cho Seo was also in the middle of saving his own ass. He threw his weight around, making the chair lose its balance and fall backward. "Gotta get out of here fast," Cho Seo thought, using his fingers to nudge a piece of glass nearby. He was planning to use it to cut the ropes, but before he could even grab the damn thing, he noticed a shadow fall over his head. Startled, he looked up and saw it was Kim Junsu. "How the hell did you end up in their hands?" Kim Junsu asked as he took off Cho Seo's gag. Cho cried out in relief. As the superhero Kim Junsu untied him, Cho Seo let out a small sigh. "You're making me work a little hard, you know." Touched, with tears welling up in his eyes, Cho asked, "You came all this way just to save me?" Kim Junsu's expression turned serious as he placed a hand on Cho Seo's shoulder. "Let's get out of here first. They're on their way up." Cho smiled and said, "Yeah, of course, of course." But as he was about to take a step, a sharp pain shot through his legs, making him cry out. Kim Junsu turned back, suspicious. When he saw Cho Seo's legs trembling, he scowled and cursed under his breath. "Those bastards, look what they did to him." Then he crouched down on his own. "Hop on my back." Cho quickly waved his hands. "What are you talking about?" "No, don't worry about it. I probably don't have the right to ask for anything more from you," Kim Junsu urged him. "It's fine, we're in a hurry, so let's just get to safety first." Figuring he was right, Cho Seo had no choice but to reluctantly agree. "All right then, just this once, thanks." Carrying Cho Seo, Kim Junsu smirked to himself, thinking, even after being tortured like that, he's still loyal as ever. I thought this Seon world was a living hell, but it has its surprisingly touching moments. A few hours later, Kim Junsu and Cho Seo were safely back in Cho Seo's office. Kim Junsu was now sitting in a chair, chugging can after can of recovery potion. A system notification popped up. Poison resistance. Trait acquired. Seeing the notification, Kim Junsu finally stopped drinking, leaning back into his chair comfortably. The recovery potions flushed out all the poison. Cho Seo eagerly brought out another pile of recovery potion cans, saying, "If you need more, feel free to grab some." Kim Junsu grinned. "Nah, this is enough." He happily added in his head, "Because I got the trait now." Just then, Cho Seo spoke up with a guilty look on his face. "By the way, I really don't know how to apologize enough. It seems like the info got leaked when I was getting our party ready. I shouldn't have trusted my staff like that." Kim Junsu reassured him. "Hey, it's whatever. I drank the fairy wine anyway." Cho Seo asked in shock. "What? You already drank the fairy wine?" Kim Junsu smirked. "If I hadn't drunk it then, I wouldn't have been able to save you." Hearing this, Director Cho looked like his world was ending, clutching his head and groaning. "No way. You had to drink the fairy wine to save me." Kim Junsu turned his head away, thinking, "It's not his fault, but whatever. I'll let him think what he wants." Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed from outside. "What?" Cho Seo cried out in fear. "Could it be the Dagger Gang?" "Kid, what do we do?" Kim Junsu crossed his arms, looking toward the door with a smirk. "Looks like we've got some guests. Let's give them a warm welcome." With that, he got up and went to open the door, with a worried Cho Seo trailing behind him. When Kim Junsu opened the door, Cho Seo immediately gasped. "The Iron Fist Gang!" It was Kim Cheol Kwan and a bunch of his guys. Kim Junsu grinned. "There you are." Kim Cheol Kwan spoke up. "I can't believe you took out the Dagger Gang. I knew from the start you weren't just some random punk. So, why'd you call me here?" Kim Junsu thought. "Because it's time to collect my reward for completing this pain-in-the-ass quest. The Iron Fist Gang and the Dagger Gang are rivals, fighting for control over the Silim territory. In the game, the tutorial requires the player to help the Iron Fist gang wipe out the Dagger gang. The Iron Fist gang gives out a ton of rewards for taking them down. Seeing Kim Junsu stay silent, Kim Chael-kwan probed, "You planning on starting a new organization or something?" Kim Junsu shook his head. "Nah, running an organization isn't my style. The reason I called you here today is to tell you that you can have the territory the Dagger gang's been holding all this time." Kim Chael-kwan exclaimed in shock. "What?" Kim Junsu explained, "I prefer working solo. Besides, I have no intention of getting into the underworld, so consider this me paying back my debt from last time." Kim Chael-kwan thought for a moment, then asked, "I don't lose anything by accepting your offer, but this seems a little over the top for the debt you owed me, don't you think?" Kim Junsu grinned. "Looks like we understand each other. Since thanks to me, you now own the Silim territory, grant me one wish." Kim Chael-kwan asked, "One wish? And if I grant you one wish, what would you ask for? Tell me first." Kim Junsu thought to himself, "Obviously, it's going to be the one thing everyone in Seon wants." Out loud, he just smiled and said, "Just give me a house." He added in his mind, "Time to go home." Kim Chael-kwan asked, "A house, you say?" Kim Junsu replied, "Ever since I started going solo in this messed up world, I realized I should probably get a proper place to crash." Kim Chael-kwan considered it for a moment, then said, "Yeah, all right. After all, you did get rid of those dagger-wielding pricks. It's a deal." Hearing that, Kim Junsu grinned happily. "You're a straight shooter, old man." "I like that," Kim Chael-kwan asked. "So, what kind of house do you want? A luxury villa or just an apartment?" Kim Junsu stated his requirements. "Neither. I need a house in a secluded area with good security and soundproofing, and it's got to have a training area in the basement." Hearing this, Kim Chael-kwan began to ponder, murmuring, "A house in a secluded area with a training room in the basement, huh?" Kim Junsu tried to act normal, waiting patiently, but inside he was praying like crazy. "Come on, say it. Name the house I'm thinking of." Soon enough, Kim Chael-kwan spoke up. "I know a place just like that. It's a house on the outskirts of Silim along the Jeonbong mountain range." Hearing that, Kim Junsu mentally screamed in joy. "Bingo! A house on the side of the Jeonbong mountain range. It's the perfect house for a player's first base in Seon." On the outside, Kim Junsu tried not to show any weird expressions, so the other guy wouldn't get suspicious. The next morning, Kim Junsu was already at his new house. He was currently chilling, sunbathing on the second-floor terrace, with food and drinks right next to him. "Heh, so this is that awesome feeling you get after scoring your own place, huh?" Kim Junsu said as he walked to the railing, stretching his arms out and yelling blissfully, "Man, I love this relaxing vibe in the air. The view from here is sick too. This house is seriously the best. When I first got dropped into Seon, I didn't even know what the hell was going on. My hospital bills were around 20 million, but now I've got a magnificent house that's basically a mansion. Not only that, but I also have financial backing from the #1 security organization and Director Cho. At this rate, I could be hospitalized for a whole year and not even worry." The joy passed, and Kim Junsu calmed down, looking into the distance thoughtfully. "But this is Seon. I can't let my guard down. Once the game's storyline progresses, a bunch of evil bastards like the Saintess and the Holy Father will show up and wreck the city." With that, Kim Junsu casually picked up a pickaxe nearby and grinned. "Well then, time to find the real reason I chose this house." A moment later, Kim Junsu went down to the underground training room with the pickaxe on his shoulder, tapping his fingers all over the wall as if he were searching for something. "It's got to be around here somewhere," Kim Junsu muttered, continuing to tap until he found a spot where the sound was completely different from the rest. "Let's get to it." With a loud shout, Kim Junsu swung the pickaxe, smashing it right into that spot on the wall. A whole chunk of it crumbled away, revealing an empty space inside. Looking at the result of just one swing, Kim Junsu said cheerfully, "Looks like my trade is kicking in. At this rate, I'll finish sooner than I thought." Sometime later, Kim Junsu was still digging away, but he hadn't found what he was looking for yet. His face now looked completely worn out as he yelled, "Sooner than I thought, my ass. I had no idea it was this deep." But still, Junsu refused to give up. "I can't just quit. Show yourself already," he yelled, swinging the pickaxe down hard into the earth. After that strike, water suddenly shot up from the spot he'd hit. "This is it!" Junsu yelled with joy. He quickly opened his mouth, catching a few of the drops that splashed near him. Just a few seconds later, his haggard look completely vanished. He looked at his hands and said softly, "I can feel my body recovering, bit by bit." So this is the effect of a mana spring? A spring overflowing with mana. A real mana spring. Even characters whose health points dropped to 0 could recover quickly just by soaking in the mana spring. And on top of that, most negative status effects would disappear too. What an amazing skill. And the only place you could get free access to a mana spring like this was the house near the Jeonbong mountain range, the Iron Fist gang's first base. After that, Junsu got to work himself, installing a plumbing system and bringing in a large bathtub. He turned on the tap, filled the tub with mana spring water, and sat down inside. He said relaxedly, "Well, getting this house was a real pain in the ass, not like in the game where it was just one click. This place is so full of vitality, you can feel the effects almost instantly. A mana spring is the perfect recovery therapy for training. With this, I can train until I collapse, take a quick dip, and get right back to it. Perfect. All right, it's time for the only free-to-play grinder who climbs the ranks with super VIP pro efficiency to get to work." With that, Junsu quickly pulled out a sword and, full of excitement, began to train. Time passed. One evening, 2 weeks later, Junsu stood with his sword in the underground training room, thinking to himself, "I've been cooped up in this training room for 2 weeks now. I can finally activate Black Fire without any issues." Then, with a look of intense concentration, he consecutively unleashed the techniques of the mountain-shattering sword style. First form, Mountain Crusher. Second form, Dividing Rivers and Mountains. And third form, Piercing the Mountain's Heart. Sheathing his sword, a smile spread across Junsu's face as he spoke. "Nice. I can now use the mountain-shattering sword style simultaneously with Black Fire. On top of that, I even picked up some pretty useful traits during training. Trait list: Downward Burst, Single Stroke Finger, Fire Resistance, Meditation, Mana Stability." Looking at these traits, Junsu fell into deep thought. Training's done for now. There's just one more important thing left to do. The Mana Training ability. Something I can't get just by practicing. If I had been able to refine the Immortal's elixir before drinking it, I probably would have hit superhuman level 3 by now. But I'm only at level 2 right now, so I don't have that much mana. In order to fully absorb the mana from the Immortal's elixir and reach level 3, I need the Mana Training ability. Of course, it's not easy to get, but it's more than worth it. As he thought this, Junsu suddenly remembered something from back when he was still playing the game. On that day, Junsu had controlled his character, Warrior Kim, and gone to Kim Chun Bok's weapon shop. Inside the shop, the owner heard his request and asked in surprise, "You really want to buy that? That thing's been sitting in storage for nearly 10 years. Junsu replied firmly, "I want to buy it." The owner didn't say anything more and went to get it for Junsu. A system notification popped up. "You have purchased the Mana Training skill." Seeing that notification on his phone, Junsu, who had been lying in bed playing the game, grinned smugly. "I'm probably the only one who knows the Mana Training skill can be bought at that old antique shop, huh?" His consciousness returned to the present, and Junsu smiled cheerfully. "All right, time to swing by the SW Commercial District and hit up that antique shop. It's time to level up." And so, Junsu immediately set off, running towards the shop. But when he got there, he was disappointed to find the shop was closed. "Why is it closed? And it's locked with mana so no one can get in?" Junsu muttered as he got closer, noticing a small sign hanging on the lock. "Closed until the situation in Xing Market stabilizes." Junsu looked around and, to his surprise, saw that the other shops were closed too. The place was completely deserted, a stark contrast to the bustling Xing district he remembered. The Xing Commercial District is supposed to have the most shops in the area. There's no reason for it to be closed. In the game, this place was open 24/7, so why is it shut down now? Most of the other shops are closed just like this one. Is Soon's world different from what I knew? Wanting to get some information, Junsu walked down the street and saw a man sitting and smoking in front of the only store that still had its lights on. Junsu slowly walked over to start a conversation. "Has business been bad in the market lately?" The man was the shop owner. He glanced over at Junsu before speaking with annoyance. "Can't you see for yourself, kid? I'm dead tired here. With all these thugs showing up to fight every day, what customer would dare to come?" Junsu asked in surprise. "Thugs? I thought the Ironfist gang managed this area." The shop owner waved his hand dismissively and cursed, "Ironfist gang, my ass." Ever since the Dagger gang was purged, all sorts of gangs have been stirring up trouble with each other day in and day out. The Ironfist gang, the Poison gang, and even the Nudist gang. Hearing this, Junsu immediately understood the problem. The gangs are fighting each other. Ah, so that's what's going on. In the original game's storyline, the Iron Fist gang defeated the Dagger gang on their own and claimed their territory. So, Xing Market naturally fell under the Iron Fist gang's control. But this time, I was the one who took care of the Dagger gang, so this market has turned into a battleground for the remaining gangs to fight over. What should I do? As Junsu was deep in thought, trying to find a solution, he suddenly heard shouting in the distance. "Look at these morons, get them out of here!" The shop owner clicked his tongue and said, "It's them again." Junsu decided to head toward the shouting. He needed to check out the situation for himself before making a move. Not far away, a member of the Iron Fist gang was sent flying, crashing hard into a pile of tarp-covered crates behind him. Three other Iron Fist members were furious but didn't dare to make a move, standing there with wary expressions as they faced their opponents. Opposite them was a group of 4 from the Poison Gang, and their leader was Kang Hyolja, a mini-boss of the Poison Gang, a named character, and a level 2 superhuman. After sending the Iron Fist member flying, Kang Hyolja laughed arrogantly. "Are you guys dense? I already told you this intersection is Poison Gang territory, got it? Get lost, you Iron Fist rats. Go crawl back to whatever shithole you came from." The Iron Fist member who'd been hit clutched his side, gritting his teeth and cursing, "You bastards." Just then, another voice cut in with a question. "What kind of trouble are you guys stirring up in our territory?" Hearing this, the members of both the Iron Fist and Poison Gangs turned in unison to see a group from the Nudist Gang approaching. The one in the lead was the Exhibitionist, a mini-boss of the Nudist Gang, also a named Level 2 superhuman. When Kang Hyolja saw them approaching, he cursed, "Damn it, those freaks are here." The Exhibitionist laughed and said, "This intersection is under the Nudist Gang's management." Kang Hyolja led his underlings toward the Nudist Gang's group and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Get lost." The Exhibitionist asked, "So, you're going to continue this trespassing?" Seeing the situation unfold, the injured Iron Fist member muttered to himself, "These guys are all insane. I have to get out of here, fast." As he was about to get up, he suddenly noticed someone else beside him. Junsu was standing there, looking at the two gangs facing off and said softly, "What a complete mess." The injured man asked in shock, You're the superhuman who wiped out the Dagger Gang." Only then did Junsu look over at him. He helped the man up with one hand and said, "What are you doing? Get up and do your job." The injured man asked blankly, "What?" Junsu turned directly toward the two gangs a short distance away and shouted, "Hey, you pig-brained thugs! Stop fighting and gather round!" The injured man panicked and quickly said, "Wait, what are you doing?" Junsu glanced at him and said calmly, "I'm helping you." Inwardly, he thought, "To get this market back to normal, I need to establish a clear hierarchy. It's probably best to help the Iron Fist Gang." Kang Hyolja looked toward Junsu and laughed. "Oh, look what we have here, and who the hell are you to be giving me orders?" The Exhibitionist crossed his arms, glared at Junsu angrily, and asked, "Is this little friend of ours offering himself up as a tribute model?" Kim Junsu glanced at the two of them, then at the neighborhood folks drawn in by the commotion, and thought for a moment. These two are both level 2 superhumans. If I go all out, I can still win, but there's no need to drag these merchants into it. In that case, I gotta show them what I'm made of first. With that thought, Kim Junsu cracked a grin and pulled a sword from his backpack. Then, he quickly rearranged his stats panel. A second later, his whole body erupted in black flames, while his sword was coated in the distinct blue energy of the Void Mountain Swordbreaker. Seeing this, Kwang Hayet too cried out in shock. "Huh? What? The Void Mountain Swordbreaker and this divine presence. Could it be?" The preacher's jaw dropped as he asked, "You're the superhuman who single-handedly purged the entire Dagger Gang." Kim Junsu smirked and said, "That's right. And this time, I'll be generous. I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse. Instead of making things complicated, let's settle this with a one-on-one. The winner gets control of the market. What do you say? Fair deal, right?" Kwang Hiet too shot back angrily. "Do you think I'm some kind of idiot? Why would I agree to a one-on-one with a warrior?" The preacher said nothing. He shared Kwang Hayet too's opinion. Kim Junsu spoke up, "Don't worry. We'll fight using the specialties you're most confident in." A moment later, the three gangs had all retreated a fair distance. In the center stood Kim Junsu, Kwang Hayet too, and the preacher. Kim Junsu looked at the preacher and said, "So, your special ability is mind control. If I can resist it, I win." A sleazy look spread across the preacher's face. He grinned at Kim Junsu and said, "What an honor to have a handsome guy like you know so much about me. How about we skip this pointless fight? You can join our cult of the primordial goddess." Kim Junsu replied with a disgusted look. "Ugh, why the hell would I join your crew? Use your brain. Your cult isn't even one of the 7 second-tier faiths. It's obviously some no-name cult. Why would I join a sham cult that's not even on Westphalia's list?" Hearing Kim Junsu's words, the smile vanished from the preacher's face. He roared in anger, "You godless heathen, I'll make you change that attitude with the goddess's love and mercy. Kneel before me, and I shall grant you the chance to meet the goddess." As he spoke, he raised his hand toward Kim Junsu, activating his mind control ability. Kim Junsu stood still and took it head-on, making no move to dodge. In an instant, his mind grew heavy, and his knees buckled as if he were about to kneel. The priest's mind control is seriously strong, but sorry, pal. Not even a goddess gets to mess with me. Thinking to himself, Kim Junsu opened his stats panel and swapped in the divine resistance trait. Kim Junsu immediately felt his body lighten, and his mind cleared up again. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he threw a punch and knocked the preacher out cold. The other members of the nudist gang saw this and rushed over to help the preacher up. "Lord Preacher, are you all right? Let's retreat for now." As the nudist gang members left, Kim Junsu turned to Kwang Hyet-tu and said, "Your turn." Kwang Hyet-tu replied, "Oh, you're not half bad, but let me tell you, the poison gang is on a whole different level than those guys just now." Kim Junsu said, "We'll see about that. We have to try first. Your special ability is poison brewing, right? Give me the nastiest thing you've got and I'll drink it." Kwang Hyet-tu laughed. "Fine. If you're that eager to kick the bucket, I'll help you out." Just then, the guy who got beaten up earlier ran to Kim Junsu's side to warn him, "Hey man, I know you're strong, but drinking their poison is just suicide." Kim Junsu smiled back. "Don't worry, I'm confident." At the same time, Kwang Hyet-tu took out a cup of poison and handed it to Kim Junsu. "Drink up. If you can take it, you win. If you croak, I win." Kim Junsu took the cup of poison and stared at it, thinking to himself, "Just as I expected, she gave me pecnic. This is the most painful poison they have." Then a look of disgust appeared on his face again as he said, "God, this stinks. If I don't die from this, you better be ready for a face full of fist." Kwang Hyet-tu said angrily, "Don't even think about begging for an antidote after you drink it. Sorry, but that's not going to happen." As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Junsu decisively downed the entire cup of poison. A second later, Kim Junsu collapsed to the ground, cursing inwardly. "Feels like my flesh and blood are boiling." Seeing this, Kwang Hyet-tu swaggered over, kicked Kim Junsu a few times, and sneered. "Feeling it already, huh? If you beg for your life and bark like a dog, maybe I'll consider helping you." Kim Junsu didn't have time to bicker with her. He was currently gritting his teeth, enduring the pain and trying to find a way to deal with the danger. "I need to focus. This poison is made by mixing special drugs, so poison resistance won't work. I have to endure as much damage as I can with my healing trait and find a way to control the poison." With that thought, Kim Junsu immediately took action. First, he changed his stats panel, then he focused the poison into his left hand. A system notification appeared. "Drug resistance trait. You have received a new trait. Done. Thanks to getting drug resistance, I can now control the toxin with my mana. Last thing to do." As he spoke, Kim Junsu used his sword to slash his left palm, and a huge amount of the poison immediately gushed out. The man who was beaten earlier cried out, "Whoa, he concentrated the poison in his arm to get rid of it." Kwang Hyet-tu screamed in disbelief. "Impossible." Then she panicked as Kim Junsu appeared in front of her out of nowhere, smiling. That vial of poison was really terrible. "Now, it's my turn." Before Kwang Hyet-tu could react, Kim Junsu grabbed her arm, forced one of her fingers up, and chopped it off, making her scream in pain. Her underlings behind her yelled worriedly, "Boss!" Kwang Hyet-tu knelt on the ground, glaring with hatred, her voice trembling. "You think you can get away with this after what you did to me?" Kim Junsu picked at his ear and said, "Stop talking like a typical sore loser and get lost." Kwang Hyet-tu cursed angrily, "You bastard!" Her underlings rushed forward, putting their hands on her shoulder to persuade her, "Let's get out of here first, boss." And so, Kwang Hyet-tu could only accept it, leaving resentfully while saying, "I'll remember your face." The members of the Ironfist gang cheered in delight. "We won." "Haha, you bastards got what you deserved. Hooray for Warrior Kim." Kim Junsu smirked and looked towards the merchants, thinking to himself, winning was a given. Now for the real problem. Not far away, the merchants were whispering among themselves. "The Iron Fist gang won? I wonder how they're gonna boss us around." Averting his gaze from the merchants, Kim Junsu looked at the guy who was beaten up earlier and said, "Hey, you need to report that I was the one who did all this." The man smiled and said, "Of course, sir. Thank you so much." Kim Junsu held up a finger and said, "There's one thing the Iron Fist gang needs to remember in this market." The man nodded repeatedly. "Yes, what is it, sir?" "Just say the word," Kim Junsu said. "The protection fee for this market will only be half of what the Dagger Gang used to charge." Hearing that, the man cried out, "What? We won't make any profit then." Kim Junsu's expression turned terrifying as he asked, "Are you arguing with me?" The man was immediately scared and said, "No, of course not. I think our boss will understand." Their conversation wasn't quiet. Of course, this was intentional on Kim Junsu's part, so the nearby merchants heard everything clearly. They exclaimed happily, "Wow, the protection fee is cut in half. He's the hero of the Sing World market." Kim Junsu celebrated inwardly. "This is why I went through all that trouble. Haha." At that moment, the merchants approached Kim Junsu, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Kim Junsu smiled and waved his hand. "No, I just did what had to be done. Just remember to give me a discount from now on." The merchants happily agreed. "Of course, we'll always give you an 80% discount." Kim Junsu was ecstatic, thinking to himself, The Sing World market is clearly a steal, and on top of that, it increases the affection level of the merchant NPCs. The next morning, all the merchants in Sing World had reopened their shops. Kim Chun-bak was no exception. When he saw Junsu enter his store, he gave him a warm welcome. I've heard a lot about you from the other merchants. You're the hero who saved Single Market. Flattered, Junsu grinned from ear to ear and replied, I just did what had to be done. Don't be so modest. Those gangsters caused a lot of trouble. Look at this. I had to close my shop because I got caught in a brawl and broke my arm. Oh no. Are you okay now? Chunbok raised his injured arm and replied with a sigh, I was treated with chi therapy, and luckily, it worked. If it wasn't for the therapist, I'd probably still be stuck in the hospital. Junsu asked in surprise, There's a chi therapist in Super Rim? That's right. Do you need me to introduce you to him? He's very good. Junsu smiled and said, I'd appreciate that, but first, I need to buy a few things. Ah, of course, take your time and look around. We have everything here, except for the things we don't have. Junsu didn't even bother looking at the stuff on display. He looked straight at Chunbok, tapped his foot on the floor, and asked with a grin, You've got a lot of quality stuff up here, but can I see the items down there? Chunbok asked, startled. How did you know? Junsu smiled and replied, I have my ways. He thought to himself, Don't underestimate a game addict with 10,000 hours of playtime like me. Is there any secret I don't know? Chunbok didn't refuse either. He led Junsu down to a room in the basement, opening the door while glancing back at him. I don't usually show this to first-time customers, but for you, I'll make an exception. Junsu grinned and said, Thanks a lot. When the door opened, Chunbok led Junsu inside and introduced the room. This is my collection of magical items. Feel free to look around, Junsu exclaimed happily. Awesome! Then, he eagerly went from one item to another to observe them, his final destination being the flute of the ancient god. He lifted the item with both hands, thinking excitedly, I had a lot of unique items back when I played the game, but above all of them was the flute of the ancient god, the one that seals the mana cultivation technique. This is the jackpot item. Now that I've got my hands on a top-tier item, it's time to put it to good use. A moment later, the two returned to the shop upstairs. Junsu placed the flute of the ancient god and a few other items he'd chosen on the counter. These are the items I'll be taking today. Chunbok looked over the items and praised him in amazement, just as expected. You've got a good eye. The 5-colored diamond, the spellbook, the magic gauntlets, and the flute of the ancient god. All of them are rare items. Then he quoted him a price of 2 billion gold. Junsu's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Holy crap, 2 billion. Seeing this, Chunbok laughed and said, That's the price for strangers, but since you're the guardian angel of this market, I can give you a more reasonable price of 500 million. Junsu let out a sigh of relief, saying, Chunbok, you almost gave me a heart attack there. After that, Junsu paid Chunbok, who carefully wrapped up the items and handed them to him. An 80% discount from an NPC for high affinity? Hell yeah. Now all I need to do is find a priest-class superhuman who can unseal this item. And of course, I already have a lead on where to find one. With this in mind, Junsu smiled at Chunbok and asked, By the way, can I get the address of that chi therapist? That afternoon, Junsu followed the address Chunbok provided and arrived at the door of a house. He raised his hand to knock and called out, Anyone home? When no one answered, Junsu leaned his ear against the door suspiciously and murmured, Looks like he's out. At that exact moment, the door suddenly opened. A young man peeked his head out and asked, What do you want this early in the morning? Junsu silently observed him. Whoa, white hair and a pale face. Yep, this is the guy I'm looking for. With that thought, Junsu spoke cheerfully. It's the afternoon. You call this early morning? The young man said. It is for me. What brings you here? Junsu scratched his head and explained. Well, I heard your treatments are really good. As soon as he heard that, the young man's demeanor changed completely, and he spoke warmly. Oh, so you're a customer. I thought you were one of those thugs. Please, come in. Leading Junsu into the room, the young man pointed to a single bed and said, Here, you can lie down here. Where are you hurt? Junsu didn't answer right away. He glanced around the room, his eyes finally stopping on a statue as he thought, Considering the statue is here, it's gotta be him. The young man asked doubtfully, What are you doing? You can just lie down on the bed. Only then did Junsu turn back to look at the young man. He took out the flute of the ancient god and said, Actually, I didn't come here for treatment. I came here to ask you to unseal this item. The young man waved his hands and said, Unseal it? I'm just a chi therapist. That looks like a holy seal. You should probably go to a temple and ask them. Junsu explained, No, because places like that will charge a fortune, and they might even take my item. He then opened a bag full of cash and placed it in front of the young man. If you can unseal this item, I'll give you 100 million. Priest Kim. Priest Kim asked in surprise, "You know my name?" Junsu smiled and replied, "Of course." In his mind, he thought, Priest Kim is Soon's third guide character. He's a priest of a forgotten religion, serving a god who disappeared 3,000 years ago. He's one of the few genuinely pure and good-hearted characters in the game. With so many corrupt priests out there, it's hard to find one with such a warm heart. In other words, I can totally take advantage of him. Priest Kim stammered, How do you know that?" Junsu held the flute of the ancient god towards Priest Kim and said, "I'll keep it a secret, so please, help me out." Priest Kim sighed, took the flute, and said, "I don't think this will be an easy task, but alright, I'll give it a try." Junsu thought happily, just as I'd expect from a good guy. After that, the two of them sat on the floor with the flute of the ancient god placed in front of them. With a serious expression, Priest Kim reached his hand toward the flute of the ancient god and tried to release the seal. In an instant, the paper wrapping around it showed signs of loosening. "Oh, it's working." Murmuring softly, Priest Kim continued to patiently channel his mana towards the flute of the ancient god. The loosening of the paper seal became more apparent. Finally, the paper completely peeled off and fell to the ground, revealing the item's true form, which glowed with a dazzling golden light. Item: Flute of the Ancient God. You can acquire the Inhera cultivation technique trait. Priest Kim said in astonishment, "Did it really work?" Junsu praised him. "Just as I expected, your skills are amazing." When Priest Kim saw the effect of the flute of the ancient god, he exclaimed in shock, "Holy cow, is this a mana cultivation technique?" Junsu happily admitted, "That's right, thanks a lot." He brought the flute of the ancient god to his lips and blew a note. As the sound of the flute rang out, Junsu instantly felt the wasted mana that was previously in his body now being absorbed. System notification. You have acquired the Inhera cultivation technique trait. Junsu smiled to himself and thought, the effect is incredible. It's like the calm currents of the North Sea are flowing into my body. In about 2 weeks, I should be able to absorb all this mana and reach level 3 superhuman. Standing beside him, Priest Kim clapped and said, "This is the first time I've ever seen a warrior-class superhuman use a mana cultivation technique." Junsu walked over to the single bed, sat down and said, "Yeah, well, it's not something you see every day." Seeing this, Priest Kim advised, "You must be exhausted. You can lie here and rest." Junsu didn't refuse. He lay down on the bed and said wearily, "Too much information is flooding my brain. I'm so tired." "All right then, I'll be in your care for a bit." Priest Kim smiled and said, "Yes, make yourself comfortable. You're paying me a lot, so you can rest here for as long as you like." Junsu replied drowsily, "Thanks." He thought to himself, "He's a good person, just like I knew from the game. It's good to find a trustworthy priest. It'll be beneficial for me in the long run." And so, without a hint of caution, Junsu slept soundly until he was slowly woken late at night by a strange noise. He sat up groggily, scratching his head and murmuring, "What's that noise?" Then Junsu saw Priest Kim holding a can of gasoline and pouring it into the bag full of cash he had brought. Junsu became a little more awake. He spoke with suspicion. "Huh? What are you doing?" Priest Kim didn't respond. His eyes were empty and lifeless as he stood before the gasoline-soaked bag of money and lit a lighter. "Oh, forgotten God, accept this offering from a believer and be reborn." As the prayer ended, Priest Kim let go, and the lighter in his hand fell towards the bag of money below. Seeing this, Junsu cursed angrily in his mind. What the hell? What the hell is happening? Are you insane? Junsu lunged forward, snatching the lighter and shoving Priest Kim to the side. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Who the hell do you think you are? What were you planning to burn for this offering, huh?" "I have to burn all my money and teeth for the god," Priest Kim screamed, annoyed. Kim Junsu's face went blank. "What? Money's the offering. Our god only accepts cash. It's the only way to get any power," Priest Kim explained. Kim Junsu figured it out right away. "Oh, right. This must be from back when you actually believed in all that god stuff, huh?" Now it was Priest Kim's turn to look totally lost. "What the hell are you talking about? The god Priest Kim worshipped had been dead for 3,000 years. Even in the game, this religion was basically useless until Priest Kim revived that god and figured out the training method. Still, I can't believe this guy doesn't even know the proper way to worship his own god." Thinking to himself, Kim Junsu offered some advice. "You're doing it all wrong. You're not supposed to burn money like that. You have to burn and vaporize gold." Priest Kim stared at Kim Junsu, full of doubt. "What you're saying sounds like heresy. But you've never actually tried it, have you?" Priest Kim said with disgust, "Cut the crap. Our church has been practicing this for thousands of years. But there's gotta be a reason your god still hasn't come back, don't you think?" Priest Kim was speechless. "It's tough to burn gold right now, so I've got an idea. Another way. Since you helped me with the mana training technique, let me help you out, priest." A moment later, Priest Kim stared at the bubbling yellow liquid on the stove and said hesitantly, I really don't think I should be doing this. Let's just stop. Kim Junsu poured the gold from the pot into a cup and handed it to Priest Kim. Trust me, when you drink the gold, your divine power will shoot up. Just focus and feel if your god responds. All right, if you're so sure, I'll trust you just this once. After saying that, Priest Kim downed the entire cup of golden liquid Kim Junsu gave him. Just a few seconds later, he felt a change. His whole body was suddenly surrounded by a dazzling golden aura. Holy crap, it's real. This is way more effective than burning millions of one. Kim Junsu smiled and replied, your growth will be way faster if you stick with this method. Priest Kim looked at Kim Junsu, his eyes sparkling. I don't know how I can ever thank you for this incredible information. Oh, right. Here, take this. With that, Priest Kim handed Kim Junsu a necklace. This necklace? Kim Junsu asked, feigning surprise even though he already knew exactly what it was. It's a holy relic with healing properties. I believe my god will be pleased to know you have this. Well, since you're offering, I guess I can't refuse, Kim Junsu said, trying to look hesitant. Inside, though, he was freaking out with joy. This score is way better than I expected. Heh. Come to think of it, Priest Kim's religious order actually offered a ton of sweet quests. With this in mind, Kim Junsu made a suggestion. Priest, would you mind if I prayed to your god? 1 week later. Please, stop. I feel like my entire body is turning into gold, Priest Kim said, covering his mouth to stop himself from puking after chugging the bottles of golden liquid Kim Junsu had made. But you have to drink more, Kim Junsu said, walking over with a dozen more bottles of the golden liquid, causing Priest Kim to scream in terror. I'll get mana poisoning if my power grows this fast in such a short time. Relax. I promise that won't happen, so just keep praying. Kim Junsu forced Priest Kim's mouth open and poured the golden liquid straight down his throat, smirking to himself. Don't you worry. The 4 guide NPCs each have their own unique traits. While the warrior has an insanely strong body, the priest is immune to mana poisoning, which lets him level up like crazy. And just as planned, after being force-fed by Kim Junsu, Priest Kim successfully awakened to level 3, becoming Bishop Kim. He stared in shock at his own glowing body. I can't believe I hit level 3. At this speed, I could even become an apostle. Awesome. At this rate, it won't be long before you're a full-blown apostle of your god, Kim Junsu said. Satisfied, Priest Kim replied humbly. I'm still not worthy enough for that. I think you've got enough experience to be an apostle already. Anyway, now that you're level 3, you need to call a regional council to be officially recognized as a bishop. You're right, I have to. I was able to grow so fast, all thanks to you. I'll never forget what you've done for me, Priest Kim said gratefully. Nah, don't worry about it. I just like helping people out, Kim Junsu replied, though he was thinking something completely different. Yeah, you better not forget. Become a bishop as soon as possible, and bring me all the holy relics from the Order's vault. By the way, could I ask you for one more favor? I'm planning to call a regional council, but I'm kind of freaking out about going alone. Could you be my bodyguard during the meeting? The other bishops are going to be there. Kim Junsu immediately agreed. The next day, Priest Kim led Kim Junsu to the meeting place. When the other priests found out Priest Kim had reached level 3, they wouldn't stop praising him, which made him beam with joy. The turnout is kinda lame with just these guys here. Just as Kim Junsu was feeling a little let down, a voice suddenly cut in. What a pathetic sight. Everyone turned to look at the door, where an old man, the bishop of the order, had just walked in with a group of followers whose faces were completely covered. Bishop, you're here. Priest Kim's greeting was met with a roar. Who gave you the right to hold a regional council, huh, Priest Kim? Priest Kim answered timidly. But every priest in the order has the right to call a council. That only applies to normal priests. It's different for a heretic like you. Your level shot up to 3 in just 3 months. There's no damn way you could level up that fast using normal methods. You must have committed heresy to gain more divine power. That's crazy. I just found an awesome way to level up. That's all. Ignoring Priest Kim's defense, the old bishop ordered his men to seize him. Just as his followers were about to move, Kim Junsu stepped in front of them. Whoa, don't go scaring the kid now, one of the followers asked. And who are you? His bodyguard, Kim Junsu, replied with a grin. This is our order's business. Outsiders should butt out, the old bishop said. I already told you, I'm his bodyguard. That makes it my business. Try making some sense, old man. While the old bishop was fuming, the pure-hearted priest Kim kept trying to explain himself. After hearing his explanation, the bishop got even more pissed off and screamed. What? You've been absorbing gold? You heretic! How dare you commit such a sin and think you can get away with it? It's not heresy, our God allowed this. Shut your mouth, you heretic. I will purify you myself and offer you to our God. Repent in the eternal flames. As he spoke, the old bishop shot a fireball from his scepter toward Priest Kim. Too bad for him, Kim Junsu was standing right next to Priest Kim. His attack was blocked by a shield Kim Junsu created. Whoa, attacking with no warning? That's some serious blasphemy, old man. The old bishop looked surprised. You blocked my magic? Kim Junsu shot back. Are you sure you want to attack an apostle candidate? Don't be ridiculous. How could a heretic possibly become an apostle? Priest Kim, spooked by the bishop's rage, quickly grabbed Kim Junsu's arm. Mr. Superhero, I don't get why you're calling me a candidate. Don't worry. Here, eat this and pray. After saying that, Kim Junsu handed Priest Kim a small golden orb. On the other side, the old bishop was losing his patience and threatened Kim Junsu. Get the hell out of the way if you don't want to be burned to a crisp just like him. And what if I can prove he's an apostle? Kim Junsu smirked, eagerly waiting for the drama to start. What? Before the old bishop could even process it, a radiant aura enveloped Priest Kim, who was kneeling on the ground and praying. An apostle's aura, the bishop gasped. Kim Junsu watched the old man's horrified face, gloating on the inside. Take a good look. Surprised, huh? This is why I didn't make him an apostle yesterday. That useless old geezer. Not only that, he's a main villain just oozing pure evil energy. I should just take him out right here and now. The condition for Priest Kim to awaken his apostle trait is that he has to swallow a golden artifact from another cult while being accused of blasphemy by a bishop. Turning him into an apostle was actually pretty easy. Just as Priest Kim's transformation finished, Kim Junsu drew his sword and declared coldly, "Now it's time to teach you blasphemers a lesson." With that, Kim Junsu tilted his head slightly and asked Priest Kim, who was standing behind him, "Hey, priest, can I ask your god something? How should I punish these bastards who are willing to turn on their own people out of sheer jealousy? And it's not just this, he's done plenty of other evil shit too." Hearing this, the old priest jumped. "How the hell did you know that?" At the same time, Priest Kim, after consulting his god, gave the answer. He says, "Clean house. Those are my god's words. So I have no choice but to follow them, right?" In a flash, Kim Junsu rushed the old priest and cut him down, taking his life on the spot. I just took out the trash before he could cause any more trouble, Kim Junsu thought, smirking to himself. Priest Kim, who had a pure soul, couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness seeing this. But he was still a bishop of our church. Kim Junsu waved his hand dismissively. "You don't need to pity him. He got what he deserved. So what's your god telling you to do next?" "Ah, he says to go to the Levan region, where the first church council was formed, and offer gold to him there. See? I told you gold was the right call. Go there and expand your influence," Kim Junsu said with a laugh, adding silently, "And when you're done, you can pay me back for everything I did for you today." Not making Kim Junsu wait long, Priest Kim, grateful for his help, gifted him several valuable items from his storage. Among them were two things Kim Junsu had been wanting. "Finally, my first holy sword. This thing is worth $1 billion. And what's this?" The holy statue gives off an aura of holy power. The Sanctuary of Holy Power is a skill that can turn a specific area into a safe zone at the owner's will. If an enemy enters, it emits energy to repel or suppress them. In other words, I don't have to worry about getting ambushed while I'm training anymore. Now then, time to play with my new toys. The scene changes. A battered-looking Kim Junsu lies in a bathtub, shivering as he mutters, "Maybe I pushed myself a little too hard. Even the recovery potions aren't doing much anymore." But even so, I had plenty of time to practice the Holy Light and Mountain Breaker sword techniques. I can feel my power increasing significantly. It's time to check the results of all my hard work. With this in mind, Kim Junsu took out his phone and called Choi Seal to ask if he had any jobs for him. "We've got a few problems right now," Choi Seal said with a sigh. "You remember the first dump site?" "Of course. How could I forget it?" Kim Junsu replied, his mind flashing back. "That was the first place I realized just how terrifying the monster's soul attribute was. The entire cleanup crew that went in was brutally slaughtered. That means there are at least 6 mutants in there." "Really? Shouldn't you contact the Protection Association?" "Well, the government officials asked us to keep it under wraps. They don't want to make a big deal out of it." "Right. At least a few people would get fired if that got out." "So what's the reward for cleaning that mess up?" "It's a bit stingy. 100 million for a level 1 and 300 million for a level 3. In addition, they're offering a rare rifle-type holy relic with a special effect." Kim Junsu was immediately hooked by the reward. "A rare rifle, huh? What kind of effect?" "That's up to you. It's an item used by the Patriarch of the Order." The image of that Saintess flashed in Kim Junsu's mind, making him grin. "An offer I can't refuse." "Haha, a rifle used by the Patriarch of the Order inflicts a black flame effect on anyone it hits. This is a pretty valuable item." Without hesitating, Kim Junsu accepted the mission immediately. Arriving at the mission point, Kim Junsu was staggered by the thick, polluted air. No one's cleaned this place for just a few days, and it's already this contaminated? Something's not right. I can't even see clearly ahead. My visibility is limited. I've got to be ready for a surprise attack. Just then, the sounds of monsters came from multiple directions, making it impossible for Kim Junsu to pinpoint their exact locations. As Kim Junsu aimed his rifle in one direction, he sensed movement behind him. Instantly, he spun around and fired at the monster, lunging from behind. It shrieked in pain and veered off, flying into the sky. That's the leader. Kim Junsu kept firing at the monster, then realized its wings were somehow bulletproof. Suddenly, the monster dove from the sky straight at Kim Junsu. Luckily, he dodged in time, or he would have been a goner. The enemy is bulletproof, it can fly, and it's fast. I'll be at a disadvantage if this fight drags on. In that case, I've got to end this with one clean shot, he thought to himself. Kim Junsu raised his rifle, and just as the monster swooped in close, he fired a single shot that hit it right between the eyes, sending it straight to hell and scoring him a new attribute in the process. Thought I had it in the bag, and I even learned a high-level aiming attribute. But Kim Junsu's celebration was cut short when he heard the roar of more monsters. This is a pain. The mutants are coming here because of the noise. I can't take on this whole pack head-on. Thinking on his feet, Kim Junsu suddenly came up with a plan. First, he used his stealth attribute to hide in a corner and then waited. Sure enough, a moment later, the monsters arrived, gathering around the corpse of the one he had just killed. That was his cue. Kim Junsu immediately tossed a grenade and then started blasting away at them. Heh, I should use tactics more often in fights. Kim Junsu smirked, looking at the monster corpses scattered on the ground before deactivating his stealth mode. He had underestimated the enemy. It was only then that he realized he was completely surrounded by another group of monsters. What the? These things didn't make a single sound as they approached, so I didn't even notice them. But these aren't mutants. They're ghosts summoned by a dark mage. Damn, there are a lot of them. As Kim Junsu was trying to think of a strategy, one of the monsters suddenly spoke. Mr. Superhuman, I have something to say. How are these things talking? Kim Junsu looked at the monsters, stunned, then understood when he saw the small speakers attached to their heads. The one who wants to talk to me must be the guy who summoned these zombies, Kim Junsu guessed. Just then, the speaker on the zombie's head spoke again. I want to ask you something. Why are you trespassing in our territory? Your territory? Kim Junsu asked, confused, calling a contaminated facility their territory. After a few seconds, Kim Junsu came to his own conclusion. I get it. On the surface, the Protection Association is a charity that specializes in cleaning up contaminated magic energy, but in reality, they're one of the most notorious villainous organizations in Arcane Xun. Cleaning up magically contaminated areas is just a cover for their willingness to do any dirty work to expand their power. They're probably behind this incident too. They create situations where the government has no choice but to ask for their help because of their power and influence. Meanwhile, they use these incidents as an excuse to fire any officials who are hostile towards them. Just then, the voice on the other side spoke again. If there's no reason to continue this battle, let me make a suggestion. You're a talented person. Why not join the Protection Association? Kim Junsu sneered in reply. Join the organization that caused the mutant attacks at the dump site? I'm being serious. With your skills, you could be among the top ranks of the association. Forget it. Kim Junsu flatly refused, adding a loving middle finger. Just hearing the name of your group, I can tell it doesn't suit me. It's not cool at all. Ha! It seems you don't know your place. If you don't want to join, you can do so after you've become one of my undead warriors. As the mage finished his sentence, the horde of zombies charged forward to attack. Kim Junsu opened fire with his guns, mowing the monsters down like grass. But quickly, the body parts of the monsters began to stitch themselves back together, returning to their original state. Realizing his guns were useless against them, Kim Junsu switched to his sword. Because the Holy Light attribute is super effective against Darkness attribute monsters. Wait, a sword? You're not a gunslinger. The monster didn't even get to finish its sentence before Kim Junsu cut it down. Talk less, you little shit. I'll find you and end you soon enough. After that, thanks to his superior attributes, the fight became much easier for Kim Junsu. The only problem was the sheer number of monsters. To avoid getting exhausted, Kim Junsu decided to change tactics. In addition to his specialized endurance-boosting stats like strength, vitality, speed, protection, endurance, and perseverance, Kim Junsu also had the special recovery attribute from his necklace artifact, the steel gauntlet trait from the gauntlets and the holy sword trait from the sword, raising the total number of usable traits from 6 to 9. After equipping them, Kim Junsu tried swinging the sword. It was somewhat effective, but not nearly enough to deal with this massive horde of monsters. Before long, Kim Junsu started getting dizzy from exhaustion. Just then, he unlocked a new trait, Dash. Dash forward a set distance, dealing damage along the way. Thanks to this trait, Kim Junsu zipped around like the wind, taking the life of any monster in his path. But he didn't stop there. Kim Junsu kept experimenting with linking traits together and unlocked another one. Jump. With dash and jump, breaking out of this encirclement will be a piece of cake. And as for these small fry, I can wipe them out in a flash. A moment later, Kim Junsu had cleared out the entire mob. A voice came from the speaker again. Well, what a surprise. I didn't expect you to be a knight. That just makes me want you even more. Kim Junsu looked toward the source of the voice and shot back a challenge. Talking big, are we? Then show your face. What kind of mage is dumb enough to face a warrior head-on? Here's a present for you. Heh heh. The mage let out a laugh and sent Kim Junsu a massive gift. Level 2 zombie shield bearer, undead servant of Karen. My health hasn't even recovered yet. Kim Junsu cursed inwardly. Without giving him a moment to wait, the monster brought its shovel down right where he was standing. Kim Junsu quickly jumped back to dodge. While Kim Junsu was distracted, an arrow suddenly flew out, piercing him through the back. Haha, your attacks aren't half bad. You'll make a useful addition to my army of the undead. The summoner gloated over the speaker. This reminds me of a rule in the game. When you're fighting a summoner, you can't just fight his summoned minions. You have to find the summoner himself. With that in mind, Kim Junsu pretended to charge the monster, but he actually slipped between its legs to get away. He quickly scanned the area and spotted a figure standing on the second floor. Kim Junsu quickly used dash to evade the monster's pursuit, closing the distance to the summoner. This little rat is only good at being a nuisance. Kim Junsu cursed. Getting a closer look at the summoner, Kim Junsu realized it was Karen, an rank summoner. He's a leader of the Protection Guild and the final boss of this stage. So you actually know how to use that brain of yours, huh? Karen was a little surprised to be found out, but he quickly recovered. Things aren't going according to your plan. You'll never even touch me. Karen raised his hands to the sky, and instantly, countless tentacle-like mana hands reached out, restraining Kim Junsu. This cleared a path for arrows to pierce through Kim Junsu's body, making him scream out in pain. I love the echo of screams. You should know your place, buddy, Karen said excitedly. A blazing red orb began to form in his hands. It was Karen's ultimate skill. Black flame, Kim Junsu thought, struggling to break free from the restraints. Seeing Kim Junsu's pathetic struggle, Karen's smile widened as he taunted. Is this all the power you have? Kinda cute for a final battle. You're dead wrong if you think that. I haven't even gotten serious yet. You know what happens when I equip the right traits for a skill meant to counter a summoner like you? Something interesting. As he spoke, Kim Junsu rearranged his trait board, which included the Void Sword Break skill. Enough rambling, just die. Karen roared in anger and shot the fireball at Kim Junsu, completely unaware that his own end was near. When the trinity of swordsmanship, magic, and physical strength are in perfect harmony, a skill appears when the user faces mortal danger. The ultimate sword key, capable of severing all things, tangible and intangible. And so, with a single slash, Kim Junsu cleaved the fireball in two. To Karen's utter astonishment, Kim Junsu then acquired a new trait. Violent lightning, the strongest swordsmanship, comprehensible only to those who have reached the pinnacle of the way of the sword. After the finishing blow that took care of Karen, Kim Junsu collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Despite his fatigue, he couldn't hide the joy on his face as he whispered, "That was a close one. Still, I beat a level 3 superhuman and the dungeon boss, Karen. In the game, you'd need a full party to hunt him at level 2. Even at level 3, you couldn't solo him with just normal traits and gear. The only reason I won is because I've played this game for over 10,000 hours. Regaining a bit of his strength, Kim Junsu stood up and laughed. Now, time to go get my loot. About an hour later, Kim Junsu was in Joyle's office. Besides him and Joyle, there were 3 employees from the Quest Commission, sent to give him his reward. Right now, Joyle was fawning over Kim Junsu, constantly fanning him. You really cleaned up that place full of mutants? You're incredible. Kim Junsu leaned back smugly in his chair, feet propped up on the table, and said with a laugh, "Aw, it was nothing." But then he remembered the 3 other people in the room and quickly pulled his feet down, clutching one of his arms and crying out, "Ouch! I'm injured there. Be careful." Joyle said with a worried look, "Oh no, I'm so sorry for hurting your precious body." The 3 employees from the Quest Commission really couldn't stand watching this third-rate acting anymore. One of them, a man with blonde hair, spoke up, "Thank you for your work, superhuman. I can't believe you defeated all of those mutants." Getting down to business, Kim Junsu and Joyle sat up straight again. "Ah, I was just doing my job. By the way, when I entered the junkyard, something completely different from the request happened. Do you recognize these?" As he spoke, Kim Junsu took out some electronic devices he had collected from the zombies in the junkyard. The moment he saw them, the blonde-haired man recognized them immediately. His expression turning to shock, he said loudly, These are mana chips used to create phantoms. They're used by Karen of the Protection Guild, Kim Junsu said seriously. That's right. This incident wasn't an accident. It was intentional. The blonde-haired man slammed his hand on the table in fury, cursing, "The Protection Guild, those bastards." Seeing this, Kim Junsu asked, "Looks like you're not a big fan of those guys, huh?" The blonde-haired man said, grinding his teeth. "They always charge ridiculous prices, so we've had a really hard time in the past. We've had our disagreements, but I never thought they'd turn innocent people into mutants." Noticing the blonde man's expression, Kim Junsu concluded that he didn't know. That makes sense. The Protection Guild's true, evil face only starts to show after the player completes the junkyard quest. At that moment, the blonde-haired man bowed to Kim Junsu and said, "I apologize, superhuman. Because of us, you were put in unnecessary danger." On the outside, Kim Junsu said modestly, "I just did what I had to do to blow away the bad guys." But inwardly, he was thinking expectantly, "That's more like it. He'd better have something for me besides just an apology." The blonde-haired man pushed a suitcase toward Kim Junsu and said, "This is the reward we promised." Kim Junsu took it, opened it to look, and then asked in surprise, "Thanks. But why are there two cases?" The blonde-haired man smiled and explained, "It's the service fee and a bonus for taking on such a dangerous job." Hearing that, Kim Junsu happily accepted. "Oh, thanks," he said, and then began to examine the bonus reward. "This is Holy River water. I get a vital elixir for free instead of having to buy it at a temple. Sweet." Just as Kim Junsu was reveling in his reward, the blonde-haired man spoke again. "But stay safe, superhuman. We plan to press charges against the Protection Guild based on the evidence you've provided." But before he could finish, Kim Junsu cut in with his own prediction. "They're going to try to come after me." The blonde-haired man confirmed, "Yes, that's right, but we can't let something this big slide." Kim Junsu replied with a casual expression, "I'll be fine. I always find a way to survive." The conversation didn't last long, and soon the three commission employees left. Joel was Kim Junsu's driver. In the car, Joel spoke up. "Superhuman, it might be a good idea to lay low for a while to avoid the Protection Guild." Kim Junsu thought for a moment before replying, "I don't think that's the best idea." He thought to himself, after completing the junkyard quest, the player gets a chain quest that leads to an unavoidable conflict with the Protection Guild. It's a natural progression, since the player already caused trouble for them, not to mention killed the guild director, Karen. The important thing is, the Protection Association's questline branches out a lot, and the worst thing you can do is nothing and just waste time. If that happens, the association's president will raid the player's house with a whole crew of superhumans. Meanwhile, Kim Junsu, the guy with the lowest difficulty, turned to Cho and asked, "Director, have you ever heard of a place called Jeonyu Bong?" Cho replied, "Of course. It's that restricted zone south of Superlim, right? There's a huge poppy farm there, so you'll be in deep shit if you go." Kim Junsu said, "The Protection Association owns that place." Cho jolted. "What? The Protection Association? What the hell are they doing growing poppies?" Kim Junsu said, "It's not just poppies. They're running body modification experiments and human trafficking operations there. They're nothing more than a glorified crime syndicate." Cho seethed with righteous anger. "What? Those fucking psychos!" Kim Junsu said calmly. "Exactly. That's why I'm planning to hit Jeonyu Bong first." Hearing that, Cho's hands trembled, and he almost lost control of the car, nearly swerving into the curb. Luckily, he reacted in time and got the car back on track. Kim Junsu coolly held up his phone screen towards Cho and said, "I need a lot of stuff, so here's a shopping list." Cho glanced over, then frowned. "Claymore mines and B-type mines? What is this? Are you trying to start a war or something? Besides, buying all this is going to cost a fortune." Kim Junsu smirked and said, "Only amateurs worry about money." Then he handed Cho a long box, saying, "Here, these are the items I got from clearing out the monsters at the junkyard." Cho quickly took it and said, "This should cover the cost, but I'm telling you, you can't fight the association alone. The president is a level 4 superhuman and the directors are all level 3. Kim Junsu grinned. "I never said I was going to fight alone." Cho voiced his surprise. Kim Junsu gave a mysterious smile and said, "For now, don't you worry about a thing. Just focus on getting everything on that list." On the evening 2 days later, near the outskirts of the Jeonyu Bong base, 2 guards armed with guns were standing watch. Suddenly, an invisible hand chopped the back of one guard's neck from behind. He let out a single grunt before collapsing to the ground. The other guard saw this and fearfully raised his gun, yelling, "Who's there?" The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach before he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. A second later, Kim Junsu appeared with a silenced pistol in hand, smirking, "Man, I love sneaking in. No matter how many times I do this, it's still a rush. That takes care of the outer guards." Time to check out what's underground. With that, Kim Junsu took out his phone to contact Kim Chael-gwan. Elsewhere, Kim Chael-gwan was knocking out a man with one fist while answering his phone with the other. I'm here, Warrior Kim. Thanks to you clearing the way, we've easily taken over the underground area. Then, he looked at the people imprisoned there and continued, but these guys are real scum, forcing body modifications on people and trafficking them. They've crossed the line. Kim Junsu spoke up. Yeah, they deserve to be wiped out. Did you check it? Kim Chael-gwan replied. This place is a full-blown modification workshop, all right, Kim Junsu said. When this is over, you can have it. It'll help you power up your own people. Kim Chael-gwan said, Sounds good, but are you sure you can handle the Protection Association? It'll be a mess for us if we get dragged into the aftermath. Kim Junsu laughed. Of course I'm sure. Have you ever seen me do something without a damn good reason? After hanging up, Kim Junsu said softly, the John Yu Bong base is their main source of income, yet the security is pretty damn lax. Then, he took out a lighter, flicked it on, and let out a twisted laugh, which makes it the perfect place to kick off the association's downfall. The next morning, in a skyscraper in the city, a member of the Protection Association rushed into a room, panting. Chairman, urgent news! The John Yu Bong base has been attacked! In the room, the chairman of the Protection Association, Park D-Job, was looking out over the city through a glass window. He frowned and glanced at the messenger. What do you mean? The messenger replied, the guy who went after Director Karen. He's also taken over the John Yu Bong base. The messenger had barely finished when his jaw dropped in terror. D-Job, enraged, had slammed his fist down, smashing a chunk out of his stone desk, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he roared. How dare he attack us so blatantly? The messenger stammered in fear, took out a phone and held it out to D-Job with a trembling hand. He also sent this. D-Job snatched the phone and looked. When he saw a selfie of Kim Junsu posing with a sea of flames raging behind him, D-Job instantly crushed the phone in his hand and screamed, That bastard burned down our farm! Warrior Kim, is it? I'll hunt him down and tear him to pieces. Early the next morning, a large number of fully armed men, divided into teams, approached the John Yu Bong base from various directions. They were members of the Protection Association, sent to eliminate Kim Junsu and retake the John Yu Bong base. One of the teams stopped a few hundred meters from the base to observe. The bald man leading the team saw the thick black smoke still billowing from the base and gritted his teeth in anger. He really torched the entire poppy farm. The colorful-haired subordinate behind him also chimed in. That Warrior Kim guy. He's got to be insane. The bald man turned to the men behind him and shouted, All we have to do is capture that madman. Let's move in and secure the situation fast. Let's show the chairman the power of the External Affairs Department, the men roared in unison. Roger that. As they advanced, the bald man looked back at the subordinate with colored hair and warned, he might be sniping at us from inside the building. Be careful. The guy with the dyed hair spoke up. Got it. We'll waste him the second we spot him. But the words had barely left his mouth when he clocked the barrel of a gun poking out of a cracked window. He quickly pointed and yelled, Wait, there's a gun in that window. The bald man reacted in a flash, raising his gun, aiming, and firing a shot that shattered the window. The gun clattered to the ground outside. The bald man said smugly, Just as I predicted. The colorful-haired subordinate grinned, brown-nosing. That was sick, Captain. Just then, the ground suddenly began to shake, making the men stumble. The men cried out in confusion. What the hell? The bald man also looked back in suspicion and saw a massive explosion erupt from the crowd behind him, causing huge casualties in an instant. The bald man screamed in horror. Shit, it's a claymore. The colorful-haired man was even more terrified, his whole body shaking as he asked, What do we do, Captain? Before the bald man could answer, he heard someone yell, Captain, rocket launcher! Hearing that, the bald man instinctively looked up and saw a rocket heading right for his position. The bald man's eyes widened as he mumbled, Damn it! Then, with a deafening boom, a massive cloud of smoke and dust shot into the sky. In the control room, Kim Junsu, his eyes dark with exhaustion, watched the scene on the monitor and laughed out loud. Pulling an all-nighter to plant bombs in mines was totally worth it. He then glanced at the stealth characteristic in his status window and said with a smug grin, Thanks to my unique characteristic, there's no way they could have detected them beforehand. I'm not crazy enough to take on 100 of you head-on. I'll just kill you all from this underground control room. As he finished speaking, Kim Junsu placed his hands on 2 red buttons on the console, activating bombs in other locations. For a moment, explosions continuously rocked the area around the base, wiping out all life within the blast radii. Only one squad remained completely unscathed. They stood calmly inside a protective barrier, and their leader was none other than D-Job. When the explosion stopped, D-Job spoke with a grim expression. Looks can be deceiving. It seems he prepared thoroughly. Just what you'd expect from someone who'd dare to provoke us directly. At that moment, a man from the squad stepped forward and said, "Leave it to me. I have completed my analysis of his tactics." This was Cybobox, a level 3, L-class superhuman, and the vice chairman of the Protection Association. D-Job seemed to have great faith in Cybobox, not only allowing it but even smiling as he said, "Bring him back alive. I want to make his death as painful as possible." So, Cybobox led a group forward. One of his men tossed a grenade a short distance ahead of them. After the explosion faded, the man reported, "It's clear here." Cybobox said, "Good. Keep throwing grenades to check for traps and approach slowly." The man who threw the grenade shouted, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Cybobox spotted a rocket hurtling towards them from above. He didn't even try to dodge. He just smacked the missile away with his weapon, sending it off to explode somewhere else. Then, Cybobox turned to look at a guy with a sniper rifle and asked, "You got a lock?" The sniper replied, "Yeah, it was fired from the right side of the rooftop." As soon as he said that, the guy took aim and fired, successfully destroying the missile launcher Kim Junsu had set up on the roof. Cybobox smirked and said, "Perfect, we're close to the shelter. Let's show him what hell really feels like, though he's probably already getting a taste." It didn't take long for Cybobox's crew to get inside the shelter. Kim Junsu saw the whole thing on his surveillance monitors. "Ch, that's Cybobox for you. They're seriously ruthless, huh?" While he was lost in thought, Kim Junsu noticed the alarm light on his desk flash on. He immediately stood up, smirking. "They're faster than I thought. The Rookie Star Killer mission really lives up to its name." A few seconds later, the doorknob was shot to pieces. "Why are you hiding underground like a rat? Come on, come out and play with us." With a laugh, two girls armed with guns stepped into the room. These two were Ebony and VIP, third-tier superhumans, L-class, directors of the Protection Association. When they saw the room was empty, VIP and Ebony spoke up. "Huh? Wait a sec, did he know we were coming?" What they didn't know was that Kim Junsu had used his Shadow Step and Play Dead traits to turn invisible and was standing right beside them. Of course, he knew the Protection Association's plan was to cause a ruckus out front, pretending to wage a war of attrition. While the assassin directors made their move from the back, he laughed to himself. "Of course I know all your little tricks. Eat this." Kim Junsu pulled the pin on a flashbang and threw it onto the floor. The noise made Ebony and VIP turn their heads just in time to be blinded by the brilliant flash. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Junsu dashed out, laughing, "I don't have time to play with you guys. Bye-bye." Ebony and VIP knew they'd been tricked by Kim Junsu, but they were still blind and could only scream in fury. "You son of a bitch. When I get my hands on you, I'll tear you to shreds." Kim Junsu didn't have time to care. He rushed up the stairs thinking, "Those assassins will be on my tail soon. Gotta move fast." But just as he reached the next floor, two bullets zipped past him from behind. Luckily, they missed. The two bullets grazed past his head and punched two holes in the wall. "Damn it, they caught up already? Gotta get my defenses up," he thought. Kim Junsu quickly equipped two traits, Mana Shield and Protection. Then he turned around and created a shield large enough to block the entire hallway, stopping Ebony and VIP from chasing him. Ebony and VIP both fired at the massive shield, but their bullets couldn't get through. Seeing this, Kim Junsu stuck his tongue out to taunt them. "Shoot all you want, I'll block everything." VIP didn't look angry at all. She just smiled and raised her gun again. "Block our bullets? You really think so?" With that, VIP pulled the trigger. This time, the bullet shattered the shield and hit the fleeing Kim Junsu, who cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. VIP smirked. "How'd you like that? It was an explosive magic bullet." Kim Junsu struggled to get up, cursing under his breath. "Damn it." Ebony added, "Here's dessert." She fired a green arrow that struck Kim Junsu in the hip. Ebony spoke again. "This is nothing compared to the pain I'm about to make you feel." Kim Junsu forced himself to his feet, flipped them the bird, and said, "Bullshit. You're just a couple of bad guys in tight suits." Hearing that, VIP yelled in fury. "What did you say? You little brat, this will teach you some manners." As she spoke, she charged forward and kicked Kim Junsu in the face, sending him flying backward into a large clock before he crashed to the floor, struggling to get up. A sudden wave of pain hit Kim Junsu, making him collapse again. "Hurts, doesn't it? It's a potent poison that attacks the arteries. Pretty hard to endure." As they spoke, Ebony and VIP slowly walked toward Kim Junsu. VIP grabbed Kim Junsu by the collar, laughing. "Let's take him to the chairman." Just then, Kim Junsu grinned. He grabbed her wrist and said, "Welcome. You've reached your destination." Inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Acting is harder than I thought." Ebony and VIP were startled by Kim Junsu's strange behavior. "What?" Kim Junsu asked with a grin. "Hear that ticking sound? Doesn't it ring a bell?" Ebony and VIP shouted in annoyance. "What the hell are you talking about?" Kim Junsu gave a dangerous smile and said, "Sounds like a giant time bomb, doesn't it?" Then, without waiting for them to react, he added the Swift Dash trait to his trait board. "All right, you can rot here." With that, Kim Junsu was gone in a flash, instantly dozens of meters away. Both Ebony and VIP are as strong as Karen. I wasn't sure I could win in a straight fight. I unequipped all my traits to put on an act, luring them to the clock while they let their guard down. Because inside that clock, I'd packed a ton of white phosphorus explosives that cost me over $1 billion. Thinking this, Kim Junsu looked back at Ebony and VIP, pressed the detonator in his hand, and smirked. "Sweet dreams, darlings." Only then did Ebony and VIP realize they had fallen into another one of Kim Junsu's traps, but it was too late. All they could do was curse helplessly before being swallowed by the massive explosion. Looks like I successfully got rid of those enemies, but more are coming. I need to recover my health, fast. Especially since I don't know when that cyborg guy. Before Kim Junsu could finish his sentence, Cybobox and his lackeys appeared. Looking at the blood splattered next to his comrades' weapons, Cybobox ground his teeth in anger and said, "You defeated Ebony and VIP." Kim Junsu wasn't scared at all. He even winked and replied with a smile, "And in a little bit, you'll end up just like them. Heh, don't expect an easy death. I'll torture you until you're begging me to kill you. So vicious. Try to be more humane next time. Enough talk. I'll end you right here." Cybobox gave a hand signal, and his underlings immediately pointed their guns at Kim Junsu. "But you know, I'm actually glad you guys made it here. It's more than I could have hoped for. When you reinforced your bodies with machinery, you did exactly what I wanted. So, thanks. You idiots are just here to boost my EXP." With that, Kim Junsu hit the detonator for the 1,000,000,001 demolition mine he'd planted on the ceiling, then opened fire on his opponents with a shotgun. When the dust settled, all the enemies were wiped out except for Cybobox. Kim Junsu feigned surprise and said, "Tough bastard, how much money did you sink into that body? Even that mine was useless. Guess I have no choice. I'll tear you apart right here." Cybobox lunged at Kim Junsu in a flash, slashing the gun out of Kim Junsu's hand with his weaponized arm before swinging again. Luckily, Kim Junsu drew his sword just in time to block, otherwise, he would have been a goner. Cybobox continued his relentless assault, while Kim Junsu was forced on the defensive. Damn it, he's too strong. I have to overwhelm him with speed to get the upper hand. Kim Junsu suddenly dodged to the side and slashed at Cybobox's flank. The impact not only failed to hurt Cybobox, but it also gave him an opening to grab the sword and pull Kim Junsu in close. He then activated the system in his leg and launched a kick that sent Kim Junsu flying. This is bad. His body is covered in reinforced mana. Blades are useless. Without giving Kim Junsu a moment to breathe, Cybobox leaped forward in an instant, kicked him straight in the gut, and then stomped on his chest. He stood over the heavily injured boy and taunted, "What did you expect from that pathetic, fleshy body of yours? I'll chop off your arm first, to teach you what real pain is." Cybobox raised his hand to strike, but then noticed that Kim Junsu was now holding a pistol. "What's with that pistol? Looking at that disgusting body of yours gave me an idea." Kim Junsu replied with a smirk, "Haven't you realized yet that normal bullets are useless against me? But this isn't a normal bullet, it's black fire." The moment the black fire made contact, Cybobox's entire body burst into flames. The agony made him squeal like a stuck pig. Your machine body runs on mana, and black fire burns mana away. In other words, once the black fire latches onto your body, there's no way to put it out. That's why I said that reinforcing your body with machinery has its weaknesses. Kim Junsu stood up, sword in hand, and finished Cybobox with a single strike. With that done, Kim Junsu slung his gun over his shoulder, climbed onto the roof, and started gunning down the Protection Association's grunts. Without those powerful directors around, you guys are finished. Ugh, the sound of screaming is so soothing. Just as Kim Junsu was gloating, a deafening sound rang out. My eardrums! A battle cry! So he's finally joining the fight, huh? At the same time, down on the ground, a tall, dark figure appeared. From those tiger-like red eyes, Kim Junsu knew right away it was him, Park Desop, a level 4 superhuman and the chairman of the Protection Association. Just you wait, you bastard. With that, Desop crouched and leaped, launching himself directly from the ground to the 5th floor rooftop where Kim Junsu was standing. I've never been humiliated like this before. I'll take great pleasure in punishing you for messing with the Protection Association. Desop concentrated mana into his arm and lunged at Kim Junsu, moving so fast that he couldn't even draw his sword and took the full brunt of his punch. If I hadn't switched my trait to defense, I'd be dead meat, but I can't beat him fighting defensively. With that thought, Kim Junsu attacked Desop with a lightning bolt, but the guy just tilted his body and easily dodged it, then sneered, "You've got some interesting skills. How about this one?" Kim Junsu pulled out his gun and fired a black flame at Desop, but he blocked it with a protective shield. Then he took back the offensive, pummeling Kim Junsu with a flurry of punches. He's too strong. Seriously, this was a lost cause from the get-go. Park Desop was born an SR rank character, while I'm just a starter character, and he completely overpowers me in level. The gap is insane. The only way a level 2 superhuman can beat a level 4 is for me to activate the mutant body and mutant muscle traits to form the mutant warrior Kim state, basically turning myself into a monster. Knowing he could lose his mind at any moment in this form, Kim Junsu had prepared something. The Madman's Glasses grant the wearer the rage trait for a limited time. This thing has the exact trait I need right now. Kim Junsu crushed the Madman's Glasses in his hand, and a notification window popped up instantly. Rage trait acquired. All mental distractions have been cleared. Focus solely on the battle. Power unleashed beyond its limits. With his preparations complete, Kim Junsu kicked off the fight, charging forward to give Dezop one of his own loving punches. Dezop threw up both arms, successfully blocking Kim Junsu's powerful strike. I don't know what the hell you just used, but things are definitely getting more interesting. Let me test it out, Dezop said excitedly. Then he also activated an enhancement trait and went all out in a brawl with Kim Junsu. The two traded blows, one punch for another. This unintentionally allowed Kim Junsu to acquire two new traits, superhuman strength and iron armor, causing the thrill of the fight to take over his consciousness. I can do this all day, Kim Junsu said. All right, I'll give you that. It's been a while since I've had a fight like this, but I've finished analyzing you. This is my victory. Dezop's eyes flashed red as he declared with absolute confidence, "Stop bullshitting me." Kim Junsu angrily threw a punch at Dezop, only to hit empty air. Kim Junsu kept attacking Dezop relentlessly, but Dezop could read all his moves and dodge them with ease. Punches and kicks are useless. You have no foundation in combat whatsoever. With that, Dezop landed a solid punch to Kim Junsu's gut, making him cough up a huge mouthful of blood. You bastard. Kim Junsu furiously swung his fist. Watching you fight is like seeing a clumsy punch from someone who doesn't know the first thing about fighting. Dezop ducked to avoid it, then landed a precise uppercut that sent Kim Junsu flying back a dozen meters. This is bad, he's got the upper hand. Plus, the effect of the rage trait is weakening. There's no other choice. I have to put everything into this next attack. I have to give up on close combat. Having made his decision, Kim Junsu secretly swapped his iron armor trait for the monocore trait. Noticing a change in the aura surrounding Kim Junsu, Dezop said warily, "What kind of dirty trick are you plotting now? I'm ending this right here." With that, he dashed towards Kim Junsu, preparing to launch an attack. I admit you're better than me in close combat. But you see, I'm not a martial artist, I'm a swordsman. Kim Junsu's left hand grabbed Dezop's right and held it tight. At the same time, his right hand transformed into a sword and punched a donut right through Dezop's stomach. That was a good fight. You monster, Dezop whispered before collapsing to the ground. Abnormal status detected. Changes in the body are being sensed. Following the notification, a stream of golden light enveloped Junsu, returning his body to its human form. At the same time, he leveled up to a superhuman rank Kim-class warrior. Thank God. Leveled up just in time. What a lucky day, Junsu muttered before losing consciousness and collapsing. When he woke up, he found himself lying in a mana bath. Am I home? Just as Junsu was looking around confused, Choi Seo appeared. Superhuman, are you okay? Choi Seo rushed over and hugged Junsu, bursting into tears. What happened, Director Choi? I thought you actually freaking died back there. You were lying on the ground with the guys from the Protection Guild, Choi sniffled in reply. Choi's childish behavior made Junsu laugh. Ah, so you brought me home. I get it. I noticed you were still breathing, so I put you in the mana spring. You were out for a whole week. Oh, now that you mention it, I feel a lot better. You're incredible taking out that whole heretic guild by yourself. We've been getting a ton of calls from the Bureau about this, Choi said excitedly. I know, right? I'm pretty special. You're not just special, you're a total badass, Choi said, giving him a double thumbs up as a sign of his admiration, which made Junsu grin from ear to ear. I've gathered the spoils from the battle. Take a look and let me know if you need anything else. I need to recover first. And now that I've hit level 3, there's a place I gotta go. 1 week later, Junsu returned to the superhuman building to undergo a mana measurement. Warrior Kim, 22 years old, male. Class, level 3 warrior, 6-layer circuit. I'll get my official certification and all kinds of awesome perks. As Junsu was happily thinking to himself, he heard applause from behind. That's amazing. You're the superhuman, right? Baek Soyi praised him. I've never seen anyone grow that fast. Are you gonna build your own country in the future or something? Junsu scratched his head and laughed. Nah, I'm not going that far. Can I get my certification now? Right, of course. Please follow me, Baek Soyi said with a bright smile. A moment later, Baek Soyi handed the official certification to Junsu and couldn't help but sigh. I'm honestly so jealous of you. Junsu was a little surprised to hear that. Me? Why? For a lot of reasons. I wish I could be as strong as you, Baeksoyi replied sadly. Seeing her expression now reminded him of her game counterpart, which felt a little strange to Junsu, but an idea quickly popped into his head. Do you want to become a superhuman? Junsu asked tentatively. Of course. Who wouldn't? Then why don't you become my student? Baeksoyi jumped. If you want, I guarantee I can turn you into a superhuman. You can trust me. I can see your potential. Miss Baeksoyi, unaware of how much of a beast she would become in the future, was deeply moved and immediately accepted Junsu's offer. Smart move. You don't need to pay any tuition. You can pay me back after you become a superhuman, Baeksoyi said, a little worried. That's great and all, but I should tell you that I failed to awaken even after taking specialized classes. It's not that easy, even for you. Don't worry about a thing. Just trust me. Of course, Junsu wasn't bothered by this at all, as he knew all about the awakening story of Baeksoyi, the Slaughter Star, a trait that signified the rebirth of a murderous aura that would paint the world in blood. This was the #1 core trait of the Berserker, Baeksoyi. However, while it grants a huge amount of experience through combat, it also has side effects. There's a high risk that her mind could be worn down, turning her into a psychopath or a crazed murderer obsessed with fighting. Baeksoyi had an awakening story that matched her trait. Thinking of that story, Junsu warned Baeksoyi that she would need to prepare herself mentally. Hearing this, Baeksoyi smiled shyly. Do I need a lot of money? I only make 20 million won a year. Junsu smiled and replied, No, you'll need mental fortitude more than money. Just as Baeksoyi was about to ask more, a woman suddenly entered the room. Excuse me, Mr. Kim. Someone has requested a meeting with you. Could we go up to the 5th floor area? An invitation from the 5th floor? Junsu was a bit surprised but chose to follow the woman. The superhuman tower separates floors based on level. Since Junsu was called to the 5th floor, it meant a level 5 superhuman had summoned him. While Junsu was racking his brain trying to figure out who called him, the elevator quickly stopped on the 5th floor, and the person who had called him was someone Junsu never expected, Yujin. Thanks to his awakening, Yujin had now become the director of Security 1, as well as a level 5 superhuman. I had a feeling, but it's really you. Congratulations on getting your level 3 certification, teacher. It's great to see you here. You too. Junsu replied with a casual laugh, secretly feeling jealous. Even considering his innate talent and rich family, isn't level 5 a bit too fast? I want you to have this. It's a congratulatory gift for you, Yujin said as he handed a gift box to Junsu. You didn't have to, Junsu said politely, but his hands were already opening the gift box, an item with a mana concentration trait. This is perfect for a mana-based warrior like me, Junsu beamed, cheerfully patting Yujin on the shoulder. I mean, I can't just refuse a gift from a friend, right? Thanks. Please put it to good use, Yujin replied with a smile. Then he asked, a bit hesitantly, Warrior teacher, there's actually another reason I wanted to see you. Can I ask for a favor? A favor? Why so serious all of a sudden? Would you be willing to help my friends? Are they also infected with the divine fever, like I was? They were also infected by the order of the Father's will. Yes. I have 4 friends who have been suffering since they were kids, Yujin answered honestly. 4 people infected with the divine fever. Wait, does he mean times those times characters? If so, this is the perfect chance to make things easier for myself. Thinking to himself, Junsu put on a righteous act and agreed to help. I can't just ignore people in need, but can I meet them before the treatment? Yujin, of course, didn't refuse and immediately arranged for them to meet at his house. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Junsu knew he had guessed right. They were the supporting characters for the Holy Knight, Yujin. They were all children of high society families, basically held hostage by the order of the Father's will. Let me get one thing straight. You were all forcibly and involuntarily baptized, right? Yes, that's right. Can it really be cured? Junsu replied, My cure is actually extremely painful. However, you will awaken just like Eugene here, if you can endure it. Can you do it? The 4 of them looked at each other, then replied in unison, We'll do whatever it takes to get rid of this divine fever. We're counting on you. And so, 1 week later, with Junsu's help though, it was mostly due to their own innate talents, Eugene's 4 friends successfully awakened. As a result, Junsu also received quite a few valuable gifts from the families of these 4 rich kids. But those things weren't the real reward he was hoping for. Junsu took the initiative to request a private meeting with the representative of the Galaxy department store, the parent of one of the 4 rich kids. I have a favor to ask of you. Yes, for you, I'm willing to do anything. Teacher Junsu said with a serious expression, I want to enter the hidden gold mine located under the Hanam branch of the Galaxy department store. Hearing this, the Galaxy representative vehemently denied the gold mine's existence. There's no such thing under our department store. I'm talking about the one located between the walls of sections On and Atu on the 8th basement floor, below the parking garage. Are you sure it's not there? The Galaxy representative waved his hands dismissively. I don't know how you found out about it, but even if it's you asking, I can't do it. I promise I won't say a single word about what I see in there. Seeing the hesitation in the Galaxy representative's eyes, Junsu added, just for one day. That's all I'm asking. I'll keep the secret you want hidden. And so, the next day, Junsu brought Baek Soyi to the gold mine. I can't believe there's a hidden space behind a wall, Baek Soyi marveled. See? I told you this is where you'd awaken. You have no idea how much trouble I went through to get us in here. Baek Soyi asked, a bit apprehensively, but are we really going to train in a secluded place like this? Of course. I promise it'll be fun. Junsu replied with a smile. Characters with the Heavenly Slaughter Star trait can't awaken through normal means. You have to put them in an extreme situation where they're fighting for their lives. And this is an unknown dungeon, the very place where Baek Soyi is fated to awaken. Warrior, it's so dark in here, and the smell is weird too. It's making me nervous. No sooner had Baek Soyi finished speaking than a scream echoed out. A zombie appeared, swinging its arm and attacking Baek Soyi, shattering her glasses. Soldier, help me! Baek Soyi screamed in terror, but all she got was Kim Junsu tossing her a sword and saying, time to practice. Huh? What? Take out the zombie yourself, Kim Junsu replied coldly. Baek Soyi shot Kim Junsu a terrified look. What do you mean by that? I mean fight for your life. That's the only way you're going to awaken. What? What kind of crazy talk is that? Before Baek Soyi could even finish, the zombie rushed at her again. Get lost, you monster. Pissed off, Baek Soyi swung the sword and sent the zombie straight to hell. Even Kim Junsu was shocked. What the hell? How did a random swing pack that much punch? Huh. Maybe she's got way more talent than I thought. Nice one. Great start, wasn't it? Kim Junsu said, clapping. Baek Soyi snapped back, pouting. You're such a jerk. You can't just tell me to fight with zero warning. But you did a great job, didn't you? Kim Junsu chuckled, pointing at the zombie stretched out on the ground. Asterisk. Just as I'd expect from one of the top 3 warrior characters in the game, even before awakening, she can fight like that because of her Heavenly Slayer Star trait kicking in. Asterisk, Kim Junsu thought. So, do I really have to fight by myself? Yeah, but don't worry. At the very least, I won't let you die, Kim Junsu reassured her. Huh? That's not the least bit convincing, you know? Baek Soyi retorted, completely unimpressed. So they pushed deeper into the gold mine. Baek Soyi's ridiculously good performance made Kim Junsu curious. You mentioned taking some superpower classes before. Did you learn how to use a sword there? Nope, never had a single lesson. You're the one who said I was talented, right? Baek Soyi answered with a grin. Kim Junsu forced a smile, thinking to himself, asterisk, and I had to go through absolute hell just to get a single trait. Asterisk, asterisk, this is just way too broken. Asterisk, the two of them continued on. This place is deeper than I thought. I can't see an end. How much farther do we have to go? Kim Junsu didn't answer, just smiled secretly to himself. Asterisk, the truth is, it won't end until you awaken. Asterisk, suddenly, a zombie with a drill for an arm lunged at Baek Soyi. Luckily, she reacted fast, but it was a close call, barely dodging the lethal attack. Asterisk, the drill zombie was a tough enemy back in the game. Maybe I should help out. Asterisk. As it turned out, Kim Junsu's concern was completely pointless. Zombies are supposed to fight bare-handed. How dare you use a weapon? Baek Soyi yelled, then finished it off with 2 basic swings. Whoa, a flawless victory. It's like my body just moved on its own. Baek Soyi turned to tell Kim Junsu, but she let her guard down and the zombie managed to bite her leg. She killed the zombie, then asked nervously, what am I supposed to do now? Kim Junsu ran over to check her wound. Well, usually when a zombie bites you, you turn into a zombie, please. Kill me before I turn, Baek Soyi whimpered, as dark green veins started to pop out on her face and arm. Seeing her state, Kim Junsu put on a serious face, then pulled a vial from his pocket and broke into a huge grin. Don't worry, I've got a solution all ready to go. After she was treated, Baek Soyi and Kim Junsu sat down for a break. That was a huge shock, Baek Soyi said gratefully. I really thought I was about to turn into one of those gross things. This world is so brutal. Kim Junsu replied with a smile. But the zombies here are a little weird from their outfits to their gear. It feels like this place is artificial. You're right. The Galaxy store was built way faster than normal, considering how huge it is. It was possible thanks to a huge number of workers, but the demanding schedule caused many to get injured or even die. And yet, the official death toll for the project was 0. The shady construction companies buried them right here. Later on, the head of the Galaxy store found out, but since it would have destroyed their public image, he sealed off this area to hide the secret. Kim Junsu explained. I can't believe this place has such a dark secret, Beksoi said, but how do you know all this? Asterisk, because the temple unleashed zombies to conquer Seoul, and the dungeon that opened was this restricted area of the Galaxy Store. Asterisk, that was the truth. But of course, Kim Junsu couldn't say that, so he dodged the question. Let's just say I have a special kind of ability. Beksoi seemed to trust him completely and didn't press further. Kim Junsu stared intently at Beksoi, thinking, asterisk, this is where she's supposed to awaken after a zombie attack, so I figured this would be the perfect spot. But I'm still not seeing any signs. Asterisk, those poor victims. They're still suffering even after they died, Beksoi said. She stood up, her face filled with determination. In that case, the least we can do is help them finally rest in peace. Oh? Kim Junsu said. Looks like you found your motivation. That, and I just have this strange feeling that I'm supposed to keep fighting, Beksoi replied honestly. Asterisk. Haha, it's starting. Asterisk, Kim Junsu thought gleefully, then urged her to move on. As they walked, the path grew pitch black. Whoa, it's suddenly freezing cold. This place is super creepy. Stay sharp. After walking a little further, they came to a warehouse. A children's story was playing from inside, but the narration was bone-chillingly creepy. Suddenly, the radio filled with static, letting out a deafening screech that made both Kim Junsu and Beksoi clamp their hands over their ears. An icicle-like object dropped from the ceiling, right over Beksoi's head. Luckily, Kim Junsu was on high alert. He grabbed Beksoi and yanked her aside, saving her from the danger, but he was injured himself. Asterisk, the fused ghost of the Galaxy Store restricted area, a grade 3 mutant. Asterisk, a grade 3 mutant. Kim Junsu clutched his wounded arm and yelled at Beksoi, "You need to get out of here. You can't handle this thing yet." But before another word could be said, hundreds of sharp icicles flew towards them. Kim Junsu swung his sword and shattered them, but was immediately hit by a gigantic ice beam that slammed him against the wall behind them. "Soldier!" Beksoi yelled, about to rush toward him, but he stopped her. "Beksoi, run! I'll buy as much time as I can. How could I just abandon you here?" Beksoi cried out. "One of us has to make it out of here alive. I can't do it. Beksoi, the reason I have so much faith in your talent is because you are the Heavenly Slayer star. So have faith in yourself, and through that, you will awaken." As another volley of ice shards shot towards them, Kim Junsu added, "My lesson ends here. Asterisk, trust myself? How am I supposed to do that?" Asterisk. As a result, the rain of ice was completely obliterated by an unknown force. "I will trust in myself and in you, soldier, so don't you dare give up." Beksoi's whole body was engulfed in a divine golden light, meaning she had awakened as a level 1 SSR class superhuman warrior. With just one sword strike, Beksoi smashed the ice pillar and freed Kim Junsu. Asterisk, what is this power? This is awesome. I've actually awakened. Asterisk, Beksoi was so overjoyed she didn't notice an ice pillar flying right at her. Just as it was about to end her life, a figure dashed in and smashed the pillar to pieces, saving her. "Now that you're awakened, there's no need to keep up the act," Kim Junsu said with a huge grin. "An act? The awakening of a Heavenly Slayer star requires a life and death battle, and the willpower to push through it. You put yourself in all that danger, just to make me awaken? You did an amazing job. Now, it's time for the real fight." At that moment, the monster let out a piercing shriek and fired a volley of bone ice darts at them. Seeing this, Beksoi muttered nervously, "Uh-oh, I think it's mad now." "Don't worry," Kim Junsu reassured her quietly. "Just block its attacks directly." The moment he said it, he dashed forward, sword swinging. The ice darts were knocked away just like that. Kim Junsu raised an eyebrow at Beksoi. "See? Piece of cake." But when he turned his head, he saw that Beksoi was frozen solid. He rushed over, asking, "Are you all right?" Asterisk. Then again, even if she has awakened, she's only level 1. She can't have full control of her power yet. Asterisk. After a long moment, the bone ice melted. Beksoi shivered a little, then shook her head and said, "I got hit by quite a few ice spikes, but it doesn't hurt that much." Kim Junsu nodded, feeling a bit guilty. Asterisk. Right. Everyone gets a unique trait when they first awaken, and Beksoi's is invincibility. Asterisk. Asterisk. Before she awakened, she felt like she could die at any second. This trait suits her perfectly. It's a top-tier defensive trait. Asterisk. As for Kim Junsu, he had awakened multiple times and gained the insight trait, which allows him to see the traits of others. Asterisk. This skill is insanely powerful. Asterisk. While Kim Junsu was thinking, Beksoi suddenly said, "I don't think I'll be needing any more help." He nodded without a second thought. "Sounds good. Let's get our Heavenly Slayer star some training." At that very moment, the bone ice darts came flying at them again in a frenzy. This time, Kim Junsu and Beksoi didn't just stand there and take it, they took off running. Baek had just awakened the rush trait, so she wasn't getting hit by those ice daggers anymore. Seeing this, Kim Junsu couldn't help but think, heh, so she's already learned rush. Nice, Baek replied with a small smile. My body feels so light, like I'm flying. It makes me want to keep fighting. But the moment she finished speaking, she suddenly saw something and her eyes narrowed. Two massive blocks of ice were hurtling toward them. Kim Junsu jumped out of the way without a second thought, but then he remembered Baek and quickly yelled, "No, wait, let me." But before he could even finish his sentence, Baek cut him off. No need. Then, to Kim Junsu's astonishment, she leaped high into the air. With a loud crash, the two ice blocks smashed into the ground and exploded. Seeing that, Kim Junsu immediately praised her. Sweet move. He hadn't expected Baek to be able to use leap too. Baek let out a sigh of relief, saying happily, "It really is like flying." With that, she stretched again and, looking ready for a fight, asked, "So, soldier boy, what should I do now?" The more Kim Junsu watched her, the more worried he got. Baek was about to get stronger than him, just like Uin. Snapping out of it, Kim Junsu said slowly, "Just keep it busy for a bit. I'll take care of it." He had taught Baek everything she needed to know, so he had to end this quickly. Baek had no objections and nodded. "Okay, got it." The moment she spoke, she stepped forward. A second later, she shot off like the wind, dodging every single one of the monster's ice daggers while yelling, "Come on, hit me, you idiot!" Watching from the side, Kim Junsu muttered in disbelief. Baek has all those traits already? Her talent is just that insane. At that, he could only let out a resigned laugh. Well, I guess I've taught her enough. Time to end this. With those words, he charged forward with his sword. A sharp blade of light carrying immense power slashed out. The speed and trajectory of the attack were unbelievably fast, reaching the monster in the blink of an eye. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, filling the entire basement with smoke and fire. Watching this insane display, Baek couldn't help but exclaim, "Soldier boy, that attack was crazy strong." Kim Junsu just shook his head and chuckled. It was nothing. As they were talking, something fell from the air. It looked a lot like a phone. Kim Junsu walked over and picked it up, muttering with a frown, "This is the monster's mana core." Baek asked in disbelief, "A phone can be a mana core," Kim Junsu slowly explained. "For a ghost-type monster like that one, it's totally normal." Just then, an image of a little girl appeared on the phone. After looking at it for a moment, Kim Junsu explained, "A worker died giving his life to protect his daughter. His grudge seeped into this phone, turning it into the mana core." After hearing the story, Baek heart ached. She said, choking up, "I hope he can rest in peace now." Kim Junsu nodded slightly. "He will." At that moment, the phone suddenly began to glow. It was lifted into the air by some invisible force, and, in a flash, it transformed into two strange objects. Baek stared at them, confused, and asked, "What are these?" Kim Junsu explained slowly, "They're called crystals. If you know how to use them, you can get much better gear. It's an awesome reward from the boss of the Galaxy Store dungeon." Just then, the ground began to shake violently, startling both of them. Baek asked in a panic, "What's going on?" Kim Junsu realized what was happening and said urgently, "We beat the boss, so this place is going to collapse." Hearing that, Baek asked nervously, "So what do we do?" Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at her and said, "You used to those new movement skills you just learned?" Baek was a bit dazed, not understanding what was happening. Kim Junsu didn't have time to explain. He turned and took off running, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Run! If you don't want to die, then run." He was fast, covering a good distance in an instant. Seeing that Baek was still lagging far behind, Kim Junsu yelled back, "Run as fast as you can. If you're slow, you're dead." Baek was trying as hard as she could. She ran forward frantically, saying helplessly, "I can't go any faster." Hearing this, Kim Junsu frowned. They were still pretty far from the portal. Could she really push past her limits? While he was thinking, a rock fell and blocked Baek path. She panicked for a second, but then her eyes quickly filled with determination. After that, Baek quickly picked up her pace and charged forward. She'd worked too damn hard to awaken. There was no way she was going to die here. At the same time, the ground behind her was constantly cracking and crumbling. Up ahead, Kim Junsu had found the portal. He yelled out, "Here it is, this gate!" Baek frowned and muttered, "We're there already?" Kim Junsu looked at her battered state and couldn't help but worry. He couldn't help her, because Baek still had one more trait to acquire. The reason she becomes one of the strongest is because of 3 traits. The Heavenly Slaughterstar trait helps Baek grow incredibly fast, and the Invincibility trait counteracts its side effects. And then there's one last one. Meanwhile, Baek was running for her life toward the portal, but obstacles just kept appearing. Falling rubble smashed into her shoulder, and fresh blood started to flow. Baek Soyi collapsed to the ground in pain. She bit her lip hard, clutched her wound, and forced herself back up, muttering with determination, "I'm not giving up. I have to survive." Instantly, streams of blood-red energy appeared around Baek Soyi's body, and in a flash, she vanished. Her final trait had awakened, the locomotive trait. Baek Soyi easily blew past the obstacles in her way. Up ahead, Kim Junsu watched this unfold in shock. Where'd she go? Did she fail? His expression instantly darkened. But just then, Baek Soyi's figure shot out from the air. She grabbed onto Kim Junsu and yelled, "Let's go! Hurry up!" Kim Junsu was a bit stunned by the sudden grab, but before he could react, a layer of energy surrounded them, and they both vanished amidst the collapsing ruins. The narrow escape trait had saved them. When they reappeared, they were on a city street, surrounded by a crowd of people. Their sudden appearance confused the crowd, but Kim Junsu couldn't care less. He let out a sigh of relief. "Nice one. I knew you could do it." Baek Soyi had awakened all three traits, and even narrow escape on top of that. Just then, a whimpering voice suddenly called out, "Hey, soldier boy!" Startled, Kim Junsu looked down. Only then did he remember that Baek Soyi was still in his arms. He quickly pulled her away and asked with concern, "Hey, Baek Soyi, are you okay? Can you stand?" Baek Soyi shook her head slightly and replied, "I'm fine." Kim Junsu could see she was not fine at all and said urgently, "What do you mean you're fine? Your face is completely red." Not just her face, but her ears were also as red as a tomato. She stammered for a moment before muttering, "That's because, soldier boy, just stay like this for a second." Just like that, Baek Soyi buried her face in Kim Junsu's chest, her voice pleading, "Can you hold me for just a little longer?" Kim Junsu was totally confused, but Baek Soyi muttered in a low voice, "Let me just fix my clothes." Baek Soyi was done in a moment. She said gratefully, "Okay, done, thanks." Kim Junsu finally realized what was going on and scratched his head awkwardly. "No problem, you scared me for a second." They quickly stood up, and Baek Soyi let out another sigh of relief. "Man, that was way too close, but we managed to pull through." Kim Junsu looked her over, feeling a sense of awe. He was still worried about Baek Soyi, unless she awakened in a completely different way from the original story, where she had survived through countless hardships. With that thought, Kim Junsu suggested, "All right, let's get out of this chaos." As they were leaving the area, he handed Baek Soyi one of the crystals and said softly, "Take this." She looked at Kim Junsu, confused, and asked, "You're giving me a crystal? That thing's gotta be worth a few billion, at least." Kim Junsu gave a simple nod and said casually, "Yeah, use it to get stronger, and do it fast." Baek Soyi took the crystal, still stunned, and muttered hesitantly, "This is too much. I can't accept it. I'm afraid I'll never be able to pay you back." "It's fine. You can pay me back later when you have the money," Kim Junsu said with a generous smile, but inwardly, he was already calculating. After all, there was a reason he was investing so much in Baek Soyi's awakening. The Blazing Star Sword style is one of the top 3 sword styles. Once a character learns it, their experience gains skyrockets. However, it was a special trait that only Baek Soyi could use, so the only way to learn it was by receiving that trait in the form of a memory chip. Of course, Baek Soyi was oblivious to these ulterior motives. She looked at him gratefully, smiled, and said, "Thank you so much." The soldier, Kim Junsu, waved his hand and replied, "Don't worry too much about it, but don't you forget it either." A while later, Kim Junsu finally made it home, but he didn't get to rest for long before a car was already parked at his door, waiting. He was seriously speechless. All he wanted was a tiny break, but this damned soon world wouldn't give him a single moment of peace. The person in the car was Uin. He stuck his head out of the window, gave a friendly smile, and said, "Hey, soldier, get in." June opened the car door and got in, speaking slowly. "Thanks for coming all the way out here to pick me up." Ewan shook his head slightly and replied, "I should be the one who's glad I finally have a chance to repay you for saving my friend." "Right." Kim Junsu nodded with a slight smile, though inwardly he was sighing. He really wished the guy hadn't come. He was just too tired. Ewan, however, was still smiling cheerfully. "We finally managed to set up a meeting with the armor manager. I'm so hyped." Kim Junsu really couldn't miss this event. In this world, good items grant amazing skills. The master blacksmiths, those who could create tier 3 items, were all incredibly busy. While Kim Junsu was lost in thought, Ewan continued with a grin. "The person we signed a contract with this time can craft tier 7 armor. You know." Hearing that, June perked up and exclaimed, "Tier 7? All right, step on it." A moment later, their car stopped in front of a massive building. As they entered, 2 rows of knights were already standing in wait. Kim Junsu couldn't help but be surprised. "Is this for real?" Ewan also nodded in awe. "A blacksmith's house looks pretty amazing, huh?" But just then, Kim Junsu suddenly asked with suspicion, Eun, do you have any idea what religion this blacksmith follows? Eun frowned slightly, asking in confusion, why are you suddenly asking that? Kim Junsu sighed and muttered, so you don't know. Of course, Eun didn't know, just like the time he got into trouble because of the order of the father's will. This was the house of a blacksmith who followed the path of the order of the father's will, Jok Chun. Jok Chun was an extremely devout follower of that order. He was like the poster boy for the order's blacksmiths in the future war. I refused to be baptized, and Ro Chun still agreed to make armor for me? What the hell does he want from me? Just then, a hand blocked Jun and Eun's path. A knight spoke slowly. Please hold out your hand for identification. Kim Junsu frowned slightly in suspicion. Identification? Before he could understand what was happening, the knight had already grabbed his hand, ordering in a cold voice, show me your black flame. Kim Junsu was so pissed he gritted his teeth, wanting to resist but unable to. With no other choice, Kim Junsu summoned the black flame in his hand, showed it to the knight, and asked in a deeply annoyed tone, are you satisfied now? The knight squinted at the black flame in his hand, the cold aura around him growing thicker. Eun, standing beside him, couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. What the hell is going on? Let go of him. We're the guests who made an appointment. Stop. Just then, a stern command echoed from behind them. A middle-aged man in a wheelchair approached. This was Ro Chun, the level 6 superhuman blacksmith. He asked in a cold voice, who gave you permission to treat my honored guests this way? That knight immediately bowed his head to the man. Master Blacksmith. Ro Chun didn't reply, but narrowed his eyes at Kim Junsu and said, refusing baptism and awakening the black flame. You truly are an unusual guest. Kim Junsu let out a cold snort, sneering as he asked, and this is how you treat me? Ro Chun gave a cold smile and said, please forgive me. Light and salvation are recognized by the Supreme Being. Hearing these words, Kim Junsu couldn't help but be taken aback. Light and salvation? What kind of bullshit is that? Before he could even think, Ro Chun made a suggestion. Now then, we should head inside and discuss what kind of armor you would like. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at the man's retreating back, a thoughtful look in his eyes. But soon enough, he followed him inside. Ro Chun immediately started showing off his armors. Armor of this type is my specialty, because this is the armor requested by the Saintess, but he said he could make it in Kim Junsu's style if he wanted. Kim Junsu glanced around for a long moment, his eyes eventually focusing on a set of armor on the other side. Soon after, Kim Junsu started walking over there, stating coldly, I've decided, I'll take this one. With that, he pointed towards a very ordinary-looking set of armor placed in a corner. Seeing it, Ro Chun exclaimed in astonishment, really? You're choosing that one? Kim Junsu replied very calmly, that's right, I like it this way. In an instant, Ro Chun cried out in frustration, ridiculous! Seriously, do you have any idea how difficult it is to forge magic into armor like that? I can't make a holy armor like that. Shrugging indifferently, Kim Junsu smirked and said, I don't need holy armor, you just need to embed the giant and extreme attributes into it. Based on Ro Chun's reaction, he could tell whether his request was feasible or not. Holy armor, also known as the armor of a holy knight, provided the user with a massive amount of defense stats. However, this armor had a fatal weakness. To utilize its full potential, the user needed a large amount of divine power. To increase his divine power, Kim Junsu would need to join a religion. They were acting as if they were going to give him something great while trying to lure him into their religion. With that thought, Kim Junsu rushed over, grabbed Ro Chun's hand, and flashed a sycophantic smile. Well then, I'll be expecting the very best from you, won't I, Master Blacksmith Ro Chun? After saying that, he and Eun quickly left. They were laughing and chatting happily as they walked away, unaware that the knight from before was staring daggers at them the whole time. A moment later, he turned and went back inside. Hearing the footsteps, Ro Chun immediately spoke, I can only embed a few attributes into this type of armor. The knight asked suspiciously, are you really going to do what that guy asked? Ro Chun shook his head in resignation. Then would you have me go against the will of the goddess? You said that he is the light and salvation of the order. The knight still sounded unconvinced, but I can't bring myself to believe it, no matter how many times I think it over. He said he needed to confirm it with his own 2 eyes. With that, he bowed his head slightly, a look of determination in his eyes. A week later, at Chunbok's shop, Chunbok was relentlessly trying to persuade Kim Junsu. Sir, you really shouldn't drink so much mandragora essence all at once. But Kim Junsu didn't hear a word of it, tilting his head back and downing 3 vials of the essence, much to Chunbok's horror. After finishing, Jun smiled sincerely and said, Thanks, Pops. Chunbok looked at him, terrified, and asked worriedly, Are you okay? Kim Junsu raised an eyebrow and grinned smugly. Of course I am. Thanks for giving me this stuff for free. Seeing that he was fine, Chunbok brightened up and said, "You saved our market. Thanks to you, our business is booming. This is just a drop in the bucket compared to what you did for us." While the two were talking, a man walked up, bowed to Kim Junsu, and said aggressively, "Hello, superhuman." Kim Junsu was confused, but he quickly remembered who it was. He clapped the guy on the shoulder and said with a laugh, "Ah, hey, you're that guy from the Ironfist gang, right? Long time no see, huh?" The young man leaned close to Kim Junsu's ear and whispered, "Can I have a moment of your time? Our boss wants to see you." Kim Junsu asked suspiciously, "Is that all?" The man glanced around for a long moment before speaking. "There are a few too many eyes and ears around here. How about we go somewhere more private first?" Kim Junsu agreed without a shred of hesitation. "Sure thing." And just like that, Kim Junsu followed the young man into a car and left the market. The man chatted and laughed as he drove. "We prepared one of our best, top-of-the-line armored cars for you. How do you like it?" Kim Junsu wasn't paying much attention and just nodded casually. "Not bad." The car quickly entered the Myoram district. Kim Junsu's brow furrowed slightly. Something felt off. The Iron Fist gang's headquarters is in Myoram? If I remember correctly, isn't that place full of society's dregs? While Kim Junsu was thinking, the man suddenly spoke up. "We're out of gas, so we're going to pull into a gas station for a bit." Kim Junsu replied casually, "All right," but he quickly realized something was wrong. The car was stopping at Mayori train station. Just then, the other guy spoke up again with a malicious grin. "All right, now, have a nice rest." The moment he finished speaking, he stepped out of the car. Kim Junsu's expression instantly turned ugly. This was obviously a trap. But Kim Junsu reacted just in time, grabbing the guy's hand to stop him. He let out a cold snort. "You piece of shit. Do I look like some kind of idiot to you? Who the hell do you think you're messing with, huh?" The guy looked at him, confused. "What? What are you talking about?" Kim Junsu said nothing, kicked the car door open, and jumped straight out. He smirked and said, "Why don't you stay right there with all those bombs you prepared for the rest of your life?" The second he said it, Kim Junsu tossed a grenade inside the car. With a loud boom, the vehicle was engulfed in a sea of flames. Kim Junsu had already sprinted away to avoid the blast. Once he found a safe spot, he raised an eyebrow and muttered, "That explosion was way bigger than what one grenade should have made, just as I figured. That bastard was the traitor." Then Kim Junsu started piecing everything together. The expensive, bulletproof car. Then heading to Mayorim, which was crawling with assholes. And finally, being taken to the station. There was a reason all of this felt so familiar. It's because all these events happened in the story where Iron Fist was betrayed by his own people. He didn't know why, but someone in the Iron Fist gang had their eye on him. While Kim Junsu was lost in thought, a barrage of bullets suddenly flew in from a distance. He glanced over and, sure enough, saw a group of men armed with guns approaching. Their target was clearly him. The guy in the lead was yelling his head off. "He's over there, that's the guy from the photo. If we kill him, we'll be rolling in cash. Let's get paid." In an instant, the whole mob went wild and charged toward Kim Junsu. Kim Junsu bit his lip hard. He knew it. That car full of bombs couldn't have been the only thing they had planned for him. Meanwhile, the group of men kept firing relentlessly. Kim Junsu had no choice but to take cover behind a car. He grumbled in frustration. "Damn it, there are too many of them. This car won't protect me for much longer. I gotta get out of here first." As soon as he thought it, Kim Junsu quickly used his ability to leap into the air, landing on the rooftop of a nearby building. He nodded, satisfied. All right, they probably didn't see that coming. But they quickly aimed their guns at the building and opened fire. Kim Junsu immediately panicked. He couldn't believe they'd spotted him. He hastily used his barrier ability to block the storm of bullets flying his way. Kim Junsu shouted in disbelief, "They're not even superhumans! How the hell are they reacting so fast?" But the surprises weren't over. One of them yelled, "Everyone aim for the center! Kill him!" Instantly, every single gun barrel aimed right for the middle of the shield and fired. The insane firepower slammed into the barrier, making it tremble violently. Kim Junsu panicked. "What is with this perfect accuracy? I have to fall back. This is too dangerous." With that thought, Kim Junsu immediately jumped back. At what seemed like the exact same moment, the shield shattered and a bullet grazed past his arm. It was then that Kim Junsu realized something. He couldn't underestimate these guys like he'd thought. Kim Junsu really didn't want to use these things since he'd just bought them, but he had no other choice. So, he pulled something out from his person and threw it hard. "Eat this, you bastards." In an instant, a series of smoke bombs landed right where the men were. Immediately, hazy smoke filled the air. Seeing this, the men panicked and covered their noses, muttering fearfully, "It's tear gas! We can't let him escape! We have to kill him to get the antidote!" Kim Junsu let out a cold scoff, smirking as he said, "Who do you clowns think you're chasing? You're not even superhumans. Time to get out of here." Kim Junsu quickly turned and ran. He sprinted all the way to a nearby residential area and only stopped when he felt he was far enough away. He landed on the rooftop of a building. Kim Junsu frowned slightly, mumbling, "Still, how can a bunch of grifters show the same level of focus and power as a superhuman?" As he said that, he suddenly remembered something. There was only one thing that could make this happen: combat enhancers. They have serious side effects, but they can temporarily boost a person's fighting ability. Kim Junsu felt it was highly likely. He nodded to himself, muttering, "They said something about an antidote. That's probably it." And the only person who could mobilize this group of grifters in Miorum, the only person Kim Junsu could think of, was that hunter. He's the best at long-range combat operating in Miorum. The hunter's method would be to first use an inside man to plant a bomb. Second, deploy a bunch of grifters hopped up on combat enhancers. And third, use his own sharpshooting skills to eliminate the target. And just as he predicted, Kim Junsu quickly saw a glint of light in the distance. At what seemed to be the exact same time, a bullet came tearing through the air. Kim Junsu didn't dare let his guard down and quickly dodged. The bullet flew straight past him. He let out a sigh of relief. If I'd been even a split second slower, I'd be dead for sure. But then, Kim Junsu smirked and said, "But this gamble was worth the risk, because now I know where the hunter is hiding." Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes, looking down from above with a calculating expression. The next moment, he leaped off the rooftop. Kim Junsu muttered smugly, "I know where you're hiding, you son of a bitch." With that, he started running like mad. To beat a cowardly sniper who can only shoot from a distance, Kim Junsu had no other choice but to close the distance. With that in mind, Kim Junsu quickly picked up his pace. Even though his whole body felt like it was on fire, he had to endure it. Kim Junsu had to make sure the hunter couldn't get a bead on him, since the smoke was obscuring his vision. As Kim Junsu ran, a bullet flew wildly toward him. Luckily, he dodged it in time. He wasn't totally without a plan for fighting a professional marksman. After running for a bit, Kim Junsu stopped. He looked up and smirked. "There you are." The hunter heard him and cursed in frustration. Damn it. He couldn't see Kim Junsu. Kim Junsu, on the other hand, was feeling extremely pleased with himself. He had used the smoke and fire to stay out of the hunter's line of sight. No matter how hard the guy looked, he wouldn't be able to find him. Kim Junsu kept running forward, and before long he'd closed in on the hunter's hiding spot. Seeing him, the man immediately yelled in a panic. He jumped up. Ignoring the hunter's reaction, Kim Junsu raised his gun to take aim. The hunter didn't back down, letting out a cold snort. "You dare challenge a marksman to a gunfight?" But before he could fire, Kim Junsu activated his black flames, and then he immediately pulled the trigger. At almost the same time, a bullet left the hunter's rifle. The hunter's bullet quickly grazed Kim Junsu's shoulder, making him grit his teeth in pain. This guy must be a real sniper. To land a shot in a crazy situation like this, you gotta give him credit. But Kim Junsu wasn't too worried. He smirked confidently because on the other side, the hunter had also been hit in the shoulder. But unlike Kim Junsu, he was engulfed in black flames, making him scream in agony. Even if Kim Junsu's bullets only grazed him, for the hunter, it was a fatal wound. Kim Junsu silently watched the hunter being consumed by black flames, a smug grin on his face. "I win." But just then, the ground beneath Kim Junsu's feet suddenly caved in, trapping both of his legs. Kim Junsu cried out in horror, "A magic trap!" The hunter was now pouring some kind of potion on himself. He snarled through gritted teeth. "You bastard, don't think for a second this is over so quickly." Kim Junsu's face immediately fell. "This is bad. If I don't get out of here, I'm dead." At that moment, the hunter spoke again, his voice full of rage. "Now get ready to die by my hellfire." Kim Junsu struggled to escape. If he got hit by that explosive, he was toast. I can't believe this turned into a race against time. Now, Kim Junsu needed to slow down the sinking speed by reducing the amount of magic damage. This method was a long shot, but he had to survive this first and figure out the rest later. Immediately after, Kim Junsu planted his hands on the ground. The power inside him began to surge, and then Kim Junsu tried to pull himself out of the sinkhole. Then, he used his purification attribute, hoping it would destroy as much of the magic in the trap as possible. But before he could even escape the quicksand, his eyes suddenly narrowed in shock, because the hunter had already escaped the black flame and was now slowly walking toward Kim Junsu. He sneered, "I'll give you credit for trying to fight the magic trap, but you're too late." Kim Junsu's expression immediately froze. He couldn't believe the hunter had managed to extinguish the black flame. The hunter ignored his reaction, his hand trembling as he picked something up off the ground. He spoke coldly. "Looks like this one's my win, huh? If I kill this guy, I'll be set for the rest of my life. I'm going to kill you." But as the hunter raised his gun to aim, he found his target was gone. His face froze. and before he could figure out what was going on, he got slugged by Kim Junsu. With a smirk, Kim Junsu said, "Now that's what you call a spectacular comeback." That bastard, Kim Junsu thought. Thank God for that. At the very last second, Kim Junsu had obtained a new attribute. It was the Earth Resistance attribute. At that moment, Kim Junsu was ecstatic. It had just saved his ass. Kim Junsu grabbed the hunter by the collar and sneered, "You're a sharpshooter. At this range, you're pretty much helpless. Now, start talking. Who hired you to kill me?" The hunter looked up at him, trembling, and quickly said, Okay, you win. I'll tell you everything, just let me have a smoke first." "Fine. Do what you want," Kim Junsu agreed without hesitation and let him go. Having been let go, the hunter pulled out a cigarette to light it. Kim Junsu watched him, his eyes narrowed, his thoughts unreadable. The hunter smoked leisurely. Kim Junsu frowned and asked, "You actually like the taste of that stuff?" The hunter let out a menacing laugh, a twisted smile spreading across his face. "Of course I do," he cackled, "because it tastes like sweet victory." Immediately after, the hunter charged forward in a frenzy. But before he could do anything, a loud bang echoed out, and blood sprayed everywhere. The hunter stared blankly at him, his voice trembling as he mumbled, "You knew all along?" Kim Junsu smirked. "Of course I did. Did you really think a player with 10,000 hours under his belt wouldn't recognize a cigarette that turns its user into a damn mutant? What the hell?" The hunter barely choked out the words before collapsing face down on the ground. Kim Junsu looked down at the body, sighing to himself. Well, that I didn't see coming. This hunter was a real piece of work. He was ready to give up and spill everything just a minute ago, but then he decided to fight to the death. There must have been some reason he was willing to turn himself into a mutant. Kim Junsu hesitated for a moment, then crouched down to search the hunter's body. Sure enough, he found a USB drive. Kim Junsu smirked. All right, let's see who's pulling the strings. The next day, at Cho's company office, Cho and Kim Junsu were watching the news. The media was reporting on a gang-related shootout that took place in Myoram last night. Cho exclaimed in horror, "You survived something that crazy?" Kim Junsu nodded slightly. "And that's how I got caught up in that mess. It was dangerous as hell." Hearing this, Cho got angry, gritting his teeth. "Who was it that attacked you?" Kim Junsu sighed wearily. "It's a long story. I'm not even sure where to start." Just then, there was a loud crash as the office door was busted open. Someone was thrown to the ground, and another figure stood in the doorway. Cho and Kim Junsu glanced over. The newcomer was Ironfist, who said gruffly, "My apologies. It seems I have failed to properly manage my subordinate." Still sitting casually in his chair, Kim Junsu nodded with a slight smile. "Glad you realized that." Cho, on the other hand, yelled in frustration, "Can you stop breaking my damn door every time you visit? Was it someone from your Iron Fist guild that attacked him?" Iron Fist quickly explained, "He's one of our lower-ranked members." That said, after digging a little deeper, I did manage to uncover some useful information. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at the man Iron Fist was holding, muttering, "The guy who attacked me. He seemed like he was desperate for cash or something." Iron Fist sounded surprised. "How did you know that?" "That's exactly right. He's a gambling addict who blows through any bounty he gets, and now he's drowning in debt." Kim Junsu nodded, understanding. "So the reason he turned traitor is pretty clear then," Iron Fist said apologetically. "Regardless of his reasons, the fault is mine. Once again, I am truly sorry." Kim Junsu seemed unfazed, replying coolly, "Apology accepted." Even for the head of a mercenary guild, managing every single member can't be easy. He thought to himself, the Iron Fist Guild doesn't really know everything, huh? If I wasn't the target, the one they'd be after for revenge would have been Iron Fist. Iron Fist spoke up again. "I will take responsibility for this and find the person who's pulling the strings." Kim Junsu raised an eyebrow with a grin. "Oh, about that, I already have the proof." He held up the USB drive. "The superhuman who tried to off me was carrying this. You know your way around a computer, old man?" Cho nodded, saying excitedly, "I'll have you know I'm even certified in computer science." With that, he immediately got to work on his computer. After a while, Cho exclaimed, "Damn, this guy's a big shot. He's taken out nearly 20 superhumans." Kim Junsu, however, was unfazed. "Forget that. Check his most recent contract." Cho nodded and checked, replying quickly, "It's a job he accepted 3 days ago." But when he saw the payout, he gasped, "The reward is 20 billion. Even Iron Fist and Kim Junsu were shocked. Kim Junsu quickly asked, "Who the hell has that kind of money to throw around?" Cho glanced at him. The request came from someone at Ascendant Security. Kim Junsu frowned and muttered, "Someone from a huge corporation, huh?" Cho turned the monitor so he could see. "It's this guy right here." Seeing the information on the screen, Kim Junsu yelled in shock, "Oh, holy crap, it's that bastard!" It was the knight he had met before. Kim Junsu let out a weary sigh. Things are starting to get messy. Cho looked at him, asking suspiciously why that man would want him dead. Kim Junsu didn't answer. Instead, he quickly made a request. I've got a hunch. Can you pull up the family tree for Ascendant security? Cho nodded. Sure thing. Give me a second. Cho began searching for the information and, before long, showed it to Kim Junsu. Kim Junsu's face immediately darkened, just as he'd thought. Now he understood what was happening. Ascendant Security is a private military guild under the Ascendant Group, one of the 5 major guilds, and Jian is a scion of the family that runs it. He was first in line for succession, but after undergoing the baptism ceremony at the request of the Holy Father and becoming a holy knight, Jian was removed from the line of inheritance. Now, his only path forward is to become a famous holy knight, but the Saintess has declared Kim Junsu to be her savior. Kim Junsu sighed to himself. He must have been so pissed that I passed the baptism and got all this recognition that he ordered a hit on me. Upon hearing that, Cho yelled furiously, "We've got to teach him a lesson!" Ironfist frowned, murmuring with hesitation. But how? We're not dealing with the heir of some minor guild. He's from the family that runs one of the top guilds. One false step, and they'll all come down on us. Cho obviously knew that, but he still argued, that doesn't mean we have to just sit here and take it. Hearing that, Kim Junsu spoke up. He's right. I have an idea. Cho's face lit up. I knew you'd come up with something. Kim Junsu chuckled. Since we're going up against such a big shot, let's focus on getting stronger first. A little later, another person arrived at Cho's office. After Kim Junsu told Eun about the assassination attempt, Eun exploded with rage, slamming the table. That crazy son of a bitch, how dare he try to assassinate warrior Kim? Seeing his strong reaction, Kim Junsu quickly tried to calm him down. Hey, chill out, I'm still alive. Eun was the most trustworthy person here. He was rich and a level 5 superhuman. At that moment, Eun said with determination, I'm not going to let this slide. They say a blood debt must be paid in blood, so let's just hire an assassin and get our revenge. Hearing this, Cho quickly interjected, I can't even imagine what that would cost. We'd be trying to assassinate a son from Ascendant Security. Eun looked like he was about to say something, but Kim Junsu just cut him off. I've got an idea. Eun shot him a look and hesitantly said, What is it, teacher? Kim Junsu smirked. I'm going to challenge Lion to a duel. His words stunned the other 3, who panicked and blurted out, A duel? But that's way too dangerous. Kim Junsu just shook his head coolly. We're out of options. If I let this go, he'll just hire an even stronger assassin to take me out. Eun quickly tried to argue. He'll just get someone else to fight for him. This world has always been a messed up, unfair place. Kim Junsu calmly replied, If I win the duel, I'll get a real apology and a fat payout. The room went dead silent. After a long moment, Ironfist mumbled hesitantly, Sounds like it's the best shot we've got right now. Kim Junsu gave a small nod, holding up the USB in his hand. With this proof, I have enough grounds to challenge him. If we let him use a proxy and limit it to a family member, he'll take the bait. What he said made a lot of sense. Chulsu raised his hand to volunteer. All right, I'll send the official duel letter. We're going to need a lawyer to represent us too. After a moment of hesitation, Eun spoke up. Leave it to me. My parents know a lawyer who used to be a Supreme Court judge. Seeing everyone pitching in, Kim Junsu grinned. Thanks, you guys. But the 3 of them just stared at him intently, not saying a word. Kim Junsu sighed, exasperated. Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm not walking into a suicide mission. Ironfist asked hesitantly, Are you really that confident you'll win? The enemy knows exactly how strong you are. He's definitely going to find a level 4 fighter or higher. This won't be easy, Kim Junsu replied without a moment's hesitation. He said that knowing full well he couldn't use his mutation ability in the duel, which made this even harder than facing that chairman, but it wasn't a total lost cause. Kim Junsu said confidently, I have a pretty good idea who he'll get to fight in his place. Hearing that, Ironfist exclaimed in shock. So you know who you're up against? Kim Junsu said confidently. Yeah, that's why I need time to prep. Eun, you up for some sparring? Eun agreed without hesitation. Of course. I'll give it my all to help you, teacher. Seeing how hyped Eun was, Kim Junsu quickly reminded him. Thanks, man, but go easy on me, all right? Otherwise, you might actually die this time, just like before. 3 days later, at the duel arena, Kim Junsu's supporters were already waiting in the stands. Eun and Joil were shouting non-stop. We're cheering for you, teacher. You got this, Fighter Kim. We believe in you. But Kim Junsu himself didn't look too good. He was a bit worn out. He must have been training like a maniac for the past 3 days, but thanks to that, he was fully prepared to face his opponent. Just then, a group of people started walking toward them from a distance. Kim Junsu recognized the guy in the lead. That was Dwitch, the commander of the Bishop's Holy Knights. Dwitch let out a faint smile and said, It's been a while since I've had to fight in a duel. Jian, walking behind him, quickly spoke up, "Commander, you didn't need to come all this way." Dwitch heard him and snapped in annoyance. "Shut up. Who gave you permission to speak? As long as I'm commander, no holy knight from our squad is allowed to lose." Jian immediately clammed up, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Kim Junsu couldn't help but frown. Jian acts so tough in front of me, but in front of his commander, he's like a damn turtle hiding in its shell. What a coward. While Kim Junsu was lost in thought, Dwitch spoke up. "Fighter Kim, it's a pleasure to meet you." Kim Junsu gave a polite nod. "Hey." But then Dwitch suddenly bowed his head low and said formally, "First, I would like to apologize for this unfortunate incident." Kim Junsu was stunned. Asterisk, what is this? Is he actually apologizing for real? Before he could even process it, Dwitch continued, "This was entirely the fault of one individual and has nothing to do with the Saintess." Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at him and asked in a low voice, "So what's the Bishop's Guild's official position on this?" Dwitch hesitated for a moment before whispering, "The Saintess said that Fighter Kim will be our light and our savior." Kim Junsu was stunned all over again. Asterisk light and savior? Joe Chun said the same thing before. What the hell is that even supposed to mean? Asterisk. Dwitch ignored his reaction and kept talking. "Therefore, the condition I'm proposing is that if I win, you will join our squad." Asterisk, what? Join their squad? Asterisk. Hearing that, Kim Junsu was so startled he yelled, "Are you guys obsessed with me or something?" While he was freaking out and grabbing his head, Jian was grinding his teeth in fury, but there was nothing he could do. Dwitch then spoke again. "This is all the will of our master and our saintess." Before Kim Junsu could reply, the lawyer Uin had hired arrived. He spoke slowly. "It is time for the duel. All parties are present. Please confirm the duel vow. If the Holy Knight wins, Kim Junsu will join the Bishop's Guild. And if Kim Junsu wins, Jian will be forbidden from harming him, directly or indirectly, and must pay a compensation fee." The lawyer looked at the two of them for confirmation. "Is this correct?" Kim Junsu and Jian both replied in unison. "Yes." The moment the word left their lips, a surge of magical power flared up in Kim Junsu's chest. In Arcane Xun, a duel vow is a magical oath. Anyone who breaks it will have their heart explode. That applied to Jian too. In a chaotic world like this, no one is stupid enough to break a vow like that. The lawyer then spoke again. "Now, I will confirm the rules of the duel. The duel will follow standard international regulations. All personal abilities and weapons are permitted, but consumable items must be crafted on site." Kim Junsu's supporters were still in the stands, their faces showing a hint of worry. The other Holy Knights were also waiting outside. Dwitch was getting hyped up and said, "I'm ready." But Kim Junsu just smirked and said, "I'm going to craft my items." Dwitch's excitement died down instantly, but he still nodded. "Fine, you have 10 minutes for each item." It didn't take long for Kim Junsu to produce 3 potions. If he keeps switching attributes like this, he's basically an alchemist. These were the miracle drugs he needed to fight a Holy Knight. The lawyer saw his 3 potions and announced, "The Diamond Body Potion, the Potion of Speed, and the Dragon's Magic Potion. Is that correct?" Kim Junsu nodded slightly. "Yes, I'll be using them. Doping is essential in a fight, so he chugged all 3 of them down at once. Both of them were ready. The duel was about to begin. A countdown timer quickly appeared on the screen. Kim Junsu and Dwitch both stepped into the arena. Dwitch narrowed his eyes at Kim Junsu. "Fighter Kim, it's an honor to be able to join our guild. How about you just change your mind now and join voluntarily?" Kim Junsu didn't hesitate to scoff and snap back, piss off. Seeing his lack of cooperation, Dwitch's voice turned cold. "Have it your way then. But you don't have to worry too much." He said he wouldn't kill Kim Junsu, since he still had to join their guild. The second he finished speaking, a massive amount of magic power erupted from him. Kim Junsu couldn't help but frown. Asterisk. Damn, that's some serious magic power. Asterisk. This guy was on a completely different level. No matter how much he prepared, Kim Junsu knew he couldn't beat him without putting his life on the line. In an instant, the countdown hit 1 second. And then, finally, the clock hit 0. Dwitch let out a long roar as his magic power spiked even higher. In a flash, his figure vanished, and the ground where he stood caved in, forming a huge crater. Kim Junsu was stunned and frowned, muttering in confusion, "He's gone." But he quickly realized Dwitch had just activated his flash step ability. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, Dwitch was right in front of Kim Junsu, screaming like a madman, "Fighter Kim, you will become a god." Hearing this, Kim Junsu was completely stunned. Asterisk. What? Asterisk? Asterisk. Become a god? Asterisk. While he was still trying to process that, Dwitch's hammer came crashing down, sending smoke and fire everywhere. Ewan's group in the stand saw this and cried out in panic, "What the hell? That guy's a monster." Is it really over already? In just one hit? But when the smoke and fire cleared, Baek Soyi saw something. She suddenly screamed, "Over there!" Kim Junsu was still standing tall, completely unharmed. At the exact moment Dwitch's hammer struck, he had created a shield to block it. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at Dwitch and spoke coolly. "You said, become a god? What kind of bullshit are you talking about?" Dwitch, on the other hand, said nothing. He just stood there calmly, a faint smile on his lips. Kim Junsu's guess was right on the money. The guy had used his rush ability right from the start. It was a top-tier ability for surprise attacks, but since Kim Junsu had predicted it, there was no way he was going to get hit. Still, that last attack had managed to crack his triple-layered shield. Dwitch just laughed and said, "Now I understand why the Saintess acknowledges you." Kim Junsu scoffed coldly. "Cut the crap and start talking. First, you call me light and savior, and now you're calling me a god? What's that about?" A faint smile on his face, Dwitch said nonchalantly. "It's exactly like you heard. You're the hope of our legion and the victor who's going to save us from the apocalypse." Junsu's brow furrowed as he listened. The hope of the Father's legion? Come to think of it, the god they serve is already dead. In a few years, as the plot progresses, the Saintess performs a ritual for their god, and a massive boss battle breaks out in the middle of Seoul. Junsu suddenly realized something and cried out in horror, "Don't fucking tell me the savior is just a vessel for the god." Bingo. Dudik let out a grim laugh and said coldly, "It's a noble sacrifice, a sacred offering." That confirmation made Junsu explode with rage. "You crazy sons of bitches, so you were just planning on sacrificing me?" But Dudich didn't give a damn. He laughed, ecstatic. "Your body and soul will become one with the Father, his incarnation, because you're gonna lose this fight and join our side." Junsu scoffed, then charged forward in a blind rage. Dudich couldn't afford to be careless and quickly blocked with his shield, but he was still pushed back several steps. Dudich's brow twitched. This power is insane. Seeing his reaction, Junsu smirked to himself. "What, you scared now? Damn right you are. I've reallocated all my stats for an offensive warrior build." With that, Junsu lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, and now, he would hit Dudich with warrior stats that would make him tremble. But Dudich didn't panic, blocking with his shield, a faint smile on his lips. "Ha ha, not bad. Your sword skills are actually decent." Junsu didn't reply, busy planning his next move. "Good. While he's defending, I can switch my attributes." Immediately, Junsu pulled out another weapon to attack. Sure enough, the weapon slammed into Dudich's arm, but Dudich wasn't fazed in the slightest, even praising him without reservation. "Now this is getting fun, isn't it?" Junsu bit his lip hard. "It's working. Those 3 days of training weren't a waste. The whole point of training with Ujin wasn't just to gain the right stats for this fight, but to learn how to switch them in an instant. I battled a superhuman of a higher level, Ujin, to learn how to use defensive attributes for blocking and offensive attributes when I need to go on the attack. All I have to do is mix in other warrior attributes when necessary." So at that moment, Junsu was frantically hammering Dudich, forcing him into a defensive stance. Then, with a roar and bloodshot eyes, Junsu charged like a madman, activating his berserker attribute the moment he saw an opening. For a level 3 superhuman to fight a level 4, all you gotta do is switch your attributes on the fly. Under Junsu's relentless barrage, Dudich couldn't even land a single counter. He could only grit his teeth and defend. Before long, the hammer in Dudich's hand went flying. Seeing this, Jion's face darkened. Dudich was equally stunned. It felt like he was fighting 4 different warriors at the same time. How the hell is this possible? Ignoring the guy's reaction, he spoke coldly, "I will win this battle, because there's no way I'm becoming a sacrifice for your corrupt legion." Dudich bit his lip hard, his fists clenching. He scoffed, "Fine, I admit it, I can't go easy on you anymore. I don't give a damn if you're a sacrifice or not, I'm just going to kill you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Dudich charged with his weapon. Then, he hurled his weapon toward Junsu. Not letting his guard down, Junsu quickly manifested a shield to block it. He gritted his teeth. A frontal attack like that is useless, but in an instant, Junsu's shield shattered, and he was thrown back. Junsu bit his lip, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, Dudich's power just shot up. Was that bastard really holding back on me this whole time?" While he was thinking, Dudich charged him again, roaring furiously, "How dare you insult our legion?" Caught off guard, Junsu was knocked back again, his body crashing into the wall behind him before he slumped to the floor. Dudich narrowed his eyes at him and said coldly, "Apologize now, and I'll accept your surrender." "No." Junsu refused without any hesitation. He pushed himself up from the floor and said coldly, "If you can't kill me, don't even dream of winning." The moment he finished, Junsu lunged forward. His presence was overwhelming as he began slashing like a madman. Dudich couldn't let his guard down. He hurriedly blocked and countered with a punch to Junsu's shoulder. The two of them continued to attack each other wildly. Shockwaves erupted from their relentless blows. Both of them were taking hits from the other. Before long, they were both blown back, creating distance between them. Dudich had suffered several cuts from Junsu's sword and was covered in wounds, but Junsu wasn't in much better shape, looking just as bruised and battered. Just then, Dudich roared, "It's time to end this meaningless fight." As he spoke, a massive shield materialized in his hand. He raised it high and bellowed, "Oh, father!" Instantly, a massive wave of water surged forth. Dudich's body was quickly enveloped by the huge wave. Seeing this, Junsu's face paled. That's his ultimate skill, Dark Tsunami. Seeing it in person, it's a total disaster. If that thing hits me, it's a 100% certainty I'll lose. But there's no way to dodge it. To win this fight, I absolutely have to find a way to break it. I'm terrified, but I have to trust in the attributes I've built up as Warrior Kim, the mountain-shattering sword style, something I never once neglected to practice. The swordsmanship I learned with Ujin and the Hiroja cultivation technique I poured so much effort into. My Dharma heart, which grows stronger with me each day. And Twin Breaker, the skill I attained through sheer will in a moment of despair, an ultimate move that can cut through any substance in the universe. The Slash attribute. I will put my faith in my attributes, in the time and effort I've poured into them, and most importantly, I will believe in myself. With that resolve, Junsu raised his sword and charged. A dazzling beam of sword light erupted. Dudich was utterly flabbergasted by this scene, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as the beam of light plunged into the tsunami, then slowly expanded, releasing a blinding glare. Up in the stands, Jian and the others were stunned, with no idea what was going on. Even Ujin and his friends were in the same boat. The light was so blinding they couldn't see anything. Only when the light gradually faded did the figures of Junsu and Dudich reappear. But soon after, Junsu spat out a mouthful of blood. Across from him, Dudich was in bad shape too. He mumbled quietly, "That was one hell of a fight." "Warrior Kim, huh?" Then he collapsed. Immediately, the referee raised Junsu's hand and announced, "The winner is Warrior Kim." Seeing the match was over, Ujin and the others immediately rushed down to the arena to celebrate. Junsu broke into a satisfied smile. "I did it. I defeated a higher-level superhuman without using a mutation attribute." Ujin hugged Junsu tightly, yelling excitedly, "Master, you're the freaking best!" The other three behind him were so happy they were crying, and they all crowded around him, showering him with praise. "You were totally inhuman back there. We knew you were going to crush that bastard." But just then, a furious roar echoed through the arena. "You son of a bitch!" Startled, Junsu turned to see Jian charging at him with a hammer. Before Junsu could react, Ujin leaped in front of him to intercept. Asterisk, crash, asterisk. A shockwave of energy exploded outward. And of course, the one who lost out was Jian. He was sent flying back. Ujin shouted angrily, "You cowardly piece of shit. How dare you attack our master just because you lost? You really have a death wish, don't you?" But before he could do anything, the referees stepped in to stop him, then turned to Jian with a reminder. "Don't forget the magical oath you took. If you act so recklessly, your heart will explode." Still defiant, Jian screamed, "Warrior Kim, our captain is dead because of you. We have to avenge him." The Pontiff's army won't forget this grudge. The moment he finished speaking, the knights behind him charged forward. Unfazed, Junsu spoke calmly. "Are you saying I killed him?" Jian shot back without a second's thought. "That's right. We saw him die by your hand with our own eyes." "Cut the crap." Junsu scoffed, his voice turning cold. "The one who killed Odusi was you." Jian's face twisted in anger, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. Junsu, completely indifferent, continued, "He may have been my opponent, but he was the epitome of a true warrior. He wasn't the kind of man who should have died in a duel that only happened because of your disgusting assassination plot." For Odusi's honor, Jian was told to accept the outcome and fulfill his promise. Hearing this, Jian hung his head in silence, at a loss for words. Junsu paid him no mind and added, "This is all because of your damn inferiority complex." Jian stayed there, head bowed, trembling and muttering, "Captain." Seeing this, a few of the holy knights came over, helped him up, and led him away. Junsu narrowed his eyes and watched Jian leave, his brow furrowed in thought. Asterisk. Even after all that, I doubt the Pontiff's army will be dropping their grudge, huh? Asterisk. The next day, Choi Chuel was in his office, happily chatting with someone. "That's right, we've officially signed the contract with Warrior Kim. Yes, the one who just beat the captain of the Pontiff's army. I get what you're after." Just then, someone walked up to his office. He quickly spoke into the phone. "Hey, sorry, I'll call you back." It was Junsu, who had just picked up the armor he'd commissioned. He said cheerfully, "I was worried that Master Blacksmith Joe Chun would try to add his own touches to my armor, but he actually followed my specs perfectly, colossal and super durable. Seeing him, Choi excitedly rushed over with a gift box in his hands, saying in a suck-up tone, "Since you're here, why don't you try this on too?" "It's a gift from me." A little bewildered, Junsu took the box and opened it. A moment later, he shouted with glee, "Now this Times is what I'm talking about," Choi enthusiastically explained. "It's a luxury, handmade training suit. It's even got self-cleaning and mana recovery functions." Junsu gave him a thumbs up. Satisfied, he grinned. "You know my style." "Thanks, Director Choi." The director even complimented him, saying the suit made him look like a model. But then Choi hesitated for a moment before stammering, by the way, could I ask you for a favor?" Junsu frowned. "What's up?" Choi lowered his voice and muttered, "Thanks to you, business is exploding. But because you haven't been working with us for very long, some people are questioning the validity of our contract." Hearing this, Junsu nodded, understanding immediately. "Ah, if that's the reason, I guess I've got no choice. Did you already accept a request for me?" Choi replied, "I did. I've prepared the perfect one for you." Choi gave a slight nod and handed Junsu a file. "The Sun Tower wants to research your black flames for scientific purposes." Hearing this, Junsu's brow furrowed. He knew that the Sun Tower was one of Sun's 4 great magic towers. If he remembered correctly, it was a place that specialized in fire magic. Just then, Choi added, "They'll compensate you at the same rate as one of their official members." Junsu gave a slight nod. "Fine, I'll take it." Because that person was at the Sun Tower, he knew exactly what the reward would be. A short while later, Junsu arrived at the Sun Tower, a place shrouded in fire magic, as per his request. Stepping inside, he couldn't help but be impressed. A place where science and magic coexist. What an incredible view. Just then, a man approached him. "Warrior Kim, my name is Park Hyung-do, a researcher here. You must be here about the request to study your black flames, right?" "Ah, yeah." Junsu nodded slightly. Hyung-do then began to lead him deeper inside. "We don't have much time, so let's get a move on. Please, follow me." Soon enough, they entered a research lab. Hyung-do suggested, "First, let's run a few basic tests, shall we?" Junsu frowned slightly. Asterisk, this machine. It looks kind of familiar. Asterisk, while Junsu was lost in thought, Hyung-do spoke again. "Please step inside the machine. All you have to do is stand still." Not thinking much of it, Junsu stepped inside. Instantly, a magic circle appeared in front of Junsu. In a flash, his expression soured. Asterisk, this is a machine that reveals a player's every detail. It's going to expose all of my secret traits. Realizing this, he immediately slammed his fists on the glass, shouting, "Stop this machine right now. I'm not doing this." Hyung-do stood outside, a smirk playing on his lips. "Please remain still. It's a necessary procedure, all stipulated in the contract." Junsu's rage boiled over. Clenching his fist, he roared, "Get lost, you bastard!" In the next instant, his fist smashed down, shattering the machine's glass panel. Hyung-do scrambled backward in alarm. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Junsu shot back furiously. "The contract I signed only said I had to demonstrate my black flames for your research. I never agreed to you pulling this shit." Just then, hurried footsteps rushed in, and without a moment's hesitation, the newcomer punched Hyung-do square in the face, yelling in frustration, "Park Hyung-do, you idiot! Are you pulling this shit again?" The man was Myung-seo, the head of the research department. He growled through gritted teeth. "How dare you sabotage my project?" Hyung-do saw him and frantically tried to explain, "It's just a misunderstanding, Chief." But Myung-seo wasn't having it. He furiously yelled, "A misunderstanding, my ass. You were trying to sell Warrior Kim's data. I've been watching you the entire time." Hyung-do was at a loss for words. He hung his head and mumbled quietly, "I'm sorry. I was blinded by greed." Myung-seo scoffed and said coldly, "Get the hell out of my sight. You're fired from this team." Junsu watched, confused about what he should do. Then, Myung-seo turned to him apologetically. "My apologies, Warrior Kim. I am Yu Myung-seo, the head of research. About what just happened." Junsu cut him off before he could finish. "It's not your fault. I take it this kind of thing happens a lot around here?" Myung-seo sighed in frustration. "That idiot has a gambling addiction. He sells information to cover his debts. If it weren't for his mentor, he'd have been thrown out of here a long time ago." "I get it." Junsu nodded slightly. "Still, I came all the way out here to fulfill your request, and I nearly had all my personal info stolen." Hearing that, Myung-seo quickly offered, "As an apology, I will raise your membership level. You'll have access to our high-end facilities as well as our training grounds." At this, Junsu's mood instantly lifted. Asterisk, a magic tower's training grounds? Aren't those usually restricted to mages? Asterisk. With that thought, he nodded, satisfied. Asterisk, not a bad deal. Asterisk. Seeing his reaction, Myung-se suggested, please rest for a bit while I get everything ready. Junsu gave a small nod. All right, I'll just walk around for a bit. He then made his way to another floor of the Sun Tower. Junsu was in high spirits now. Asterisk, man. I almost got totally screwed over. As expected of soon, I guess. But it was worth it. This is my chance to gain new traits from a Magic Tower's training ground. Asterisk. Just then, an announcement came over the speakers, beginning lightning-type magic training. The moment the announcement ended, the orbs in front of him crackled with mana. An instant later, a volley of lightning bolts rained down. Junsu was engulfed in electricity as it furiously coursed through his body. The pain was bone deep. Junsu gritted his teeth, bearing the pain. Asterisk. But it'd be better if I used a trait to take some of this. Asterisk. Thinking this, Junsu switched his active trait. Instantly, the intensity of the lightning began to decrease. Before long, Junsu had completed the lightning magic training and acquired the 6-element resistance trait. Having achieved his goal, he yelled out happily, "All right, you can kill the power now. I'm about to get fried alive in here." But just then, the room's system suddenly flashed red as alarms blared. Training system switched to manual override. Warning, warning. Electrical current intensity has been modified. Lightning struck Junsu again, making him scream in frustration. Wait, what the hell? I said I'm done in here. Who's out there? It didn't take long for Junsu to spot the bastard, Hyung-do, standing outside. He was holding the control lever, his eyes filled with malice as he glared inside and snarled, "You fucked with the wrong guy, you piece of shit." The second he finished speaking, Hyung-do cranked the controls to max. Lightning went wild, slamming down on Kim Junsu, whose expression instantly turned grim. By this point, Hyung-do had gone completely insane, screaming his head off, "Die, you son of a bitch!" And just like that, Kim Junsu took the full, max-level blast of lightning. Seeing this, Hyung-do laughed triumphantly. That's what you get for messing with me. But his smile vanished in a heartbeat, and his face just froze. Because Kim Junsu was still standing there, completely unfazed. He wasn't about to lose to some cheap-ass trick like this. There was a reason he'd come to the training room in his spare time. Among Kim Junsu's item traits was one called Divine Resistance. He'd gotten it when he fought back against the Saintess's purification ritual. He'd acquired Fire Resistance when he soaked himself in the magic spring. Dark Resistance was what Kim Junsu got from his battle with the necromancer Karen. Ice Resistance, he got that from the fight with those vengeful spirits. Earth Resistance, Kim Junsu had obtained that while escaping a magic trap set by a manhunter. And finally, Electric Resistance, the one he had just gotten through this training session. Kim Junsu quickly combined all 6 traits together. A massive amount of magical energy enveloped his body. His heart was no exception. It was constantly transforming, and very soon he acquired a new trait, Magic Resistance. Kim Junsu cracked a satisfied, creepy-ass smile. Outside, Hyung-do saw this and freaked out, yelling, "How the hell did he block Tier 3 magic with his bare body? Is that thing even human?" This time, the magic is going to be stronger than before. Right after that, Hyung-do messed with the joystick again, and a warning alarm immediately blared. Warning, warning, the system is now out of control. Please halt the training and evacuate immediately. Kim Junsu wasn't fazed at all. He just snorted coldly. System out of control, huh? Sounds pretty dangerous. If that's the case, I'll just use my traits to dodge all of its attacks. Almost instantly, the lightning struck at Kim Junsu, but this time he dodged it easily, and even got a new retreat trait out of it, which made him pretty happy. Awesome. At this rate, I'll probably get a trait even higher level than Airstrike. But while Kim Junsu was thrilled, Hyung-do on the outside was pissed. He was just jamming on the controls, screaming in a rage, "Damn it, I'm gonna kill you for real." Just then, Myung-seok walked in and slapped him right across the face. He yelled angrily, "You crazy bastard! I heard the warning alarm. What the hell do you think you're doing?" Right after that, he ordered someone else to shut down the controls immediately. Soon, the lightning completely vanished, and the system returned to normal. Myung-seok couldn't hold back anymore and grabbed Hyung-do by the collar, growling through gritted teeth, "You lunatic! How dare you try to hurt Warrior Kim?" Hyung-do frantically waved his hands, trying to deny everything. "Director, it's not like that." At that moment, Kim Junsu walked out from inside. He let out a cold, contemptuous scoff. "Hurt me?" Myung-seok looked over, startled, and asked anxiously, "Warrior, are you not injured?" Kim Junsu chuckled and said with a pout, I do feel a little bit tingly." The whole scene left the crowd completely baffled. After all this despicable crap, Hyung-do was finally kicked out of the tower. It didn't matter how much he begged. Kim Junsu watched him leave and asked hesitantly, "What's going to happen to him now that he's been expelled?" Myung-seok slowly explained, A spell will be cast on his brain to prevent him from learning any new magic. Kim Junsu nodded slightly, speaking with indifference. So his life as a mage is over. Serves him right. Mi Ung-sok didn't show any pity either, saying coldly, "That kid has caused way too much trouble. This was bound to happen. Ah, please take this. It might not be much, but please accept it as our apology." With that, he handed Kim Junsu a box containing a vial of elixir. This is a potion with excellent healing properties. Although he was ecstatic inside, he kept a calm front and said, "Thank you, sir. This potion is like a second life to me." Hearing this, Mi Ung-sok waved his hand and laughed. "Oh no, I think this is a fair price to pay." It seemed he didn't want this incident to blow up any further, but Kim Junsu needed something else from the tower. With that in mind, he spoke up slowly. "But I have to say, it's a bit unsettling that I've been attacked twice now since I came to visit the tower, don't you think?" Mi Ung-sok couldn't help but feel flustered. Then, "Could you tell me what you want?" Kim Junsu pretended to think for a moment before speaking flatly. "There's something I've wanted for a long time. I want to experience all 4 spells of the 4 great magic towers." The moment he said it, Mi Ung-sok cried out in alarm, "What? Don't tell me you want to experience the solar cannon?" Kim Junsu nodded, casually admitting, "That's right, fire that thing at me." Mi Ung-sok heard this and tried to talk him down. A tier 3 superhuman can't even last a second against that thing. Maybe when you're stronger. But before he could even finish, Kim Junsu cut him off cold. "No, I'm sure I can take it for about 15 seconds. Mi Ung-sok was stunned. "Huh? But that's something even a tier 5 superhuman would hesitate to do." Kim Junsu's voice was firm. "I'm different from them." Mi Ung-sok looked at him, bewildered, and hesitated for a long time before speaking. "That black flame, it can burn an enemy's mana. That's an interesting approach, but it's still incredibly dangerous." Kim Junsu gave a small laugh and said confidently, "We'll just have to see, won't we?" So, right after that, Kim Junsu went to the chamber where the solar cannon was kept. Standing in front of it, he got lost in thought. Man, the idea of getting hit by that thing is actually kinda scary, but there was no other way. If Kim Junsu wanted to get the solar cannon trait, there were only 3 ways to do it. First, he could enter the magic tower as someone's apprentice. Second, he could defeat the master of the tower in a one-on-one battle. But both of those methods were only for magic-type superhumans, so he couldn't do either of them. While Kim Junsu was thinking, Mi Ung-sok spoke up. "We're firing now." Kim Junsu gave a slight nod, signaling he was ready. However, there was still a third way. He could use a hidden quest that unlocked when he had enough favorability with the Tower Master. Because, as it happened, the Master of the Tower was also present right now. The solar cannon began to power up. Kim Junsu looked up at the firepower about to launch at him. In an instant, a brilliant fireball shot towards him. With a massive boom, the fireball exploded on impact. Kim Junsu was engulfed in a sea of flames, but he could withstand it. It was thanks to all the traits he'd gotten so far, through the trait in his magic armor equipment. Seeing this, the people watching from above were completely stunned, shouting in disbelief. "He's actually taking it? He's only tier 3, but how?" Kim Junsu was oblivious to their reactions, still gritting his teeth and enduring the full force of the flames. He had prepared for this, but damn, it still hurt like hell. And just like that, Kim Junsu endured for 15 seconds. Mi Ung-sok quickly shouted out, "15 seconds have passed. Retract the solar cannon." The moment he finished, the solar cannon's firepower was withdrawn. Kim Junsu was a complete wreck. He clutched his chest, gasping for air. It was finally over. Those were the longest 15 seconds of his life. The Tower Master was very pleased with Kim Junsu's performance. He smirked and said, "What was his name again? Warrior Kim? He's quite an impressive guy." A little later, in the Tower Master's office, he had invited Kim Junsu for tea. The Tower Master looked at him with satisfaction and said with a smile, "That was amazing just now. Using black flame to withstand the solar cannon for that long. You'll be a great help in a project we've been waiting on for a long time." "It's my honor," Kim Junsu said with a nod and a smile. He was acting all calm on the outside, but inside, he was giddy about raising his favorability. Meanwhile, the Tower Master laughed again. "Haha, I like your way of talking, and I have a request for you." Kim Junsu was taken aback. "A request?" A moment later, a young man walked in from outside and spoke. "Grandfather, you called for me?" The Tower Master nodded slightly, then introduced them. "Say hello to Warrior Kim. He's a tier 3 superhuman." Kim Junsu immediately stood up to greet him. "Nice to meet you." The other young man bowed his head in return. "Nice to meet you too, sir." Kim Junsu recognized this person. Mage Kim was the guide for the magic class, appearing after Ironfist and Priest Kim. He was always this gloomy. Just then, the Tower Master spoke again. "This is my grandson. He has the potential to become a high-level superhuman, but his power has been stuck at Tier 1. Kim Junsu listened and nodded. Yeah, that's strange. Mage Kim spoke in despair. I'm sorry for being the strange one. I'm sorry for being a disgrace to the tower. Kim Junsu was taken aback and quickly explained, that's not what I meant. The Tower Master was all too used to this. He glanced at Kim Junsu and said, What's your take, Mr. Kim? I heard you healed Director S's son. I'm sure you have some idea on how to awaken this kid. Mage Kim didn't dare to interrupt. Sitting silently in his spot, Kim Junsu squinted at the Tower Master and his grandson. After a long moment, he smirked and said, Of course there's a way. Hearing this, the Tower Master and his grandson immediately lit up. The Tower Master exclaimed joyfully, Really? If you can do it, I'll grant you anything you desire. Anything? Kim Junsu let out a scoff at that. This was the starting point for the hidden quest, Sun Cannon. Kim Junsu quickly stated his purpose. After hearing him out, the Tower Master exclaimed in shock, Say that again. What do you want? Kim Junsu replied without hesitation. The Sun Cannon. Was I not clear enough? The Tower Master hesitated for a moment, then mumbled in a low voice after a long pause. The Sun Cannon, huh? If the future of the tower depends on this, I can give it to you, but I'm not sure what you plan to use it for. Kim Junsu wasn't in a hurry. He winked and said with a smile, Then can you give it to me in the form of a memory chip? So I can learn it right away. The Tower Master didn't think he'd be in such a rush, but he could only nod. Fine. Just then, Mage Kim suddenly spoke up. Sorry to interrupt, but how do you plan to train me? Kim Junsu answered casually. First, we need to find the root of the problem. Before Mage Kim could answer, the Tower Master replied coldly. The biggest problem is that this kid is too damn stupid. He's supposed to become a mage, but his knowledge of mathematics is practically zero. Kim Junsu, of course, understood Mage Kim's problem. He was smart enough to study business administration at Xun University, but he was hopeless at math, making him unsuited for studying magic. After a long pause, Kim Junsu slowly opened his mouth. Then why don't we learn magic that doesn't involve calculations? The Tower Master asked. A bit confused. What do you mean? Magic that doesn't involve calculations? Kim Junsu nodded and spoke nonchalantly. By using spirits, he can become a fire witch. The Tower Master exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. A fire witch? But that's not a mage. Shrugging indifferently, Kim Junsu pouted and asked, So, would you rather let your grandson stay like this for the rest of his life? Or would you rather let him become a fire witch and help him unleash his potential? The Tower Master glanced at Mage Kim, remaining silent for a long moment. Finally, he sat down in his chair, sighed, and said, Then explain it in detail. Kim Junsu calmly began. The main problem is casting spells, right? Because you can't handle the incantations, you can't perform the magic. So, let's leave the hard part to the spirits, and you just have to supply the mana. The Tower Master shook his head in refusal. That's not possible. The kid isn't close with spirits, so how is he supposed to get one? Kim Junsu frowned, looking at the two of them, and said firmly, I'm not saying he has to form a contract with the spirits. Like I said, he will times them. The method is for Mage Kim to simply inscribe a spell into a magic circle. That way, the user only needs to worry about supplying the mana, and the mana circle will handle the spell's execution. The Tower Master exclaimed in amazement. You mean we should capture a spirit and use it as a mana circle? Or to put it more simply, we just need to turn it into a magic circle. Kim Junsu nodded in confirmation. Exactly. The Tower Master was immediately delighted, remarking, Amazing. That's a truly amazing hypothesis. I thought you were a warrior. How do you know about things like this? How was Kim Junsu supposed to answer? Of course, the method was amazing because they were the ones who came up with it in the future. At that moment, the Tower Master, Niak Pot, but the gate to the spirit world is currently closed. We can't summon any spirits. Kim Junsu said casually. Then we can use animal spirits as a substitute. Hearing this, the Tower Master thought of something and frowned, muttering, An animal spirit like a phoenix? That sounds difficult. How are we supposed to find a mythical creature? Letting out a soft chuckle, Kim Junsu said confidently, Don't worry about it. I've got a way. A short while later, the three of them arrived at a canyon. This place was filled with phoenixes. Seeing them, Mage Kim couldn't help but exclaim, A place like this, with a whole valley full of phoenixes, actually exists? The Tower Master also gasped in surprise. Even high-level superhumans would have a hard time finding a place like this. How in the world did you? Kim Junsu smiled sheepishly and said, The phoenixes aren't like the rumors say. They hide in the back of the valley, and I just happened to find them by chance. The Tower Master didn't seem to quite believe him, but he still played along enthusiastically. Haha, oh my god, you really are very lucky. Kim Junsu leaned in with a smile. So, About that sun cannon we discussed earlier? The Tower Master nodded slightly in response. All right, I'll give you one. Kim Junsu was thrilled. Settling the quest just by revealing a location? What a steal. While he was celebrating, the Tower Master spoke again. By the way, how does a warrior like you plan to maximize the power of the sun cannon? Kim Junsu answered casually, I want to upgrade it. My goal is to create a fission. Hearing this, the Tower Master threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha, fission, huh? That's no easy task. It took us a whole decade to achieve that. Shrugging indifferently, Kim Junsu said nonchalantly, approaching it as a warrior will surely get different results than approaching it as a mage, right? Who knows? Maybe my fission will be better than what you guys came up with. The Tower Master narrowed his eyes at him and said with a pout, let's make a bet then. The time limit is 2 years. Let's see which is better, yours or our magic towers. Kim Junsu calmly accepted, what are we betting? The Tower Master thought for a moment before speaking. If you win, I'll grant you one wish, but if I win, you have to join the Magic Tower's security team. Done. Sounds good, Kim Junsu agreed immediately without much thought. Another chance to get one over on the Magic Tower? Why wouldn't he agree? While the two were talking, Mage Kim had quietly entered the canyon. Now it was time for the confirmation. A while later, at the operating room, Kim Junsu was waiting outside. Myung-sa approached, smiling cheerfully. That was amazing, Warrior Kim. I can't believe you managed to pave a path for becoming a fire witch in our Magic Tower. Kim Junsu looked up at him and said with a smirk, Director, yeah, but let's hope the surgery is a success first. Mi-ung-sa sat down with him and nodded slightly. True. But about that mage who was expelled earlier. Kim Junsu frowned slightly and mumbled, Ah, that loser? Mi-ung-sa said grimly, After he left, I investigated further and it's crystal clear that he took money from the Kumo Corporation. Hearing that, Kim Junsu's eyes widened in shock. The Kumo Corporation, one of the 5 major conglomerates, famous for its aggressive and ruthless business expansion tactics, with a tendency to devour or overwhelm other rivals in the market. In the game, they were the true villains. Mi-ung-sa looked at him with a serious expression and said in a low voice, The problem isn't that they're taking our magical information, but that they specifically wanted information about you. They probably want to recruit you. Hell no. Kim Junsu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He sighed in resignation. He would never cooperate with villains like Kumo. Great, another thing to avoid. Just then, the door to the operating room opened. The Tower Master ran straight to Kim Junsu and gave him a hard slap on the back. He laughed loudly. Haha, it was a huge success. It's all thanks to you, superhuman Kim. My grandson is now a superhuman mage. Kim Junsu was stunned by the blow. Mage Kim walked out from inside, surrounded by a massive amount of magic power. He bowed his head and said, Thank you so much. Kim Junsu squinted as he observed Mage Kim. He's already as strong as me? Level 3 right from the start. Is this the power of DNA? Mage Kim then spoke up. It feels so strange that I can use magic this easily. Kim Junsu walked over cheerfully and suggested, From now on, you should use fire attribute elixirs. That way, you can generate more mana. Hearing this, Mage Kim spoke gratefully. You even showed me how to get stronger. Thank you. Just then, the Tower Master suddenly yelled, Well done, Kim. Here's the reward you wanted. At that, Junsu's eyes lit up. He'd finally gotten his hands on the solar cannon, but there was something else in the reward. He asked curiously, What's this? The Tower Master opened the bag at his feet and said, I've thrown in a little something extra in this bag to boost you, and I even used spatial preservation magic on it. Junsu's eyes sparkled like stars. The man's affection level had gone through the roof. A little later, at Choi Seo's office, Choi Seo couldn't help but gasp as he looked at the money Junsu brought back. You earned a reward of 5 billion? That's insane. Junsu grinned smugly and said, I think it's about time you got used to my greatness. Then he suggested, Anyway, it's time to drink the nectar I've been saving. Choi Seo hesitated. The nectar? You just hit level 3 less than a month ago. Isn't that a bit too soon? Watch out for side effects. Junsu scoffed and asked, Well then, can you refine the nectar, Director Choi? Refine it? Choi Seo was stunned, but he quickly gave a confident wink. Just leave it to me. And with that, he opened his inventory and started searching for something. After a while, Choi Seo spoke up. I just need a few main ingredients. These are the most common ones. Junsu glanced over them, frowning as he mumbled. So, I'll get different traits depending on the ingredients I use? Damn, this is a tough choice. He already had super strength and regeneration, plus the steel armor on his shield. After a moment of thought, Junsu pointed at an ingredient and declared, All right then, let's go with the horned tiger's heart. Hearing this, Choi Seo was stunned and asked hesitantly, Does it have to be a horned tiger? Seeing his reaction, Junsu asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Choi Seo slowly explained, "It's an endangered species, so it's pretty hard to get." Junsu was completely baffled when he heard this. So, right after that, Junsu drove off to find one. He wasn't too worried. If there wasn't one available, he'd just go hunt it himself. The problem was, how was he supposed to find a horned tiger in this huge area? Junsu didn't want to resort to this, but he was out of options. With that thought, he took out a can of fish and held it to his nose. Before long, Junsu had acquired the canine noses trait. "I'd rather smell durian. This fermented Baltic herring is nasty as hell." It felt like the smell of rotten crap was stuck in his lungs, but thanks to the trait, he could now smell everything. Junsu continued deeper into the area. He smelled a lot of blood. Is there a predator nearby? Does that mean it's here? Junsu quickly scanned his surroundings, but before he could find it, he saw something else. In the distance, a vehicle was approaching with people on it, and they were chasing some animal, firing at it like crazy. From the other side, Junsu rushed to follow. Great, competition. He was going to lose the trail. Judging by the claw marks on that corpse, this was no ordinary horned tiger. This was the most famous mythical creature of the Chungon Plateau, the Mountain King, and it possessed all 6 traits. At that moment, the Mountain King charged towards Junsu. If he let his guard down for a second, he'd be dead. Junsu didn't dare be careless and quickly dodged, but what surprised him even more was that the Mountain King also had the evasion trait. Junsu bit his lip hard. "I don't have many chances. I have to end this in one shot. Guess I'll have to rely on my senses and instincts." While Junsu was thinking, the Mountain King charged fiercely. He aimed his gun at it while activating a trait. Without any hesitation, Junsu fired, but the Mountain King still dodged it. The bullet only grazed its body. Junsu bit his lip hard. "So it can even dodge that, huh? But I'm not done yet." With that, Junsu charged forward again. He faced the Mountain King head-on. Junsu aimed his gun at it again, snorting as he said, "Even though I'm a warrior, I'm pretty damn confident in my marksmanship." The moment he finished speaking, he fired, and a magic bullet lodged itself in the Mountain King's body. Junsu smiled in satisfaction, but he didn't get to smile for long. The Mountain King suddenly charged again, startling him. Luckily, Junsu managed to dodge. He didn't think it could still move after being hit by the black flame. Junsu stared at it in alarm, frowning as he muttered, "If the black flame isn't enough, looks like I'll have to fight it up close." Meanwhile, the Mountain King's eyes grew cloudy, filled with bloodlust as it stared at Junsu. Without a moment's hesitation, it charged wildly. Junsu recognized this move. This was the Mountain King's strongest skill, Breaching Rush. It could strengthen its body by more than 1.5 tons and completely tear apart any target it hits. Compared to its infamous reputation that scared countless players, the strategy to defeat it was laughably simple. It was all about using its own strength against it. With that thought, Junsu leaped onto the Mountain King's back, startling it. With a small scoff, Junsu said coldly, "Surprised? You know you can't dodge this one, don't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed down with his sword right into the middle of the Mountain King's body, and fresh blood gushed out endlessly. A little while later, Junsu dragged the Mountain King's corpse into the city, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Holding the box containing its heart, he shouted boastfully, "This is the one, folks. See its heart right here?" Junsu had handled it himself, afraid that those other hunters would betray him so he could finally obtain his trait. With that thought, he slowly announced, "I only need the heart, so the rest of the parts are for sale. Anyone interested?" He wanted to see just how much the Mountain King was worth. The moment Junsu finished, people started bidding. In an instant, the price shot up to 2.5 billion. But from within the crowd, a woman in a hat stepped out and threw out a number that shocked everyone. "I'll pay 5 billion. Junsu didn't even have to think about it and yelled, "Sold for 5 billion. Seeing that he had agreed, the crowd dispersed. The woman walked up to him and said, "I'll transfer the money to you right away." Junsu gave her his account details. The woman quickly transferred the money and then asked curiously, "By the way, did you kill it by yourself?" Junsu gave a slight nod and replied, Yeah, I got really lucky." The woman scoffed and said with a smirk, "There's no such thing as pure luck in hunting. Your skills had a lot to do with it." With that, she handed Junsu a business card and spoke, "This is my card. I'd appreciate it if you'd contact me in the future." Then she turned and left. Junsu looked at the business card in his hand. Why does this feel so familiar? Must be another rich big shot. But Junsu didn't really care. He'd gotten the tiger's heart and another 5 billion on top of that. He was lucky enough. 2 days later, Junsu returned to his place. He quickly went to the training room and looked at the potion vial in his hand, nodding with satisfaction. You could tell the quality of the potion just by its color. Earlier, after bringing back the tiger's heart, Junsu had given it to Choi Seo to refine. He said there wouldn't be any side effects, and he looked so confident, so I guess I can trust him. But Junsu suddenly sighed and mumbled, but I'm still kinda nervous. Just in case, he decided to arrange his traits first. Then, Junsu chugged the entire vial. In an instant, a heat like lava erupted inside his body. Junsu's body began to evolve as it detected the change in his accumulating adrenaline. Its effects were kicking in. This made Junsu extremely happy. It was regenerating his magic circuit, and he had leveled up to level 4. Junsu couldn't have been more satisfied. Now that he was level 4, it felt totally different, like his soul had ascended to a new level. On top of that, he had also received the new Berserk attribute. Just as Choi Seo had said, the crafting was a success. This was also the reason Junsu went there to hunt monsters and sell their item drops. With the traits he'd gained through battles, and by combining the trait in his equipment with this diamond, he obtained the sturdy and giant traits. Junsu nodded with satisfaction. The preparations were complete. Now for the final step. At that moment, Junsu's body began to change. The muscle fibers inside him suddenly tore apart, and his bone structure was being realigned. Before long, the traits began to merge. Junsu had obtained giant strength. Looking down at his powerful body, he was ecstatic. Finally, I got it. Giant strength. This is the top-tier trait for a warrior. But almost immediately, Kim Junsu realized there was a problem. He was getting bigger, but that was fine. Let's see just how strong he was. Right after that, Kim Junsu threw a punch at the glass surface. In an instant, the entire glass surface shattered. Kim Junsu muttered with satisfaction. It shattered just from the sound waves. This power is seriously awesome, but it definitely has some major side effects. Just as Kim Junsu thought, to use this trait, he'd also need the diamond body trait, which would make his body sturdier, or the undefeated trait, which would speed up his recovery. But both of those were top-tier traits. Kim Junsu could learn them from equipment like before. The problem was, he was all out of freaking diamonds, which gave him a massive headache. But soon enough, Kim Junsu came up with a plan. He knew exactly where to get them, so he just had to go find them. But when he got there, he was hit with some devastating news. They were out of diamonds. Chunbok sighed and said, "We don't have any left. The earliest we can get more is next month." Hearing this, Kim Junsu panicked. Next month is too late. Just then, Chunbok suddenly whispered, "In that case, would you mind coming with me to the mine to get the diamonds?" Kim Junsu was stunned when he heard that. He didn't remember this being in the game. Chunbok lowered his voice again. "This is a trip that must be kept secret at all costs. Are you interested?" Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Junsu agreed. "Of course I'm in." That evening, the streets of Soon were bustling with people. Chunbok drove Kim Junsu. He began to speak slowly. "I'm sure you know that to get something like diamonds, you have to be willing to take risks, right?" Kim Junsu nodded slightly. "Of course." Hearing that, Chunbok reminded him, "Take a look ahead. If you don't feel right about it, you can still back out." Kim Junsu had no idea why he was suddenly giving him that advice, but it was only then that he realized something. The car was heading towards Bun. The car kept speeding forward without stopping at all. Kim Junsu finally understood where they were going. It was the place where superhumans fought for their lives. The largest underground arena in the capital, a place of brutal one-on-one combat. Once you step into the ring, you can shed blood, but you can't lose. A little while later, at a lavish building in Bun, Chunbok and Kim Junsu slowly entered the basement level. People were shouting and cheering nonstop. Kim Junsu looked around and couldn't help but remark, "This place is huge." Hearing that, Chunbok asked doubtfully, "You know about the arena?" Kim Junsu replied nonchalantly, "I've only heard rumors. By the way, aren't you connected to this place?" Chunbok let out a small laugh and pouted, "Haha, you caught me." Kim Junsu had been wondering where the old man dug up all those rare items, so this was where he got them. Thinking back, Kim Chunbok's background in the game was also pretty suspicious. While he was thinking, Chunbok spoke again, "But let me be clear, I didn't bring you here to get in that ring." Kim Junsu pouted and whispered, "But you brought me here as part of a plan, right?" Chunbok nodded awkwardly. "That's right. Nothing in this world is free. This is one of the fastest ways to get diamonds. The rules are simple. The winner takes the loser's diamonds, and the loser has to destroy their own magic circle to create diamonds." Kim Junsu's brow furrowed tightly when he heard that. To put it simply, that was a complete reset of all your experience points. After a long silence, he slowly opened his mouth. "So, I have to bet my entire life? The bigger the risk, the bigger the payout?" Chunbok nodded slightly. "That's right. If this isn't okay, we can leave." But before he could finish, Kim Junsu cut him off with a smile. "Leave? Where do I sign up?" This was the perfect chance to earn some diamonds. Hearing that, Chunbok eagerly volunteered. "Since I'm the one who referred you, I'll handle the registration." Kim Junsu looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What's in it for you?" Ah, Chunbok said happily. Half of the prize money will be yours. The rest goes to me and the organizers. Kim Junsu had no objections and said casually, Sounds good. Let me try this place out first. And so, Kim Junsu stepped into the ring for his match. His opponent was a huge guy who charged at Kim Junsu like a madman, no matter how much he dodged. This made the big guy furious, and he yelled, Are you just gonna keep dodging like a coward? I'll crush you into pulp with these muscles in one hit. But just then, Kim Junsu suddenly let out a cold laugh. You talk too much. It's my turn now, isn't it? With those words, he used the giant's strength trait and then landed a punch right in the big guy's face. It was a one-hit knockout. The big guy just collapsed. Naturally, the winner was Kim Junsu. Chunbok ran down to congratulate him. That was amazing. That's a 5-win streak. Kim Junsu smiled happily and said, I bet you've got a mountain of diamonds now thanks to me. Chunbok gleefully massaged his shoulders, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Not just that, but a ton of cash too. What are you planning to do with the money you earned today? Kim Junsu thought for a moment before answering, I'll probably buy a new set of items. Chunbok's eyes immediately lit up. So, you're only interested in getting stronger? Kim Junsu nodded coolly. Yeah, of course. Because in Arcane Xun, power determines a person's rank. He didn't want to live like a loser being toyed with by this world. Just then, Chunbok suddenly spoke up. Looks like you just received a challenge. Hearing that, Kim Junsu asked in surprise, From who? Chunbok replied casually. From a level 4 superhuman named the King of Destruction, the top-ranked fighter. Kim Junsu was stunned when he heard the name. Chunbok felt this was a tough one and advised, This seems a bit difficult. You don't have to accept the challenge. However, Kim Junsu seemed to already know this name and accepted the challenge right away. A moment later, he once again stepped into the ring. Down below, the crowd began to cheer and shout. A huge, masked man was already standing on the stage. Hearing the crowd chant his name, he savored the moment with satisfaction. This man was the King of Destruction, a level 4 superhuman. The King of Destruction looked at Kim Junsu and chuckled, I didn't think you'd accept my challenge, kid. Looks like you've lost your mind. At the same time, Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes, observing his opponent. The King of Destruction was definitely a completely different kind of opponent. He was an SR rank character specializing in melee, possessing immense strength and fighting techniques. In a bare-knuckle fight, he was the strongest, possessing 3 high-level traits, but he could still be beaten. In the game, the King of Destruction was level 5, but here, he was only level 4. On top of that, Kim Junsu was starting to feel that the amount of diamonds offered as a reward wasn't good enough anymore. Just as he was thinking, the King of Destruction charged forward, screaming non-stop, I'm gonna smash that smug look off your face. Get ready to become a pile of minced meat, crying and rolling on the ground. Just like that, his fists flew relentlessly, yet Kim Junsu still managed to dodge them all. He wasn't scared at all. In fact, he provoked him with a smirk. I was about to say the same thing to you. Right then, the King of Destruction rushed in and grabbed Kim Junsu in a bear hug. But Kim Junsu, on the other hand, was perfectly calm, just as expected. He knew this guy would charge in. The King of Destruction was a wrestler. When he lifts an opponent, he immediately slams them to the ground. But there was one thing the King of Destruction didn't know. His opponent this time was Kim Junsu, someone who wouldn't go down easily. Sure enough, just as the King of Destruction was about to slam him to the ground, he suddenly spun around. Kim Junsu had stacked giant strength, super strength, and power, then activated a counter at just the right moment. A totally cinematic spin from Kim Junsu unfolded in the ring, and then he drove his elbow into the King of Destruction's stomach. That single blow made him spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. But the King of Destruction reacted quickly, grabbing Kim Junsu's arm and then locking him in a tight chokehold. But Kim Junsu had anticipated this move too, and easily escaped. Next, he grabbed the King of Destruction's collar and violently threw him to the ground. Because of that, Kim Junsu obtained the suppression trait, which made him quite happy. The King of Destruction scrambled to his feet, looking at him with suspicion. How did you? Kim Junsu just smiled casually. You're probably wondering how I predicted your moves and dodged, right? Well, too bad for you. I'm just getting started. After getting suppression, he had collected all 6 basic combat traits, and when these traits are combined into one, they evolve and become a single, unique trait, melee. Kim Junsu raised an eyebrow and smirked. All right, let's test just how strong you really are. Hearing these words, the King of Destruction was instantly stunned. He frowned and muttered, What are you trying to do? Before he even knew what hit him, Kim Junsu was already on the attack. The King of Destruction didn't dare drop his guard, quickly throwing up his arms to defend himself, but he still had to ask, What the hell? What the hell did you do? Your whole vibe just completely changed. Kim Junsu chuckled softly, raised an eyebrow, and said, "You're pretty sharp. Guess that's why your rank is so high, huh?" He had a point. Compared to a rookie who just entered the arena, Kim Junsu shouldn't have had this kind of experience, but he was a total all-around fighter after getting the close combat trait. Equipping it let Kim Junsu's regular attacks trigger a continuous combo trait, and it even added a few buffs to his hits. The King of Destruction was backed into a corner, fighting back like a madman, but Kim Junsu just kept dodging his attacks. Then, he grabbed the King of Destruction's incoming fist. By using this trait, Kim Junsu also combined several other basic ones. That's why even the King of Destruction was no match for him. Right then, Kim Junsu used his legs to lock the King of Destruction's arm and neck, trapping him completely. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Surrender, unless you want a broken arm." The pain was too much. The King of Destruction's voice trembled as he yelled, "I lose! I give up!" Immediately, the referee announced loud and clear, "The winner is Warrior Kim." To everyone's utter astonishment, he had climbed to the #1 spot in the Level 4 Superhuman tournament. Kim Junsu was totally satisfied with the result. Down in the stands, the crowd started chanting his name, even calling him the Warrior King. That nickname made Kim Junsu want to die of embarrassment. Just then, the referee announced, "We will now begin the diamond creation process." Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at the King of Destruction, wondering if the guy was really going to give up all the power he'd worked so hard to get. The King of Destruction bit his lip so hard it nearly drew blood. After a moment of thought, he finally said, "I want to use the special contract." Hearing this, the referee asked doubtfully, "Are you sure you want to use that?" The special contract was an agreement the organizers had made with the King of Destruction when he became the #1 warrior. The condition was that if he was defeated, the organizers would pay the diamonds in his place. However, the winner had to agree to it. So, the referee turned to Kim Junsu and asked, "Do you agree?" Before Kim Junsu could answer, the King of Destruction spoke up again. "If you agree, I'll give you 10 diamonds." But Kim Junsu just shook his head. That's not enough. His words left both the King of Destruction and the referee completely stunned. The magical power of a B rank and an SR rank superhuman was on the line, so Kim Junsu knew he had to push his luck. He started negotiating, "I want something, but it's not diamonds." Kim Junsu said if the guy gave him the Iron Fist, he'd accept the condition. The moment those words left his mouth, a flicker of panic crossed the King of Destruction's face. He avoided Kim Junsu's gaze and muttered under his breath, "The Iron Fist? What's that?" "It's a little late to pretend you don't know now." Kim Junsu had already seen that flash of surprise on his face. He smirked, "No deal unless I get 10 diamonds and the Iron Fist." The King of Destruction bit his lip, hesitating for a long moment before asking suspiciously, "How did you know?" Kim Junsu didn't answer, just asked coldly, "So, what's it gonna be?" He knew the guy couldn't refuse. If he went through with the diamond creation by breaking the magic circle, he'd lose all of his skills. The King of Destruction thought for a long time before finally saying, "Fine, I'll give you the Iron Fist. But you have to come back to the arena later for a rematch, and you'll have to bet the Iron Fist." Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Junsu grinned. "Sounds like a plan. We'll figure out the time later." And just like that, Kim Junsu had the Iron Fist in his possession. He left the underground arena and headed home. He laughed gleefully to himself. "Look at that glow, this is sick. It can even reduce damage talk about a broken item." On top of that, Kim Junsu also got a mountain of diamonds. Even after getting a high-grade trait, he'd probably still have a ton left over. So, he then added the healing trait from the necklace Priest Kim had given him. A stream of magical energy quickly appeared around the necklace, and Kim Junsu's entire body began to change. Before long, he gained a new trait, immortality. He cheered, "Now I've got giant strength and immortality. I just need one more to complete my triple good warrior build." With that, Kim Junsu stashed the diamonds away. He had to keep those safe. Just as he was reveling in his success, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID read, Jin Yang. Seeing the name, Kim Junsu frowned and muttered to himself, "The hunter who bought that fox?" A short while later, at the Hunters Guild, Kim Junsu showed up as requested by Jin Yang. She led him to the top floor of the building and said gratefully, "Thank you for coming. Our guildmaster is really eager to meet you." Kim Junsu was pretty eager to meet the guy too, since the NPC Hunters Guildmaster was famous for handing out rewards. Soon enough, they entered a room where a man in a black suit was waiting. The man smiled and greeted him. "A pleasure to meet you. I'm Byung Jin, the master of the Hunters Guild." Kim Junsu stared, stunned, at the man in front of him. This isn't the guildmaster. He's the freaking boss of the Assassins organization. What the hell is he doing here? But he didn't say anything out loud. He just politely shook Byung Jin's hand and said in a low voice, "It's an honor to meet you, sir. I'm Warrior Kim." Byung Jin chuckled. "The honor is all mine." Then it hit Kim Junsu. He remembered that this guy only gets kicked out after a few storylines in the Hunters Guild. Still, this was weird. Just then, someone else rushed in, saying apologetically, "Sorry I'm late." Byung-jin glanced over at the newcomer. "Director Kang, what is it? Is it about the disposal?" Director Kang scratched his head awkwardly. "I heard the guy who defeated the Mountain King was here, so naturally I had to rush over. Besides, today is the unification tournament after all." Kim Junsu quietly sized up the man in front of him. This guy. He's the actual guildmaster from the game. What the hell is going on? Director Kang walked over to greet him. "I'm Director Kang, but feel free to call me Ki-wook." Kim Junsu shook his head with a smile. "Oh no, I couldn't possibly call you by your first name." "You're kidding, Director Kang." Seeing them hitting it off, Byung-jin cut in. "Ahem. If you two are done with the pleasantries, shall we get down to business?" Kim Junsu and Ki-wook both glanced over at him as Byung-jin began to speak calmly. "Sir Superhuman, we'd like to invite you to become an official member of our guild." Kim Junsu frowned. "The Hunters Guild, huh? I'll have to think about it." Becoming an official member sounded good and all, but he had his doubts about this supposed guildmaster. Byung-jin spoke up again, trying to persuade him. "To be frank, our guild is currently building a high-level hunting ground in Seontrol. Honestly, our guild's position isn't exactly stable right now. We're only permitted to hunt in 2 zones, but if there's any trouble with those permits, we'll be in a real bind. So, they want to create their own territory where they can hunt without all that red tape. They need someone with skills like Kim Junsu to help establish that place." Kim Junsu thought it sounded pretty convincing, but before he could respond, Ki-wook cut in. "Guildmaster, that's not our true objective. Our master doesn't just want to set up a hunting ground. He wants to be recognized as a military power and create an armed kingdom in Seontrol." Kim Junsu was shocked. Isn't that biting off more than a guild can chew? The generals in those other 2 zones are hugely influential because of their independent histories and private armies. Exactly. Which is why it's impossible, Ki-wook agreed with a nod, but Byung-jin cut him off coldly. "It's possible." He narrowed his eyes at Kim Junsu, his voice full of conviction as he made his proposal. "Superhuman Kim, if you lend us your power, I can give you my position in the future." Kim Junsu's brow furrowed tightly. The guildmaster's position? That guy's eyes are practically burning with ambition. "Not to be outdone," Ki-wook chimed in with a bright smile. "You should forget all that and just join us. I promise I'll take great care of you." Hearing that, Jin Yang let out a cold, contemptuous scoff. "Director Kang, do you really think I can't do that?" Ki-wook scratched his head, flustered, and couldn't manage to get a word out. Kim Junsu glanced from her to Byung-jin. "That guy is suspicious and completely unpredictable. If something happens to Ki-wook, the guy who's supposed to give me an offer later on, that'd be a real problem." While Kim Junsu was lost in thought, Ki-wook pushed Jin Yang out of the room, a bright smile still plastered on his face. "Superhuman Kim, if you join, you'll get a tax reduction too. Plus, you get to enjoy the unification tournament today." After thinking it over for a moment, Kim Junsu made up his mind. He had to protect Ki-wook. So, he cheerfully agreed. "Sounds good, I'm in." After that, Ki-sook drove Junsu. The old guy was laughing and talking cheerfully. "Haha, I owe you one now. I was so worried the chairman had already snatched you up, so I rushed right over. Honestly, it really freaks me out that he wants to get close to you." Sitting in the passenger seat listening to Ki-sook ramble on, Junsu let out a helpless sigh. The game never said this guy was such a motormouth. Thinking about it, he skeptically asked Director Kang why he didn't set up his own private hunting ground. Ki-sook answered without a second thought. "That's because of Team Anjian." Junsu was a little confused, so the old guy slowly explained that they're a group of members on the chairman's side who don't care about hunting, only about playing politics. After hearing that, Junsu frowned and mumbled, "So the chairman is trying to recruit me to his side, huh?" Ki-sook gave a slight nod. "That's right. He's got it all wrong. Shouldn't he be focused on what's most important in the guild? Instead of worrying about such meaningless crap. But recently, all the members of Fekisos have been sent elsewhere, so the old guy's position is pretty unstable." Hearing that, Junsu couldn't help but feel a little impressed. He thought Ki-sook was just some happy-go-lucky, simple dude, but damn, the old guy actually thinks pretty deep. The car drove on through the desolate wasteland. A while later, they finally stopped at a camp. This was a private hunting ground for the Hunters Guild. Junsu went inside alone, looking around and couldn't help but think, damn, there are a lot of hunters here. Just then, Jin Young came over to greet him. "Hunter Kim, you're finally here. Weren't you with Director Kang?" Junsu gave an awkward laugh and replied, "Yeah, he suddenly said he had to use the bathroom, so..." But before he could finish, Jin Young cut him off coldly. "Good. I have something to tell you. Getting too close to Director Kang is a bad idea. Junsu frowned slightly, asking skeptically, "You think I'm gonna pick his side?" Jin Young didn't answer, just said coldly, "It seems you already know about the factions in our guild." Junsu nodded slightly. "I've got the gist of it. You guys all think differently." Jin Young said flatly, "That's right. He's the type who's so focused on the small details that he can't see the bigger picture." While they were talking, Junsu was secretly observing her. He finally noticed a critical detail: golden eyes and a scar. Jin Young is a member of Bunjin's assassin organization. Now he understood. The Jianshin Guild was the precursor to the assassin organization. Jin Young, unaware of his thoughts, continued, "It's the same with the hunting grounds. He freaks out over any minor, slightly illegal actions." Junsu let out a small laugh and smirked. "But I kinda like that about him. He doesn't talk shit behind people's backs, and he's super honest." This made Jin Young's expression darken. She snorted coldly. "Whatever, don't come crying to me later." With that, she turned and left. Junsu didn't say anything else. Now that he had a grasp of the situation, it was time to start preparing. Right after, Junsu went into a resting tent, ducked into the bathroom, and slathered sunscreen all over his face. The smell of the cream almost made him puke on the spot. But Junsu had to endure it. He had to get the sensitive skin trait first. After waiting for a long time, once he received the trait, Junsu washed it off. Finally, he had acquired enough traits. When combined, they would become an absolute attribute beneficial for hunting. The sixth sense. Junsu grinned with satisfaction. The sixth sense isn't just useful for hunting, it's perfect for situations like this too. So after getting himself ready, Junsu went outside. He whispered to himself, "Maybe I should walk around and check out their nasty little thoughts." Just then, he suddenly saw something. Up ahead, two guys were radiating killing intent. Not only that, but everyone else around them was, too. Junsu couldn't help but be stunned. What the hell is this? Don't tell me most of the people here are demons. While he was still thinking, Kiseok walked up, carrying 2 bottles of soju. With that same simple smile on his face, he said, "Warrior Kim, finally found you. Let's grab a drink before the competition starts." Behind the old guy were 2 other men. They were his trusted confidants. The 2 guys quickly greeted him. "Director Kang has told us so many good things about you." Junsu shook his head slightly, declining. "I don't think I can drink." Because from the one Kiseok called his confidant, he smelled something. The thick, metallic scent of a traitor. So after that, Junsu stood outside grilling meat, letting Kiseok's group eat and drink to their heart's content. He let out a helpless sigh. They were having so much fun, they were completely oblivious to the spy. He needed to tell Kiseok, but would the old guy believe someone he just met today? While Junsu was thinking, one of Kiseok's confidants came over and asked, "Warrior Kim, mind looking after the director for a bit?" Junsu gave a slight nod. Sure. By now, Kiseok was completely wasted. The old guy staggered over, threw an arm around Junsu's shoulder, and slurred, "Warrior Kim, how's the team building event? Fun, right?" Junsu could only force a laugh. "Ha ha! Yeah, it's a blast. Even more fun with a traitor in our midst." The confidant wasn't gone long before he returned, carrying a case of drinks. As he poured the drinks, he announced, "I'll have a glass of whiskey. Director Kang, you'll have a soju bomb, of course, right? I'll make it extra good for you." Hearing that, Kiseok cheered excitedly. Manager Choi's drinks are the best. Manager Choi quickly filled a glass, handed it to Kiseok, and said with a smile, "Let's chug it." Kiseok, seeing no problem, reached for it. "Just one shot? Sounds good." But just then, Junsu stepped in to stop him. "Hold on. You drink first." This startled Manager Choi. He asked suspiciously, "What are you talking about?" Junsu narrowed his eyes at Manager Choi and said coldly, "What's wrong? Is there some reason you can't drink it?" The best time to catch a traitor is when their plan is in motion. While pouring the drink, Manager Choi was radiating intense, killing intent, and he had an anxious look on his face. In a situation like this, poison was the perfect way to kill Kiseok. With that thought, Junsu pushed the glass towards him and confronted him directly. "Don't tell me you put poison in this, did you?" This made Manager Choi flinch. He asked frantically, "What are you talking about? Stop spouting nonsense." Kiseok also asked, confused, "Warrior Kim, what's gotten into you?" Junsu didn't answer, his tone still firm as he ordered, "If there's nothing wrong, then drink it." Seeing Manager Choi just standing there stunned, Junsu brought the glass towards his face as if to pour it down his throat. Realizing things were going south, he slapped Junsu's hand away and yelled coldly, "Get the hell away from me!" The glass fell and spilled on the ground, and a guilty Manager Choi lowered his head. This scene made Kiseok gasp in shock. The old guy yelled angrily, "You son of a bitch, Manager Choi, did you really put poison in it?" Seeing he'd been exposed, Manager Choi dropped the act. "You betrayed us first. I heard everything from the chairman. You're the one who blocked my promotion to director. While the two were arguing, Manager Choi aimed a kick at Kim Woo, but Junsu was faster. He grabbed his arm, twisted it behind his back, and pinned him. He pressed his sword to Manager Choi's neck and snorted coldly. So, the betrayal is real. Now, what should I do with you? The man trembled and begged, Wait, please, spare my life. Junsu ignored him, looked up at Kisok, who was trembling with rage, and asked, Or would you rather do it yourself? Manager Choi tried to say something else, but Kiseok had already drawn his weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung it down. Blood sprayed like rain as Manager Choi's head was severed from his neck. Kiseok wiped the blood from his face and said in a cold voice, You idiot. I knew you were greedy, but to think you'd try to kill me for a promotion? Right after that, Kiseok and the other two drove away. Kiseok was still furious, cursing nonstop. That bastard Bunjin, does he hate me that much? So that's why that asshole sent all my people away. What a filthy bastard. But just then, a truck suddenly sped up, pulling alongside their car. The person inside was Jin Young. She smirked and said, I hear you caught some good prey. Seeing her, Kiseok's expression turned grim, but he tried to stay calm and replied, Yeah, just a regular catch. Jin Young snorted, Come on, tell us the truth. I heard you caught Manager Choi. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled out a gun and aimed it at Kiseok. Seeing this, Junsu immediately switched his trait, then he slammed on the gas and took off. It wasn't just Jin Yang behind them anymore. A whole fleet of other cars was on their tail. Junsu's car quickly broke out of their encirclement, but bullets were still flying at them like crazy from behind. Kiseok wasn't backing down either. He stuck his head out of the car and roared, You damn bitch, who do you think you're shooting at? The moment he finished speaking, he hurled a grenade in their direction. A massive explosion rocked the area, filling the sky with smoke and fire, but Jin Yang's cars were somehow still fine. Kiseok grumbled in frustration. Hunter Kim, can't you slow down a little? But Junsu just smirked and said, Want me to show you how it's done? Before the confused Seo could even figure out what he meant, he saw Junsu leaning out of the car, shouldering a gun and aiming it at the guys behind them. Junsu had switched to a marksmanship equipment trait, adding a lightning effect and reducing the gun's recoil. With the bonus from all three traits, he could see right through their movements, then use his sixth sense to aim. And then, Junsu pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the air. It slammed right into a tire, making the car swerve. Junsu just kept shooting. One by one, the whole line of cars veered off course. Seeing this, Kiseok's right-hand man couldn't help but gasp in awe. He's insane. That's a god-tier marksman. Kiseok nodded in agreement. Warrior Kim, you're a real monster. But just then, Jin Yang's car caught up to the three of them. The look in her eyes was pure venom, like she wanted to skewer all three of them. Junsu switched his trait again. His car did a wild maneuver, slamming up against Jin Yang's car and catching her by surprise. And just like that, they escaped the two pickup trucks boxing them in. Junsu drove with insane skill, pulling away coolly and leaving Jin Yang fuming. She screamed furiously, Damn it, get them now! In his rearview mirror, Junsu saw 5 cars still hot on his tail. He switched to a smooth driving trait and sped off. Junsu let out a satisfied sigh of relief. That was too close. Meanwhile, the other two in the car looked like they were about to puke. A little while later, they arrived at another base. The guards outside wouldn't let them in. Kiso quickly explained, This is Warrior Kim, a rank 4 from the Hunters Association, just back from a hunt. The guard just nodded indifferently. All right, but what's all that commotion behind you? Jin Yang's crew had followed them like a pack of hounds. Reaching the base, Jin Yang leaped out of her car and ordered her subordinates. Put your guns down. The guard narrowed his eyes and warned them. Any trouble on Chiogo territory will be considered a direct challenge to the general. Junsu gave a slight nod. I get it. I won't cause any trouble. Just then, Byung Jin also showed up. He roared aggressively. Wait! Don't let them in! They're criminals! Murderers! The guard spoke coolly. The Chiogo army does not interfere with matters inside the hunting grounds. You're aware of that, aren't you, Chairman? Byung Jin tried to say something else, but the guard's face darkened as he warned him. Are you challenging the authority of the Eastern Army's general? Is that what you want? Hearing this, Byung Jin was speechless, his face turning pale. After a moment, he glared at Ki Sok, running away like a little rat. What? Did you hire a professional race car driver? Ki Sok laughed casually. That was all thanks to our hunter Kim. He's a great hunter, a great driver, and a hell of a shot. If I had a daughter, I'd marry her off to him in a heartbeat. Byung Jin was furious when he heard that. He snarled, I never thought a superhuman like Kim would side with trash like you. Seeing things were getting heated, Junsu stepped in. Director Kang, let's just calm down. We don't need any bloodshed here. But Ki-sok just pouted and said, I don't want to. Did you forget we're in Cheo world? What's all this noise about? Just then, a commanding shout rang out, startling everyone. A dignified figure strode out from inside. It was Hyun Woo, a rank 7 warrior and the general of the Eastern Army. Seeing him, the others immediately bowed their heads. "General!" "My apologies, we were just talking." Junsu frowned slightly as he watched the man. "So, he's here." Hyun Woo glared at the group and yelled, "The grudges between hunters are none of my business. And the same goes for Chio Go. Do you think this place is your personal playground?" Both Ki Sok and Byung Jin were speechless from the scolding. Hyun Woo continued his cold warning, "If this happens again." But before he could finish, his eyes suddenly darted over to Junsu. Hyun Woo observed him in silence for a long moment. Finally, he announced clearly, "Forget it. Just this once, the Eastern Army will intervene." Hearing this, Byung Jin cried out in shock. "General, this is clearly an internal affair of the Hunters Association." But Hyun Woo stood his ground and shouted, "This is an order from on high." This shocked Ki Sok and Byung Jin even more. Hyun Woo didn't elaborate, simply stating calmly, "Tomorrow afternoon, hold a duel of honor in front of the city hall. Only one person from each side may step forward." As he said this, his gaze fell on Junsu, making Junsu frown in surprise. "Why is he looking at me like that?" Hyun Woo only looked at him for a moment before shifting his gaze away, declaring in a cold voice, "The loser must willingly offer their head. If this proposal is refused, then I will be the one to pass judgment." The next day, a crowd had gathered in front of City Hall. A hard rain was falling. Ki Sok looked worriedly at Junsu and said, "Hunter Kim, are you sure you're okay with this duel? Even if you volunteered, this is a bit." "Don't worry," Junsu cut him off coldly before he could finish. "This duel of honor is just a way to test me anyway." A sudden proposal for a duel. That guy must be behind it. The rank 8 superhuman silently watching from inside City Hall. The general of the East, Hon Jium. Thinking this, Junsu smirked. "Let's see. You better watch closely what I can do." A little while later, in the center of the square, Junsu and Byung Jin stepped forward for their duel. Byung Jin narrowed his eyes at him and said coldly, "It's a real shame, Warrior Kim. If you had just joined our Hunters Association, we could have been good teammates." Hearing this, Junsu couldn't help but burst out laughing. He waved a dismissive hand. "Yeah, but I don't like working with pieces of filth like you." Those words made Byung Jin grind his teeth in anger. He roared furiously, "If that's the choice you've made, then I'll just have to kill all of you." The moment he finished speaking, Byung Jin unleashed his demonic energy. The onlookers cried out in terror, "It's a vampire! Is he a shape-shifting demon?" Junsu understood why they were so shocked. Vampires were supposed to have been wiped out, but he already knew about that bastard and had come prepared. The night before, Junsu had asked Ki Sok to find something for him. The old man's right-hand man brought some back for him, then asked doubtfully, "I searched every market around here to find as much as I could. Are you sure this is enough to deal with that vampire?" Junsu pouted. "Manager Park, you're always in such a rush." Then, he began to merge his attributes into one. And just like that, Junsu obtained the diamond body trait. This trait completed his set of 3 main traits. Back in the present, Byung Jin was frantically attacking Junsu. Not letting his guard down for a second, Junsu raised his shield to block. This made the guy's eyes go wide in disbelief as he muttered, "A puny rank 4 brat can block my attack that easily?" Junsu scoffed and said coldly, "I'm not weak enough to lose to a monster like you." Immediately after, he unleashed a sword strike that forced Byung Jin back. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "What is this power?" Don't tell me he was hiding his real rank. This is what's known as the ultimate game-breaking combo, a trinity of top-tier traits, and Junsu possesses all 3 of them. It can maximize the power of a giant, and when combined with diamond body and immortality, having gained the upper hand, Junsu charged at Byung Jin again, launching a relentless assault and forcing him onto the defensive. In just a moment, Byung Jin's claws were sliced clean off. His eyes turned red with fury as he screamed crazily, "If it's come to this, then I have no other choice." The moment he finished speaking, Byung Jin's body began to change. His sharp fangs grew out in an instant, and a new set of claws formed. Strange appendages even sprouted from Byung Jin's back. This sight made Kiok's 2 men outside mutter in horror. "No way. A mutant monster? This is a demon's second awakening form using a mutation trait. The risk of using it is losing control and becoming a monster. But once awakened, it possesses the power to wipe out an entire team of level 5s. That's why we have to kill it before it fully develops." Just then, the mutated Byung Jin began to attack, but Kim Junsu fought back with his black flames, only for the creature's pincers to shatter them. Kim Junsu couldn't help but be shocked. "It can withstand my black flames? If it fully awakens, it could easily surpass level 7. At that moment, one of Byung Jin's legs shot out. Kim Junsu couldn't react in time and was slammed to the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, thinking to himself, what the hell is this monstrous power? Seizing the opportunity, Beyond Jin charged in again like a madman. He gloated, I truly regret this, Warrior Kim. To think I'd have to kill such a valuable talent with my own hands. A barrage of sharp appendages shot towards Kim Junsu at once. With a massive boom, the entire surrounding ground was shattered, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke. Beyond Jin stood there proudly, looking at the wreckage before him. He thought he had won, but then a sigh echoed from within the smoke, startling him. Kim Junsu rose from the rubble, scoffing as he said, Damn, I almost actually died. The iron fists he'd gotten from the King of Destruction now appeared in his hands. Beyond Jin cried out in disbelief. What the hell? With that awakened power, you should be dead. I would have been, but my black flames were slowly preventing you from going full-on demon. Kim Junsu let out a soft chuckle and said, You done? Then I guess it's my turn, huh? Since your evolution was stopped, there's only one thing left to do. Before it can fully evolve, I just need to slit its throat. With that thought, Kim Junsu unleashed a slash. A brilliant blade of light shot forward wildly. He smirked and said, Later, freak. Beyond Jin watched in utter terror as the brilliant blade of light rushed towards him, but there was nothing he could do as he was split in two. When the light faded, a massive crack was left in the ground, and Beyond Jin had been turned to dust. Keok's two men swarmed Kim Junsu, cheering wildly. You really beat a level 5 vampire. I saw it with my own eyes and I still can't believe it. You're insane. In contrast, Beyond Jin's side was in a complete panic, utterly lost and confused. Jin Yang was the same. She never imagined Beyond Jin could be defeated like that. Kim Junsu didn't care. He glanced at Keok and asked, So, what are you going to do with the Hunters Association? Keok thought for a moment before suggesting, How about you become the president of the association? Kim Junsu just shook his head slightly, declining. No, the director knows the association best, so I trust you can handle it. As they were talking, Hong Won approached and said, Warrior Kim, follow me. The general wishes to see you. Hearing that, Kim Junsu smirked. Just as he'd expected, Jom had been watching the fight the whole time. A short while later, inside the Hoang Palace, someone was already waiting. As soon as Kim Junsu entered, he bowed his head in greeting. Greetings, I am Warrior Kim. He then looked up at the person sitting front and center. This was General Jom of the Hoang. I thought he'd be over 100 years old, but he doesn't really look it, huh? While Kim Junsu was lost in thought, Jom suddenly spoke. Indeed, your fighting style is quite refreshing. Who is your master? Even without releasing his mana, the pressure from his presence alone was overwhelming. Kim Junsu took a deep breath and calmly replied, I have no master. Jom sounded surprised. You don't? Are you self-taught? The two men sitting on either side of him also spoke up. Your movements are truly unorthodox. Your swordsmanship barely passes the basics, and your footwork is clumsy. Kim Junsu was a little pissed off by that comment. Jom, unaware of his thoughts, continued. The more I look at you, the more interesting you seem. Have you considered becoming my disciple? It was an offer that wasn't entirely unexpected. In the game, when you chose the warrior class, you'd get this offer too. Becoming Jom's disciple would definitely make you insanely strong. And the main reward was the martial arts of the Hong Sword General. But this time, Kim Junsu bowed his head and refused. I'm honored and truly grateful, but I want to try walking on my own 2 feet. His words stunned the people around him, who cried out in disbelief. He dares to refuse Father's offer? Are you out of your damn mind? Kim Junsu just stood there silently. If he accepted, it would come with too many restrictions. Taking the easy path isn't always the right answer. Jom also remained silent, but the people beside him wouldn't shut up, causing him to lose his patience. He unleashed his aura and roared, Silence! All of you, shut your mouths for me. The force of Jom's aura made everyone around them feel dizzy. Even Kim Junsu felt like something was crushing his body. The pressure from him alone felt like it was going to pulverize me. But I can take it, because I have my trait, right? Seeing Kim Junsu still standing firm within his killing intent, Jom was slightly surprised. He retracted his aura and said coolly, You can withstand it? You have potential. So why refuse to become my disciple? Kim Junsu shivered slightly, as if he were standing before a tiger larger than a mountain. He took a deep breath and said with determination, I have a dream to reach level 9 superhuman myself, to touch the position of a constellation, a place only 4 people have ever reached. Hearing this, Jom was a bit surprised. He said slowly, To become as strong as a level 9 warrior, you will need to learn advanced swordsmanship and undergo proper training. You need enlightenment more than anything else. When you reach level 7, you might be held back by bad habits, but Kim Junsu remained resolute and said, Even so, whether it's right or wrong, I still want to walk my own path. That was his way of doing things. Hearing his words, Jom couldn't help but laugh. Excellent. I respect that indomitable spirit of yours. As he finished speaking, he reached for the sword beside him and tossed it towards Kim Junsu. The sight shocked everyone in the room. As Kim Junsu looked at the sword in his hand, his eyes lit up like stars. This was the SSR grade item, the Black Tiger Sword. Kim Junsu was still confused and didn't understand what was happening. Jom spoke again. Come here and take this too. Kim Junsu obediently walked up to him and held his hands out to receive what he was offered. Jom spoke slowly. This is the Hoang sword style. He had heard that Kim Junsu's swordsmanship clearly embodied strength. The Hoang style is the same. It blends strength and speed, so it should suit you well. The surprise was so sudden that Kim Junsu was stunned for a moment before speaking. Thank you, General, but why are you giving this to me? It's not like he was complaining, but getting so much at once was a lot of pressure, you know? Jom just smiled casually and replied, I'm gifting it to you because I see your spirit and potential. If you can reach level 9 within 10 years, hell, even just level 8, the Eastern Army will be yours. The moment those words were spoken, Kim Junsu was once again thrown into shock. So was everyone else beside him. They all began to protest. General, this is absurd. He's just a foreigner. But Jom was resolute. He declared forcefully, listen up, all of you. Anyone sitting here who reaches level 8 will inherit my position. That quieted the crowd down. Jom then looked back at Kim Junsu and said, you have 10 years. During that time, you can do as you please. But if you cannot reach level 8, you must return the Black Tiger Sword. Hearing this, Kim Junsu tightened his grip on the sword. After a long moment, he knelt and said solemnly, I will remember this, and I will show you the results in 15 years. Kim Junsu had no intention of inheriting the Eastern Army, but keeping the offer on the table wasn't a bad idea. And besides, it's rude to refuse someone's kindness. The next day, Kim Junsu finally returned to the city. Sitting in the Hunters Association headquarters, Kiok laughed cheerfully. Guess who's going to be called Lord Black Tiger from now on? But seriously, why did you turn down his offer to become his disciple? Junsu answered casually, oh, I just have this dream of making it on my own, you know? If you want to collect all 3 divine swords, you can't be tied down to any organization. Baek Soyi has a connection, so all he had to do was wait for her to awaken as the Mars warrior, but Junsu still hadn't met Janet or Callie. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but sigh. Kisuk, clueless about Junsu's plans, just kept laughing and said, haha, you're really one of a kind. Honestly, if it weren't for you, our association would probably be in deep shit right now. So, as he was saying this, the old guy suddenly stopped, then grabbed Junsu's hand and said seriously, since you turned down the chairman's seat, how about becoming an honorary director? Junsu's brow furrowed in alarm when he heard that. Honorary director? Kisiok nodded slowly and explained, you just have to show up for the quarterly meetings. All your benefits will still be guaranteed. Junsu narrowed his eyes thinking, is this that dream job where you get paid for doing jack shit? Seeing he hadn't answered, Kisuk continued to sweeten the deal. Of course, we figured that wouldn't be enough, so we prepared something else for you. Junsu's eyes immediately lit up. Kisok took out a suitcase, and inside were 2 long guns. Kisok introduced them excitedly. These are Dasan guns. Junsu stared at the guns in front of him, totally hyped. According to the lore, at the end of the Joseon era, a mad scientist named Dasan Jeong Yakyong created these guns. Seeing how much Junsu liked them, Kisiok smiled happily and said, we'll give you both of the ones our association currently has. What do you think? While you're at it, why not try to collect the whole Dasan gun set? They say if you get all 5, you can create the Dasan Grimoire. Of course, Junsu knew this. It was a divine artifact that could unlock top-tier traits for a marksman build. He'd definitely collect them when he got the chance. Kisiok watched him closely, then winked and said, so, we got a deal then? Having secured the director title and all the perks, Junsu obviously wasn't going to refuse. He nodded happily. All right, I'll be counting on you then. Director Kang. No, Chairman Kang. After his talk with the old man, Junsu went back to his own place. He headed down to the basement again to practice his swordsmanship. In just a short time, Junsu had already reached stage 4 of the Wagwang swordsmanship. He trained relentlessly, the light of his sword dancing through the air. The key to using Wagwang swordsmanship was all about mana control. If you used the moves correctly, the sword's aura would become 1. Junsu took a deep breath, focused his mind, and drew his sword from its sheath once more. Instantly, a powerful slash of light shot out. With a loud boom, the area in front of him exploded, filling the air with smoke and fire. When the dust settled, a huge crack had appeared in the thick wall before him. Junsu muttered in awe, this power is insane, but I'll need more practice to get it under full control. Thanks to the Black Fox sword, he could draw out a massive amount of aura. But that wasn't his only gain. Junsu smirked, completely satisfied. He'd received 2 traits, Quick Draw and Lonely Moon. Junsu exclaimed excitedly. Getting 2 traits like this makes all this training totally worth it. He wasn't far from unlocking the Foxmaster trait now, just 2 more traits to go. He wanted to get right on it, but decided to head up to the roof to chill for a bit instead. But of course, Junsu's life could never be that easy. Before long, a commotion downstairs made him grumble in annoyance. What the hell? I was just about to take a break. A black car was parked at his gate, and a man stumbled out of it. It was Ironfist, only now he was down to 1 arm, covered in injuries. He cried out in agony, "Warrior Kim, please, help me! No, save my little brother!" Seeing Ironfist's battered body, Junsu was completely shocked. He rushed downstairs and asked worriedly, "What the hell happened to you?" That night, Junsu and Ironfist met on a building rooftop. After hearing his story, Junsu frowned and asked, "So, your own guys betrayed you because they wanted to start their own crew?" Ironfist nodded slightly, his lips pressed tight as he answered. "They were secretly running a human trafficking ring behind my back. They were pissed because I punished the team leaders." After hearing that, Junsu frowned and shot back. "I don't think that's the only reason." The words left Ironfist totally confused, but Junsu didn't care, using his trait to scan the surroundings. Even though Ironfist was betrayed in the game, Junsu remembered it all ended when he rooted out the human hunters. And although Ironfist was seriously injured, the enemy still posted a ton of armed guards around. That probably meant the person they were really targeting was him. The 2 brothers from the human hunters, the crazy bomber and the demolition expert, were probably involved too. With that thought, Junsu immediately suggested, "I'll go in through the front gate. While I do that, you go find your brother." Hearing this, Ironfist panicked. "The front gate? That's definitely a trap. What the hell are you thinking?" A small smile played on his lips as Junsu said confidently, "Just trust me. I'm level 4 now, you know that." With that, he pulled out a gun. True to his word, Junsu strolled right in through the front gate without a single hint of worry. Seeing him, the ambushers inside immediately got ready to fight. Their leader sneered. "This bastard really just waltzed right up to us, huh?" Junsu narrowed his eyes at the guy and said in a low voice, "So it's you, the one who betrayed Kim Ironfist." The guy just sked and retorted, "It wasn't a betrayal. Kim Ironfist was the one who went against the will of the entire gang." Fing softly, Junsu said coldly. "Even so, human trafficking is crossing the line, don't you think?" With that, he aimed his gun at the guy, but the man wasn't scared at all and laughed smugly. "What are you gonna do? This is bulletproof armor, you idiot. Go on, shoot. I dare you." "Have it your way," Junsu replied with a smirk, and fired his gun directly at the guy. The bullet pierced straight through the bulletproof armor and then into his body. The guy was thrown backward, stammering in shock. "How? How could you shoot through my armor with just 1 bullet?" Junsu was incredibly smug because the weapon in his hand was the Dasen gun, known for piercing through every kind of defensive skill. His cocky expression pissed off the traitor, who screamed furiously, "Who the hell are you glaring at? Shoot him now!" Immediately, a hail of bullets flew toward Junsu, but he swiftly dodged them, then reloaded his gun to fire back. The first gun he received from the Hunters Association was a Dasen gun, and its specialty was raw power, so Junsu didn't hesitate to unload on the crew in front of him. It could destroy anything it hit and send them straight to hell. But that wasn't enough. Junsu had added traits suitable for a gunslinger. He wiped out those guys like it was nothing. He had also acquired the ricochet shot trait, and just like that, Junsu had completed the final piece of his gunslinger build. He smirked and said, "Now I'll use this to mow them all down, and then I'll deal with the bastards behind this whole thing." And right after that, Junsu began to show off his expert marksmanship. He unleashed a storm of bullets at the men. Even with bulletproof vests, they couldn't block the shots from the Dasan gun. One by one, they all fell. Before long, the entire group was taken down, with only a single guy left. The man trembled on the ground, looking at Junsu like he was a monster, but Junsu didn't give a damn. He scoffed coldly. "Looking at this, you're probably not the mastermind behind this plan. Where are they?" Before the traitor could answer, a phone on the ground suddenly rang. Junsu picked it up, and a mocking voice came from the other end. "Warrior Kim, I'm sending you a little present right now." Hearing this, Junsu couldn't help but frown in confusion. A present? Before he could figure out what was happening, something came hurtling toward him. With a massive boom, the area in front of him exploded, filling the air with smoke and fire, and the entire basement nearly collapsed. Luckily, Junsu managed to use his trait to escape in time. He got out of the basement safely, as the entire building showed signs of collapsing at any moment. Junsu gritted his teeth in anger. Are these crazy bastards using the whole building as a trap? It's time to teach them a lesson. Then, he used his 6th sense to detect the mana of the remaining enemies. The location popped up in a flash. Jun bolted towards the next building. He scoffed, "Yeah, go ahead and hide. With this trait, I could find you even with my eyes closed." But while he was hunting for the enemy, something came flying at him from afar. Kim Junsu quickly dodged it, and the object slammed into the building behind him, exploding on impact. Staring at the rubble, Kim Junsu couldn't hide his annoyance. He pressed his lips together and muttered, "So they want to play dirty, huh? Fine. Today, I'm ending this bullshit once and for all." As soon as he said that, he pulled out his sniper rifle and switched to his sharpshooter trait. Kim Junsu aimed without a second thought, grinning smugly. With all these traits, this is just like playing an FPS. Sure enough, Kim Junsu quickly found the two of them hiding. He let out a smirk and pulled the trigger. The bullet sliced through the air, planting itself right in one of their heads. Seeing his partner go down, the other guy panicked. He rushed to catch him, muttering with a deep frown, "How? I purposely hid between two buildings. How is that bastard still so far away?" Meanwhile, Kim Junsu kept his target locked through the sniper scope. He smirked playfully. "Better run and hide. After all, these walls are nothing to my bullets now." Because this was a bullet that could pierce through any object and hit things not in his line of sight. And then, Kim Junsu pulled the trigger again. The bullet flew wildly. A direct hit. It went straight through the other guy's head. But Kim Junsu knew the guy wasn't dead yet. This bullet targeted the soul, not the body. Still, this was much better. The others would handle the rest. Just as the two guys collapsed, Thiet Queen arrived on the scene. While he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Boss!" Thiet Queen turned around and saw his men approaching. The man in the middle was carrying another young boy on his back. Thiet Queen's face lit up as he cried out, "You guys are all alive?" One of his men quickly spoke up. "We did our best to protect your little brother." Thiet Queen nodded with a small smile. "You punks. You have no idea how worried I was." Seeing the boy sleeping soundly on his man's back, Thiet Queen finally let out a sigh of relief. After a moment, he asked, "Where are the others?" His subordinate quickly reported, "The prisoners all escaped safely." "So, what's our plan now, sir?" Thiet Queen thought for a moment before speaking. "First step, we clean up this mess. But before that, we deal with the two bastards who dared to screw with my crew." Noticing the two guys had come to, Thiet Queen walked towards them with a dark expression, making them tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, after taking care of those two, Kim Junsu was waiting in a corner for Thiet Queen, but he was nowhere to be seen. He muttered impatiently, "Damn, what's taking Kim Thiet Queen so long?" Just then, Thiet Queen's voice came from behind, making him jump. He turned around, only to see the man suddenly run up and fall to his knees right in front of him. Kim Junsu asked, bewildered, "The hell? What's going on?" Thiet Queen kept his head down, hesitating for a long moment before finally mumbling in a low voice, "Please, Warrior Kim, teach me how to get strong like you." This whole incident made Thiet Queen realize something. If he wanted to protect his family, he needed power, and right now he just wasn't strong enough. Thiet Queen said that if Kim Junsu taught him, he would become his servant. Hearing this, Kim Junsu was stunned for a second, then he just clicked his tongue and sighed. If the guy was so grateful, a fat reward would have been fine. It's not like he wanted the dude indebted to him for life, but he couldn't deny it. Thiet Queen definitely had the potential to become a much stronger fighter than he was now. When Kim Junsu didn't answer, Thiet Queen pressed on, "I'll even sign a magical contract with you, one that proves my absolute obedience." Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at him, asking skeptically, "For real?" Thiet Queen nodded without a shred of hesitation. "Of course. Absolutely." A wicked grin spread across Kim Junsu's face. "All right then. Starting tomorrow, get ready to face death." Hearing him agree, Thiet Queen immediately bowed his head to the ground. "From now on, I will obey you without question." After the long battle, dawn was beginning to break. The area was now nothing but a pile of ruins. Kim Junsu and Thiet Queen were heading somewhere. As they walked, Thiet Queen muttered, "Is this that human modification facility we took over?" Kim Junsu gave a slight nod. "That's right, and the traders used this place to continue their human trafficking." Hearing this, Thiet Queen cried out in horror, "Here! I told those bastards to only use this place for storage. Don't tell me you brought me here to modify my body?" Kim Junsu admitted nonchalantly, "Exactly. This place is perfect for upgrading superhumans with upgradable powers. Today, you're going to undergo both biological modification and prosthetic implantation at the same time." Thiet Queen flinched, stammering in a panic. "At the same time? Isn't that like super dangerous?" There have been tons of cases where people lose control of their mana doing that, but before he could finish, Kim Junsu cut him off with a wave of his hand and a grin. "Don't worry about it. As long as the modification agent and the prosthetics are compatible, you'll be fine." So, the two of them headed deeper inside until they stopped in a basement. Kim Junsu had Thiet Queen get into the experiment chamber while he operated it from the outside. They didn't have a lot of materials, but it was more than enough to upgrade a level 3 warrior. The theory behind upgrading warriors was basic, but the key was knowing how to make new combinations. With that thought, Kim Junsu looked over at Thiet Queen and warned him, "This is gonna hurt a bit. You good?" Thiet Queen gave a small nod. "I'm ready." Hearing that, Kim Junsu grinned without hesitation. "Then let's get started." His fingers started clicking on the mouse. The moment he did, mana started swirling around the chamber. Thiet Queen took a deep breath, trying to keep his cool as he watched a saw slowly move towards him. A second later, it began to cut into his body. The pain made Thiet Queen scream out loud. In close combat, he'd use the prosthetic as a weapon, and for mid-range, he'd switch to a machine gun. So, instead of just using materials for close or long-range combat, choosing the right dexterity trait would open up a path for Thiet Queen to transform into a demon. And for the final touch, Kim Junsu added a magic core. In an instant, the chamber lit up brilliantly. A fluid was rapidly pumped inside and injected straight into Thiet Queen's body. In that moment, his entire body began to change. Kim Junsu waited outside, holding his breath. After a long moment, a satisfied smirk spread across his face. This experiment was a huge success. The chamber door slid open slowly. A set of claws reached out from inside, followed by a jaw full of sharp teeth. Thiet Queen had become a mutant wolf. Kim Junsu's lips curled into a grin as he asked, "How does it feel, Kim Thiet Queen? Liking the new you? The werewolf mutagen, the mana infusion, and the prosthetics, all of it could trigger a mutation. It was a necessary step to make a warrior stronger, and Kim Junsu had used it all on Thiet Queen. He watched him closely, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. Now that you've started evolving, you won't have any trouble reaching your goals." Thiet Queen laughed, overjoyed. "Oh my god, thank you. Thank you so much. So, what should we do now?" Kim Junsu thought for a second before making a suggestion. "Why don't you guys start expanding your influence across all of Area 1? He needed a crew to maintain public order and keep an eye on the other villainous gangs." Just then, someone rushed in from outside. Thiet Queen turned to them. "You guys?" But when they saw what he looked like now, the men froze. They stammered, trembling. Is that your voice? Boss, what in the world happened to you?" Thiet Queen answered coolly. "I upgraded myself. Body reinforcement. Anyway, forget about that. Why are you guys here?" The man hurried to report. "We found the human transport route that the traitor, Kizum Boom, was using. We also found traces of biological experiments, but the place is hard to get into. There's some young mage who can shoot lasers standing guard." Hearing this, Thiet Queen frowned. "A young mage, you say?" Behind him, Kim Junsu went quiet. That could be the person he was looking for. In a building not far from there, the inside was being blasted non-stop, the walls riddled with holes, and inside a cage, a frail figure was curled up. When Ironfist and Kim Junsu arrived, they were met with this scene of devastation. Ironfist couldn't help but sigh. Was that damn mage responsible for this? If they weren't quick, the whole building would collapse. Yeah, with this kind of power, there was no doubt about it. Inside that cage was one of the 3 most overwhelmingly powerful warriors in the game, Janet. If Baek Soyi possessed the heavenly killing star, Janet had innate energy. That's what allowed the kid to rise up and claim her spot as one of the game's top 3 warriors. But the truth was, Janet's constant use of that precious ability meant her life was now in danger from mana exhaustion, because Janet was instinctively using her power to protect herself. While Kim Junsu was thinking, bolts of mana suddenly shot out from the cage toward him and Ironfist. Not daring to be careless, Ironfist quickly dodged, cursing in frustration. Shit, at this rate, we can't even get near her. But Kim Junsu just dashed forward, ignoring the mana bolts aimed right at him. With a loud boom, the mana suddenly exploded. Seeing this, Janet, inside the cage, stopped her attack. But in that same moment, Kim Junsu had already reached the cage. He bent the iron bars with his bare hand. Even though it hurt like hell, he pushed through to save her. But Janet, inside, raised her hand to attack. Kim Junsu was caught off guard, and another explosion went off in front of the cage, filling the air with smoke and dust. Ironfist, watching from the side, was extremely worried, but before he could do anything, he saw a potion bottle get tossed out. Kim Junsu walked out from the smoke, carrying Janet's small body in his arms. He let out a sigh of relief. "Almost got myself torched." Seeing him, Ironfist happily ran over, about to say something. But Kim Junsu quickly made a shh gesture. "I used a potion to calm her down. We need to get out of here before it wears off." Ironfist quickly replied, "I'll have my men take her to the hospital." Kim Junsu shook his head slightly. "No, I'll take her back to my place, and I'll be responsible for her treatment." A little later, at Kim Junsu's private home, Baek Soyi arrived at the basement with her things, smiling cheerfully. "Master, I'm here." Kim Junsu glanced at her, then spoke after a long pause. You've already reached level 3? Baek Soyi smiled and replied, I knew you'd notice. By the way, what are you planning to teach me today? Kim Junsu scratched his head awkwardly, hesitating. The situation's a bit complicated, but my second apprentice candidate is a little unwell right now. He then glanced over at Janet, who was resting on the chair with her eyes closed. Baek Soyi noticed her too and rushed over to check. Oh my god, what happened to this girl? Kim Junsu slowly explained. She can't control her powers at the moment. He said he planned to take Janet as his student and awaken her true power. He asked Baek Soyi if she could take care of Janet. Without a second of hesitation, Baek Soyi agreed. If it's for you, senior, then of course. I'll do anything. And so, she ended up staying at Kim Junsu's house. A few days later, in the basement, Kim Junsu and Baek Soyi had been continuously attacking Janet for days on end. Her mana was still being released non-stop to protect her. While attacking, Baek Soyi asked doubtfully, Master, how much longer do we have to counter this stuff? It's already been a week. Kim Junsu didn't know what to say either. He was also attacking with all his might. After a long while, the IV bag was almost empty. Kim Junsu finally spoke. Her mana should be almost depleted by now. She'll regain consciousness any second. Keep it up. The two of them fought for a while longer, and finally, their efforts paid off. Janet's mana stopped flowing. She slowly opened her eyes, but she looked a bit dazed by her surroundings. Janet mumbled in confusion, Where am I? Baek Soyi ran straight to her side, smiling cheerfully. Hey, you're awake! I was so worried you wouldn't wake up. Are you hurt anywhere? Janet shook her head slightly. No, I don't think so. But where is this place, and why am I here? Baek Soyi pointed at Kim Junsu to explain. The person standing over there saved you. He helped treat your injuries, too. Hearing that, Janet stood up and bowed her head to Kim Junsu. Thank you. You saved me. My name is Janet. Kim Junsu shook his head slightly. It's nothing. I'm just glad you've recovered, but why were you locked up in there? At the mention of this, Janet's tone filled with sorrow. My parents died while trying to escape the Iliang magic tower. I was captured and then. Hearing this, Baek Soyi couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Kim Junsu wasn't surprised though. It was exactly like the game's storyline. With that thought, Kim Junsu walked over to the girl and said sincerely, Janet, if you have nowhere else to go, you're more than welcome to stay here. To be honest, I'd like to take you on as my student. Janet was stunned. Me? Kim Junsu nodded slightly. You can get revenge for your parents' deaths. I'll teach you how to become a superhuman. The girl bit her lip and mumbled. But I have nothing to offer you in return. Don't worry about it. Kim Junsu shook his head with a small smile. You can pay me back after you've become strong enough. For a moment, Janet hesitated, her eyes welling up with tears. But soon she spoke with determination. Yes. Then please, help me become a superhuman. I promise I will repay you in the future. Kim Junsu nodded slightly. All right, I'll be looking forward to it. He was overjoyed at this moment. Janet is an incredibly precious talent. I'll teach her one of the 3 most overwhelming sword skills in this game. But while Kim Junsu was lost in thought, a bolt of mana suddenly shot towards him. It zipped past his ear and hit the wall behind him, causing it to explode. Janet said apologetically, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Baek Soyi quickly comforted her. It's okay. No one got hurt. Kim Junsu, however, felt helpless. He sighed and said, Janet, let's focus on helping you control your mana first. The girl nodded slightly. Yes, sir. After that, Kim Junsu began to explain her attribute to Janet. The name of the attribute you possess is innate energy. Do you understand what energy means here? Janet shook her head slightly. No, sir. But Baek Soyi chimed in excitedly. I know. It's like sword ki, right? Kim Junsu slowly explained. This attribute is similar to the heavenly killing star. However, he said Janet needed to train her body to withstand the mana she was using. Because if the pipes are too small, water will have a hard time flowing through. After hearing this, Janet hesitated and mumbled. Do you really think my physical condition can improve? Kim Junsu replied confidently. Of course, I'll teach you one of my own attributes. He was going to use this opportunity to test the conversion system. This was the system he would use in the future to learn swordsmanship from Baek, Soyi, and Janet. The golden body attribute will help train the user's body and mind to become tougher. And that's what someone like Janet, who has suffered so much physical and mental trauma, needs most right now. At that moment, Janet spoke up, full of excitement. Master, what do we start with? Kim Junsu gave a knowing smile, then bellowed, What do we start with? You're going to eat as much as you possibly can, of course. The training's going to be brutal, so eat up. And so, both Baek Soyi and Janet ate a hearty meal. 2 weeks later, still in the basement of Kim Junsu's private home, Baek Soyi and Janet were sparring like maniacs. Unlike her previously frail appearance, Janet was now much more energetic. Baek Soyi, on the other hand, was not to be outdone and had also improved considerably. Kim Junsu quietly watched the two of them train from the side, unable to help but feel impressed. It's only been 2 weeks, and they've already reached this level. As expected of natural-born geniuses, Baek Soyi has already acquired a swordsmanship attribute too. Thinking this, Kim Junsu spoke up. All right, that's enough. I'll be taking her to train something else. Janet's body is strong enough now. It's time to train her on how to try to block my attacks. The moment he finished speaking, he charged forward with his sword. Janet, not daring to be careless, blocked with her shield, but Kim Junsu continued to press his attack, forcing her into a defensive position. Before long, they had exchanged several blows. Kim Junsu could start to feel it now, the skillful movements exuding a steady aura, the flow of mana from Janet's innate energy, and her force heart as well. Thinking this, he raised his sword and swung again. The slash cut through the air with ferocious momentum. Janet was pushed backward, but Kim Junsu was very satisfied and broke into a smile. Janet can now control her mana with precision. Right then, Baek Soyi ran over and hugged Janet tightly, exclaiming with joy, "You did it, Janet! That's great! Congratulations on your awakening." Kim Junsu spoke up, sounding pleased. Janet smiled gratefully and said, "Thank you, sir. This is all thanks to you and her. SSR rank characters really are on a completely different level, just as I'd heard, hitting level 3 right after awakening. Compared to the others, this isn't too surprising." Just then, Baek Soyi declared boldly, "I can't let a rookie show me up. I'm going hunting right now." Hearing that, Janet quickly ran after her. "Wait, let me come with you." Naturally, Kim Junsu was very pleased with this sight. The faster they grow, the sooner they can learn one of the 3 strongest sword arts. And I can't afford to fall behind either. So, Kim Junsu took out his phone and looked at it for a long while before speaking. "Before my students' personal quests begin, I need to take care of a few things." A few days later, in a land surrounded by mountains, Kim Junsu had just gotten off his flight. This was Arcane, the city where the Holy War takes place. Beneath those shell-shaped buildings lies a massive, dimension-spanning labyrinth, a dangerous place where the souls of forgotten gods constantly invade. But Arcane is currently protected by humanity's strongest team, the Guardian Alliance, so there's nothing to worry about. The reason I came to Arcane is to get the class advancement for the enhancer cultivation technique here. Soon after, Kim Junsu arrived at a bar called Diana's. When he entered, a woman was waiting inside. Seeing Kim Junsu, the woman raised an eyebrow and spoke. "I don't think I've seen you before. You want something special to drink?" Kim Junsu replied coldly, "Do you sell information along with your drinks?" The woman asked back, puzzled. "Information? What are you looking for?" Kim Junsu answered calmly, "I'm looking for Sigmund Sigurdsson. I'm willing to pay for this information." Hearing this, the woman was instantly stunned. After a long pause, she spoke hesitantly. "I'm sorry, but that might be a bit difficult. His wife is gravely ill right now." Kim Junsu's brows furrowed slightly as he fell silent. Come to think of it, the game's lore on Sigmund did mention a sad story about his deceased wife. With that thought, Kim Junsu immediately spoke up. "Ma'am, would it be possible for me to see his wife for a moment?" On another note, in a house on the outskirts of the city, the woman from Diana's had brought him to this place. She spoke in a low voice. "You can go on in. Mr. Sigmund is in a very sensitive state right now." Kim Junsu gave a slight nod to show he understood. With that, the woman pushed the door open and entered, speaking timidly. "Excuse me, Mr. Sigmund, there's a guest who says he wants to check on your wife's condition." But as soon as they entered, they saw 2 priests by the bed, performing some kind of ritual. Seeing this, the woman let out a sigh of relief, realizing there were already guests here. "Thank goodness, it seems priests have already come to treat her illness. Maybe we should step outside for a bit." But just as she finished her sentence, a hand grabbed the priest's arm. It was Kim Junsu. The priest, startled, cried out, "What do you think you're doing? Let go of me. What do you think you're doing in the middle of a healing ritual?" These 2 were priests from the Thor and Jur orders. In terms of healing ability, both sides were about the same. But Kim Junsu spoke coldly. "That healing is useless right now. The holy light will only make her condition worse." This enraged the priest from the Thor order, who snapped back in defiance. "What the hell are you talking about, and how would you know?" Before Kim Junsu could even answer, Sigmund, who was waiting nearby, ordered them out. "Enough of this nonsense. Get out. What would a strange hunter like you know?" The woman from Diana's heard this and quickly tried to explain. "Sigmund, this man. He said he knows how to cure Jordis." Before she could finish, Sigmund furiously yelled, "Every single second is critical for Jordis right now." Just then, the person on the bed was suddenly lifted into the air. Sigmund rushed over in a panic. "Jordis, no! We're healing you right now. Hold on." Kim Junsu reached out to stop them. But it was too late. the priest had already continued channeling holy light into Jordis's body. And just like that, she was lifted even higher into the air. Seeing this, Sigmund's face darkened. In an instant, a black aura enveloped Jordis's body. Sigmund frantically questioned the priest. Why is this happening to Jordis? Keep healing her, hurry up! The priest slowly shook his head and replied, It's too late. The holy light can't stop this disease anymore. Those words sent Sigmund into despair. But just then, Kim Junsu spoke up coolly. She can still be saved. Your wife's illness is caused by possession from the evil spirit Heiki Maris, isn't it? Sigmund looked at him, shocked, and cried out in disbelief. How did you know that? You mean, you really know how to cure it? Kim Junsu nodded and replied flatly, That's right. I was telling the truth from the start. With that confirmation, Sigmund fell to his knees on the ground. He begged, trembling, Then I'm begging you. If you save my wife, then I, Sigmund, swear on my honor that I will give you everything. Excellent. Hearing this, Kim Junsu's lips curled into a smirk. Then you'd better keep that promise. Immediately after, he changed his trait. Then, he channeled his magic into Jordis's body. Stigma is a type of disease caused by demons in the labyrinth. It can shatter a person's soul, making it one of the worst debuffs in existence. The evil spirit will gradually drain a person's life force. But thanks to Kim Junsu, Jordis returned to normal, Sigmund exclaimed joyfully. She stopped seizing. Kim Junsu nodded slightly and said, I used my mana to put her to sleep. Just then, the two priests returned with some items. Sir, we've brought the things you requested. Kim Junsu spoke, satisfied. Good. Then let's begin immediately. Right away, a ritual was set up around Jordis's bed. Kim Junsu was off to one side, preparing a potion. After the two priests finished their preparations, they asked doubtfully, All the candles are lit. Can this really cure her? Kim Junsu replied coldly. To be precise, this is more about helping her win the fight than it is about curing her. Even in the game, this kind of debuff isn't something that can be easily treated. The more you try to heal her, the stronger that thing becomes by draining Jordis's HP. In short, it's like you're just feeding it her own power. To overcome a possession, you must first remove the hidden seed inside the host's body. At that moment, Jordis was once again enveloped in a black aura, her body floating relentlessly in the air. Before long, two horns appeared on her head. Her physical condition also began to change. Seeing this, Sigmund cried out in a panic, Why is Jordis turning into a demon? Did you do something wrong? Kim Junsu shook his head and replied, No, the process is going perfectly. This is how demons always are. You have to force them to reveal themselves before you can do anything. With that, he took out a cross and, without any hesitation, slammed it into Jordis's stomach. Instantly, a brilliant light burst forth from her body. Kim Junsu roared aggressively, Get out! You sinful creature! You demon! As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of black aura flew out of Jordis's body. Her body also fell back onto the bed. Sigmund rushed over to check on her. Jordis had woken up. Seeing her husband in tears, she asked, confused, Did someone die? Why are you crying? Sigmund explained through his sobs, You've been possessed for half a year, and you've only just woken up. If it weren't for that young man, you would have actually died. With that, he pointed towards Kim Junsu, who was standing at a distance. Kim Junsu, paying them no mind, glanced at the two priests and said, Now it's the priest's turn. Please handle the rest of the treatment. With that, he turned and left the room, leaving space for the priests to do their work. A short while later, in the guest room, Sigmund looked at Kim Junsu gratefully and said, Thank you, truly. But why did you come all the way here from Korea? Kim Junsu didn't hide anything, replying casually, To find you, of course. This confused Sigmund. Kim Junsu continued with a smile, Didn't you say you would give me everything? In that case, please pass on the Sigus technique to me. Sigmund's ancestor was the most famous human hero in Norse mythology, Sigus. The Sigus technique was something passed down through his family. It was a cultivation technique of a much higher level. So when Sigmund began to transfer that technique into Kim Junsu, he could feel every cell in his body awakening, and the very properties of his magic were changing, growing stronger, tougher, and more intense. Junsu's heart was now enveloped in mana. He sat cross-legged, focusing on his training, and finally, he acquired the Sigan spell characteristic. Junsu's maximum mana had increased by over 30%. With this, he wouldn't have to sweat about learning other sword techniques. Just then, the two priests walked in and spoke. Mr. Redmoun, Jordis's treatment is complete. Hearing this, Redmoun happily jumped to his feet. For real? He then ran off. The two priests approached Junsu again, hesitantly asking, Superman Kim, it's amazing that you can cure possession. Do you know how to treat other types of possession? Junsu gave a slight nod. A little. Hearing this, the two priests excitedly suggested, Could you possibly teach us? Of course, we'll pay you. Asterisk. Heh, if I play my cards right, I can probably get some favors from this religious order, huh? Asterisk. So Junsu agreed immediately. Of course. The entire Guardian Alliance army are the ones who held back the Great Labyrinth for the sake of humanity. He said he couldn't possibly accept money from heroes like them, so he'd teach them for free. Hearing this, the two priests got even more excited, calling him a saint, but they had no idea about the scheme brewing in Junsu's mind. Would these two armies really accept this for free and just act like nothing happened? Of course not. This was the key to unlocking a hidden quest. One evening, many days later, the city of Atran threw a celebratory feast. Everyone raised their glasses for a toast. Red Mount and his wife flanked Junsu, constantly urging him to drink, and then chugging a ton themselves. Junsu was speechless. Asterisk. Geez, how much have they had? I'm about to pass out from being overwhelmed here. Asterisk. A week earlier, Junsu had given a lecture to the people of the city. He had spread the method to both the Church and the Guardian Alliance, and even went around saving warriors who were suffering from demonic possession. Junsu also told them what ingredients were needed. He had basically changed the fate of Atran, so it made sense for them to throw a festival like this. But now, Junsu needed a break. He was totally wiped. A little later, Junsu finally managed to escape outside. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally free. Damn, those guys really know how to party. Just then, the director of the Guardian Alliance approached Junsu. He smiled cheerfully and said, I was worried I wouldn't get a chance to thank you. I rushed right over as soon as I recovered. Do you have a moment? Junsu shook his head slightly. I'm a little tired right now. I think we should talk later. Hearing this, the director of the Guardian Alliance couldn't help but let out a reluctant sigh. Oh dear, that's a shame. Our chairman wanted to meet you. Hearing this, Junsu stopped dead in his tracks. The director was still rambling on. Well, if you're not up for it, I guess it can't be helped. I'll explain the situation to him. But Junsu quickly changed his tune. With a wink and a grin, he said, Nope, suddenly I'm not tired at all anymore. Please, lead the way. The chairman of the Guardian Alliance, I know who that is. The youngest disciple of the Heavenly Demon Blood King. A moment later, Junsu was led to a luxurious mansion. He bowed deeply to the man sitting in a grand chair. It's an honor to meet you, sir. I am the warrior Kim. The man returned the polite greeting. A pleasure to meet you. My name is Tran Vi. Junsu looked at him intently and spoke. Chairman, I am well aware of your dedication to guarding the labyrinth and your commitment to the Guardian Alliance. Tran Vi replied with a humble smile. Thank you for the compliment. It's a small matter. Please, have a seat. Junsu sat down as told and heard Tran Vi say with a chuckle. I hear you're the one who spread the cure for the spirit seals in Atran, correct? You're every bit as impressive as the rumors say. Junsu couldn't hide his surprise. You know about me, sir? With a faint smile, Tran Vi replied casually. There's no news in this world that escapes the Guardian Alliance. They say you're the rising star of Korea. Have you considered becoming my disciple? As soon as the words left his mouth, he stared intently at Junsu, awaiting his response. Junsu couldn't help but cry out in shock. What? What do you mean by that? Tran Vi slowly explained. Strangely enough, your personality is very much like my master's, almost like someone who can see the future. Junsu frowned slightly. You mean the Heavenly Demon? Nodding calmly, Tran Vi continued. That's right, the Heavenly Demon, the greatest under heaven in his era. His skills reached a divine threshold, though he has been in seclusion for decades, and I haven't seen him since. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon, the Sky Lord, the Demon Venerate, the Blood King, they are all SSR rank and level 8, but the Heavenly Demon himself is unrivaled, O rank. And the reason is the Heavenly Demon arts. It is an absolute technique, perfect in both offense and defense, including formulas for mana control and movement. The Heavenly Demon possesses the strongest martial art in the world. At this point, Tran Vi slowly spoke again. Though it's a shame the Heavenly Demon arts were passed down to my senior brother, my Blood Fist arts are still something to be reckoned with. Anyone seeking true power won't regret it. Hearing this, Junsu's eyes practically sparkled. This is insane! The Blood Fist arts are a top-tier technique. This is a golden opportunity. But Junsu spoke apologetically. I'm truly grateful for your offer, but I'm afraid I cannot accept it, Chairman. Tran Vi asked, bewildered. Why? Am I not qualified to be your master? Junsu shook his head. That's not it at all. It's just, I already have a master, so I have to decline any offers to become another's disciple. Saying this, he showed Tran Vi his sword. After a glance, Tran Vi nodded in understanding. I see. So you've met Grandmaster Goom. I can't do something as disrespectful as poaching his student. The man is a living legend, after all. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Just when I thought I'd found a promising disciple, that old man swooped in first. Damn. I guess I have no other choice. As he spoke, Tran Vi took out a medal and placed it on the table. A small gift, to show my goodwill toward you. Isn't this the medal of the Heavenly Demon? Junsu cried out in shock. Wait, you're really giving me an item this rare? Tranvai's voice was serious. Only our master and his disciples are permitted to use this. You'd better treasure it. Thank you so much, Junsu said gratefully. But the reason he's giving me this is crystal clear. He's saying that if I change my mind, I should come looking for him. Probably the same logic the general had when he gave me that sword. Man, but I absolutely love this. Getting noticed by two crazy strong guys like this, it's the best feeling. He was grinning so hard he started to tremble. Seeing this, Tranvai asked with a confused look, "Why are you suddenly shaking?" Junsu shot to his feet and bowed low. "I'm just so moved by your gift, sir," he said respectfully. "I will treasure it. Please, take care." Tranvi nodded, satisfied. "Excellent. I hope that the next time we meet, it will be as master and disciple." Junsu was practically celebrating on the inside. All right, time to go collect my reward for that tough-as-hell quest. The next day, in a high-rise building in the city, the two priests from the two religious orders brought Junsu a chest. Although he was ecstatic inside, Junsu put on a bashful act. I really wasn't expecting anything in return. This only made the two priests praise him endlessly. After putting up with the charade for a bit, Junsu finally opened the chest. Inside lay a giant hammer. The priest from the Order of Thor quickly introduced it. This is a gift from the Order of Thor. The hammer, Mjolnir. The other, from the Order of Guy, presented an SSR rank item. An invisible shield that could be freely shaped by magical influence. Junsu hugged the two items tightly, absolutely ecstatic. Seeing this, the priests asked, "Are they to your liking, sir?" Junsu looked up at the two of them and said with a grin, "Are you seriously giving me gifts this precious? If this is it, I'm going to be a little disappointed though." But they didn't let him down, immediately opening another chest. Inside were 10 vials of Yas nectar, 7 diamonds, and even angel's tears. There was something else too, Junsu asked, puzzled. "Huh? What's this? A demon's heart?" The priest nodded and explained, "Correct. We prepared it so you could refine it with the nectar when you use it." Hearing that, Junsu frowned, deep in thought. "Looks like I'll have to push for a little bit more." With that thought, he asked hesitantly, "So, do you guys happen to have the heart of a fire dragon demon?" The priest from the Order of Guy looked confused. "Isn't that an item used by fire system mages, sir?" Kim Junsu summoned black flames in his hand, smirking as he said, "Yeah, I can use black flames, so of course I need it. The fire dragon demon's trait is Hellflame. If you want to win your bet with the tower, you're gonna need this." Seeing the black flames, the priest from the Thor Order immediately nodded in understanding. "I get it. In that case, we'll gladly give it to you." He quickly took out the fire dragon demon's heart and gave it to Kim Junsu. This was also the final gift for him. Kim Junsu took it in his hands, grinning happily. "Thanks, everyone." Just then, the priest from the Thor Order spoke up again. "By direct order from our superiors, you will become an honorary holy knight of the Thor Legion." The priest from the Guy Order also nodded in agreement. Kim Junsu didn't have any objections. Getting stronger was what mattered most, but there was no reason to turn down stuff like this. So he just smiled casually and said, "Thanks, I'd be glad to become an honorary holy knight." If Kim Junsu ever wanted to take back control of the Pontiff's Order, he would need the power of these two factions. In the afternoon, the sun had started to set, but the festival in the village was still in full swing. Kim Junsu reluctantly pushed through the crowd to head home, but halfway there he heard a familiar voice. A figure in a white cloak was rushing toward him. It was Priest Kim, and he looked seriously worried. Kim Junsu was about to ask what was wrong, but before he could even get a word out, Priest Kim clapped a hand over his mouth. He whispered anxiously, "Shh, the Pontiff's Order is chasing me right now. We gotta go somewhere else, quick!" At the same time, sure enough, a group of not-so-friendly-looking people were in the crowd, scanning the area. A little later, in a deserted alley, after they'd given them the slip, Priest Kim finally let out a sigh of relief. "I think they're gone. Man, I seriously thought I was a goner." Kim Junsu looked at him, confused. "What's going on? I thought you were supposed to be in Lavon?" Priest Kim slowly explained, "Well, I did find the treasure. Thanks to the golden holy relic inside, I managed to reach level 5. But then the Pontiff's Order found me. I mean, that place is their home turf after all." At this point, Priest Kim was so scared he clutched his head and mumbled, I don't know how hard the trial is going to be, so I need to hit level 7 as fast as possible for our god." Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at him and asked hesitantly, Is there anything I can do to help?" Hearing that, Priest Kim frowned and went quiet. After a long moment, he spoke up shyly, "Actually, that's the reason I came looking for you." Kim Junsu asked, confused. "What is it?" Priest Kim said quickly. "Can you take me into the Great Labyrinth?" Kim Junsu muttered with a slight frown. "The Labyrinth?" Priest Kim nodded slightly. "Yeah." To the starting fortress on the 10th floor. Kim Junsu fell silent after hearing that. For Priest Kim's order to get official recognition, they needed to build up more divine power, using the labyrinth as a hideout to build up their strength until then. It was actually a perfect plan. A little while later, at the entrance to the labyrinth, guards stood watch day and night. Just then, they seemed to spot something. It was Kim Junsu and Priest Kim approaching, but they had their faces covered. A guard asked suspiciously, "Halt! What do you two want?" Kim Junsu replied calmly, "I want to enter the Great Labyrinth." The guard frowned. "At this hour?" Kim Junsu calmly explained, "I have my reasons." Because their faces were covered, the gatekeepers would naturally assume they were criminals. The Great Labyrinth was often used as a hideout for all sorts of criminals. It was a lawless zone where the rules of the surface didn't apply. The guard hesitated for a moment before speaking. "A level 4 superhuman? All right, you can go in, but when you leave, remember that your identity will be checked at the exit." And just like that, the two of them entered the labyrinth without a problem. Priest Kim was a little dazed, but thinking about it, this wasn't exactly wrong. From a certain point of view, Priest Kim really was a religious criminal. Inside the labyrinth, Priest Kim asked doubtfully as they walked, "Hey, didn't you say you were super famous around here? But those guys back there didn't recognize you at all." Kim Junsu smirked. "Don't ask such obvious questions. If I got recognized, rumors would start spreading, and your cover would be blown too." Priest Kim gave an embarrassed laugh, then said, "But it's a lot quieter in here than I expected." Just then, Kim Junsu suddenly sensed something, his pupils constricting. He frowned and muttered, "There's a dark scent in the air." Priest Kim heard him and asked, confused, "A dark scent?" With a deep scowl, Kim Junsu said in a low voice, "There are demons hiding up ahead." "No, scratch that. They're charging right for us." Sure enough, the moment he finished speaking, a horde of demons rushed them. Kim Junsu took out Thor's hammer and said, "Priest, bless our weapons." Priest Kim obediently did as he was told, quickly enveloping Kim Junsu's weapon in holy light. In an instant, the hammer in his hand was glowing. Kim Junsu smirked. "Perfect timing. I was just wondering how this new toy performs. An SSL rank weapon and a golden blessing." And with that, Kim Junsu charged forward and began wiping out the demons. In the blink of an eye, every last one of them was defeated. Priest Kim couldn't help but say in awe, "You really live up to the name Golden Warrior." Kim Junsu didn't hold back his praise either. "Your blessing is pretty damn good too." Chuckling, Priest Kim smiled happily and said, "To be honest, I was a little scared the Pontiff's army would follow us this far, but once we get through this gate, we'll be on the 9th floor." But Kim Junsu's expression suddenly grew heavy, which made Priest Kim ask nervously, "Why the sudden change in your expression?" Kim Junsu said grimly, "I don't think things are going to go as smoothly as you hope." Right on cue, the gate in front of them swung open. A woman appeared from inside, a group of people standing behind her. The woman sneered, "You're later than I expected, O Savior." Seeing them, Priest Kim started trembling and cowered behind Kim Junsu. Kim Junsu, on the other hand, was wondering how the hell they'd found him. But on second thought, it was pretty obvious. They must have been tailing Priest Kim the entire time. That probably means the woman has a tracking trait, just like him. No wonder they could follow them so easily, no matter where they ran. Just then, the supervisor from the Pontiff's order chuckled and said, "This tiresome persuasion finally ends here. You're joining our faith at last, aren't you, Savior?" Kim Junsu scoffed. "Join your order? What kind of crap are you talking about?" The woman just smirked. "The Saintess has blessed us with a holy decree. If the Savior agrees to join us, you will be treated as her equal. You will dedicate your body and soul to the Pontiff's church." Hearing this, Kim Junsu cursed under his breath. Are they trying to pretty up the fact that they're going to sacrifice me? With that thought, he roared in anger. "Are you crazy? Who the hell gave you the right to decide that?" The woman just clicked her tongue twice and said with a pout, "Oh, you don't need to worry your pretty little head, because the succession ceremony for you, the Savior, is already prepared." As she spoke, she flashed a malicious grin. Kim Junsu sneered back. "Did you just throw the Westphalian rites into the trash or something? You know that doing whatever you want will cause total chaos, right?" Hearing this, the woman just gave a wicked smirk. Then, she threw her head back and shrieked towards the sky. "This is the Great Labyrinth, a place beyond all laws. There are no restrictions here." And so, she ordered her holy knights to eliminate Kim Junsu. Kim Junsu was stunned for a second, and Priest Kim behind him was too terrified to speak. But then, Kim Junsu let out a cold smirk. "That's right, this place is outside the law, which means I can rip all of your limbs off without a second thought." Hearing that, Priest Kim hesitated. "Dude, can we actually handle this? There are 2 level 5s, and the rest are all level 3 or higher." Kim Junsu replied with absolute confidence, "We got this." With that, he pulled out a grenade and yelled, "Priest Kim, bless me!" Priest Kim immediately did as he was told. With all the high-level traits Kim Junsu had gathered, plus all the weapons he'd acquired up to now, he wasn't afraid of a fight. The blessed grenade, glowing with holy light, went flying. With a loud bang, a massive explosion erupted, sending smoke and fire everywhere. But when the smoke and dust settled, the group from the Pontiff's order was still standing there, completely unharmed. The woman leading them spoke with disdain. What kind of pathetic little trick was that? Those toys didn't even scratch us. But then, Junsu whipped out a cannon and aimed it at them. He switched to his sharpshooter attribute and started blasting away like a maniac. But that bitch created a protective barrier that kept them from getting hurt. She laughed smugly. This is the true power of the Father, the Savior, huh? Junsu paid her no mind. Landing from midair, he smirked and said, "That was just a warm-up. Now the real show begins." Right after, Junsu switched his attribute again, using Sig's combat style. His mana was amplified so much that the blood in his veins started to boil. Then, Junsu dashed forward. He was so fast the naked eye couldn't track him as he started attacking the Father's followers. Junsu's senses were heightened to the point where he could see everything in the world. He saw the position of every single one of them clearly and found their weak spots. So he quickly drew his sword. Junsu attacked using the Wild Lotus Slash, and in an instant, the Father's followers' formation was broken. One of them panicked and yelled, "Wait, something's weird." At the same time, Junsu summoned his mana again. He then glanced at the few stragglers left behind and continued his assault with the Twin Tiger King strike. Flashes of his sword danced wildly in the air, looking like they were tearing space itself apart. That woman hurriedly shouted an order. "Don't fall back! The Great Father is watching us. Knights, form a wall." Quickly, the remaining guys lined up, creating a human wall. But Junsu didn't hesitate for a second and charged. His sword was drawn from its sheath once more. This time, it was the Tiger King's eruption. A wild slash of light shot out and then exploded, knocking all of them down. Even that woman standing in the back had a few strands of her hair cut off. The panicked Holy Knights cried out, "Supervisor, the enemy is pushing us back. What should we do? Please give us your orders." The woman replied coldly, "Accept a glorious death." The knights were confused, but she ignored them and continued with a smile. "Your deaths will please the Father in the divine realm. This is his will. You are not allowed to refuse." The difference in numbers and levels meant nothing to Junsu. He completely overwhelmed the Holy Knights. Junsu kept charging forward, his sword energy dancing continuously. His form was beautiful, but it made everything around him crumble. Seeing this, that woman wasn't scared at all. Instead, she smiled. She cried out excitedly, "You are truly magnificent. Oh, Savior, it's an honor to witness this side of the light." Junsu snorted and asked coldly, "So, you're finally going to send out someone stronger?" The woman nodded and replied casually, "That's right. I'll send someone worthy of you. But I only care about one thing. You absolutely cannot die." As soon as she finished speaking, two high-ranking Holy Knights stepped forward, but even then, Junsu stood tall, without a shred of fear. Without a moment's hesitation, the two Holy Knights charged in to attack. Junsu wasn't rushed. He used his shield to block their swords, but surprisingly, the knight who clashed with the shield suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, leaving him completely bewildered. Internal injuries? But I only hit that shield once. Whether the Holy Knight understood or not, he was sent flying by Junsu. The other one tried to sneak up on him from behind. Junsu quickly leaned back to dodge. Then, he used the momentum to spin around and attack. His powerful hammer slammed down on the Holy Knight. He smirked triumphantly. "Is this what you wanted to test me with?" This isn't even enough for a warm-up. The Holy Knight was beaten to a pulp, his eyes looking at Junsu with growing confusion. How is this guy a savior? He's definitely a follower of the devil. With that thought, he immediately charged with his sword, screaming, "Disappear, you demon!" Junsu couldn't help but frown in confusion. Still alive? The moment he finished speaking, he swung his sword and lopped the guy's head off. He snorted coldly and said, "What a shame. I didn't want to go this far. I guess that just leaves you, huh?" With that, Junsu looked toward the woman. But she just laughed excitedly. "You still have new powers hidden inside that body. You really are the savior from the Father's prophecy." Junsu ignored the crazy woman's words. He quickly swapped his weapon to a sword and changed his attribute. And he had Priest Kim behind him, providing buffs. Junsu spoke coldly. "Is that all you have to say?" Hearing that, the woman started screaming like a maniac. "What more is there to say? Now I just want to wait for your soul to reach the divine realm." But as soon as she finished, a powerful flash of light from his sword struck her and exploded on impact. When the smoke and fire cleared, the woman had been annihilated. Priest Kim couldn't help but exclaim, "You really took care of all of them by yourself," Junsu said casually. "It's thanks to your blessings." "Good job." Then, Junsu glanced at the woman's corpse and snorted. Did you see how that lady was still spouting nonsense at the very end? That's why you just can't deal with crazy people. Right after, they started to pick up the loot, but everything around them was completely wrecked. Junsu sighed in resignation. Hey, I guess I got angry and went a little overboard, huh? Their stuff is all busted. Can't get anything. Too bad, but thanks to that battle, you've got enough materials for the high rank 1 versus 1,000 attribute, so it's all good. With no more obstacles, Junsu and Priest Kim easily entered the giant labyrinth on the 10th floor. Priest Kim cried out happily, "We finally made it to the 10th floor." Junsu also nodded in, "Congratulations. Congrats on reaching your goal." Priest Kim turned to look at him and said gratefully, "I couldn't have gotten this far without you. I'd probably still be just a regular healer." Junsu shook his head and said with a smile, "You're the one who worked hard. I didn't do much." Just then, Priest Kim suddenly remembered something, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a necklace to give to Junsu. He said slowly, "This is the heart of prosperity." Junsu took it excitedly. "This is an SSR grade holy artifact. This is good stuff." Seeing that he liked it, Priest Kim spoke up again. "I found it in the Spirit Cloud Treasure Valley you told me about. I thought it would be perfect for you." The more Junsu heard, the more pleased he was. He ruffled the kid's hair and said with a smile, "Thanks, kiddo." Priest Kim was happy about the praise, then asked curiously, "So, where are you heading now?" Junsu answered casually, "It's time to go back to Korea, and it's also time to find the last item I need to reach level 5. A few days later, in a forest in Gangwon Province, Korea, Junsu entered this place after returning. It was a lush forest, but it was also filled with danger. Junsu hadn't walked for long when a blade was pressed against his neck. A figure in a black cloak appeared out of nowhere and said coldly, "What's an outsider doing here?" Junsu frowned slightly as he looked back. The guy was hiding his appearance, but he recognized it. This was the SR grade character, Snakebone. "Looks like I've found the mutant's hideout." Seeing Junsu didn't answer, Snakebone spoke again, his voice cold. "I asked what you're doing here." Junsu answered calmly, "I have some business here." But he ordered him to leave. "This is a restricted area. Get lost." Letting out a smirk, Junsu said, "Isn't this the way to the Village of Hope?" Hearing this, Snakebone froze instantly. He asked in confusion, "How do you know that name?" The place Junsu wanted to go was called the Monster Village, but the mutants called it the Village of Hope. At this, Snakebone lowered his blade and said indifferently, "I didn't expect you to know the village's real name. I'll lead the way. Stay close to me." With that, he turned and left. Junsu hurried to follow. Luckily, it was Snakebone on patrol today. He's more easygoing than the other mutants. A little later, inside the Village of Hope, the trees were in full bloom and full of life, and the mutant creatures also seemed very happy. When Snakebone led Junsu in, the other mutants saw him and immediately became wary. Before long, a pair of giant legs appeared, blocking their path. It was a huge bear. It narrowed its eyes and asked Snakebone, "Why did you let a human into the village?" Snakebone answered slowly, "He knows the name of this village, and he said he has something to discuss with you." Hearing this, the bear lowered its head to observe Junsu, and after a long moment, it spoke with suspicion. "I've never seen you before. What's this about?" Kim Junsu took a deep breath, composed himself, and said, "I wanted to ask for a favor." The bear couldn't help but look at him with suspicion. Kim Junsu hesitated for a long time before continuing, "I need a mutant beast's magic core. I don't know if it's possible." But before he could even finish, the bear suddenly swung its paw and attacked him. Kim Junsu was sent flying. If it weren't for his diamond body-like trait, he would have been knocked out cold. Seeing that he was still standing, the big bear charged at him again, furious. "Not bad. Now you're worthy of being beaten to death. I'm gonna kill you." Seeing this, Kim Junsu panicked and yelled, "Wait! What are you doing? I didn't come here to hurt anyone." He understood why it was so pissed off. Magic cores can only be taken from the corpses of mutants. The great bear swung its claws while roaring like a maniac. "If those were the corpses of your family, would you sell them for a few silver coins?" Kim Junsu stared at the sword-like aura coming from its claws, totally bewildered. "A bear can use sword aura? Are you for real?" But now wasn't the time to think about that stuff. He quickly spoke up. "Please, just calm down. I'll pay a fair price, okay?" Hearing that, the great bear yelled in frustration, "I already said I don't need money." "It's not about money." Kim Junsu just shook his head slightly, then reached into his pocket and pulled something out. The great bear was blinded by the light of the object and stepped back. It stared at the thing in Kim Junsu's hand, muttering in confusion, "What the hell is that?" It looked like something amazing, but all Kim Junsu pulled out was a cup of instant noodles. He smirked and said, "I'll pay a fair price." The great bear instantly flew into a rage and roared, "Are you messing with me?" Kim Junsu was still totally calm. He poured hot water into the noodles and said slowly, "Don't be like that. Just give it a try. We can talk after. No need to rush." Then he put the lid on and pushed it towards the big bear. "This isn't your average instant ramen, you know. I don't need it. Get lost, or I'll tear you to shreds." The big bear tried to fiercely chase him away, but the aroma of the instant noodles had already hit its nose. In an instant, it had the look of a puppy. Kim Junsu gave a triumphant smile. A mutant bear with a sharp nose could never resist the smell of this iconic dish. And just as he expected, the big bear sat down in front of the noodle cup, muttering in confusion, "I've never smelled anything like this before." Kim Junsu smirked and said, "I heard from a friend that your buddies in Hope Village have a really tough time finding food." Hearing that, the big bear snorted coldly. So you know a thing or two." Kim Junsu just shrugged nonchalantly and pouted, "Just eat. Don't you want to know why humans go crazy for instant ramen?" The great bear hesitated for a second, but then its attitude changed. "I am the chief of Hope Village. Therefore, I'm only eating this to understand human culture, not because it looks delicious." And with that, it quickly dumped the whole thing into its mouth. The second the flavor hit its tongue, the great bear's eyes went wide. This taste, it was like it had been transported to heaven. The chewy noodles filled its mouth, and the hot broth filled its stomach with a satisfying warmth. It was truly a divine flavor that put it in a trance. The great bear's voice trembled as it mumbled, "How can something taste like this? Is there more?" Kim Junsu nodded slightly and replied, "I brought a lot of other dishes today. Everyone, come and have a try." With that, he took out a ton of delicious food and shared it with the surrounding mutants. Not all mutants have the same taste as this bear, so Kim Junsu had prepared everything with magic powder. Sure enough, this pack of mutants was completely mesmerized by the food. Even the great bear ate until it forgot where it was. The group started to warm up to Kim Junsu, which made him very satisfied. But just then, Skeleton Snake suddenly picked up a jar and spoke, "Wait a minute. This is magic powder. Is this stuff even safe for us to eat?" The moment he said that, the crowd of mutants instantly panicked. The great bear glared at Kim Junsu again. He sighed, resigned. He couldn't blame them for being cautious. If absorbed incorrectly, a mutant's magic core could explode, but he had already planned for this. With that thought, Kim Junsu smiled again and said, "If you're all worried, why don't you ask your guardian? The one with the power of prophecy, also known as the grandmother of the monster village, the divine tree, guardian of the monster village." Although she was weaker compared to other divine beings, she was still a true god. Therefore, all matters related to the mutants were decided by her. The great bear quickly brought the magic powder to the divine tree for her to inspect. After getting an answer, it still asked doubtfully, "Really? Is that so, godmother?" The divine tree slowly replied, "Yes. The powder he's using is unpurified grade 0 core powder from holy water. An excellent supplement for you, my children." The great bear used a translator so everyone could hear. Hearing those words, the surrounding mutants immediately cheered up. Then they began to bow to the divine tree. "Thank you for lending us your wisdom, godmother." At this point, Skeleton Snake walked over to Kim Junsu and said, "Well, that clears up my suspicion. I was a bit out of line. My apologies." Kim Junsu waved his hand and replied with a smile, "No worries, I get it. You don't have to apologize. Now that all the misunderstandings are cleared up, let's have a barbecue party or something, yeah?" Right after that, he started grilling meat for everyone to eat. It was an incredibly fun meal. Kim Junsu had earned a great deal of their favor. The divine tree was also happy to see this. Hope Village finally had an honored guest. It wasn't just food. Kim Junsu also brought alcohol. The great bear took a sip of soju, then laughed heartily. "Now I get why humans love to drink. This is awesome." Kim Junsu smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it. But Chief, aren't you human too? Why do you talk as if you're a different species?" The great bear replied casually, "Just a habit. To be honest, it's been a long time since we were treated like humans. Back when the Japanese were in charge, we were considered talking animals. Hunters were always targeting us." Kim Junsu looked at it with narrowed eyes, then smiled generously. "But even so, you're still amazing. I heard you joined the war and accomplished great things. Thanks to that, mutants gained some rights." The great bear nodded slightly. "That was something we achieved together. It's been so long since the village has been this happy. It said it had wanted to hear laughter like this for a long, long time." Hearing this, Kim Junsu couldn't help but feel a little moved. What a pure village. All you have to do is poke at their old, painful wounds, and you can complete the reputation quest this easily. After getting all that off its chest, the great bear spoke again. "Oh yeah, didn't you say you needed magic cores? Take these." With that, it took out 4 magic cores and handed them to Kim Junsu. Kim Junsu was ecstatic inside. "The reputation quest is complete. Come to Papa." Magic cores. On the outside, however, Kim Junsu maintained a friendly appearance and said with a smile, "Thank you, sir." After getting what he wanted, Kim Junsu quickly found an excuse to slip away. He was in a great mood. They made the right call, giving him something this valuable. But before he even left the forest, Skeleton Snake suddenly blocked his path. It stood opposite Kim Junsu and slowly spoke. "You're leaving already? I haven't even thanked you properly." Kim Junsu scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "You don't have to go that far. You guys already gave me such a valuable gift." Skeleton Snake said flatly, "I have a feeling you want something much bigger from our village." Kim Junsu figured it was understandable, since this was probably their first decent meal in decades. But surprisingly, Skeleton Snake had no issue with this and even made a sincere offer. "If you need more mutant cores, please just tell me. I'm willing to give you mine." Kim Junsu was stunned to hear that and quickly waved his hands in protest. "Don't say scary crap like that. I'm not asking you to rip the heart out of a living person. You get me?" Skeleton Snake remained adamant and said, "But I'm serious. The Godmother prophesied that my destiny is to give a part of my body to the one who can regenerate my flesh." Kim Junsu was once again in shock. That piece of meat was times valuable? This was the start of Skeleton Snake's personal quest, but he had never heard anything about a magic core being involved. Thinking about it, Kim Junsu spoke again. "Maybe it's just a metaphor. It could actually be something else, not a magic core." Skeleton Snake nodded slightly in response. "That's right. When the time comes, I'll know." The two talked for a little while longer before Kim Junsu left Hope Village. He quickly returned, and the first thing he did was pick a new house. Seeing it, Kim Junsu's eyes lit up. Finally, the big house in front of him would be his new home. A house where the garden alone was 3,000 square meters, and it even had a swimming pool in the yard. But that's not all. The real reason Kim Junsu picked this place was because of the private, secret training ground in the basement. This training ground was way bigger and better equipped than his last one. Kim Junsu absolutely loved it. He cheered excitedly, never thinking he'd make it this far. Just then, Choi Seo walked in. Seeing Kim Junsu laughing his head off, he asked curiously, "Superman Kim, what's got you so damn happy?" Kim Junsu scratched his head, embarrassed. "Director Choi, thank you for recommending such an amazing house to me." Hearing that, Choi Seo just waved it off with a laugh. "Don't mention it, but hey, why the sudden move?" Kim Junsu slowly explained. "My students are going to start training with me now, so I wanted a better spot for them. Plus, I need my own space. As for that room I requested." Choi Seo winked and smiled. "Of course, it's all ready." Inside the house, there was also a large laboratory. When Kim Junsu walked in, a spirit appeared. "Greetings, Master. I am the magic spirit assigned to assist you. How may I be of service?" Kim Junsu stepped inside the diagnostic machine and said coolly, "Let's start with a general checkup. From now on, leveling up was going to get complicated. To get the best results, he'd need the spirit's help." As soon as Kim Junsu stepped into the machine, the spirit snapped its fingers. A stream of magical energy enveloped him, beginning a full scan of his attributes. But it wasn't long before the system suddenly reported an error, which confused Kim Junsu a little. The spirit also spoke up worriedly, "Master, an error occurred while we were scanning your mana circle." Kim Junsu thought for a long moment before answering, "Ah, that's probably my fault. I can freely switch my mana circle. Keep it a secret, okay?" The spirit was a bit stunned, murmuring in disbelief. "Is that really possible? This condition doesn't exist in my database," Kim Junsu replied casually. "See for yourself. That's why we need to find a level 5 elixir that's actually suited for someone like me." The spirit fell silent again at his words. Then after a long pause, it exclaimed excitedly, "A standard elixir won't work, but if we make one from scratch, that might be possible, right?" Kim Junsu gave a curt nod. "That's right. Sounds expensive, doesn't it?" The spirit then began asking for information on all of Kim Junsu's abilities and entered the data into the system. It was finished in no time. The spirit announced cheerfully, "You have a total of 136 abilities. The constellation design is complete." After hearing that, Kim Junsu asked quizzically, "A constellation? What's that?" The spirit slowly explained, "It's a type of elixir that was, until now, only theoretical. Are all the ingredients to craft it ready?" He frowned slightly. "It's not the elixir you wanted, but it should be fine." After all, Kim Junsu had asked the spirit to prepare what was most compatible with him. Thinking it over, he gave a slight nod. Of course. Seeing that Kim Junsu was ready, the spirit began crafting the level 5 elixir. Just like that, Kim Junsu was busy for the entire day, and night had already fallen. Baek Soyi and Janet came in from outside, their hands full of all sorts of things, and said with a happy smile, "Congratulations on reaching level 5. Kim Junsu looked at the two of them, confused. "How did you two know?" Baek Soyi pointed outside and explained, "The people out there told us." Kim Junsu glanced outside and saw Choi Seo and Thick Kien standing there in sharp suits, holding wine and fruit. Kim Junsu gave them a helpless look, but Choi Seo didn't care. He ran over and said with a grin, "I invited them. It'd be a real shame to just let a day like today pass by." But an even bigger surprise for Kim Junsu was yet to come. He saw fireworks and the afterimage of Ewan's family of 3 congratulating him, and he blushed with embarrassment. Why is Ewan mixed up in this too? Just then, Chell spoke up. "Come to think of it, I saw a flower wreath at your front door." Kim Junsu gritted his teeth and muttered, "Now that I'm level 5, everything I do is going to be under a microscope. I have to be careful. Are you guys trying to screw me over with these gifts or what?" Then he ripped the flower wreath to shreds. Just then, a black car suddenly pulled up in front of Kim Junsu's house, startling him. A woman with an incredibly dignified air stepped out of the car. Kim Junsu frowned, wondering, who the hell is this now? Looks like everyone and their mother got invited to this party, huh? While he was trying to figure things out, the woman slowly spoke. "You're Warrior Kim, I presume? Congratulations on reaching level 5. Kim Junsu gave a polite nod in response. "Thank you. But who are you?" The woman then remembered her manners and said with a quick smile, "Oh my, I should have introduced myself sooner. I am Hee Young of the Kumo group." The moment Kim Junsu heard the name, he knew who she was. "Isn't this the youngest daughter of the Kumo group?" he thought. Then he asked aloud, "What's the Kumo group doing here?" Hee Young answered nonchalantly, "I want to hire you for a job." Kim Junsu couldn't help but be taken aback. "What kind of job?" he asked. But he quickly remembered. Weren't they in the middle of a succession war at the Kumo group? Getting involved with them would be a massive headache. Better to stay away. While Kim Junsu was weighing his options, Hee Young spoke again. "We want you to participate as our representative warrior in the 5-round combat for the succession rights. The real rewards will be even more spectacular." As she finished speaking, she pulled out a gun. Seeing it, Kim Junsu's eyes widened in shock. "Isn't that the Doa gun with the destruction attribute?" Everything's changed. With that thought, Kim Junsu immediately broke into a grin. "All right then. Let's sign the contract right now. Time to go collect all the good stuff again." The next day, in a high-rise building, Hee Young sat on a long sofa, looked at the person across from her, and said, "Since you already have 2 stone guns, I figured you'd accept." Kim Junsu couldn't help but smile at that. "If the reward is this big, if I win, could you add something else?" "Hee Young calmly replied. "We'll give you another stone gun with the poison nullifying attribute." She said that if Kim Junsu kept winning, there would be more rewards, but she hoped he wouldn't get too greedy. His opponents were all level 6, after all. Even winning a single match would be enough. Hearing this, Kim Junsu frowned in silence. The next day, at a massive arena, Hee Young brought Kim Junsu to the venue. Seeing her, a man smirked and said, "So you came, little sister? I'm surprised you're even participating. You sure are lucky." Hee Young didn't say a word to that. She just walked right past his face and went straight to her seat. Her action pissed off the man, who snorted coldly, "What's with the attitude?" This man was the eldest son of the Kumo group, Song Hae-jun, a level 6 superhuman. The person sitting next to him was the second son of the Kumo group, Song Hae-chun, also a level 6 superhuman. He sighed and said, "Just ignore it. This is a battle between the 2 of us anyway." Kim Junsu went and sat down next to Hee Young, speaking slowly. "So the first match is between the representatives of the eldest and second sons, huh?" Hee Young gave a slight nod. "That's right. They're both very strong." Hearing that, Kim Junsu looked down below. One was an SR-class ironclad warrior, the other an SR-class flame demon. After observing for a moment, Kim Junsu remarked with admiration, "Damn, you really can't underestimate a major corporation. It's nothing but high-level guys." Hee Young warned him seriously, "You need to watch this fight closely. The ironclad warrior is on my second brother's side, and he's considered the strongest opponent in this competition." Down in the arena, the ironclad warrior charged forward to attack the flame demon, but the flame demon suddenly curled his lips into a sneer. In the next moment, he let out a huge roar, "Sunfire!" which startled the ironclad warrior. Before he could even react, a blazing fireball rushed towards him. Seeing this, Hee Young immediately panicked. With a deafening boom, the arena below exploded. Smoke and fire filled the air. The ironclad warrior was engulfed by the flames, and in a mere moment, he was burned to a crisp, vanishing into thin air. In the end, only the flame demon remained on the field. A look of terror appeared on Hee Young's face. Hae-chun also stood up, clutching his head in disbelief. Only Hae-jun wore a smug, triumphant smile. At the same time, Kim Junsu seemed to realize something. That flame just now, it was weird. That flame demon guy wasn't a level 6 warrior, just a mage who could use hellfire. But, isn't killing forbidden in the Sun Tower? With that thought, Kim Junsu used his sensory attribute to observe the flame demon. Instantly, he recognized something. Isn't that the northern eclipse? Don't tell me that guy is who I think he is. After a long moment of silence, Kim Junsu glanced at Hai Young and asked, Miss Hai Young, I'm up next, right? She nodded slightly. That's right. Hearing that, Kim Junsu shot to his feet. I'm heading out first. You'd better get ready. Hai Young looked at him worriedly and asked, hesitating, Are you sure about this? We should send in a level 6 superhuman instead. Shrugging nonchalantly, Kim Junsu replied with confidence, I can win this. That guy seems to know exactly what he's doing. The one exiled from the Sun Tower, Hongdu. So he joined the Kumo group, huh? Up in the stands, the 3 children of the Kumo group were still watching the next battle. Haijun glanced at Hai Young and smirked, Let's see if little Sis's warrior can defeat the flame demon. At the same time, Kim Junsu stepped into the arena, the black fox sword in his hand. Hai Jun was a little surprised to see that, but he was sure that even a swordsman couldn't stand against solar fire. Looks like there's about to be another corpse. Down in the arena, Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at Hongdu and said coldly, I didn't expect to run into you again like this. Hongdu's brow furrowed slightly as he asked doubtfully, You recognize me? Kim Junsu replied casually, I do. Because that cheap trick you're using is from the Sun Tower. Does your master, old lady, know about this? Hearing this, Hongdu curled his lip into a smirk, then threw his head back and laughed maniacally. My master? Of course she knows. She knows everything. Before coming here, Kim Junsu had heard a few things from Choi Seo. Right before the Kumo group's succession war began, the chairman was said to have been suddenly assassinated. In this country, only the head of the Sun Tower and one other person were capable of such a thing. Could that old hag really be involved in the Kumo group's succession war? As terrifying as that thought was, it was possible. Kim Junsu would have to confirm it with her when this was over. While he was lost in thought, Hongdu spoke up. Well, since you recognize me, I can finally get my revenge. I'll show you the power I've saved just for you. As he finished speaking, a brilliant flame erupted, but Kim Junsu's figure remained standing tall. This infuriated Hongdu. He roared furiously. So the rumors that you can withstand solar fire are true? But solar light is on a whole different level. Now just be a good boy and turn to ash. Immediately after, another brilliant ray of fire shot out. Seeing this, Hai Young panicked. No way. Can a level 6 superhuman use a divine technique? How is a level 5 superhuman supposed to survive that? But when the smoke and fire cleared, Kim Junsu was still standing there, unscathed. He smirked contemptuously. Is that all you've got? Guess it's my turn now, right? He said that, but damn, he was almost roasted alive. With that thought, he grinned and said, Let me borrow that fire of yours for a sec. The moment Kim Junsu spoke, the solar light enveloped his axe, making Hongdu cry out in terror. Impossible! How can you use my solar light? Kim Junsu ignored his reaction, raised the axe high, and lightning quickly struck down from the sky. At the same time, Kim Junsu had changed his own attribute. With a loud crash, the lightning from the axe struck Hongdu, making him scream in panic. Wait a second. But it was too late. His entire body was engulfed in lightning. When the lightning dissipated, Hongdu's body had vanished without a trace. The scene left the 3 children of the Kumo group utterly shocked. Kim Junsu, on the other hand, spoke up excitedly. Shall we move on to the next match? That evening at the Kumo group headquarters, Kim Junsu sat on a long couch and looked at Hai Young gratefully. Thanks for fulfilling my request, and here's the bonus for winning. Kim Junsu's eyes immediately lit up. He finally had the 4th Dark Xun pistol. Seeing his excitement, Hai Young spoke again. That's not all. We still had one other promise, didn't we? It might be a bit modest, but here's a pair of boots. Kim Junsu was ecstatic, but on the outside he asked sheepishly, Can I really accept something this valuable? Hai Young replied nonchalantly, You've more than earned it. Kim Junsu's 3 consecutive wins were indeed an impressive performance, but he was banned afterward. The remaining representatives fought it out, and the winner was just as Hai Young had hoped. Kim Junsu could have kept fighting, but he had no intention of revealing all his cards just like that. The entire world was watching the Kumo group's battle. With that thought, Kim Junsu asked, So, does this mean you're the heir now? Hai Young shook her head slightly. Not exactly. This battle was just a way to persuade the board of directors. They won't give up that easily. Nodding grimly, Kim Junsu said with understanding, I get it. After all, a young CEO is at a disadvantage in many ways. Hearing this, Hai Young clenched her fists. After a long moment, she said, That's right, but I can't just sit here and take it either. Since things have come to this, could I ask you for one more favor? Kim Junsu frowned and looked at her. What is it? With a reward this big, who would be stupid enough to refuse? Hai Young hesitated for a moment, then touched her earring and slowly began to speak. There's one way to turn this situation around. In an instant, the phantom of a black raven appeared before them. Ha-Young slowly explained. The raven chip is a chip containing a mutagen that only reacts to our family's DNA. If I use it, I can reach level 7 and turn the tables. Hearing this, Kim Junsu immediately understood the situation. So, Ha-Young wanted to risk using the mutagen. Without any hesitation, he nodded. All right, let's do it. Ha-Young looked at him, astonished. Really? Of course, Kim Junsu replied softly. Who'd be dumb enough to refuse? And so, in the dead of night, in the basement of the Kumo group, a black raven flew silently, undetected by anyone. Kim Junsu sat on its back, a smirk on his face as he said, "We found it." Backtrack a few hours. Ha-Young had made Kim Junsu an offer. If you can bring the raven chip to me, I'll pay you double this amount. Immediately after, she had piled a mountain of gold bars on the table, estimated to be around 10 billion G. Kim Junsu was stunned. Ha-Young calmly continued, "And if I win the chairman's seat, I promise to give you the helmet and Daomo that my brothers." As she was speaking, Kim Junsu couldn't help but let out a snort, which confused her. He said apologetically, "Sorry, my nose was just itchy." In reality, Kim Junsu was just overjoyed. The Kumo gear set that all three of them possessed would ultimately belong to the chairman. This meant the Kumo set, with effects on par with SSL grade gear, would be his. But he couldn't let Ha-Young see him this excited. Ha-Young, however, didn't seem to notice and continued, "My brothers can't know about this, so please keep it a secret. If you need anything to fulfill this request, just say the word." Kim Junsu hesitated for a moment, then winked and said with a grin, "Oh, in that case, could I trouble you for some diamonds?" And so, right after that, Kim Junsu went to the rooftop of the Kumo building to survey the area. He smirked and said, "I can see all of Gangnam from here. Money really is the best, isn't it?" Kim Junsu was now equipped with a set of high-level gear, a detection helmet, speed boots, a berserker axe, and a crisis detection ring. Now, it was time to absorb the traits from these magical items. In a flash, a brilliant stream of magical power flowed into Kim Junsu's body. Before long, he had acquired the airstrike trait. Kim Junsu smiled in satisfaction. Movement skill activated. Now that he was all prepped, it was time for him to get started. Immediately after, Kim Junsu dove off the building. Of course, before he hit the ground, a black raven appeared to catch him. Kim Junsu smiled, satisfied, just as expected from the Kumo boots. This feels completely different. Now, time to report to the client. Without hesitation, Kim Junsu reported to Ha-Young as seen in the previous scene. After hearing him, she exclaimed in surprise, "Where is it?" He answered casually, "Right in front of the raven statue in the main lobby. But there's one tiny problem." Hearing this, Ha-Young frowned and asked, "A problem?" Kim Junsu slowly explained, "I'm going to have to cause a bit of a ruckus to get the chip, so you'll have to take responsibility for what's about to happen." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his hammer down on the statue in the main lobby. The raven chip was immediately revealed. Kim Junsu quickly snatched it and reported back to Ha-Young. "Got the raven chip. Where to now?" Ha-Young said urgently, "To the body modification room on the second floor. I'll head there right now too." Kim Junsu took off without a second thought, shouting a reminder as he ran, "Your brothers have probably noticed by now. You'd better hurry." A short while later, in the second floor modification room, the closed door was suddenly pushed open, causing the person inside to ask in confusion, "Youngest chairman, why are you here at this hour?" It was Ha-Young. She had no time for explanations and quickly ordered, "Activate the modification room." The lab technician was stunned for a moment but quickly moved to operate the computer. After she was done, she asked hesitantly, "But what do you plan to do with it?" Ha-Young didn't answer but looked toward the door and smiled. "You made it just in time. I'm ready. Warrior, it's Kim Junsu." He spoke up, and so did Chip. "Let's get this started." With that, he handed the Javan chip to Ha-Yang. She took it and stepped into the modification machine, saying casually, "All right, I'm leaving the rest to you then." Warrior Kim Junsu replied calmly, "Yeah, don't worry. I'll be right here to witness everything." Hearing that, Ha-Yang felt completely reassured as she used the chip. She stood tall inside the modification machine, her gaze incredibly determined. Ha-Yang had made up her mind to do this. Just then, Song Haijun's angry shout echoed from outside, startling Kim Junsu. The ones who'd arrived were none other than Ha-Yang's two older brothers. Haijun stormed in, yelling furiously, "You little brat! How dare you pull this shit behind my back? Stop her now!" However, Kim Junsu blocked their path, saying calmly, "I can't let you take another step." Haijun glared at him and said in a cold voice, "So, you've beaten a few superhumans before, and now you think you can stand against me? Do you have any idea who I am?" Kim Junsu just smiled casually. "Of course. You're the chairman of the Kumo group. Or, should I say former chairman?" Those words made Haijun's face turn beet red. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastard!" Just then, Haichun stepped forward to stop the master of the Black Fox sword. Haijun frowned at him, but Haichun didn't care. He said flatly, "No matter how good a warrior you are, you can't fight me and my brother, two level 6 superhumans at the same time." He said he would give Kim Junsu a reward equivalent to what Haiyang had promised, so they could negotiate instead of fighting. Haijun even offered him the position of vice director of security at Kumo. Kim Junsu frowned in silence after hearing this, but a scornful smirk quickly crossed his face. What a garbage offer. Asking me to betray a client who can't even defend herself. That's how scumbags think. These words enraged the two Song brothers, but before they could say a thing, Kim Junsu continued to mock them. Besides, you said the reward was equivalent. You'd have to at least double or triple it for me to even think about it. Not that I'd ever accept anyway. Finally, Haijun couldn't take it anymore and charged forward with his sword. Kim Junsu quickly raised his shield to block. Damn, that hurt more than I thought. So this is the power of a level 6 superhuman. They were right. I can't fight both of them at once. But against just one of them, I'm not so sure I'd lose. Because at that very moment, a cut appeared on Haijun's stomach, blood pouring out. Kim Junsu smirked and said, "Oops, my hand slipped." Seeing the situation turn bad, Haichun raised his gun and fired at him, but Kim Junsu instantly created a barrier to block it. It seemed that in that same instant, he had acquired a new trait. Kim Junsu couldn't help but smirk, wondering why his shield suddenly felt so much stronger. Now they can shoot all they want. I won't budge an inch. While Kim Junsu was facing off against Haichun, that bastard Haijun took the opportunity to rush toward the modification machine. But just before his hand could touch the machine, a bullet trailing a blue light suddenly struck. Haichun's eyes widened in horror. Haijun's body was frozen solid, unable to move. Haichun realized what it was and yelled in frustration, "You bastard, where did you get that gun?" But the person in front of him had already vanished. When he reappeared, Kim Junsu was right behind Haichun. In a flash, Kim Junsu had switched his trait to airstrike. This was a jump enhanced by the airstrike trait, allowing him to exploit his opponent's opening in an instant and unleash a rain of bullets like an air raid. After taking them both down, Kim Junsu smirked and said, "So, ready to give up yet?" But just then, Haichun smirked back. "How pathetic. You think you can win with just that little bit of power?" As soon as he finished speaking, his body was enveloped in a blood-red aura, making Kim Junsu jump back in surprise. Haijun was using an item called the Eternal Dark Fruit. At the same time, Kim Junsu found himself surrounded by the barrels of black guns. That guy Haichun was now being helped up by his men. The situation wasn't looking good. Kim Junsu tightened his grip on his sword. Even he wasn't sure he could get out of this safely. Just then, a shout suddenly rang out. "Everyone, stop!" At the same time, the modification machine began to emit a golden light. Everyone who saw this was stunned into silence. Kim Junsu, on the other hand, was thrilled. Just in time, the faces of the two Song brothers turned grim. Haiyang stepped out, her form transformed. She had become a level 7 superhuman, with 2 pairs of wings on her back. Haiyang's new title was Sun Crow. She spoke coolly, "You're too late this time, brothers." Seeing this, Haichun couldn't help but tremble and mutter, "Sunday." Sun Crow? Haijun, however, remained defiant and yelled, "Who do you think you're scaring? Fine, let's fight." But at that moment, a middle-aged man walked in, placing a hand on his shoulder and advising, "Stop. If the youngest chairman truly makes a move, this entire building will collapse in under a minute." This man was Deng Kyung-jun, one of the founding members of the Kumo group. He said coolly, "I thought the outcome was already decided in the last confrontation. Yet you still behave like this. Are you ignoring the procedures approved by the shareholders?" Hearing this, Haijun trembled and tried to explain, "Father-in-law, that's not what I meant." But before he could finish, Kyung-jun cut him off coldly. "If that's not what you meant, then were you perhaps plotting something else besides the chairman's death?" These words made Haijun's expression darken, and he was speechless for a long time. Then, Kyung-jun turned to Haiyang and said, "Congratulations on reaching level 7, Chairman Song Haiyang. I will see you at the shareholders' meeting to elect the next chairman." As soon as he finished, he bowed to her, then led his people away. A few days later, on the balcony of Haiyang's private residence, Haiyang was sipping wine as she spoke. "As is tradition, my brothers have withdrawn from all business operations and moved to the United States to live." Kim Junsu smiled happily and said, "Congratulations. You're about to become the new chairman of the Kumo group." Haiyang said gratefully, "It's all thanks to you. Did you receive the items from my 2 brothers as promised?" "Ah, yes, of course," Kim Junsu replied with a slight nod. "If you have any more requests in the future, just give me a call." Thanks to her, he had now completed the Kumo set. Hearing this, Haiyang hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "Now that you mention it, I actually have one more request for you." Kim Junsu immediately perked up. What is it this time? But then Hai Yang suddenly took out a man's ring, an SSR-grade item, leaving him utterly bewildered. Before he could even process it, Hai Yang knelt on the ground and proposed. Warrior, will you marry me? Kim Junsu completely froze at her words. He quickly waved his hands in refusal. I'm sorry, but I can't accept. Hai Yang cried out in shock. What? But why? I'm not lacking in any way as a partner for you. She was right. She had both money and looks, but Kim Junsu just shook his head and replied, You're not my type. Hai Yang couldn't believe it, muttering in confusion. That's ridiculous. Why would something so trivial matter to people like us? It really does matter. Kim Junsu said fiercely. I want to marry someone who has genuine feelings for me, not someone like you who only sees me as a tool to consolidate her power. Hai Yang was stunned by his words and finally let out a reluctant sigh. You really are a hard person to read. Then she raised her glass again. In that case, I'd like to propose a partnership. We can help each other out whenever needed. How about that? Deal. Kim Junsu agreed without a moment's hesitation. The two quickly clinked their glasses, officially sealing their partnership. It wasn't until late that night that Kim Junsu finally got in a car to head home. Thinking about the proposal, he couldn't help but sigh. It felt like he'd just thrown away a golden opportunity to live in the lap of luxury. Man, what a waste. Anyway, Kim Junsu was still in his wild 20s, so getting married was a bit much. But just dating Hai Yang, well, before he could even finish the thought, Kim Junsu slapped himself across the face in frustration. What I need to focus on now is Elder Joe of the Sun Tower. Because what that bastard Hongdu said is really bothering me. Is that old hag really who he says she is? While Kim Junsu was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Speak of the devil, it was a call from the Sun Tower. The next day, at Phoenix Valley, Kim Junsu arrived as arranged. The weird thing was, he couldn't see a single phoenix anywhere. Just then, the Tower Master walked over from a distance, with Mage Kim right behind him. He greeted them cheerfully. Long time no see, huh? Mage Kim? Or should I call you the Master of the Black Fox Sword? The Tower Master kept rambling on, making an annoyed Mage Kim cut him off. Sir, how about we get straight to the point? The Tower Master finally quieted down. Mage Kim looked directly at Kim Junsu and spoke. I'm sure you've already guessed, but we called you here to ask for a favor. Kim Junsu seemed to know what this was about, frowning as he asked, Is it because all the phoenixes vanished? Damak nodded, and the Tower Master replied in a low voice. That's right. I have no clue where they flew off to. My guess is some mythological creature captured them all. Kim Junsu crouched down to examine the ground for a moment, then finally spoke. It's possible, but have you considered they might have been illegally poached? The Tower Master shook his head. Highly unlikely. Our security is airtight. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at him and said firmly, But what if someone on the level of a magic tower elder was behind it? Mage Kim mulled this over, frowning as he wondered aloud. Someone at the elder level, you say? I guess that's possible, but who would have the balls to do that? The Tower Master, however, was furious. He growled through gritted teeth. Abusing the phoenixes is a flagrant violation of the rules. Master of the Black Fox Sword. Can you find the culprit? Of course, Kim Junsu replied without hesitation. I'll find every single missing phoenix and the person responsible for this, but you'll have to pay an extra fee, Tower Master. A short while later, on the sea near Phoenix Valley, a speedboat was tearing through the waves, going so fast it made Kim Junsu feel sick. Mage Kim sat in the driver's seat, grinning. By the way, how'd you even think to ask for this boat as your advance? I never even dreamed I'd get to drive it. My grandfather treasures this thing. Kim Junsu replied nonchalantly, Because I need it for the mission. We need a super fast ride to catch that thing. The thing they were chasing was a blue-feathered phoenix. A little while earlier, while Kim Junsu was working, Mage Kim had noticed it. He walked over and asked, Sir, what is that? Kim Junsu smirked. You can recognize it? It's a phoenix, but the thing you made looks nothing like it. But Kim Junsu didn't care. He had just received a crafting trait from the system. After a moment, Kim Junsu spoke up. All right then, Mr. Mage, let me get some of your blood. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kim Junsu walked over, grabbed Mage Kim's hand, and drew his blood. Back in the present, Mage Kim couldn't help but marvel. I can't believe just a little bit of my blood was enough to turn that steel wire into an artificial phoenix. Kim Junsu slowly explained. Your blood contains the essence of the phoenix species, so we can use its homing instinct to find where the rest of them are. A while later, on Uliungdo Island, Kim Junsu and Mage Kim had followed the artificial phoenix's trail. Sure enough, they saw the other phoenixes, only they didn't look too good. Seeing this, Mage Kim mumbled in confusion. They're supposed to live for over 20 years, but now they look so drained. After thinking for a moment, Kim Junsu suggested, Can you check their mana? Mage Kim nodded and then began to perform the check. Through his magic, he saw the phoenix's empty hearts. Mage Kim cried out in shock. Their mana has been completely drained. From their hearts to their blood vessels, everything's been burned dry. But he quickly noticed something else. He said in alarm, "Wait a minute, this trace belongs to the Qianxianxi." Hearing this, Kim Junsu was instantly pleased. Asterisk. Nice, he's a smart one. Asterisk. With that thought, he suggested, contact the Tower Master. The culprit is none other than Elder Du of the Qianxianxi. After hearing the news, the Tower Master came rushing over, screaming furiously, Du Eokbun, that crazy witch. Seeing him practically breathing fire, Mage Kim quickly tried to calm him down. Sir, you need to calm down. The Tower Master was still raging, roaring. She was caught trying to steal all the phoenixes. I swear, if I get my hands on her, I'll. But before he could finish, Kim Junsu cut in. So, Elder Du has disappeared from the tower too? The Tower Master nodded slightly. That's right. I went to her office, but she was gone, leaving only a duplicate behind. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He really looked like he wanted to punch something. Luckily, Mage Kim held him back. Kim Junsu paid them no mind, mumbling with a frown. A duplicate? Mage Kim slowly explained. It's a type of magic that creates a body identical to the caster, but it dies after a while. Kim Junsu thought for a moment before speaking. She's probably just trying to buy time. Hearing this, the Tower Master froze. The death of the Kumo Group's chairman, whose heart was burned out, an exiled mage reappearing as an enhanced warrior, the phoenixes being overhunted, used for a power boost, and Elder Du's disappearance. There are too many clues. Kim Junsu forced himself to think. After a long moment, he looked at the Tower Master and asked, Tower Master, you're thinking about times that asterisk, aren't you? The Tower Master looked at him, bewildered, and mumbled in disbelief. Don't tell me Du Eokbun has gotten her hands on times that asterisk. The thing he was referring to was the forbidden ritual of the Qianxianxi. The forbidden ritual was one that burns mana to block out the sun's light, an event that appears in the solar optimization quest. But solar optimization hasn't even been researched yet. Kim Junsu couldn't understand why it was happening now. This must be the butterfly effect. Mai and Hyeon Du's interference created a different outcome. Hearing this, Mage Kim asked doubtfully, what exactly is it? The Tower Master answered slowly, she's using the power from the phoenixes to drain the sun's mana. And not just that. The sun, the earth, the sea. Du Eokbun is draining the mana from every living thing. Mage Kim exclaimed in shock. What if the magic tower collapses because of this? Before he could finish, Kim Junsu cut him off. We have to find Miss Du, and fast. Just then, the Tower Master suddenly spoke up. I can feel a massive mana link nearby. Follow me. I think I know where she is. A short time later, at a house perched on a cliff, the three of them arrived to perform a magic spell to find Du Eokbun's whereabouts. After seeing it, Kim Junsu exclaimed in surprise. She's hiding in there to perform the ritual? The Tower Master nodded slightly. Yes, but the maze is too solid, so she can't destroy the entrance right away. It was designed to withstand a solar flare. The Tower Master suggested that Kim Junsu and Mage Kim stay there while he went to deal with Du Eokbun. But Mage Kim stopped him. You can't go. Kim Junsu also nodded in agreement. Mage Kim is right. This is too dangerous. Let me handle it. Hearing this, the Tower Master exclaimed in shock. You want to go in? Kim Junsu said calmly. That's right. To make her lower her guard, it's best to have an outsider like me go in. The Tower Master felt that made sense and said reluctantly, looks like I'll owe you again. Take these. With that, he took out several items and gave them to Kim Junsu, a set of magic dice and an escape ring. Kim Junsu took them without any hesitation. The escape ring gave him a second life. Risking his life once was worth it, because Du Eokbun possessed one of the 8 treasures of the magic tower. A moment later, inside the spatial maze, Kim Junsu had just stepped in when he saw Mage Kim had followed him. He yelled in shock, What the hell? Why did you follow me in here? You're gonna get killed. Mage Kim pursed his lips and mumbled, But this is the magic tower's problem. Besides, 2 heads are better than 1. It'll be a hassle if we run into enemies while you're using the dice to neutralize the interdimensional space. After hearing him out, Kim Junsu thought it made sense. After a moment, he asked, By the way, does the Eclipse faction always cause this kind of trouble? Mage Kim answered sheepishly, Yeah, the roots of the Eclipse faction are in black magic. While they were talking, he didn't notice a magic beast attacking from behind. Luckily, Kim Junsu reacted in time, throwing his sword and killing the monster instantly. Only then did Mage Kim react, too stunned to speak. Kim Junsu spoke calmly. If I had been any slower, we would have been bitten. It seems they've picked up our scent. Stay right behind me. With that, he pulled his sword from the beast's corpse and gripped it tightly as he moved on. At the same time, Kim Junsu also changed his traits. He walked in front, warning in a serious tone. From now on, they'll be coming at us by the dozens. Just as he said, the moment he finished speaking, a horde of demonic beasts attacked the two of them. Kim Junsu wasn't fazed, vanishing in a flash. Flashes of his sword danced relentlessly in the air, slicing through the bodies of the demonic beasts. Attacking weak points deals extra damage. With a loud bang, all the demonic beasts exploded. Mage Kim, watching this from behind, couldn't help but mutter in a panic, "These monsters." But before he could finish his sentence, a loud shout echoed, "Halt!" Everyone looked over and saw an old hag standing on a cliff. It was none other than Akbun. She aimed her magic staff at the two of them, yelling furiously, "How dare you set foot in here? The sin of interfering with my masterpiece will not be met with a light punishment." As soon as she said that, a barrage of lightning bolts struck down from above, right where Kim Junsu and the mage were. The nearby cliffs were shattered to pieces by the lightning. Kim Junsu knew Akbun was no pushover, but he wasn't about to die in some minigame like this. With that thought, he gripped Mage Kim's shoulder and told him to hold on tight. Kim Junsu had seen this move countless times in the game, so he could see everything. Right after, he changed his equipment's properties and flew into the air with Mage Kim, dodging every one of Akbun's attacks. In the blink of an eye, crackling explosions echoed non-stop through the air. A corner of the forest was scorched black by the lightning. Kim Junsu flew with Mage Kim in his arms, asking worriedly, "You okay?" Mage Kim shook his head slightly and replied, "I think I'm fine, but where is this?" Kim Junsu slowly replied, "This is where all the mana in this place is concentrated. Go install the neutralization device." Mage Kim immediately took his orders and ran. "Roger that, I'll do it fast and come right back." But he didn't get far before Akbun blocked his path. She shrieked madly, "You little rats, you're just digging your own graves." The moment she finished speaking, Akbun started casting her magic again, and a dense barrage of lightning appeared once more. Seeing this, Kim Junsu shouted a warning, "Mage Kim, get back." Luckily, Mage Kim managed to jump back in time. Otherwise, he would have been blown to bits by that lightning. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at the old hag in front of him, thinking to himself, "As expected of a level 7 mage, if I get hit by that, I'll be turned to dust. There's no way I can tank this attack normally." With that in mind, Kim Junsu spoke up, "Mage Kim, I'll get her attention. You hurry up and get it done." Mage Kim quickly replied, "Got it," and then ran off. Seeing him leave, Akbun's expression turned ugly. She growled through gritted teeth, "Where did that little rat go?" But just then, Kim Junsu suddenly yelled, "Hey, Akbun, you old hag!" Hearing him, Akbun glared, but Kim Junsu didn't care and continued to shout, "If you can suddenly use this much power, I'm guessing you used Chairman Kumo's mana ring to get a little power up, huh? Or are you just so old you've gone senile?" Akbun bit her lip fiercely, her voice laced with killing intent as she spoke. "I was originally going to have my disciple get the Sun Crow, but you ruined everything. Not that it matters anymore. That Black Crow is more than enough." The moment she finished, she cast another spell. Lightning shot wildly towards Kim Junsu, but he quickly dodged it. This made Akbun curse in frustration. "Do you think you can keep dodging the power of the solar eclipse?" Kim Junsu replied casually, "Are your eyes going bad or something? You can't even land a single hit." These words pushed Akbun's rage to its peak. She screamed furiously, "You little brat." Meanwhile, Mage Kim had started installing the magic device. It wasn't long before he finished, and the magic was activated. Akbun saw this from a distance and muttered in confusion, "Since when was the neutralization device over there?" Mage Kim looked up at the sky and mumbled, "Sir, right now the neutralization device is releasing mana through space and weakening the spatial power." The Tower Master, who was outside, saw this and exclaimed excitedly, "Looks like it's my turn to act." Right after that, he also began to cast a spell, causing the maze's space to gradually crack apart. Inside, Mage Kim was ecstatic, laughing as he said, "Superman, the maze is cracking!" Kim Junsu nodded in agreement. "Yeah, looks like the Tower Master is doing a great job." The solar eclipse in the sky was also slowly fading. This sent Akbun into a panic. She kept muttering, "This can't be happening. My magic, my power, my world." In the blink of an eye, the old hag's body became frail and withered. A layer of skin peeled from her face, and she kept muttering, "I was so close to finishing it. It's because of you. It's all your fault." Right after, she poured all her rage into a magic attack and launched it. Kim Junsu didn't dare to be careless, quickly using Ironfist to block, but he was still much slower than Akbun. This power is insane. Before he could even catch his breath, Akbun attacked again. Kim Junsu hastily dodged as a series of explosions went off behind him. This made Akbun roar in anger. "Damn it, why can't I hit you? Just die!" With that, she continued to attack Kim Junsu with lightning magic. Lightning bolts rained down relentlessly, as if trying to crush him into pieces. When the lightning dissipated, there was only a large crater in front of her. He was nowhere to be seen, leaving Akbun confused. At the same time, Kim Junsu had used the detect weakness trait. He saw the fatal spot on Akbun's back. Kim Junsu grinned smugly. "Found your weak spot, old lady." As he finished speaking, he charged forward with his sword and slashed her in the back. Akbun's frail body fell to the ground, fresh blood pouring out non-stop. Unwilling to accept defeat, she muttered, "No, I can't die like this. At least I have to kill you with my own hands." Right then, she tremblingly raised her hand to attack Kim Junsu, but at the same moment, another hand appeared and grabbed Akbun by the neck. It was the Tower Master. He had appeared. He snorted coldly and said, "You filthy old hag, die for me." Then he incinerated her with flames. In that instant, light returned to the Sun Tower. After returning, the Tower Master couldn't stop praising Kim Junsu. "Before, you were just like an apprentice warrior, or someone with a bit of talent in magic. But today, you were like a warrior ready for battle." Kim Junsu scratched his head in embarrassment at the praise, but the Tower Master continued to compliment him. "No wonder the general gave you the Black Tiger Sword. This is what's known as Peerless Myriad Star. I think the magic spirit mentioned this too." Thinking of this, Kim Junsu asked doubtfully, "What's that?" The Tower Master slowly explained, "It's used to describe those who possess infinite potential and 10,000 Superman energies." When he finished, he took out a ring and said, "Well then, this is your reward. It's a solar eclipse ring, one of the 8 great treasures of the Magic Tower, and also the strongest holy relic of the Eclipse School." Kim Junsu happily took it and put it on. The binding attribute of this ring is solar eclipse, and it even has the function to devour, absorb, and store mana. After everything was settled, he returned home, excited. At his private home on the outskirts of the city, time passed and winter arrived. Baek Soyi had started practicing how to use the energy of the heavenly killing star, while Janet was honing the steel energy within her body and was gradually getting stronger. Naturally, Kim Junsu was very happy about it. Baek Soyi will probably reach level 5 soon. The day she learns the Firestar sword style won't be far off, and Ironfist has also reached level 4. He began to spread his influence across the country, and in Seoul, December 24th had arrived. That evening, Kim Junsu took both Baek Soyi and Janet to a festival. The two of them were in constant awe as they walked. Kim Junsu also smiled cheerfully and said, "Let's have a blast today, because starting tomorrow, we're back to training." Hearing that, Janet's smile vanished. She quickly spoke up, "Well, I'm gonna go on ahead." Baek Soyi chimed in and ran after her. "Janet, wait for me." And just like that, the two of them ran off. December 24th is the day of the God-Slaying Festival, the day the Pope was officially declared dead, and also the day the Treaty of Westphalia took effect. So, this festival is celebrated worldwide, just like Christmas, because in this world, there is no Christmas. While Baek Soyi and Janet were walking around, Baek Soyi saw someone. She exclaimed excitedly, "Janet, look! It's the Holy Knight, Cha Dojun." Janet also looked at the handsome man and couldn't help but sigh. He's so handsome. As for Kim Junsu, he was lost in his own thoughts. During the God-Slaying Festival, the Holy Knights from each country have their own gathering. You were invited as an honorary Holy Knight of the Thor and Jur sect. Just then, a family of 3, a diplomatic representative, walked up to Kim Junsu to greet him. "Well, if it isn't the master of the Black Tiger Sword, I am Asim Kurat, India's diplomatic representative to Korea," Kim Junsu replied politely. "I am the level 5 superhuman, Warrior Kim. Thank you for inviting me." Asim chuckled, pointing to the 2 people behind him as he introduced them. "This is my wife and daughter." Asim's daughter bowed her head in greeting. "Kim Junsu, it's a pleasure to meet you, Warrior Kim." There she is, the last of the top 3 Kikarat-class warriors, the kid who's going to become the master of the Kalarachi. "Are you thinking about using Janet to get close to her?" After a moment of hesitation, Kim Junsu pointed to Baek Soyi and the other girl and introduced them. "These are my disciples, and by coincidence, my second disciple and your daughter." But before he could finish, a sudden gasp was heard. "Isn't that the master of the Black Tiger Sword?" And just like that, everyone's attention shifted to Kim Junsu. They surrounded him, showering him with praise, which left Kim Junsu feeling completely helpless. This was his chance to get close to Kali, so why is this happening? But even without him, Baek, Soyi, and Janet were happily chatting with Kali. A long while later, an exhausted Kim Junsu finally escaped the crowd. When he got back, he saw the 3 girls huddled together, having a great time. He let out a sigh of relief. Well, this is fine then. Outside, snow had begun to fall. The end of the year really was approaching. Kim Junsu wished things could just stay peaceful like this. While he was taking a walk, someone's voice called out from behind him. "Hello, Kim Junsu glanced back and saw a woman approaching, a faint smile on her lips as she spoke. Can I talk to you? Successor. Kim Junsu realized who she was. Isn't this the Saintess of the Pontiff's army? He narrowed his eyes at the Saintess, asking suspiciously, What are you doing here? Aren't you busy preparing for the God-slaying festival? The Saintess's face immediately darkened. She retorted in a cold voice. It's not the God-slaying festival, it's the rebirth festival. Hearing that, Kim Junsu scoffed in disdain. Fine, whatever you say. The two of them started walking and talking, and the Saintess spoke coolly. You've realized I'm being very generous with you, haven't you? Kim Junsu pouted and said, Generous? What kind of generous are you talking about? With a faint laugh, the Saintess asked coldly, Don't you find it strange? The fact that you killed one of our overseers and are still alive? Kim Junsu was stunned when he heard this. Even though it happened inside a labyrinth, she still knows everything. Huh. The Saintess ignored his reaction, still speaking with a malicious smile. If I had made a move, your pathetic body would have been put to sleep a long time ago. It's only because I'm pulling the strings from behind the scenes now. You get it? Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at her, asking with suspicion, Why would you do that? It's not like I asked you to. Smiling to herself, the Saintess leaned in and whispered in his ear, It's just that such a magnificent soul could become the savior of our legion and lead the light. Kim Junsu was dumbfounded. Don't tell me the soul she's talking about is the real me. In the real world, Kim Junsu was just one of countless failures, a good-for-nothing bastard with no achievements, unlucky in love and in life. The more he thought, the more he panicked. Is this some kind of new scam? Why are these people doing this to me? Could it be because of the trait change? If the Saintess sees the trait change as an ability to bind with a soul, then it could be considered a magnificent soul. While Kim Junsu was lost in thought, the Saintess spoke again in a low voice. I sincerely hope you will grow stronger to become the perfect vessel for that soul of yours. Before Kim Junsu could understand anything, the Saintess let out a smirk and said, It's today. Her words left him utterly confused. The Saintess continued to spout incomprehensible sentences. Starting today, everything will begin. We're counting on you, Savior. She said that while Kim Junsu was running around creating chaos, they would also gain a lot. The more he listened, the more confused Kim Junsu got. What's with all this sudden nonsense? He asked. The Saintess just chuckled and shook her head. You'll find out soon enough. Right after that, a magic circle appeared beneath her feet. She spoke with a malicious smile. Stay healthy until we meet again. And with that, the Saintess vanished from Kim Junsu's sight, leaving him alone in a daze. That psycho shows up to spout nonsense and then just disappears. What the hell is she plotting? Starting today, everything will begin? The main game hasn't even started yet, so there's no way a super explosive main quest like Chapter 1 would happen now. But then, something occurred to Kim Junsu. He took out his phone and saw that today was the God-slaying festival, the same day Chapter 10 takes place. In the game, the Saintess also declared something similar. So could it be? While Kim Junsu was thinking, time kept ticking. When the clock struck exactly 12 a.m., a world-shaking explosion erupted, throwing the festival-goers into a panic. Kim Junsu looked up at the smoke and fire in front of him, cursing under his breath, Damn it, it's starting. Chapter 1. The Xun crisis has officially begun. Demonic beasts and monsters appeared out of nowhere, attacking people. There were an unbelievable number of them. Kim Junsu stopped thinking and ran forward with his gun. He quickly instructed the others, Guard this side with the other holy knights. The person nodded in response. Got it. What about you? Kim Junsu said nonchalantly, I have people I need to protect first, then quickly ran off. Every single corner of this place was being attacked by demonic beasts. Baek, Soyi, and Janet were trying their best to eliminate them. When the Xun terror attack erupted chaotically across the city, in the game, Kali's parents died in the attack. This event deeply scarred Kali's heart, and she decided to become a transcendent. But now, they have someone to protect them. Seeing him arrive, Baek, Soyi, and Janet cried out happily, Master! The person who had come was none other than Kim Junsu. He wasn't going to let that happen on his timeline. At the same time, Kali, safe in her parents' arms, watched Kim Junsu appear like a god, her eyes filled with admiration. Immediately after, the master and his two disciples began to join forces to destroy the monsters. In the midst of the chaos, a car was speeding through the air, driven by Kim Junsu. He quickly contacted Jom. As soon as Jom picked up, he spoke. Warrior Kim, I'm busy dealing with the terrorist attack in Xun right now. Let's talk later. Kim Junsu quickly said, No, I need to talk to you right now. Even though this terror attack is happening all over Xun, its target is only one thing. With that thought, he quickly spoke up. The president is in danger. This made Jom shout in alarm. What? Are you serious? But I heard the Blue House is fine. Kim Junsu replied calmly. It's the truth. Because the president isn't there. I'll send you the location. With that, he sped up. During the God-slaying festival, that unmarried president would definitely go to one place, his secret lover's house. A moment later, Kim Junsu's car stopped in the sky above the skyscrapers. The magic spirit asked hesitantly, "We've arrived. Should we land on the roof? No time." Kim Junsu shook his head, then put his foot on the car's frame. Wherever the president is, security will be tight. To bypass the security check and get there quickly, his only option was to jump down and break through this special glass. With a loud crash, the security glass was shattered by Kim Junsu, revealing a chaotic scene inside. A man was hugging a woman, hiding in a corner. This man was the president. His face was pale with fear, and seeing Kim Junsu, he spoke urgently. "Are you a swordsman?" Kim Junsu ignored him, rushing over to the two and asking worriedly, "Are you two okay?" The president didn't answer, instead screaming in terror, "Behind you!" Someone was launching a sneak attack on Kim Junsu. Luckily, he reacted in time, raising his sword to block, but he was still forced back a few steps. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at the person in front of him. She's finally here. The boss of Chapter 1's Soon Terror, the Executioner Queen, a level 7 superhuman. She spoke coldly. Kim Junsu. Looks like I stumbled upon a big prize." Kim Junsu frowned slightly in silence, his expression grave. The Executioner Queen didn't care, continuing with a smile, "If I kill you and toss your corpse at Gwangwaman, I'm sure that old tiger will be heartbroken." Immediately after, she drew her sword, the Yodo Masamune, a Japanese sword. Every time it strikes an enemy, it triggers a random curse. Kim Junsu knew all about this blade. While he was lost in thought, the Executioner Queen roared aggressively. "Wanna dance? Let's see what that old geezer taught you." Right after, she unleashed a crimson slash that shot toward him. Kim Junsu didn't dare let his guard down and blocked it with his shield, but the impact still made him cough up a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but think, damn, just blocking one attack was that brutal. The Executioner Queen, however, just smirked. "Not bad. Let's see if you can block this next one." Saying that, she swung her sword down again. This time, Kim Junsu couldn't block it and was sent flying. He bit his lip hard. The Executioner Queen's specialty isn't defense, it's all-out attack. To survive another second, I have to fight fire with fire. Fighting half-assed is just gonna get me killed. With that, Kim Junsu charged forward like a moth to a flame. In a flash, he was right behind the Executioner Queen. But she just stood there, a condescending smirk on her face. How pathetic. Next, the Executioner Queen spun around, thrusting her sword, but Kim Junsu was a step faster, creating a shield to block the attack. At the same time, he switched his trait and launched a counter, sending the Executioner Queen flying back. Without giving her a second to recover, Kim Junsu charged in again, relentlessly smashing down with his hammer. Forced on the defensive, the Executioner Queen ground her teeth. "You little punk." Kim Junsu couldn't care less. He was focused on her one and only weakness, close quarters combat. One slip-up and he was dead. But he had to go for it. The two clashed for several more exchanges, sword auras and magical energy exploding everywhere. Watching from the sidelines, the president was frozen in terror. Meanwhile, the two fighters were still locked in a dead heat. Kim Junsu bit his lip hard, cursing to himself. "Damn it. Because of the Invincible Queen passive, my attacks aren't doing any damage at all." Just then, Kim Junsu's pressure finally made the Executioner Queen snap. She screamed furiously, "You persistent little shit, this ends now." With that, she landed a slash on Kim Junsu, knocking him backward. Squinting at him, the Executioner Queen said coldly, "You're tougher than I thought." Any last words? Kim Junsu didn't answer her. Instead, he yelled frantically, "Red, get the president away from here, now!" While they were fighting, the car had reached the president's hiding spot and was already speeding away. By the time the Executioner Queen noticed, it was too late. She made a desperate attempt to stop them, but the car was already long gone. Kim Junsu smirked, taunting. "So, what now? Looks like you missed your target." His words sent the Executioner Queen into a full-blown rage. She snarled, grinding her teeth. "You bastard! So this was your plan all along!" As she spoke, she began an intricate sword dance, the Executioner Queen's ultimate skill, heaven and earth annihilation. Kim Junsu watched the stream of blood-red magic crawl towards him, a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest. The curse had him pinned down, but was this really it? No way to escape? As if. A sudden smirk spread across Kim Junsu's face. The ring on his finger began to glow. It was the escape ring, an item that let him flee a battlefield one time. Kim Junsu clenched the ring and shouted defiantly, "Thanks for the trouble, you stupid old hag." A swirl of magic enveloped his body. By the time the Executioner Queen's sword came crashing down, he was gone. the blade only striking the empty ground. She roared in pure rage. That damn little bastard! By the time Kim Junsu reappeared, he was standing in his own bathroom. Kim Junsu broke the surface, gasping for air. Holy crap, that was close. If it wasn't for the escape ring the Tower Master gave him, he'd seriously be dead. Thank God. He frowned, mumbling. Anyway, the general has probably reached the building by now. I wonder if they caught the executioner queen. Nah, with her strength, it's gonna be tough. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. First, he needed to patch himself up, and with that, Kim Junsu just continued to soak and rest in the tub. He was snapped out of it by his phone ringing. Annoyed, Kim Junsu picked up, groggily saying, "Hello?" Baek Soyi's panic scream immediately blasted through the receiver. The scream shocked Kim Junsu wide awake. Baek Soyi continued to rant on the other end. "Why haven't you been picking up my calls? It's been days." Kim Junsu sighed. "I was resting." But something she said clicked, and he exclaimed, "Wait, it's been days?" Baek Soyi replied, "Totally fed up? Yeah. Do you know how worried I was? What's the deal with leaving those weird texts and then just vanishing?" Totally lost, Kim Junsu opened his messages. And, yeah, they were pretty weird. He apologized guiltily, but Baek Soyi just brushed it off. Whatever, that's not what's important right now. Guess where I am right now? Hearing that, Kim Junsu frowned. Where? Baek Soyi lowered her voice. I'm at the Blue House with Janet. The president wants to see you. Kim Junsu stepped out of the bath as they talked, replying nonchalantly, Got it. All right, I'm on my way. Time to go collect his reward. A little later, at the Blue House, the president greeted Kim Junsu with a warm handshake the moment he arrived. He said gratefully, I truly can't thank you enough for risking your life to save me. Are you feeling better now? Kim Junsu gave a casual smile. I'm all healed up. Gotta thank magic and potions for that. Just then, a heavy hand slapped him on the back. It was Jom. He'd just shown up, grinning from ear to ear. See? What'd I tell ya? The kid shows up without a single scratch. Didn't I say so? The Tower Master was there too, laughing happily. Looks like the elixir worked like a charm, eh? Make sure you thank our magic tower for that. Kim Junsu felt a headache coming on. Why is everyone suddenly so buddy-buddy with me? At that moment, the president stepped forward. Thank you again so much, Warrior Kim. Please, accept this small token of my gratitude. He then presented a box. Inside was the SR Rank Starlight armor. Its trait is Starlight, just like the name. It's a totally broken trait that can change its stats to give you an edge every time you switch your own trait. If you switch your trait to Swordsman, it prioritizes attack and agility. If you switch to Warrior, it boosts strength and durability. And if you go Marksman, your attack speed and movement speed get buffed. Isn't this thing basically tailor-made for me? This is sick. Thinking that, Kim Junsu happily accepted the gift. Thank you. I'll make good use of it. Just then, a hand clamped down on his shoulder, making him jump. Before he even knew what was happening, both the Tower Master and Jom exclaimed excitedly, All right, time for the main event. And with that, Kim Junsu was dragged into the conference room with the two of them and the president. The president stood at the head of the table and began, his voice clear. We are currently tracking Shin Yeren, the leader of the terrorist group. She's the one you know as the executioner queen. Kim Junsu silently stared at the map on the table. He'd seen it 1,000,000 times. It was the map for the Chapter 1 quest. If this were still the game, this would all be over in an instant. That's how it's supposed to work, anyway. But this time, the commander of the Western Corps was involved a war hero on par with the Eastern Corps commander. Leaders from various factions, and even the Superhuman Association's strike team, had all joined forces. So it's true, having a government really does make a huge difference. This must be why the Pontiff's army wanted to kill the president, and it lines up with what the Saintess said that day too. Kim Junsu wondered what her next move would be. Looks like Chapter 1 is wrapping up faster than I thought. Over the next few days, news praising Kim Junsu blew up all over the headlines and social media. Baek Soyi and Janet saw the news and gushed, Hey, you're all over the internet right now. Looks like that fight at the Indian embassy really blew up. Good thing it seems like Chapter 1 is finally over. Kim Junsu needed to focus on training, so he drove the two of them back to his house. But the moment they stepped out of the car, Janet spotted someone. It was Aim, along with his wife and daughter. They were waiting right at Kim Junsu's front door. The moment he saw Kim Junsu, Aim rushed over. Greetings, Master of the Black Tiger Sword. I came here to properly express my gratitude. Kim Junsu just nodded. Right, I get it. This is my golden chance to recruit Kali. I gotta say something. But before he could get a word out, Kali herself suddenly stepped forward. The little girl looked Junsu dead in the eye and said, Sir, I want to be your disciple. Junsu was totally stunned. I haven't even done anything yet. He asked doubtfully, Disciple? What do you mean? Kali slowly explained. During the last accident, I realized that people need to be strong, so she wanted to be as strong as Junsu's two disciples, Baek Soyi and Janet. Kali was dead serious, bowing deeply to Junsu. I hope you can teach me. Before Junsu could even answer, Aim cried out in a panic. Kali, are you sure you won't regret this? Think this through. Junsu understood why Kali's parents were so worried. Kali's grandmother used to be the master of the Kalarachi, and she was transformed into a mutated creature while exploring a rift. When a member of the ambassador's family comes of age, the fate of the goddess Kali appears, and if they resist their fate, death will hunt them down. Because of that, they've got no choice but to follow in their ancestors' footsteps. But come on, what era are we living in? With that thought, Junsu spoke up. Mr. Ambassador, Kali's father, aren't you going to grab the chance to have the last of the top 3 warriors on your side? So Junsu said firmly, I understand your goodwill towards humanity, and I also know about the fate passed down in your family. Hearing this, Aim was stunned and cried out, How could you know that? Junsu didn't answer, just calmly continued, I get your concerns, but Kali has the potential to protect herself. Hearing this, Aim asked doubtfully, You mean you know a way for our Kali to not have to suffer? Junsu nodded and answered casually, That's right. To do that, Kali has to become a superhuman. If you guys leave her with me, I'll definitely make it happen. Aim still couldn't accept it, mumbling hesitantly. She's just an innocent kid who's never even held a sword. There's no way she can become a superhuman. There has to be another way. But worried about her daughter, his wife tried to persuade him. After a moment of silence, Aim looked at Kali and asked, Is your decision still the same? Kali nodded firmly. Yes, I'll do my best. Please trust me. Aim walked over and put a hand on her shoulder, his voice full of love. This is going to be a really tough road. But if you're really ready for it, then do what you want. You have to overcome your fate and survive. Hearing she had their approval, Kali cheered up. Yes, I will. And so, later at the training grounds, Junsu narrowed his eyes at Kali and asked, Have you made your final decision? Kali, having no idea what was waiting for her, just nodded eagerly. Yes, sir. Hearing that, Junsu threw his head back and laughed. Well then, Kali, your training from hell begins tonight. His smile was so damn scary it made Kali tremble and mumble, I'm in your care, sir. A few days later, the sound of upbeat music filled the training room. Kali, dressed in comfortable clothes, was dancing non-stop. The Kalarachi is a dancer and an assassin. Junsu had already unlocked her stealth trait. Now, all that was left was the dance trait. It was about time for Kali to unlock it. Kali kept dancing just like that until mana enveloped her body, and the dancer trait quickly unlocked. Just as Junsu thought, Kali was a real natural. The foundation to fight her fate was set. Now, all she had to do was level up. Just then, Junsu walked over and handed Kali a towel, saying, You're working really hard, you're already level 3. Kali took the towel and nodded. Thank you, sir. Then she started wiping her face. Seeing how wiped out Kali was, Junsu suggested, Let's take a break. Your stamina is still low. It's better not to push yourself. But she just shook her head and refused. No, I'm fine. Please, let's start the next training session right away. Kali wanted to get as strong as Baek Soyi and Janet fast. Baek Soyi was already level 5, and Janet was level 4. She was pushing herself so hard, not even realizing how tough this was. Seeing this, Junsu tried to reason with her. You're just as naturally gifted as those two. All you have to do is train at a steady pace and you'll be fine. There's no need to rush. If you overwork your body, you're going to have problems. Hearing that, Kali quickly nodded. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Just then, Junsu's phone started ringing. He quickly stepped outside to take the call, telling Kali to go rest. The caller was Chunbok, and you could hear the excitement in his voice over the phone. Kim? No, it is I, Kim Chunbok, master of the Black Tiger Sword. Junsu frowned slightly and asked, Long time no see. What's up? Chunbok quickly replied. Well, someone sent a challenge to the Black Tiger Sword. You remember, right? The King of Destruction. Junsu got it immediately. So, this guy wants to challenge me and bet the Iron Fist, huh? With that thought, he just calmly nodded and said, Yeah, I remember. Chunbok continued. This time they're putting up diamonds as the prize, and a fragment of Mars. At that, Junsu's eyes widened. A fragment of Mars? Of course he knew what that was. The Martian combat arts are sealed inside it. Junsu was instantly hyped. This was basically a quest to get it. Just then, Chunbok spoke again. The decisive match will be held in 2 weeks, and it's a 4-on-4 battle. So, you in? Junsu didn't even hesitate. Of course. See you then. And with that, he quickly hung up. 2 weeks to build a team. Junsu needed a squad that could guarantee an absolute victory against that King of Destruction guy. There were a few useful people, like Baek Soyi or UIN, but he'd never used them in a team battle before, so this was going to be tricky. But Junsu already had a different lineup in mind. He put his phone away and a smirk spread across his face. Just as I thought, only that lineup is the best. 2 weeks later, at an underground arena, the referee's voice boomed, announcing today's battle was about to begin and for the warriors to enter the ring. The King of Destruction's crew stepped out. Besides him, there were 3 old geezers following behind, the Flying Dragon King, the Sorcerer King, and the Heavenly King. The Flying Dragon King looked at his opponents and smirked. Just a bunch of brats, huh? I may be old, but I've still got plenty of fight in me. You better bring your A-game. Junsu narrowed his eyes at the 3 old guys in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. He figured the King of Destruction would bring some top-tier fighters, but he couldn't believe the guy actually brought 3 level 6 masters into the arena. But still, it was nothing to worry about. Junsu had a way to win. His lineup today was Ironfist, another one was Priest Kim, and the last one was Mage Kim. Back when he played the game, he'd never used this trio before, the Kim Clan squad. With this lineup, Junsu knew exactly what strategy to use. He was definitely getting that Mars fragment. A few days ago, after accepting the King of Destruction's challenge, Junsu had called the 3 of them Ironfist, Priest Kim, and Mage Kim over to his house. They didn't have any objections, showing up as soon as he called, and every one of them was more than happy to help. This is a super standard team, including a Catalyst Warrior, a Mage, and a Priest. Junsu used this lineup pretty often, but the Kim team has one weakness. Thinking about it, he spoke seriously. First off, our team's main problem is defense. Hearing this, Priest Kim nodded and said, "Don't worry about that. I've got support abilities." Mage Kim suddenly raised his hand, mumbling in despair. Am I the weak link here?" Junsu shook his head to reassure him. "It's fine. You don't need to blame yourself. Anyway, our opponents are veterans of the arena, so taking them on head-on is going to be a little tough." Iron Fist looked at him intently and asked hesitantly, "So what's your plan?" Junsu let out a small laugh. "There are 2 things you need to remember. First is how to attack, and second is an all-out brawl. And so, right now in the arena, a chaotic brawl had broken out. This playstyle seems pretty simple, right? But it was giving those old geezers a hell of a time. The 3 Kims were each keeping one person busy, disrupting the enemy team's specialty. And Junsu was facing off against the Flying Dragon King. He was flying in the air, a smirk on his face. "I can't believe you guys are using such a pathetic strategy. You think we're that easy to beat?" With that, the Flying Dragon King started his attack. Junsu calmly dealt with it. Just as he thought, they were looking down on his crew and started to split up. The Flying Dragon King held out his prosthetic arm, getting ready to fire. Instantly, a pitch-black cannonball shot towards Junsu. He knew perfectly well that aerial attacks were the Flying Dragon King's specialty, but he had a plan for that too. Right after, Junsu switched his trait to air cannon. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with a series of small explosions, smoke and fire everywhere. But Kim Junsu just effortlessly shot into the air, making the Dragon King yell in shock. "You can fly?" But before the old man could figure out what was happening, Kim Junsu had already sliced that fireball in 2. At the same time, a massive beam of sword energy shot out. The Dragon King saw it and panicked, but it was too late. The sword beam detonated in an instant. Seeing this, the Celestial King was stunned. The Destroyer King also cried out in worry, "Uncle Dragon King!" But while he was distracted, Thiquien slammed his fist into him, knocking the Destroyer King to the ground. Thiquien then aimed the gun barrel in his prosthetic arm right at him. Kim Junsu saw this and gave a satisfied smirk. Against someone with Thiquien's firepower, the Destroyer King was a total pushover. Next up were those other 2. Priest Kim and Mage Kim were still facing off against the Celestial King and the Demon Sorcerer King. Kim Junsu couldn't help but chuckle. "Heh, everyone's following my orders and doing a damn good job." He had told them not to use any magic beforehand. At the time, they were both totally shocked, asking, "Wait, what? Then how the hell are we supposed to fight?" Kim Junsu had answered coolly, "First, just stick to them and mess them up. An opening will show up eventually. That's when you hit them with magic." By now, the Celestial King had already started to summon an attack spell. In a flash, a blinding light flooded the arena, making Priest Kim and his partner shield their eyes. At the same time, the Demon Sorcerer King had also summoned his magic. He roared, "Playtime's over! Now, D." Instantly, a crimson beam of magic shot toward them. In the absolute nick of time, Kim Junsu rushed in and used a shield to protect them both. Right after, he yelled, "Priest Kim, buff me now!" Priest Kim immediately snapped to it and nodded. "Got it." Just like that, outside the shield, the magic beams relentlessly hammered away. Before long, Kim Junsu had obtained the barrier trait. Seeing that they weren't fighting back, the Demon Sorcerer King sneered, "Is hiding all you little brats are good for?" But the Celestial King had noticed something, yelling out urgently, "Wait, Demon Sorcerer King! I can feel a really strange energy. At the same time, Kim Junsu was still standing there, completely unfazed and totally unharmed. Mage Kim walked up to his side and said, "Time to end this, right?" He gave a slight nod. "Yeah, let's end it." The second he finished speaking, Kim Junsu took out Thor's hammer, and Mage Kim immediately started channeling magic into it. In the blink of an eye, a fire phoenix appeared. Kim Junsu, holding the hammer, charged forward along with the phoenix. He smirked and declared confidently, "This is Team Kim's win." With a massive boom, the entire arena exploded, and smoke and fire engulfed the whole place. The referee immediately announced, "The battle is over. The victory goes to Team Kim." On top of that, Kim Junsu also got the fearless trait. The condition was to defeat 3 high-level enemies in a row. Thanks to that Destroyer King guy, all the conditions for getting the trait were met right here. While Kim Junsu was thinking, the Destroyer King walked up to him. "We lost." He nodded slightly in response. It was a good match. The Destroyer King kept his promise, taking out a fragment of the Fire Star and handing it to Kim Junsu. He said coolly, "This is what I promised you. The rest will be given to each of your teammates." Kim Junsu was thrilled to see it. He'd finally gotten the Fire Star fragment that could awaken Baek Soyi's swordsmanship. He was so happy that he couldn't help but offer, "If you guys want a rematch, you can hit me up anytime." The Dragon King chuckled. "I don't think so. It seems it's about time for me to retire. Our era is over, and a new age has begun." Kim Junsu's group watched their backs as they walked away, not saying a word. The next day, at Junsu's home, inside the training room, constant flashes of sword energy were flying everywhere as Baek Soyi and Junsu sparred with each other. The two were locked in a fierce exchange before pulling apart to create some distance. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at the girl in front of him. Baek Soyi stood up straight and said clearly, "Master, you're not tired yet, are you? Here I come again." Right after, she charged at him aggressively, surrounded by a massive amount of magic power. This was the power of the Heavenly Slayer Star. A few hours earlier, after getting home, Kim Junsu had called Baek Soyi over and given her the Fire Star fragment, making her cry out in surprise. "Huh? You're giving this to me?" "Yep," Kim Junsu admitted nonchalantly. "The Fire Star fragment is useless in my hands because it only reacts to you, Baek Soyi." Baek Soyi held the object, mumbling with a serious expression. "But just looking at this thing gives me a weird feeling." Kim Junsu shook his head reassuringly. "Don't worry about it. You don't need to fight it. Just let the mana in your body follow its instincts." Listening to him, Baek Soyi sat cross-legged on the floor and began to attune herself to the Fire Star fragment. The 3 great sword styles included both martial arts and methods for mana cultivation. This was precisely why Kim Junsu couldn't teach them the specific way to control mana. Before long, Baek Soyi's eyes snapped open, and without a shred of hesitation, she drew her sword. The air suddenly grew heavy, and then a crimson magic power appeared. This was the true form of the Heavenly Slayer Star, the power of Mars, the god of war, and the Heavenly Slayer Star spirit. Baek Soyi had now gathered all the traits and the core of the Fire Star sword style. Baek Soyi still couldn't believe it, mumbling in a daze. "No way. But I've been getting all these bad feelings in my head." Kim Junsu let out a small laugh and patted her shoulder reassuringly. "That's normal. That's the power of the Heavenly Slayer Star. Accept it and focus on fighting, and you'll get stronger." Baek Soyi nodded. "Thank you. I really don't know how I can ever repay you." Kim Junsu smirked slyly and said mysteriously, "You can repay me right now." This just left her confused. Junsu picked up his sword again, raising an eyebrow as he suggested, "How about I become your student? Teach me the Fire Star sword style." And just like that, Kim Junsu and Baek Soyi began training together. After learning the Fire Star sword style, Baek Soyi's speed was insane, and she was incredibly strong. On top of that, her stamina and mana recovered freakishly fast, so it wasn't long before Junsu was pushed back. He frowned to himself, thinking, "Man, this sword style is seriously broken. If Kali's dance is a gentle sword dance, then Baek Soyi's is a brutal, ferocious war dance." The very moment their swords clashed, Junsu could feel the world around him seemingly sinking into a sea of blood. In that instant, Baek Soyi froze, her eyes widening in shock. Junsu's entire aura had completely changed. And so, the two continued their bout. Before long, Junsu turned the tables and sent Baek Soyi flying. With a loud crash, the wall behind her exploded on impact. Kim Junsu had finally obtained the Fire Star sword style trait. He smiled, satisfied. So this is the Heavenly Slayer Star. But he quickly realized something. Baek Soyi, who he'd just sent flying, was still sprawled out on the ground. He asked with concern, "Baek Soyi, are you okay?" Hearing that, she snapped back irritably, "Do I look okay to you?" And with that, training ended. Baek Soyi went to rest, while Junsu, after taking a shower, went out to the balcony to enjoy some tea. He was about to reach level 6 but was still a little short, looked like he needed more action and experience. Thinking this, Kim Junsu pulled out his phone, grinning as he said, "Times like these, you gotta call the right person." The next day, at Cho's office, Kim Junsu showed up to get a mission. The moment he saw him, Cho started joking around. Well, look who it is, the pride and joy of our organization, our top earner, and Kiok is with him too. Kim Junsu ignored them, quickly sat down and got straight to the point. "By the way, you said you had a big mission?" Cho nodded slightly. "As the mission broker, allow me to explain." He asked Kim Junsu if he knew that the terrorist alliance had already been wiped out. He nodded, showing he knew. Because of the Bishop's army who plotted the Chapter 1 disaster, the terrorist alliance. Unlike in the game, they were annihilated in a suppression campaign led by the government. At this point, it would be extremely difficult for them to rebuild that organization. Right now, the Executioner Queen, Sin Yaren, and her remnants are getting scattered and crushed everywhere. Cho then continued. "So, at the military's request, we've managed to track them down." Kiok sighed and chimed in. "But one of them is holed up in a place we can't get to." Kim Junsu frowned slightly, asking skeptically, "Is the place that much of a pain?" Kizeoke reluctantly answered, "It's a monster. There was a mutant among those terrorists." Hearing this, Junsu couldn't help but feel frustrated. In a monster village, any mutant is considered family. Kizeoke sighed and shook his head, "But those terrorists are dangerous as hell. That bear keeps covering for them, so it's a real pain in the ass for us. Still, I really didn't expect Hunter Kim to have ties with that monster village. It's gotta be fate." Junsu nodded, finally getting it. So that's what's up. But he still couldn't just accept it. To get to level 6, he couldn't risk clashing with the monster village, but just flat out refusing wasn't a good look either. While Junsu was thinking, Kizeoke pushed a photo towards him. It was a picture of some lizard guy. The old man slowly explained, "This is a picture of him. A newt mutant is hiding out in the monster village. Doesn't he look like a total terrorist?" Junsu picked up the photo, staring at it for a long time before frowning and shooting back. "You're telling me this thing is a mutant?" Kizeoke nodded slightly. "Yeah, got a problem?" "This newt isn't a mutant. It's the mid-boss from Chapter 1, Senior Newt, a high-tech bioterrorist. This scum had tricked the Great Bear, which is why Junsu took the mission. So, Junsu ran all night to the Village of Hope. He was sure that once the Great Bear knew the truth, it would cooperate. He wasn't sure if it would even listen, but he had to try and convince it. But just as he got close, a massive explosion ripped through the air, and Junsu panicked. Wasn't that coming from the direction of the Village of Hope? That damn newt. It's already made its move. In an instant, smoke and fire engulfed the distant sky. All the creatures in the village were weakened, trembling uncontrollably on the ground. Even the Great Bear couldn't stop shaking. Something was caught in its throat. It mumbled in a hoarse voice. "What? What's happening? It's a mana bomb!" Junsu yelled as he ran up from a distance. Seeing him, the Great Bear cried out in shock. "Swordsman Kim, what are you doing here?" Junsu quickly explained, "I heard there was a terrorist here. This has to be his work. He's a criminal pretending to be a mutant." The Great Bear was stunned, shouting, "What? Pretending?" Before it could even process the shock, a creature ran up from the distance to report, "Chief, the bone serpent is gone." The newt disappeared with it. The Great Bear was completely stunned, not knowing what to do. Junsu yelled urgently, "There's no time. At this rate, everyone's going to turn into bombs and explode." The creatures in the village were clearly in agony. Junsu urged again, "Hurry, put up a barrier." The Great Bear didn't hesitate. Got it. It then ran to the divine tree. The Great Bear knelt on the ground, its voice pleading, "Godmother? Oh, Great Mother, please protect us." As soon as the words were spoken, the divine tree began to glow. Then, countless beams of mana shot out from it, enveloping the entire village in moments. The condition of the other creatures began to stabilize. Seeing this, Junsu spoke up, "Please maintain the barrier. I'll go find that terrorist and the bone serpent." The Great Bear looked at him worriedly. "Will you be okay going alone?" Junsu nodded slightly, having switched to his sixth sense trait. He said firmly, "I'll find them quick and come right back." With that, Junsu ran deeper into the village. The place was thick with a foul miasma. He frowned and muttered, "This has got to be the place." But just then, a voice called out from behind him, "Master!" Startled, Junsu whipped his head around. The one who called him was none other than Baek Soyi. He frowned, asking suspiciously, "What are you doing here?" Baek Soyi smiled and replied, "You called me to help, Master." Junsu was stunned and shot back. "Huh? I did?" But he quickly realized something, smirking as he said, "Ah, right, that's right. That's why you came to help me." As soon as he finished, His body suddenly swayed, and Baeksoyi frantically caught him. She asked worriedly, "Master, are you okay?" Junsu clutched his head, pressing his lips together. "I'm fine, but this is weird. Why does my body feel so weak?" Supporting him, Baeksoyi started to move slowly, suggesting with concern, "You should get some rest. Let me go investigate." Junsu frowned, asking hesitantly, "Will you really be okay?" Baeksoyi's lips twisted into a smirk. "Of course, just leave the rest to me, and rest in peace." The moment she spoke, she drew a knife and lunged. Instantly, the smell of fresh blood filled the air. But when she looked closer, Baeksoyi's eyes widened in shock. Because Junsu was still standing there, completely unfazed, and the knife had been knocked from her hand. He smirked and said, "You really think I'd fall for some cheap illusion like this?" A vial of holy water appeared in Junsu's hand. He'd stabbed himself in the leg to stay awake. Just then, the Baeksoyi in front of him suddenly exploded into a cloud of black smoke. When he saw the scene behind it, Junsu's eyes narrowed. He saw the bone serpent strung up on a pillar, with IV bags hooked up and feeding into its body. Seeing this, Junsu roared in fury, "You psycho! Are you using a mutant's body as a goddamn bomb?" The newt had returned to its normal form, and it smirked. "These mutant freaks are so damn gullible. Thanks to them, I can prepare the perfect terrorist attack. And now, I've finally caught you, you annoying little swordsman." Junsu narrowed his eyes at them, his voice laced with contempt. "You think this is enough to take me down? Perfect timing to use these, fresh out of the oven. Fury, fortitude, attack, destruction, unrivaled massacre. Combining these 6 traits creates the Mars sword style and the 1 versus 1,000 skill." Junsu used the harmony between his traits and the Mars sword style with complete mastery. In a flash, the newt soldiers were engulfed in crimson beams of mana, sending them into a panic. Junsu's eyes were now crazed as he let out a cold snort. "You guys really picked a fight with the wrong person, didn't you?" The moment he finished speaking, Junsu charged forward, a sword in one hand and an axe in the other. In an instant, his sword was stained red with blood. The entire group, including the newt, had been taken down. Junsu smiled, satisfied. Now that's some insane power. Immediately after, Junsu rescued the bone serpent and brought it back to the Village of Hope. Seeing its condition, the great bear cried out in alarm. "Bone serpent, what happened?" Junsu answered grimly, "It's lost too much mana. It'll probably go berserk soon. Please, take it to the godmother." "Okay." The great bear nodded hurriedly, then carried the bone serpent to the divine tree and pleaded, "Godmother, please save the bone serpent." But what it heard through the translator device was the divine tree's sorrowful voice. "It's too late. There is nothing I can do now." Hearing this, the great bear panicked, trembling as it mumbled, "No, it can't be." Just then, the weakened bone serpent raised its hand, shakily calling out, "Bear, bear." The great bear rushed over, asking worriedly, "Are you okay? Are you awake?" The bone serpent trembled as it begged, "Bear, kill me." In an instant, a look of pure horror crossed the great bear's face. It roared in anger, "What the hell are you saying? Kill you?" Junsu also felt helpless. This is probably the best way. If the bone serpent's mana core exploded, the blast would be big enough to wipe out the entire village. But the great bear cried out in anguish, "I can't do it. Even if it cost me my own life, I could never." While everyone was in despair, Junsu spoke up. "I have a way." The great bear immediately cried out with joy. "Really?" But he didn't want to give them false hope. He said hesitantly, "There's a 90% chance it'll fail. And if something went wrong, Junsu would be in danger too." But the words the bone serpent had said at their first parting still echoed in his head. Maybe he should risk his life to save it. Despite the odds, the great bear spoke with determination. "Even if there's only a 1% chance to save the bone serpent, I don't care. Please, do whatever it takes." Junsu nodded slightly. "Understood. First, prepare a bathtub for me." The others outside quickly ran off. Junsu then turned to the great bear with more instructions. "And waiting outside the forest is the Hunters Association. Please, let them enter." The great bear did as instructed, clearing a path for Kiziok's people to come inside. The old man handed Junsu a suitcase and said, "Here are the items you requested. Do you need anything else?" Junsu spoke slowly. "Chairman, no. All high-ranking soldiers. Remove the mana cores and lubricant from your prosthetics." Kiziok frowned slightly. "How many of those do you need?" Junsu said urgently. "Extract every last one." The only way to save the bone serpent was to give it a human body, so Junsu was creating a potion for it. After that, he submerged the bone serpent's body inside the tub. This method only appears after the nuclear war chapter, but it's worth a shot. All it needs is a sacrifice from someone who's reached the realm of the gods. And there's a divine tree right here. Thinking this, Junsu's expression turned serious again. Divine tree. To save Snakebone, would you be willing to share your blood? The words made the big bear cry out in shock. The godmother's blood! The divine tree hesitated for a moment before speaking. Very well, take it. She then poured her essence into Junsu's vial. Junsu quickly poured one mouthful into Snakebone's mouth and saved the other for himself. Then, Junsu activated 3 traits: Divine Power, Holy Light, and Aura. With these 3 traits, he could reach their level, even if just for a moment, and then Junsu would enter the space permitted by the Divine Tree. In a flash, the scenery before him changed. This was the Divine Tree's domain, and there were 2 others she had invited, 2 gods. Junsu felt so small standing before them, but their sacred relics were responding to him. With these 3 gods together, Junsu could shatter this probability correction system and level up directly. Soon, the sky over Hope Village was shrouded in black, and then 2 other streams of magical power appeared. All 3 slammed down onto Junsu and Snakebone's bodies. Seeing this, the big bear couldn't help but yell in shock. Lightning is striking Snakebone. Kiok was just as bewildered. No one understood what was happening. But Junsu was still enveloped in magical power. Before long, lightning relentlessly struck from the sky, brilliantly lighting up a corner of the village. When the thunder and lightning faded, the bathtub where Snakebone was submerged was steaming. Junsu smirked and said, "Snakebone, time to wake up." The moment he finished speaking, a hand slowly rose from the bathtub. Soon after, a girl with brilliant golden hair appeared. Junsu smiled, satisfied. It worked. It had truly taken on a human form, or more accurately, it was now an artificial human. Snakebone, in her human form, quickly stepped out of the tub. She now had a human body. Junsu hurriedly covered her with a cloth, smiling as he spoke. "Congratulations, you've got a new body." Snakebone looked at him gratefully and said in a low voice, "Thank you. This feels like a dream. The wind on my skin, the smell of grass and fresh air. It's been too long. It all feels like a dream. I really have a body now." But just as she said it, Snakebone's body swayed, causing the big bear to cry out in alarm. "Snake, are you okay? Nothing went wrong, did it?" Junsu was also quite suspicious. That's weird. It worked. While everyone was confused, Snakebone suddenly let out a dry cough, and a round treasure appeared in her hand. Junsu recognized it. This was the treasure that appeared at the end of Snakebone's personal quest, an SSR-grade prophet's ring. Snakebone narrowed her eyes at it, murmuring softly, "So this is the godmother's prophecy." Hearing this, the big bear scratched his head in confusion. "What prophecy?" Snakebone placed the ring in Junsu's hand, then smiled and said, "You gave me back flesh and bone, so my destiny is to give a part of myself to you." The prophet's ring, true to its name, was a device that could provide any information in the game. For example, it could reveal the rewards inside a treasure chest or unveil maps related to random dungeons. Junsu really hadn't expected this reward. While he was still thinking, Snakebone took out a mana core and gave it to him. "Please take this as well." Junsu couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Isn't this a mana core? Even if you're not a mutant anymore, you'll still need it." Snakebone gently shook her head and replied, "It's okay. If you want to reach level 6, you need my mana core." That's what she told me. At the same time, the divine tree suddenly trembled, and a leaf fell into Snakebone's hand. She quickly opened it to see writing inside. After reading it over, she spoke up. "The godmother has given us the guide to reaching level 6. Junsu was stunned to hear this. Snakebone slowly explained, "According to what's written here, you'll need mana cores from other mutants too." As soon as she said that, the big bear immediately spoke up. "You're the savior of our village, so this is nothing. I'll give you all the mana cores I've saved up." Right after, everyone else in the village started clamoring that they wanted to give him theirs. Junsu smiled, fulfilled. These are probably mementos from their teachers, parents, or friends, yet they're still willing. He was truly grateful to them. The next day, Junsu was back in the city, heading to a skyscraper. His 3 students followed behind him. Baeksoyi looked around for a long while before asking hesitantly, "Is this entire building really yours?" Junsu nodded slightly and replied, "That's right, I just bought it. Money is power, you know." Just then, Choi Seo ran over from a distance, waving and greeting them. "Hello, superhuman Kim." Junsu chuckled in response. "Director Choi, you're here early." Choi Seo smiled instinctively, speaking cheerfully. "Of course, I'm the manager of this building now, after all. It's an honor. Now, allow me to give you a tour of the building." Hearing this, the 3 of them, Baeksoyi and the others, were instantly overjoyed, all of them buzzing with excitement. So, everyone was about to head to the cafeteria, but Junsu spoke up with a suggestion. "Let's go to the training room." The 3 of them froze in panic. A little while later, at the training gym, the 4 of them, master and students, had begun their training. Kali was a level 3 superhuman. Janet was a level 4 superhuman, and the highest was still Baek Soyi, a level 5 superhuman. Besides them, Junsu also joined in the training. His speed was incredible, so fast the naked eye couldn't follow. Junsu had changed his trait to swordsman, and he had also ascended to level 6. After a session of intense training, Junsu stopped to observe his 3 students. They had started to build a solid foundation for training. Now he could focus on training himself. Thanks to the Prophet's Ring, Junsu could get the necessary items to reach level 6. Furthermore, he had also mastered the secret techniques of the Eastern Army, the Black Fox sword style and Hellfire. After obtaining so many attributes like this, the high-tier trait Swordmaster was no longer far away. However, to use that trait, the training method Junsu was currently using wasn't enough. Because of that, he was having trouble controlling the Firestar sword style. Junsu felt like it was time for him to go to that place, the abode of the gods. A few days later, at a giant palace in Sweden, Junsu walked up to the palace entrance gate. But as he tried to enter, the guard outside stopped him. "Warrior Kim, I'm afraid you're not permitted to enter." Junsu was stunned, asking doubtfully, "But I'm an honorary holy knight of this place." The guard replied coldly, "Even if you are a holy knight, you've only just reached level 6. It would be too dangerous. Please come back when you've reached level 7. Junsu sighed in resignation. He had expected this. It was understandable, because of the saying that anyone below level 6 would die if they met a god, but it wasn't like there was no way around it. He then took out a sprig of a flower. Junsu smiled casually and said, "This is a mythological item from Norse mythology, mistletoe's regret." The female angel guarding the gate couldn't help but mutter in disbelief. "You actually obtained it? I understand. Allow me to guide you." Hearing this, Junsu gave a satisfied smile. That's more like it. Good thing he had prepared beforehand. A while ago in a Swedish plaza, Junsu was walking through the streets, but with a purpose. Before meeting Thor, he needed to prepare something first. There's a quest where the main reward is Mistletoe's Regret. I have to finish it first. As Junsu recalled, he had to find some special characters in this market. While he was lost in thought, someone came up from behind and threw an arm around his shoulder. It was Sitmund. He grinned cheerfully and said, "Long time no see, kid. Can't believe I'd run into you here." Junsu smiled politely. "It has been a while. What a coincidence." Sitmund laughed freely and said, "It's thanks to the new member of our family. We have a child now, so we brought him here to receive a blessing." Seeing the couple so happy, Junsu couldn't help but smile. Come to think of it, this place used to be a holy land for the Norse people. Wait a minute, isn't the god who blesses babies in Norse mythology that person? Thinking this, Junsu quickly spoke up. "Wait, are you two here to receive Frigg's blessing? But I heard she died." Sitman nodded slightly and replied, "That's right, but there's a prophecy. The prophecy says, in the castle that floats in the sky and in the deepest abyss, seek the jewel that holds the sunset. Bring the jewel to the empty field, board the flying ship, and restore order to the world. Only then will the gods smile." Kim Junsu frowned slightly. According to the prophecy, the floating castle in the sky must be the giant palace, and the lowest end of it must be this place. While he was thinking, Shichmun spoke up. "We've found the jewel. Want to take a look?" With that, he handed Kim Junsu the object in his hand. Kim Junsu took it, murmuring in amazement, "This is the jewel? So, does the jewel here have another meaning, like forbidden knowledge?" It's just that in the image, Kim Junsu saw something familiar. Seeing his reaction, Shichmun asked, a bit confused, "What's up? Is something wrong?" This is the birth of the purest and most innocent god, the birth of Miss Ten. The special people Kim Junsu had to meet must be Shichmun and his wife, right? He had to help them receive Freak's blessing to complete the mission. Thinking this, Kim Junsu's attitude immediately changed. He spoke up enthusiastically. "Hey bro, let me join you on your journey." And so, the three of them traveled to the field from the prophecy, only to find it crawling with monsters below. Shichmun, sitting in the driver's seat, pointed into the distance and said, "That's the airship from the prophecy, the legendary vessel built by the dwarf king." Kim Junsu looked where he was pointing and sure enough saw 2 airships hovering in the sky. For a moment, Kim Junsu was thrilled. He recognized it. It was a mobile fortress that could be folded up and fit inside a pocket. It was a flying mobile fortress. Seeing him silent, Shichmun continued, "It's amazing to see it in person, right?" Actually, Kim Junsu was just thinking about how to get it for himself, something he could never do in the game. Shichmun and his wife sat in the vehicle, constantly looking around. Because the prophecy said to bring the jewel to the empty field, board the flying ship, and restore order to the world. Only then will the gods smile. So they had to take Skidbladnir and defeat the Titans. Thinking about this, Shichmun sighed in resignation. So many people have died for the ambition of capturing that ship. It's not going to be easy at all. Hearing that, Kim Junsu clenched his fists. Not easy? Hell no. For him, it's a piece of cake. Just then, cannon muzzles aimed toward Kim Junsu's vehicle. In an instant, a barrage of magic cannon blasts shot towards them. The car's system immediately issued a warning. Projectiles detected ahead. It is my time to shine. At the same time, Kim Junsu had changed his trait to Pro Driver. He then floored the accelerator, and the car tore off, slicing through the wind. The magic blasts quickly gave chase, exploding continuously. But Kim Junsu's car just charged forward defiantly. However, those cannons kept firing wildly at him, causing the system to issue non-stop warnings. Kim Junsu ignored them and just kept accelerating. He drove straight into the smoke and fire ahead. Seeing this, Shichmun and his wife below were seriously freaking out. Inside that sky full of smoke and flames, something was glowing like crazy. Who else could it be but Kim Junsu's car? He drove the car straight up into the sky, an absolutely cinematic performance by Kim Junsu. Thanks to that, he also received the integrated trait One with the Steed. Immediately after, Kim Junsu drove the car straight towards the airship. The vehicle landed defiantly on top of the airship, throwing the guards into a panic. But before they could even figure out what was happening, an explosion went off, blasting them away. The general, who had just come out from inside, was shocked to see all his soldiers taken down. When he saw the culprit, he immediately demanded, "Why would a holy knight of Thor like you do something like this?" Kim Junsu sneered. "What kind of crap are you talking about? I don't believe in any gods." With that, he tightened his grip on the hammer, ignoring the general's screams. Without a shred of hesitation, he charged forward aggressively. Boom! Another explosion erupted on the airship, and just like that, in a flash, Kim Junsu eliminated everyone on the airship and seized control of it. After boarding, Jichmun couldn't help but exclaim, "That was an incredible battle, kid. Now we just need to pilot this thing." Kim Junsu nodded slightly. "Yeah, that's right. But how the hell do you fly this thing?" While he was stumped, the car's system spoke up. "Master, I can control it." And so, Kim Junsu took the cable from his steed and plugged it into the airship. In an instant, the system began to access it. Shichmun studied the displayed map, frowning and muttering. "To get Freck's blessing, we need to find Fenrir." Kim Junsu didn't hesitate to volunteer for the job. "I'll help you find it." With that, he let the system fly the airship away. But before leaving, he dropped a barrage of cannon fire on the field, causing all the titans below to die like flies. Seeing this, Kim Junsu smiled with satisfaction. "Now we can finish the rest of the prophecy, right?" Shichmun nodded and said, "Thanks a lot, kid. I won't forget this favor. Now, listen." After he finished speaking, he took out the jewel from before. Immediately, a stream of light shot out from within it, and then the goddess Frick appeared. The goddess Frick said nothing, slowly raising her hand, then lightly touched Yordis' stomach. Very quickly, the goddess vanished. Only then did Shichmun speak with sincerity. "The blessing you have left behind, I accept it with gratitude." Kim Junsu, on the other hand, was also very happy. The mission was complete. Because of that, he had obtained an item with a 1% drop rate in the game, Miss Ten's regret. Kim Junsu clutched the flower branch in his hand, celebrating inwardly. Now he was ready to face the gods. Back in the present, Kim Junsu had entered the giant palace. As soon as he stepped inside, an invisible barrier appeared before him, blocking his path. Kim Junsu bit his lip hard, trying to tear through the barrier and pass. Just getting close was enough to make it hard for him to breathe. But he had that item. Despite lacking the required level, Kim Junsu could still withstand the pressure from the gods, because he was carrying a one-time use item. And with his persistence, Kim Junsu managed to meet the god of thunder, Thor. He sat on a large throne, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. "I am pleased to meet you, outsider." Kim Junsu couldn't help but be stunned. "He knows who I am?" With that thought, he asked doubtfully, "How did you know I came from another world?" With a soft chuckle, Thor replied nonchalantly, "How do I know? These eyes of mine can see everything. You tiny little human." Hearing this, Kim Junsu knew. It seemed even the gods couldn't be unaware of who he was. At this moment, Thor spoke again. "Why have you come to see me?" Kim Junsu answered calmly, "I just want to ask a few things. Do you know who summoned me here?" If it was a transcendent power strong enough to change the world, Thor would probably know. However, Thor just shook his head and replied, "I do not know." This made Kim Junsu freeze solid. Thor glared at him. "Say that again." "I said, I do not know." "How would I know?" Kim Junsu frowned and muttered, "Then, could it be that the All-Father summoned me?" Hearing this, Thor's brows furrowed deeply. He thought for a long while before answering, "Impossible. If any god used such power, there is no way I wouldn't know about it." Kim Junsu's brow furrowed in thought. So it seems it wasn't a god. He remembered his conversation with the Saintess that day. Her words clearly had a hidden meaning. With that in mind, Kim Junsu asked grimly, "Then why did she call me a vessel?" Thor thought for a long time before replying, "It is likely because of your soul. The rank of your soul is truly very high." Kim Junsu asked, confused again, "Is it because I know how to combine traits?" Thor nodded, replying casually, "That's right. The ability to learn and combine all kinds of powers. That is something only transcendence can do. The East calls this the whatever. The peerless myriad stars thing?" Kim Junsu had heard the Tower Master mention this before. He continued to ask, "I've heard of that before. Have you ever met anyone like me?" Thor tapped his fingers on the throne, taking a long moment before speaking. There was one. The Heavenly Demon. These words made Kim Junsu suddenly remember Chen Wei saying he was similar to the Heavenly Demon. He finally understood everything. While Kim Junsu was thinking, Thor made a suggestion. "How about this? Ditch the All-Father and that disgusting order, and then I will appoint you as my angel." Kim Junsu was stunned when he heard this, and he hurriedly refused. "I don't want to die yet." Thor looked at him, displeased, and snorted coldly, "After you die, you moron." But honestly, it wouldn't matter if that old geezer came back to life anyway. Kim Junsu pouted and shot back. "Are you for real?" Thor sighed in resignation. "I don't want to be stuck in this stupid palace drinking forever." Thor is the god of thunder, and also the god of war. If you recall the myths, during the War of Deicide, when the father died, all the defeated gods were executed, and the victorious gods were sealed away. It's no wonder Thor was so pissed off being locked up like this. Just then, Thor suddenly spoke up again. "In the end, the War of Deicide only benefited you humans, didn't it? Well, I guess I'll cheer you on then." His words left Kim Junsu completely baffled. But Thor didn't elaborate, just held out a hand toward him and said, "You want the power to escape the father, don't you?" Kim Junsu didn't answer, he just nodded. A satisfied smile spread across Thor's face as he smirked and said, "I'm more than willing to grant you that power." The moment he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Kim Junsu's body was instantly engulfed in its brilliant light. The pain made veins pop out all over his body, and finally, unable to take it anymore, he threw his head back and screamed. Thor just sat there on his chair, cold as ever, and said nonchalantly, "Use it well." After enduring immense pain, Kim Junsu finally received Thor's cultivation arts and his lightning. Just then, Thor slowly opened his mouth. "All done, little human?" After being zapped by the lightning, the hammer in Kim Junsu's hand could now generate its own electricity. It was painful as hell, but the results weren't bad. Kim Junsu bowed his head to thank Thor. "Thank you, God of Thunder." Thor gave a slight nod in response. "You can go now, human from another world." Kim Junsu smiled, satisfied. The trip wasn't half bad. He then left the palace, boarded his airship, and returned to Korea. A few days later, Kim Junsu entered Korean territory. He calmly gazed down below. The trip was a bit long, but totally worth it. Even though he didn't plan on it, Kim Junsu had obtained the god-slaying Misletin, which could nullify invincibility, and he'd even snagged Skidbladnir. The more he thought about it, the more smug he felt. Kim Junsu laughed happily and said, "Maybe I should take my disciples on a little trip." But just then, a commotion suddenly erupted in the distance. He frowned slightly and muttered, "What's that rumbling sound?" Soon, he saw an explosion up ahead. Kim Junsu's expression instantly turned ugly. "That's my home. Why did it blow up?" A moment later, ambulances arrived quickly, taking the injured to the hospital. After getting back, Kim Junsu immediately ran over to see what was going on. He moved so fast he startled the nurses, but Kim Junsu didn't care. He ran straight to Mr. Choi's room, who was now covered in injuries, lying on a hospital bed with Ironfist beside him. Kim Junsu's brow furrowed as he spoke. "Director Choi, who are the bastards that did this?" Ironfist pursed his lips and replied, "We're investigating now, but it seems to be the remnants of the terrorist group." Hearing this, Kim Junsu's face darkened instantly. He muttered through gritted teeth, "Terrorists. They've crossed the line." Mr. Choi wasn't just a partner to Kim Junsu, he was much more than that. In this cruel, selfish, and chaotic society, he was the first person to show him kindness. Mr. Choi was also his right-hand man, that man who was always smiling, and now he was lying motionless here. Kim Junsu bit his lip hard, his eyes filled with self-blame. "Damn it, this is all my fault for asking him to manage the building." At that moment, a trembling voice suddenly called out, "Superman Kim!" The corner of Kim Junsu's eye twitched. He looked down at the man on the bed and cried out in alarm, "Director Choi, you're awake." Choi Seo shook his head weakly. "I'm fine." With that, he shakily raised his hand, a vial of blood clutched within it. He mumbled in a low voice, "But there's something much more important here. This is my blood. Take it." Kim Junsu frowned slightly. asking in confusion, "Why are you giving this to me?" Choi Seo replied calmly, "Because I previously implanted nano devices into my blood, and I managed to get some of it on those terrorists. With this, Kim Junsu could find them." Hearing this, Kim Junsu immediately grasped Choi Seo's hand and said gratefully, "Thank you for being alive. Director Choi, I'm going to use every medical tool there is to heal you." Choi Seo nodded slightly, that same sincere smile on his lips. Seeing he was okay, Kim Junsu turned to leave, his face full of killing intent as he spoke. "And this time, I'm going to finish every last one of them." A little later, at the Guro base, Kim Junsu and Ironfist had arrived. After checking the surroundings, Ironfist spoke slowly. "Superman Kim, I've tracked the nano devices in Director Choi's blood. Here are the results. They're hiding out here." Kim Junsu quickly entered with him. He frowned slightly and asked, "You're saying their trail stops here?" Iron Fist nodded slightly and replied, "That's right. You want me to just smash this whole place up?" Most people in Guro were either residents or criminals, nothing Iron Fist's Iron Fists couldn't handle. After hearing this, Kim Junsu frowned in thought. It was the right call, but this time he was dead set on taking down the leader of these terrorists. The Killer Queen, Yeren, who commanded the terrorist alliance, originally started as something called the Rights Alliance. It used to be an organization founded to reclaim the rights of those marginalized by society. That is, until they allied with the Father's congregation. If they just recklessly destroyed this place, it could very well strengthen the terrorists' twisted sense of justice. Thinking this over, Kim Junsu finally spoke slowly. Violence isn't always the answer to everything. It could end up harming innocent people. Iron Fist frowned slightly and said, "Well, yeah, obviously. So, have you thought of another way?" With a slight laugh, Kim Junsu smirked and said, "We have to tear it down and build it back up." Iron Fist was stunned by his words and asked in confusion, "What the hell does that mean?" Kim Junsu raised an eyebrow and said with a grin, "From now on, we're going to redevelop the Guro district." Iron Fist was even more confused, the cigarette he was holding dropping from his mouth. Kim Junsu smirked, his voice laced with confidence. "That's the plan." The redevelopment of the Guro district went pretty smoothly, all thanks to the president, who quickly approved the redevelopment of an area with such chaotic public order, and also thanks to investments from several famous figures like the Master of the Magic Tower, He Young, and even the General. In addition, something else happened. Kim Junsu finally found the terrorists' main base on the outskirts of Dareem. Naturally, now that he'd found it, he was going to pay them a visit. Uin was with him. Uin helped him unlock the door and said with a cheerful smile, "It's unlocked, Master." Kim Junsu praised him. "You really are the #1 security company." Not only was Uin good at security, but he was also a genius at breaking through it. Uin was a bit embarrassed by the praise. He spoke in a low voice. "But don't you think this is a little too dangerous? You're about to face that notorious Killer Queen." A smile crept onto Kim Junsu's face as he replied nonchalantly, "Of course it's dangerous. This was never going to be an easy mission, and that's exactly why I asked all of you for help." It turned out others had come with him, all familiar faces. The trio of Iron Fist, Mage Kim, and Priest Kim were already level 5 superhumans. Kim Junsu's 3 disciples were the same as ever, ranked at levels 3, 4, and 5, while Kim Junsu and Yuan were both level 6 superhumans. They were all exceptionally talented. Their power grew much faster than the average person's. Kim Junsu hadn't expected Uin to be on his level already. Thinking about it, he grinned and said, "Well then, you guys are more than strong enough to handle anyone in here, so there's no need to worry." Hearing this, Baek Soi and the other two immediately shouted with excitement, "Just leave it to us, Master." Uin also became more resolute, declaring fiercely, "I'll give it my all as a fellow level 6 superhuman just like you." Once they were ready, Kim Junsu pushed the door and stepped inside. The moment the door opened, a whirlwind slammed into everyone's faces. When they could see clearly again, a dimensional gate had appeared. Seeing that terrifying black void, the spirits of Baek Soyi's group immediately sank. Baek Soyi hesitated and stammered, Master, are you sure we'll be okay going in there?" Kim Junsu winked confidently and replied, "Have I ever been wrong before? Let's go. Time to take down the Killer Queen." Elsewhere, in a dark cellar, a low voice echoed, "Those lowlifes have walked right into their own graves." As these words were spoken, a blood-red sword was raised. It was Yeren. She let out a wicked smirk and said, "Since things have come to this, I suppose I'll have to help them find a nice place to be buried." A little while later, on a vast prairie, Junsu's crew made their way in, but the unfamiliar scenery had everyone feeling a little lost. On the ground was a magic circle along with 3 bizarre-looking arenas. Players used to call this place minigame hell. You have to clear 3 minigames to break the spell on the Executioner Queen. In the game, it was just a side-scroller, so it was no big deal, but getting through here in person wasn't going to be easy. Still, this was exactly why Junsu brought his disciples. With that thought, he glanced at everyone and announced, "We're splitting into 3 teams to take these on. Team 1 will be Yuan, Ironfist, Mage Kim, and Priest Kim. Team 2 is Baek Soyi, Janet, and Kali." After hearing the teams, Baek Soyi asked doubtfully, "Huh?" As for the final team, Junsu just smirked confidently and said, "I'll go solo." After all, he was a veteran who used to dominate the minigame leaderboards. He could handle it alone. The first game, for Yuan's team, was about smashing falling blocks to reach the goal. It didn't look easy, but it's a different story if you have magic that can sense mana. That's where Mage Kim came in. He quickly found what they were looking for. Immediately, Iron Fist smashed them with his fists. The first game for Yuan's team went off without a hitch, but a strange thought seemed to be taking root in Yuan's mind, and a serious look crossed his face. The second game was for Baek Soyi's team, a game where you had to find cloud steps to cross the sky to the goal. You just had to move in a specific pattern to get through. Since they had Kali, a total boss game fanatic, it was a piece of cake. And the final game was Junsu's. He glanced at everyone and reminded them, "I'll handle this myself. So don't worry. If you get there first, don't open the door. Just wait for me. Now, good luck." A little later, Priest Kim stood before a door, smiling as he spoke. "Looks like we're the first ones here, huh?" Iron Fist slung an arm around Mage Kim, laughing. "It's all thanks to this kid. His navigation skills are insane." Mage Kim said shyly, "I'm just glad I could help everyone." The 3 of them stood there chatting happily, but Yuan just stood off to the side, a sour look on his face. Just then, another group appeared. It was Baek Soyi's team of 3. They were ecstatic about their success. Baek Soyi hugged Kali, gushing, "Our Kali is so smart." The 3 girls hugged and laughed together, clearly super close. And once again, Yuan was the odd one out. He'd planned on showing Junsu how much he'd grown, but what the hell was he even doing? "I can't let it go on like this." As the only level 6 warrior here, Yuan thought he should be the one to face the Executioner Queen head-on. With that in mind, Yuan strode boldly towards the door. Baek Soyi, who was talking, happened to see him. Yuan was about to push the door open. Baek Soyi screamed, trying to stop him. "What are you doing? Get back here now!" Priest Kim also added urgently, "You can't go in. Warrior Kim isn't here yet." But it was too late. The door was already open. Yuan just laughed confidently. "It's fine, everyone. I'm level 6, too. I can hold my own for a while." And just like that, they went against Junsu's orders and stepped into Yaren's hideout. The second they were inside, a wave of mana slammed into them, making Yuan shudder. The others suffered the same fate. What is this insane pressure? Yuan felt like he couldn't move his body. The one responsible was, of course, the Executioner Queen, Yaren. She was slowly walking toward the trembling Yuan. Seeing this, Baek Soyi immediately yelled in frustration, "You idiot! Master told us to wait." Right after that, Baek Soyi and her 2 friends charged forward. Yuan was shocked to see that they could move. How are they withstanding this curse? Yaren, on the other hand, wasn't fazed at all, calmly dealing with the 3-person assault. She sneered, "You're that desperate to die, are you? I'll grant your wish." As soon as she finished speaking, Yaren began swinging her sword. A barrage of light slashes shot out, sending all 3 of them flying. Yuan, still struggling with the curse, scowled fiercely. We never stood a chance against this opponent. At the same time, Yaren slowly closed in on Baek Soyi. Seeing the danger, Yuan screamed a warning. "Run, Baek Soyi." Yaren let out a little scoff, a smirk playing on her lips. "Goodbye, kiddo." But before her sword could come down, a figure appeared and blocked it. Yaren's eyes narrowed, her expression turning foul. The person who arrived was none other than Junsu, using his sword to block Yaren's. He raised an eyebrow tauntingly. "Hey, Executioner Queen, long time no see. Been over a month, hasn't it?" Seeing it was him, Yaren's face twisted with displeasure. She let out a cold laugh. "You dare show your face here? Fine, no need to drag this out. I'll just kill every last one of you." With that, Yaren began to attack with a flourish of her sword. Countless beams of sword light danced through the air. Seeing this, Yuan panicked. No way, even for Junsu this is. He was so worried he wanted to scream. But before the words could leave his mouth, something unbelievable happened. Junsu was actually going toe-to-toe with Yaren. Not only that, Yaren was even pushed back several meters. In an instant, she flew into a rage, screaming as she charged, "I'm going to kill you." Junsu, however, was perfectly calm. He quickly sheathed his sword, then smirked and said, "You've got that wrong. The one who's going to die today is you." With that, he summoned Thor's hammer and attacked, lightning crackling around it. The sound of thunderous explosions echoed continuously, but Yaren's figure charged right through them, unfazed. She snorted in disdain. "You think you can stop me with this piece of junk? Hitting me 1,000 times would be useless." Of course, Junsu already knew that. During the terror attack on Seoul, he had experienced the pain of Yeren's invincibility passive firsthand. Back then, Junsu couldn't even put a scratch on her. But things were different now. Now, Junsu could fight her one-on-one. This infuriated her. How could she have expected him to level up so much in such a short time? Of course, Yeren wasn't about to give up. In a flash, she vanished, only to reappear right behind Junsu. Without a moment's hesitation, Yeren slashed with her sword. Too bad Junsu was a step ahead, creating a shield to block it. But it didn't last long. His shield was shattered by Yeren's swordlight. She charged straight for Junsu. Yeren snorted coldly. Time to end this, master of the Black Fox sword. But suddenly, her body was pierced by a tree branch. It was the Godslayer, Misteltein. The aura it emitted nullified Yeren's invincibility effect. Junsu let out a triumphant smirk. It's over. All she could do was frown in confusion at the blinding light coming from the branch. What is this? While Yeren was still bent over, trying to get a better look at the thing stuck in her, he had slowly drawn the sword from his hip. The Godslayer, Misteltein, can nullify invincibility. I was just pretending to lose this whole time, and in the next second, a slash whistled through the air, sending her arm flying high as she watched in disbelief. Before Yeren could even react, Junsu activated his power. Flames erupted from his palm, engulfing her and everything in sight. Her entire body was swallowed by the fire, charred black in an instant. Yeren let out an agonized scream. This was his plan to create this opportunity. Even as her skin was melting away, the arm holding her sword remained raised high. This is nothing. You're just a level 6 warrior. With eyes full of hatred, Yeren swung her sword at him with all her might. Even if I die here, I'm taking you with me. But quick as a flash, Junsu used his sharp blade to slice off her remaining arm. As Uin and Baek Soyi looked on, stunned, his voice rang out. You feel that, don't you? With a majestic stance, Junsu's sharp slashes cut Yeren's body to pieces. This was a battle that defied all levels. Her heavy body parts fell to the ground until even her head rolled to a stop right in front of Junsu. He glanced down at Yeren and gave a mocking smirk. You got what you deserved. Knowing there was nothing more she could do, she smiled and said, Finish it. At that same moment, the final boss of Chapter 1. Beneath the sharp blade held high, Yeren spoke her last words in a cold voice. I have no regrets. A chilling sound rang out as fresh blood splattered everywhere. The Killer Queen had been utterly defeated. Amidst the desolate ruins, an admiring voice called out, I can't believe Master actually defeated a high ranker like that. The rest of Junsu's group also erupted in cheers. What a hell of an achievement. Freaking awesome. Dude, at this rate, you're gonna go down in history. Seeing everyone so happy, he could finally relax a little. Thank God everyone's okay. Suddenly, a small figure spoke up from a distance. Master. Unable to look him in the eye, Gujin spoke with guilt. I'm sorry. I almost ruined your entire plan. Sensing his turmoil, Kim Junsu walked over and nudged his shoulder. We took that bitch down, so what's there to mope about? Chin up. A hand reached down and picked up a sword from beneath the rubble, the Masamune, the demon sword of the Assassin Queen. Gripping it tightly, he thought to himself, its attack stats are insane. Not only that, it never misses and can cast a curse on hit. Even Baek Soyi, standing beside him, was in awe. That sword looks sick, doesn't it? Totally the kind of weapon you'd expect from the Assassin Queen. To her surprise, Kim Junsu held the sword out to her. Here, you take it, he said, leaving Baek Soyi so stunned she could only ask, Huh? Why aren't you going to use it, Master? Before she could finish, he cut in, explaining, Straight swords are a better fit for me than curved ones. Go on, Kim Junsu encouraged her. I think it'll suit you. Blushing, Baek Soyi shyly accepted her new weapon. Okay, well thank you. Despite giving it away, he was secretly just as stoked. The Star of Slaughter needs a demon sword, right? This is going to be epic, a hell of a combination. With that settled, Kim Junsu approached the cold steel gate. All right, let's see what the queen was guarding. For a moment, he couldn't hide the greedy look on his face. Let's go. With the excited thought, time to collect my massive reward, Kim Junsu pushed open the heavy doors, a blinding light flooding out. Instantly, a room glittering with gold, silver, and jewels appeared, and everyone yelled in excitement. Kali and Janet couldn't help themselves, immediately diving into the pile of gold. So many coins, and they're so shiny. Baek Soyi, standing off to the side, was just as overwhelmed. There's so much money in here. Standing with his hands on his hips, as if this was all perfectly normal, Ironfist wondered aloud. This must be the loot she plundered from all those terrorist attacks, huh? From the back, Priest Kim asked Kim Junsu, Sir, what do you plan to do with all this gold and these jewels? He answered while digging through a pile of gold. Probably use it to cover some of the damages from the attack. The infrastructure needs to be rebuilt, after all. Then, as if he'd found exactly what he was looking for, Kim Junsu joyfully held up a gun. Except for this, of course. He couldn't hide his excitement, a blush creeping onto his face as he smiled. The last piece for my Dan collection, I finally have the full set of Dan guns. A little later, at a sunny construction site, Gujin bowed desperately. Please, I'm begging you, take me on as your official disciple. His sudden plea left Kim Junsu completely bewildered. What's this all of a sudden? Facing him, Gujin poured his heart out. Honestly, I went into that fight feeling pretty confident because I thought I was some kind of genius. He couldn't hide the shame in his eyes as he continued. But in reality, I couldn't do a damn thing. I didn't even get to swing my sword once. Hearing that, Kim Junsu remembered the dejected look on Gujin's face earlier, so that's why he looked so bummed out. He then thought back to the battle with Eren. He's realized that leveling up alone can't solve every problem. Suddenly, Gujin looked up, his eyes filled with determination. Of course, the instructors at my guild are all amazing, but they're missing something crucial. As Beck, Soyi, Janet, and Kali stared at him, Gujin yelled out his heart's desire. I want to become a warrior too. Seeing his determination, Kim Junsu rubbed his chin and smirked. He's got the instincts of a weed fighting to survive in the wild. If he wants to learn this badly. Without a second thought, he made up his mind. Fine, I'll accept you. Hearing this, Gujin looked up, unable to believe it. For real? But Kim Junsu gave him a warning. Don't even think about quitting halfway through, you hear me? The two girls standing by were overjoyed for him. Gujin blushed and bowed his head gratefully. Awesome, I would never dream of it, sir. Thank you so much, master. Suddenly, he got a hard slap on the back. Welcome, newbie. Standing behind him, Baek Soyi raised a hand with a friendly smile. I'm looking forward to training with you. But after that smack, Gujin rubbed his back and grumbled. Who are you calling newbie? Annoyed, he shot back. I met him before you did. You're the one who's late to the party. Not backing down, she smirked. What are you talking about? It goes by the order we officially joined, doesn't it? Right? Seeing this, Janet and Callie sighed helplessly off to the side. The two whispered in unison. And there goes her short fuse. But Baek Soyi somehow overheard, and she flushed red. Hey! Under the bright sun, she furiously ran after the two girls. Don't you tease your senior. Just as Janet glanced back, she heard Baek Soyi yelling, Get back here! And then suddenly, she crashed hard into someone. A chilling voice made her face go pale. Janet! A man in a white cloak, bearing a bizarre symbol, spoke up. There you are. Do you have any idea how much trouble I went through to find you? He instantly grabbed her hand and began to pull her away. You're coming with me. Frightened, Janet struggled to pull free. Wait. Suddenly, another hand shot out and gripped the cloaked man's wrist. Kim Junsu's face darkened the moment he saw him. What the hell do you think you're doing here? The man in the white cloak yanked his arm free. I've come to retrieve our property. Glancing at the group of people behind him, Kim Junsu repeated the word like it was the funniest joke he'd ever heard. Property? You've got to be kidding me. Are you talking about Janet? The man held out a document and declared, That's right, you can read the contract for yourself. This brat belongs to us, and we are taking her. Then, as if a memory clicked into place, he thought, Now I know who these bastards are. A vision of that bloody day flashed before his eyes, showing their silhouettes. The scumbags who murdered Janet's parents and sold her off. She was orphaned and sold to human traffickers. They stood before Kim Junsu, smirking arrogantly, their symbol proudly displayed. The mages of the Ilyang Magic Tower. So that's what this is about, he thought. Looks like Janet's personal quest is starting now. He moved to shield Janet behind him. She is my student. You are not taking her anywhere, but they just absurdly pointed to the paper and argued. What was that? What do you mean, student? Read the contract. In that instant, Kim Junsu drew his sword. A single clean slice cut the document in two, stunning the mage. Bullshit. As the two pieces of the contract fell, Kim Junsu pointed his sword straight at them. You think her right to live is determined by a damn piece of paper? Fine. If you want Janet, I'll bring her to you. But Janet's terrified face whipped around to look at him. His eyes turned ice cold as he added a warning. But I'm coming with her. Another sword appeared in his mind. During this quest, she will fully inherit the sword of the Nephilim. A massive tower loomed under the brilliant sun. Watch on, the Ilyang Magic Tower. A huge explosion blew out from the laboratory gate, shaking the ground. Staring at the massive test tubes before them, Gujin covered his mouth in shock. What the hell is this place? Walking in front, Kim Junsu explained. A biomagic experiment facility. A place where the disgusting greed of humanity is laid bare, he thought. Janet fell almost completely silent, staring at everything around her. Suddenly, a voice broke through his thoughts, drawing his attention. Master! With a hand pressed to her chest, Janet was clearly still shaken by the sight. Do you think I can ever get strong enough to stop all the horrible bio-experiments in the world? Even Baek-soyi choked up seeing her like that. Janet. As if encouraging her, Kim Junsu said firmly, "You can, but only if you obtain the sword of the Nephilim." The moment she heard that, she blurted out, "Then let's go get it right now." But Kim Junsu shot her a cold glance, reminding her, "There's one thing you have to do first. Get revenge for your parents." Kim Junsu's words made her freeze. Then, her eyes filled with hatred as she made up her mind. "I almost forgot the one thing I can never forget." "Let's go, Master." Papers scattered across the ground as a cry of pain rang out. One of the Iliang Tower mages trembled and begged, "Janet, I'm sorry. Please, spare me. They forced me to go after your parents." But those words only made the girl question him more coldly. "Tower Master of the Iliang Magic Tower. You still dare to mention my parents?" Every word Janet uttered made the color drain from his face. "I'm done wasting words on you. Die." Without giving him a chance for any last words, the girl personally finished off the one who caused everything, as pools of fresh blood dripped onto the ground with his agony. A heavy thud sounded as his body fell, and Janet's whole body trembled so much after dealing with him that she could no longer hold her sword and let it drop. In that moment, she couldn't keep her composure and broke down, covering her face. Baek-soyi rushed over to hug her. "Janet, are you okay? You did great." Kim Junsu walked over and praised Janet as well. "You fought hard." Even so, as he stepped on the papers scattered across the floor, he knew that Janet's mission didn't just end with getting revenge. Picking up a dusty, bright red file folder in front of him, Kim Junsu thought to himself that these magical bio-experiments were secretly taking over every corner of this crazed Xun. He quickly searched through the pile of documents. Among them, the most successful test subject was. Then, upon seeing an image of a black, winged creature, Kim Junsu knew. Found it. A hybrid of human and angel, the Nephilim. We have to kill it. Glancing at the name at the bottom of the picture, he smirked confidently. To do that, we need to find its real name. A knock, huh? Waiting until the girl had calmed down a bit, Kim Junsu spoke up. "Janet, let's head down to the basement." He explained to everyone how to get the Nephilim's sword from the giant creature holding it. Before them all stood a massive being inside a containment tank. Someone gasped in awe. "So this is the Nephilim. They were researching something like this?" Kim Junsu didn't wait a second, drawing his sword. "You all did great, but you're no match for this thing. Stay back." Seeing him step forward alone, Jin asked, "You're going to fight it by yourself? Isn't that way too dangerous?" He was right, and even Kim Junsu knew it as soon as he saw the creature. He's not wrong. This is a boss that requires at least 4 level 7 players to handle. But the Nephilim is stupid. They can't use tactics or tricks like humans can. Without another thought, he made his decision. As long as I stick to the plan, I still have a chance. Standing before the Nephilim, Kim Junsu said in a stern voice, "Wake up!" The next second, he called out its name. Anak! As if hearing its familiar name, its blazing red eyes snapped open. A deafening sound caused the ground to collapse, and even the Nephilim's containment tank couldn't withstand its power and shattered. A scream that sounded like it echoed from the underworld rang out as it raised the sword in its hand, unleashing its power. The force was so immense that Kim Junsu struggled to raise his shield to block it. It was a powerful shockwave capable of inflicting a fear effect and even lowering an opponent's stats. But he already had a plan. With the airstrike skill activated, Kim Junsu successfully leaped up, dodging the Nephilim's attack. He even let out a confident smirk. Too predictable. Without hesitation, he activated his equipment's special trait. Time to use my ultimate move. In a flash, Kim Junsu zipped behind it and countered the Nephilim's attack. He didn't stop there. Seizing the opportunity, he pivoted, then forcefully hurled Thor's hammer straight through its right leg, piercing it clean through. The severe wound made the Nephilim roar in agony. Even so, it still managed to slam its sword into the ground for support, which startled Kim Junsu, who was activating airstrike and departure. He quickly slid across the floor to create some distance, a mocking smirk on his face. "You've got to be kidding me." Watching the Nephilim's right leg slowly regenerate, Kim Junsu couldn't believe his eyes. "I deliberately hit its leg, but it's completely fine." Seizing the chance, Kim Junsu charged in again. "Looks like I'll just have to wear it down. I already know all its moves." He had already planned this out in his head. With his own fresh blood on his weapon, he had also coated his sword with giant's blood. A relentless barrage of sharp sword strikes flew out, giving it no time to react. Giant's blood inflicts damage over time on another giant if that damage is continuously stacked during a fight. Just the thought of it made Kim Junsu laugh with amusement. After unleashing a series of slashes, he flew up high and watched the Nephilim collapse to the ground. "My damage will be infinite." With defiant eyes, it let out a furious roar. Even though he had the upper hand, Kim Junsu still reminded himself to keep an eye on the Nephilim's sword. A burst of dark energy erupted as it rose to counterattack. Seeing those tendrils of dark energy, Kim Junsu leaped backward to dodge. As a barrage of dark energy rushed him, he struggled to parry with his sword, but still took a hit right to the face, making Kim Junsu wince and cry out. Witnessing such a scene made Gujin's face go pale. This is bad. This prompted Baek Soye to helplessly call out from the side. Now is not the time to panic. Get a grip. Just as she was about to charge in, yelling, "Master, we'll join too." He suddenly raised a hand from a distance to stop them. Stay put. Wielding his sharp blade, Kim Junsu stood confidently before the Nephilim, ready for a showdown. Now for the fun part. He immediately activated his aura skill, looking just like a main character shrouded in blinding light. I can't afford to miss the final blow. Watching the streams of dark energy released by the Nephilim, Kim Junsu leaped up high to observe. Darkness-type damage over time. He spotted a white flower on its wing. He knew it would soon bloom into a white flower. Found it! The next second, without hesitation, he plunged his sword straight down into the Nephilim. Being stabbed in such a critical weak spot caused its dark energy to pour out violently. This made it hard for even Kim Junsu to hold on for long, and he quickly had to grip his sword tightly to anchor himself. Finally, its counterattack phase. Looking at the cracks appearing all over the Nephilim's body, he knew a massive amount of sword energy was leaking out. Everything is going according to plan. Knowing his moment had come, Kim Junsu gripped his sword tightly. Now, go back to hell! He delivered a single strike that pierced through and sliced its body in two. In that moment, it still managed to weakly utter, "I was wrong." And then, the two heavy halves of its body fell to the ground, revealing Kim Junsu's small figure. Everyone who had been watching from the sidelines was stunned by what they had just witnessed. They looked at its sword lying on the ground, which had cracks constantly appearing and emitting dark energy. The Nephilim's sword was still releasing a strange flow of mana. Without a second thought, Kim Junsu slammed a hammer straight down on that crack. A brilliant light gradually began to shine from the blade, seeping through the fissure. Another sword was revealed right after, the SSR Black Shadow Sword. Holding the sword in his hand, Kim Junsu smirked triumphantly. Finally got the Black Shadow Sword. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. That was an amazing fight. Jin and the others walked up behind him, praising him. We learned a lot from that. Baek Soye, off to one side, was still worried sick about Kim Junsu. But what if you had gotten hurt? He, however, just called out Janet's name and directly handed the sword to her, saying, "You try this sword." This made Janet a bit flustered. The sword? All right. Watching her grip the sword firmly, he knew in his heart that only Janet, who had been through the experiments, could unlock this sword's full potential. The very next second, a massive surge of dark power rushed towards the girl. This was a necessary step to complete the mission. Janet trembled as she watched the streams of power envelop her. What is this? Beside her, Kim Junsu calmly reassured her. Don't worry, just do what it tells you. Hearing his words, the girl took a deep breath and said softly, "This sword." Then, as if possessed by something, her eyes turned a solid, deep black. As if controlled by the dark energy, Janet pointed the sword directly at herself. I obey. Baek Soye and Gujin started to step forward to stop her. Just as a shout of her name rang out, Janet plunged the sword directly into her body. Janet! Baek Soye frantically whipped her head around to call for their master, but he calmly raised a hand to stop her. Wait. Then Kim Junsu nonchalantly said, "It's about to begin." As soon as he finished speaking, vortexes of magic immediately swirled around Janet. Right after, the system displayed a notification for innate astral chi as the source of her power erupted more and more fiercely. It spun violently around the girl. The dark sword, shrouded in shadow, reacted to Janet's innate cursed energy. Baek Soye and Gujin stared with their jaws dropped at the intense scene, while Kim Junsu just crossed his arms and smiled, satisfied. A fierce vortex of magic surged, and finally, one of the greatest swords took form. Immediately after, all of that energy exploded outwards. Finally, a blast of black magical energy slammed into the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Janet calmly held the sword before her, its blade radiating an abundant stream of power. The Nephilim sword of the seven dark energies was complete. The scene shifts to a skyscraper, where a collective gasp of awe rings out. Whoa! The inside was incredibly spacious and bright. Gujin, Baek, Soye, and Kali's eyes lit up as they gazed around the interior. Gujin excitedly pointed out that all the damaged facilities had been repaired, and they even had a state-of-the-art training area now. And Kali added cheerfully, "This is perfect for training." Seeing their excitement, Kim Junsu crossed his arms and let out a satisfied sigh. He glanced over as Janet timidly approached from behind. In a small voice, she called out, teacher, but..." Janet scratched her head, speaking hesitantly. About the Nephilim sword. I don't know how to pass on its teachings. Kim Junsu gave her a small, reassuring smile. That makes sense. The Nephilim sword only reacts to people like you who possess innate cursed energy. Janet's eyes widened. Only me? Then what are we gonna do? He answered confidently. It's no big deal. I'll just learn cursed energy, and then I'll naturally figure out how to teach it. She exclaimed in surprise. You're going to learn cursed energy? But how? Kim Junsu pointed to Gujin and said confidently, acquired cursed energy. I plan on learning Gujin's divine sword union first. He crossed his arms, brimming with confidence. I've already observed it carefully with my own eyes, so all my body has to do is mimic the movements. It'll be easy. Gujin and Janet looked at him with admiration as Gujin cheered. Copying superpowers? I've only heard stories. I've never seen it for real. With a smile, Kim Junsu walked ahead and gestured. All right then, let's get started. The scene shifts, and a dense barrage of bullets flies toward them. He and the girl continuously fired at Kim Junsu, who zipped back and forth with his sword, blocking every bullet. A worried Janet shouted as she fired, Teacher, how much longer do we have to do this? But Kim Junsu just kept deflecting the bullets and flatly announced, Almost there. Keep going. Janet screamed back, worried. You're gonna die doing this. But he stubbornly kept moving, blocking the shots. Bullets slammed into his body, sending blood splattering everywhere. But Kim Junsu gritted his teeth and endured the impact. Shots grazed his legs, tearing his pants to shreds and staining large patches red with blood. But he didn't back down an inch, continuing to block the relentless barrage with his sword. Even as the death attribute gnawed at his body, Kim Junsu's gaze remained cold and fixed forward, his will unshakable, as he tried to grasp the core concept. Right after, he swung his sword in a powerful slash. The bullets instantly split in two. Gujin and Janet could only stare, their mouths hanging open in astonishment. A new cursed energy is enveloping my body. The system immediately displayed a notification. Characteristic, sword body union acquired. At the same time, a powerful energy radiated from his entire body. Kim Junsu wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, a confident smirk on his face. This isn't over yet. He looked at the system window, inwardly thrilled. Finally, the last piece of the puzzle is in place. I've finally obtained the ultimate, top-tier characteristic of the warrior class, in both name and reality. The other two exclaimed in shock, What is that? Immediately after, black streaks appeared on Kim Junsu's sword as a blue aura enveloped the blade. They both shouted excitedly, A sword aura! Kim Junsu gripped his sword tightly, a confident smile spreading across his face. The system immediately announced, High-grade characteristic, Master of the Sword acquired. An irregular level 6 swordsman has appeared. Kim Junsu smiled smugly. The scene shifts back to the building. Kim Junsu spoke to Janet seriously. All right, before we begin the formal lesson, the other three of you just watch from a distance. He then asked slowly, Janet, what is cursed energy? The girl bowed her head in thought before answering with certainty, the light of the soul? Kim Junsu put his hands on his hips and slowly repeated the question, the light of the soul, you say? She answered confidently, Yes. Unlike sword ki, it's not simply a crystallization of magical power, Janet explained clearly. You use magical power as the body and your soul as the spirit to form another version of yourself in incarnation, sir. He rested his chin on his hand, murmuring his thoughts aloud. En incarnation. Kindalai kanawatar, The girl happily spread her arms wide to elaborate. Yes. That's why even among high-level superhumans, only warrior class types can use cursed energy. Hearing this, Kim Junsu praised her in his head. Well, she's really put some thought into this. He then posed another question. But if it's simply about giving energy a physical form, wouldn't calling it a sword aura be enough? Janet hesitated. Well? She turned slightly, looking down at her own hands as it dawned on her. Now that you mention it, that does seem right. Kim Junsu crossed his arms, smiling at her. He explained gently. Cursed energy isn't just a convergence of power. It can be considered the path to transcendence. He used his previous solo battle against the Nephilim as an example, explaining that by going beyond the visible realm to take on a complete physical form, it had created a massive change in its physical properties. Janet quickly caught on. So, for cursed energy to reach that stage, it means the state of your soul has been elevated. I get it now. The Nephilim train their cursed energy to strengthen their souls. She instantly understood their goal. They want to elevate their state of being to become gods. Janet then clapped her hands happily. So the Nephilim, being hybrid descendants of angels, instinctively learn cursed energy from the moment they're born. They acquire it as naturally as breathing. Hearing that, Kim Junsu paused, thinking to himself, like breathing, huh? He thought about the other skills in the system, analyzing them. Other skills use sword aura as an active skill, But this one, it has to be used like a passive skill, doesn't it? She calmly instructed, "Teacher, please take the sword and close your eyes." Janet then placed the sword in his hand. She explained slowly, "Don't use the sword aura like you normally do. Instead, breathe." He immediately closed his eyes and focused on regulating his breath. Janet gently guided him, slowly, "Just relax." Streams of energy began to swirl around his body. His whole body felt like it was floating in midair. He realized it instantly. It was breathing. Kim Junsu then calmly opened his eyes to look around. He saw an endless staircase leading toward a brilliant light in the far distance. He became even more certain. This is the mental space of the Nephilim who yearn to become gods. He reached out his hand. This is the key to understand their desire. Kim Junsu looked up, observing more closely. Starlight stretched out before him, the stairs reaching toward that black constellation. That is the light of the soul. Right after, a continuous stream of magic flew straight into him. This is a principle that cannot be taught with words. Kim Junsu closed his eyes, sensing the feeling from that magical flow, the heat, the exhilaration, the joy that flooded his entire being. His entire body was instantly thrown back. Now I can feel it completely. Kim Junsu's fingers began to loosen, but he immediately tightened his grip on the sword. Then, he decisively raised the blade high. A violent torrent of magic erupted from his sword. It was a moment of transcendence. Janet shielded her face with her arm, forced to kneel slightly by the intense magical pressure. A satisfied smile formed on her lips. He did it. The system chimed with a notification. Characteristic: Sword of the Nephilim acquired. Kim Junsu was delighted with the result. Janet said cheerfully, "Congratulations, teacher." Once it was over, the other three quickly ran up to them. Kali exclaimed excitedly, "Teacher, did you do it?" Kim Junsu sheathed his sword and looked at Janet. "Thank you," he added gently. "You worked hard." Janet scratched her head shyly. "It was nothing, really. You were the one who pulled it off." Suddenly, with a loud bang, Choi Seo burst in, panting and yelling, "Warrior Kim, we've got a huge problem." Everyone jumped and spun around. Kim Junsu asked slowly, "Director Choi, what's wrong?" He reported urgently, "Chairman Sung of the Jumo Group is in critical condition right now." Kim Junsu's eyes widened in shock. "Chairman Sung Han?" he yelled. "A level 7 superhuman? How is that even possible?" Choi Seo quickly replied, "He was poisoned. I heard that even Alicia didn't work, and his condition is getting worse." Hearing that, Kim Junsu froze, his eyes widening in shock. Alicia, useless? A thought flashed in his mind. A poison like that could only be poison blood. Kim Junsu's brows furrowed, and that thing was only used once in the game. Meanwhile, Haiwai was on the bed, trembling. Bloody veins snaked across her body, spreading over her neck and arms. Haiwai gasped for breath, her face contorted in pain, a dead giveaway of the coming zombie apocalypse. Hai Ungdu frantically performed chest compressions on Haiwai while shouting orders. Her heart stopped. "Get ready for CPR now." The secretary behind him trembled, her voice cracking with panic. "What's going on? If anything happens to the guildmaster, we're all dead meat, got it?" He kept up the compressions, gritting his teeth and cursing. "Damn it, she was totally fine a second ago." Just then, Kim Junsu burst through the door and yelled, "Stop!" "Hi," Ungdu gasped when he saw him. "Gold fighter Kim Junsu." Kim Junsu glanced at her deteriorating condition and stated grimly, "This isn't something a doctor can fix." Right after that, Haiwai was fed a bright red mixture. As soon as she drank it, the bloody veins on her body started to fade, and her breathing began to even out. A moment later, Haiwai let out a faint, weak sound. Seeing this, the secretary scrambled to her side. "Guildmaster, are you awake?" she asked slowly. The secretary and warrior Kim. After a moment's hesitation, Hai Young spoke again. "Am I indebted to you again?" Kim Junsu gave a small smile and replied, "I wouldn't call it an indebtedness. Please, think of it as repayment for your help with the redevelopment incident." Then, the female secretary carefully helped her sit up. "Hi," Young asked, "what in the world happened?" "Your health suddenly failed, and you lost consciousness," the female secretary answered immediately. "Guildmaster, I am truly sorry. It appears there was an assassination attempt by poison from an outside party." She looked up in shock and asked, "Poisoned? When did this happen?" Kim Junsu gently inquired, "Have you come into contact with any animals recently?" Ha Young hesitated, thinking, "Animals? Ah." Right after that, the female secretary immediately remembered when she had played with a stray cat in the rain. "Yes, before you collapsed, you petted a stray cat." When she touched the cat, Hai Young had no idea that a green substance had gotten on her hand. He spoke in a relaxed tone. "Yes, that's right." Kim Junsu quickly explained. "That was a shape-shifting sorcerer disguised as a cat. He was hired by someone to assassinate the guildmaster." Surprised, she immediately asked, You mean you already know everything? So you've already caught the culprit? He smirked, asserting confidently. Of course. Kim Junsu couldn't help but celebrate inwardly, because I already knew their little tricks. On a dark, full moon night in a quiet forest, he aimed a gun straight at the injured sorcerer on the ground and gave a cold command. Spit it out. The shape-shifting sorcerer, he gritted his teeth, unable to believe he'd been caught. Huh? Kim Junsu raised his voice, interrogating him. Did the Black Panther cult hire you to assassinate the guildmaster? But the sorcerer still pretended not to understand. I have no idea what you're talking about. He immediately leaned in close to his face, provoking him manically. Then repeat after me. The Black Panther is a pathetic species, meant to be swallowed whole by a winged serpent. This made the sorcerer hiss in anger. You bastard. But he quickly turned his face away. Seeing that reaction, Kim Junsu could pretty much guess. Seeing your reaction, I don't need to ask any more questions. Right after that, he pressed the gun against the sorcerer's head, threatening, if you want to live, hand over the blood heart. The man's face went pale, and he stammered, Hey, I don't have that thing. Hearing that, Kim Junsu pressed the gun harder against his head and said casually, Then what reason do I have to spare your life? The sorcerer hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait, I'll give you this instead. He then took out a crystal necklace sparkling with an orange light and held it in front of him, begging desperately, Please, spare my life. Kim Junsu stared at the necklace without blinking, immediately recognizing it as the dragon necklace. He picked up the necklace with interest, admiring it. All right, I'll take this. He celebrated inwardly. Score. I got my hands on a treasure. The sorcerer hastily confirmed. So, I can go now, right? I'll never come to Korea again, I promise, Kim Junsu replied softly. Yeah, get lost. The man immediately took off running, but just then, Kim Junsu unexpectedly leaped over his head with his sword, preparing a sneak attack. If you can make it back alive. Kim Junsu scratched his head and chuckled. I also got the antidote from the shapeshifter. But in his mind, he thought, by gutting him for it, that is. After hearing the story, Ha-young asked in a low voice, I see. Who hired them to kill me? He decisively pointed to the Saintess and her lackeys, the Black Panther cult. To be more precise, it's the Old Father cult pulling the strings behind them. Flashing back to the past, Yeren had once led a rebellion with her sword. If in episode 1 they used a terrorist alliance to make the president and his wife tremble and hug each other in fear to neutralize the government, then this time their goal is to assassinate the chairman of major corporations. Ha-young lowered her head, her brow furrowed with worry. But that's a foreign cult. Why are they targeting me? Kim Junsu analyzed the situation in his head. It's probably because of the recent financial aid to eradicate the terrorist alliance. From the Saintess's point of view, it's something she'd have to pay attention to. But I can't reveal that the Old Father cult is behind this yet because there's no proof. After finishing his analysis, he looked at her and spoke slowly. I'm not sure of the reason either. But I have found the Black Panther cult's hideout. Hi, Young's expression instantly changed, her eyes turning sharp and dangerous. She stood up and made a request. Then I am officially commissioning you. Find the people who tried to murder me, and tear them to shreds. The scene changes to a bridge over the Han River, bustling with traffic moving back and forth under the glaring sun. Kim Junsu leaned on the bridge railing, head down, focusing on his surroundings. Ha-young walked over leisurely and announced, Warrior, everything has been prepared as you instructed. She looked at the crowded people taking pictures on the bridge and spoke with concern. But is all this really necessary? It's just to gather evidence. Hearing that, he immediately turned his head and replied, There is another way. However, to prevent the zombie catastrophe from episode 2 and stop the capital of Xun from falling into chaos, this is the only way. Kim Junsu slowly explained, We're making an example of them, a warning to the Black Panther cult and the mastermind behind them, you know? Ha-young asked in surprise, A mastermind? He turned his head to look down at the river and replied confidently, You'll see. Now, please begin. With that, Kim Junsu immediately unleashed his power, the grand magic of water evaporation. He sent a blast of energy straight down into the river. The water's surface immediately parted, finally revealing the entrance to their lair beneath the Han River. Then, everyone looked up at the sky, bewildered, as the city began to float in the air. As the river water began to part, Kim Junsu shouted excitedly, Let the operation begin. Immediately, the cannons that had been prepared moved into position. He gave the order to open fire with Era elemental shells. Kim Junsu looked at the trade equipment on the system interface, then began to count down. 3, 2, 1. He excitedly gripped the controls of the cannon and fired, Crush them to dust for me. Instantly, countless shells were fired straight into the river. Explosions lit up the entire river in a blaze of red. The system continued its announcements. Commander has acquired a trait. Command has acquired a trait. Leadership has acquired a trait. Then, a barrier suddenly appeared on the ground beneath the river. Defensive barrier detected around the target. Kim Junsu immediately ordered a ceasefire, his heart racing with excitement. Finally, you show yourselves. The muscular body of a giant appeared majestically, raising its sword high. He stood on an ancient circle radiating a thick aura of death, surrounded by dark mages using black magic to control the giant. He thought to himself, Black Holy Blood soldiers too? And divination mages. The system immediately announced, and priests as well. Master, what is your plan? Kim Junsu replied, thrilled, I was just itching for a fight. Looking at the trade equipment on the system, he answered confidently, I'll handle this myself. With that, Kim Junsu grabbed his sword and leaped straight down, full of excitement. Immediately after, he swung his sword down hard on the barrier. A powerful blast of energy erupted from it, following the path of his sword. Attack! The barrier instantly shattered under the immense force of the blow. The giant was revealed right after. Kim Junsu called out, Oh, honorable. With that, he charged down and swung his sword fiercely at it, but the giant blocked the attack. From above, Ha-young anxiously flew down to help. A little hasty, aren't we? Warrior, I will provide support as well, but before she could even help, she was attacked by a giant gorilla that charged at her. Ha-young immediately realized the situation was bad, a sense of unease growing in her heart. Black magic. This is a power I can't handle. Then, monsters charged at her one after another, forcing her to brace herself and fight back. Suddenly, Ha-young glanced to the side. Kim Junsu was flying towards them with his sword, cutting them all down. She was astonished. Just a glance was enough to recognize it as the aura blade. After he was finished, she walked over gently and asked, You hit level 6 and already became a sword saint? I came to help, but I ended up being the one who got saved? He cut in, all right. I've cleaned up. Now, let's head in. With that, they both walked towards a giant gate, the enemy's secret base. They both stared tensely at the gate, towards the forbidden zone. As the gate slowly opened, they both knew for sure, proof of the mastermind behind the Black Panther cult had to be in this place. Inside the forbidden zone, countless tall buildings were packed together, giving off a bizarre and creepy vibe. Hyun Johan looked around as they walked. No one else was here. Kim Junsu explained, Yeah, their real base is in Brazil. He laid out their mission as they went. We have to find the main culprit behind the attack on South Korea. Hearing this, Hyun-jon asked skeptically, The culprit? You mean the one who was controlling you? The two of them arrived at a large wall covered in bizarre black flames. Kim Junsu put his hands on his hips and looked up at the wall. Looks like there's some evidence here. Hyun-jon covered her mouth, her surprise obvious. The entire wall was engulfed in black fire. Without hesitating, she said, I'll handle it. She slowly stepped forward, pressing her hand against a certain brick on the wall. Suddenly, the flames were sucked inward, converging on a single point. The wall began to open along with it. Hyun Johan squinted slightly, a mix of astonishment and curiosity. After everything settled, towering steel cabinets appeared before them. A place like this exists in the sealed-off zone? They opened a random drawer and were stunned for a moment. Gemstones, magic stones, diamonds. It was filled with expensive stuff. Looks like this is the reward for assassinating President Seo. They're pretty damn generous. While the two were splitting up to search, Kim Junsu suddenly held up a stack of papers and called out to her, I think we found evidence of the culprit. Staring at the messy, abstract characters, they both looked confused. It's written in some kind of code. Hyun-jon put on her glasses and examined it closely. We'll need more time to decode this. We'll have to call in the experts. Internally, Kim Junsu cursed in frustration. Damn it. The Patriarch Society is damn good at covering their tracks. She turned to him and suggested, Let our security team handle this. We'll decode it as fast as we can. Kim Junsu could only accept helplessly. Yeah, I'll leave it to you. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. What a shame. But for now, I can be satisfied with having the Jumo group as an ally. Back at the massive office building, Hyun Yohun said, Thanks again for your help. Kim Junsu was sitting on a chair, looking both bewildered and confused. Sword Saint. He pointed at himself and asked, Sword Saint? Hyun Johan pushed a phone towards him and calmly replied, You don't know? The news about you spread like wildfire. A dramatic headline lit up the latest hot search list. The Black Tiger Swordsman. Just call him the Sword Saint now. People have already started calling you the Sword Saint. Kim Junsu saw the comments praising him enthusiastically and couldn't help but blush, thinking to himself, These headlines are really something else. Hyun-jon pushed a bag towards him and said gently, And this is a gift from me. Kim Junsu was quite surprised. It was a golf bag, she explained. I saw you use one often, so I bought you a high-end one. As he took the bag, he said politely, Oh wow, you really didn't have to. Kim Junsu thought about the mountain of gifts, gold, gems, and treasure, and his face lit up with a smile. I've already received so much. Hyun Johan puffed out her chest with an air of extreme generosity, looking certain. This gift is only natural. You saved my life, didn't you? Overjoyed, he couldn't help but flatter her in his mind. As expected of the super generous President Seo, she's on a whole other level. Hyun John glanced at him as he happily inspected his gift. As for the documents from the Black Leopard Society and the intel from the Hat Society, we'll contact you when we're done decoding them. Kim Junsu, holding gold in one hand and money in the other, looked up when he heard her. So where are you planning to go now, Sword Saint? Hearing that, he zipped up the bag with his right hand and replied coolly, to do the same thing President Seo is doing. Kim Junsu's fighting spirit soared to level 7, his soul burning with ambition. To stop the catastrophe in Chapter 2, I need to get stronger. The scene changes to the divine realm of Thessaly, Greece. An ancient structure floated in mid-air, its gate guarded by 2 armored soldiers. Outside, a noisy, jostling crowd was swarming. Kim Junsu saw the restless mob. Hey, don't push! Get in line, he muttered to himself. Just as crowded as I thought. Makes sense. The only way to get to Olympus is through Temple G, and it's notoriously hard to get into. The scene shifts to the arena. When the Olympian gods faced the apocalypse, the final battle took place right here. The image of the goddess appeared in his mind, making him more determined than ever before. The reason I came here is because one of those gods, the ancestor of deities and giants, the goddess Gaia, summoned me. Kim Junsu slowly squeezed his way through the people trying to push forward, but to get in, you have to complete a quest. He walked straight towards the main gate with total ease and confidence, telling himself, then, when I meet the god, I have to become a spirit and receive the privilege of immortality. People willingly made way for him, wondering, that emblem, is he a holy knight? Why is a holy knight here? Someone asked, confused, shouldn't he be riding a divine horse and flying here? Hearing that, Kim Junsu silently protested in his mind. A divine horse looks too lame, it's not my style. I need a dragon at least to look cool. Kim Junsu strode up to the main gate, catching the attention of the 2 guards. One guard greeted him warmly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Holy Knight Kim the Warrior. We are the guides here. Kim Junsu was a bit surprised. You 2 know me? The other guard replied. Everyone knows the Guardian of the Stigma. They then spoke politely. We will escort you. This way, please. Hearing this, the crowd looked on in awe. That person is the Guardian of the Stigma? That's right. I saw him in Germany. Oh my god, thank goodness. Amidst the clear blue sky surrounding the castle, exclamations could still be heard. I can't believe he came here. The scene changes, and Kim Junsu follows a guard inside. He looked around at every nook and cranny, marveling deep down. So magnificent and grand. This feels completely different from Thor's great palace in Stockholm. Looking at the shiny, sparkling emblem pinned to his chest, he felt extremely smug. I'm really enjoying the full perks of being an honorary Holy Knight of the Gaia Order. After walking to a fountain, Kim Junsu saw a figure standing there, waiting. We have been waiting for you, Holy Knight. The woman, wearing a white robe, was very calm and got straight to the point. The parchment you've been given contains your quest. She said nothing more. Kim Junsu walked over to look at it and thought, a quest. A mandatory random quest needed to meet a god. He picked up the parchment, praying internally, please be an easy one, I'm begging you. As soon as he touched it, the white-robed figure next to him spoke. He who has walked the path of heaven, go to the valley of Kolkis beneath the golden mines, and steal the golden fleece from the golden dragon. Kim Junsu held his mission, trembling uncontrollably. Oh, for fuck's sake, he groaned deep in his soul. How did I end up drawing the hardest one? On a large cliff, Kim Junsu hid behind a rock, observing a shimmering golden dragon lying motionless in a deep sleep. He peeked out and lamented, the golden dragon. Out of all the dragon clans, I had to get the one with the worst temper. Kim Junsu tried to tiptoe as quietly as possible. Isn't this a bit much? He accidentally stepped on a twig. Hearing the small noise, the golden dragon awoke with a start, opening its terrifying eyes and staring intently in the direction of the sound. It let out a roar, releasing an intimidating pressure that pushed back everything around it, including Kim Junsu. He decisively grabbed the necklace he was wearing. Without flinching, Kim Junsu slowly advanced, shouting, Hey, let's talk! The golden dragon looked bewildered. You can speak? A satisfied smile spread across his face. The dragon's collar allows me to use the dragon tongue. Good thing I brought this. The dragon looked at him with great suspicion and curiosity. Strange creature, what do you wish to say? Kim Junsu was calming himself down internally. I've beaten the golden dragon in the game before. If I wanted to kill it, I'd have more than enough power. He glanced down at the golden fleece the dragon was lying on. But if I did that, the golden fleece would get damaged. I need to play it cool. Kim Junsu spoke up. I have come to offer you some advice. Hearing this, the golden dragon became fierce and enraged. What? A lowly creature like you? He cut it off, revealing his stat window and proposing, chill out. We can at least talk for a bit, can't we? The golden dragon was startled and confused. This power. It turned to him, urging impatiently, if you've got the guts, then spit it out. Kim Junsu sat right down on the ground, negotiating with the casual air of two old friends. Hey, Your Highness, how are you going to be the Dragon Lord if you just keep lazing around here? The golden dragon looked utterly shocked, unable to believe what it just heard. What? Kim Junsu put on a thoughtful look and started his mind games. Just think about it. You've been here for 2,000 years and haven't accomplished a single thing. At this rate, all hope is lost. The golden dragon lost control and roared, You lowly creature, what the hell do you know? After successfully luring it in, he started painting a grand picture for it. That's why I'll show you the way to become the dragon god. In return, you give me the golden fleece. The golden dragon started grinding its teeth, growling nonstop. Weren't your insolent words enough? Now you're even after my treasure? It shot to its feet, releasing a massive, intimidating aura. You think I'd give you the chance? Kim Junsu put on an incredibly smug face, using his taunt skill. Well, if you don't want to, then whatever. This pushed it over the edge. Its eyes blazed with absolute fury. The sky began to darken, and its rage-filled voice echoed. I'll consider those your last words. It spat a ferocious torrent of flames toward him. Die, he dodged and used his air raid skill. Nice one, you oversized lizard. Mental attacks are just too easy. Kim Junsu quickly stole a piece of the fleece and bolted. The golden dragon turned and shrieked. My fleece! It roared and charged fiercely at him. Give it back. Now. A world-shaking explosion erupted. The golden dragon looked down, panting in astonishment. You lowly creature. Kim Junsu used the force to steady himself as he fell back, and seeing June wearing its fleece drove it insane with rage. You dare take my treasure? He put on an incredibly punchable expression. Huh? So what? You can't burn it, can you? Kim Junsu thought to himself. The golden fleece is an item of immortality and rebirth. Just this alone is enough to help me take down the golden dragon. He taunted it. If you're going to try and destroy it now, I won't even fight back. Kim Junsu remembered the God of Thunder's instructions. Use it well and take care of that little dragon for me. He had been granted a divine hammer to help him. The God of Thunder had his back. Kim Junsu used the divine power to leap onto the golden dragon's head. He told me I have to destroy you. When it realized it was about to die, it began to beg desperately. Spare me, stop, he replied. No can do. A massive bolt of lightning, crackling with immense divine power, struck the dragon decisively as Kim Junsu's voice rang out. Items made from dragons are worth a pretty penny, you know. It was critically injured and slammed to the ground, unable to resist. Kim Junsu looked amused. I told you we could have handled this more simply. In truth, his mind was only on the upgrade items. A chance to get a level 7 elixir and upgrade materials? How could I possibly pass this up? A perverted, greedy look appeared in Kim Junsu's eyes. Now, time to bleed it for every last drop. The scene changes to a magnificent, opulent castle bathed in a dazzling golden light. Goddess G, enormous in size, materialized high above and looked down, asking, A treasured guest has come to visit me? Kim Junsu bowed respectfully. It is an honor to meet you. I am Warrior Kim. She spoke in a calm and gentle voice. I know. I have been watching you for a long time. If there is anything you wish to ask, please speak. He quickly replied, Thank you. He recalled what he had encountered and continued, The God of Thunder in the West told me I was summoned here by a non-divine entity. Kim Junsu looked up, facing Goddess G, and posed his question. Do you know who it was that called me here? She answered, If it had happened in the human world or in hell, I would know. But I myself know nothing of it. Hearing this, Kim Junsu couldn't help but feel suspicious. So, it came from heaven then? Goddess G offered another explanation. There is one other possibility. It could be from a hidden dimension or another world within a rift. Hearing that, he couldn't help but think of a woman with a very cunning face. Then, could it be the Saintess of the Patriarch's Church? Goddess G explained his problem. It doesn't seem to be her either. To summon a soul from another world, the summoner's own soul would be severely damaged. She continued. Most likely, the one who summoned you has already perished. This made Kim Junsu think. The Saintess's soul seems to be perfectly fine. If it's not her, then who is it? Just then, the goddess's voice cut through his thoughts. It seems I cannot be of much help to you. In that case, tell me your wish. Kim Junsu hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Could you give me a level 7 blueprint that's suitable for me? Goddess G didn't refuse. She gestured towards him, and a shining scroll appeared. Very well. I shall give you what you want. Before Kim Junsu now was a glowing scroll. He wondered to himself, a level 7 blueprint? Kim Junsu looked up, incredibly excited, unable to contain his joy. It looks like there's another one. She presented 2 scrolls before him. These are the level 7 and level 8 blueprints. I have also prepared the necessary skills and items. Kim Junsu couldn't help but be thrilled by the goddess's generosity. You're giving me the level 8 one too? He clutched the blueprints, his heart racing with excitement. With this, defeating the Saintess isn't impossible anymore. To get to level 6, you need a mutant core. For level 7, you need the mana core of an otherworld demon. And for level 8, you need the mana core of an otherworld half-demon. He couldn't help but wonder, what about level 9? Don't tell me I have to get the mana core of a god? The pressure's on. How am I supposed to get all of this now? And there are the other materials too. As if sensing his worry, Goddess G spoke reassuringly. Child, there is no need to worry about a future that has not yet come to pass. Your destiny is approaching its turning point. Kim Junsu looked up, listening intently to the goddess's words. He gripped the 2 scrolls in his hand, calming himself. That's right. Right now, I need the power to face the Chapter 3 final boss, the level 8 Saintess. Kim Junsu bowed with deep sincerity. Thank you. She then gave him a warning. Be careful. The second wave is coming. Kim Junsu looked up, confused. The second wave? She quickly explained it to him. Yes. You must fight against it and change your destiny. If you cannot, the light cast his shadow on the ground, and her warning echoed, you will be devoured. Scene changed to him on his way out. Kim Junsu was still endlessly pondering the goddess's previous words. The second wave is clearly the zombie catastrophe that's about to happen. He was a bit worried, lost in thought. I destroyed the core for the Black Panther Church's zombie event, but are they just going to give up? Kim Junsu's vehicle landed smoothly right after. His mind was still on the undead dragon. No way. The undead dragon is probably being created as we speak. Kim Junsu carefully closed his vehicle's door, constantly thinking to himself, beating it alone is impossible. But when they saw he had returned, everyone ran out to greet him, overjoyed. Master, you're back. Kim Junsu looked toward Kali and began calculating in his head. There's only one way to deal with this, through Kali's personal quest. Jin spoke up. Master, did you manage to meet the god you needed to? He replied cheerfully. Yeah. So, what happened to that golden dragon I gave you? Everyone eagerly reported. We've finished butchering it, and everything has been carefully preserved. This made him extremely satisfied. Kim Junsu called out to Gin, who responded with a grin. Yes, master? He asked. What did you do to the Skit Bladnir while I was gone? It looks a little different. Jin replied happily. I just made a few improvements. He added. This kind of stuff is my specialty. Jun looked at the golden dragon's head in the background and broke out in a cold sweat. Amazing. But why did he leave the dragon's head here? The closer I get to him, the more messed up he seems. Baeksoyi chimed in with praise. Our little bro is a prodigy at this stuff. Jin complained. Geez, I told you not to call me little bro. Janet added. It looks so much better now, Callie exclaimed. It's like a mobile hotel now, huh? Kim Junsu felt a sense of accomplishment and praised them. You've all worked hard. In his heart, he was satisfied. My students are growing up so fast. He glanced over at Baeksoyi. She's gotten a lot stronger. Baeksoyi had reached level 6. She blushed, covered her mouth, and giggled. I knew you'd notice, Master. Seeing this, Janet raised her hand for attention. Master, what about me? Kim Junsu nodded in assessment. Janet will reach level 6 soon. As for Callie, he looked at her equipment stats and couldn't help but be amazed. At first, she only had 4 traits, but now she's even gained charm. Kim Junsu walked over and patted Callie's head, making the little girl blush with embarrassment. She was almost at level 5, too. He felt a wave of relief. Good. Callie was ready to start the mission. Jin was the first to speak up. So, where are we heading now? He answered quickly. West, to the Grand Canyon. Jin and Callie looked a bit shocked by what Kim Junsu said. The Grand Canyon? You don't mean the Great Rift, do you? He turned to the girl and gently laid out his plan. Callie, today, we're going to get you to level 5. Then, when we get to the Great Rift, we can put the Kalaru plant inside you, Kim Junsu asked. But you'll have to see your grandmother again, so your emotions might get unstable. Think you can handle it? Callie hesitated for a moment. She remembered her past self, how she had sworn an oath. The moment I became your student, I was already prepared for this. Callie clenched her fists and said with confidence, I can do it, trust me. Callie's personal quest was to kill her grandmother, who had become an otherworldly creature, and retrieve the Kalaru plant. This was the only way for someone with the blood of a goddess to escape their suffering. Kim Junsu was also calculating that getting the level 7 elixir there would be easier too. He put a hand on her shoulder to encourage her. All right, let's start training. Filled with fighting spirit, Callie pointed forward and declared dramatically, "Before we get to America, I have to go through hellish training." The others in the back played along perfectly. "Yes, sir, master." The scene changes to the bottom of a series of towering cliffs. In the distance was the Grand Canyon, the Great Rift. Kim Junsu used his sixth sense to analyze the path. Staring at the massive, decaying skeleton in front of them, he knew this place was a branch of the Black Panther cult. Baek Soyi said, "That pile of bones is disgusting," Kim Junsu reminded them. "From now on, everyone has to follow Callie. You all remember where we're supposed to meet up, right?" Callie was the first to answer, while also asking her own question. "Yes, the Conch Tower. But where are you going?" Kim Junsu pointed and replied, "I'm going to lure out the undead dragon in there." Janet looked at him, bewildered. "What? Isn't that super dangerous?" Baek Soyi quickly tried to reassure her. "Janet, at this point, you just got to accept it. Our master isn't the type to risk his life for nothing," Callie chimed in. "Besides, he has the heavenly demon body anyway." He smiled, satisfied. "Hearing you guys talk so much puts my mind at ease." Suddenly, something flashed in Callie's mind, making her frown and freeze. She clutched her head, stumbling and crying out, "My head!" Baek Soyi rushed over in a panic. "Callie, what's wrong?" Everyone crowded around her, worried, but Kim Junsu just stood to the side with his arms crossed, making no move. Finally, a reaction. Callie collapsed onto the ground, trembling. A sound. "I hear something." It wasn't the undead dragon, but another master of this place, a starling. Just then, a giant rift appeared at the Black Panther fortress. Inside the monitoring room, a sigh could be heard. "Time isn't moving at all," they chatted casually. "How much longer do we have to keep doing this?" "So stubborn." "How many years has it been now?" "About 20 years, I guess." The supervisor continued, "But we're finally about to see the end. If we pour enough mana into the dragon's corpse, we can make it our servant." His eyes filled with excitement. Then the day our cult rises will finally come. Suddenly, a noise made the supervisor turn his head. "What was that sound? Did you hear something just now?" At that exact moment, the person right next to him collapsed. While the supervisor was still in shock, a system notification appeared. Equipment traits: martial arts suppression, giant strength, stealth. Seeing this, Kim Junsu immediately lunged forward to attack the remaining person. With such sloppy guard duty, how the hell do you expect to survive? That's neglecting your duty, you know? But hey, this works for me. He looked up at the monitors and thought, I can't take on this many people by myself. They're all level 5 superhumans trained inside the rift. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Kim Junsu raised a card and swiped it. A notification immediately rang out. Identity confirmed. Sir Edmund, feeling the time was right, he slammed a button. Instantly, warning bells blared everywhere. Emergency situation detected. Iron doors slammed shut one after another, activating the defensive state. Just as Kim Junsu planned, everyone had to be locked inside. Meanwhile, the others were focused on channeling magic into the yellow dragon when suddenly an invisible gravitational force appeared around them. It threw them into a panic. What's that sound? What are the guards doing? The priest over there saw him standing up high, which left them all stunned. An intruder. What? How did he get in here? Moments later, a barrage of attacks flew straight at Kim Junsu. Kill him now! Seeing this, he unleashed his own move. All right, let's see what my new toy can do. Kim Junsu flashed back to a moment when he was rummaging through a cabinet. After a while, Kim Junsu was amazed to find an interesting item. He looked at the two guns inside, his eyes unconsciously lighting up. Back in the present, Kim Junsu was expertly wielding that very weapon. Take this, invincible guns. The bullets inside fired out one after another. Everyone in the room got hit. Unable to react in time, they cursed in frustration. Shit, why the hell do the bullets just keep coming? One of them urgently deployed his power, using a mana shield to block the bullets. Don't let him escape. The person next to him froze when he heard that. What? But suddenly, a voice rang out. Then who's gonna guard the undead dragon's seal? As soon as the voice faded, the scene descended into chaos. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, everyone screamed, "Run!" Just then, the yellow dragon suddenly roared, causing everything around it to shake. Being so close, he was also affected by it. At the same time, the system announced equipment traits: magic resistance, defense, barrier, mana shield, mana armor, mana barrier. Kim Junsu aimed his weapon at the yellow dragon and admitted, as expected of this chapter's boss, he's no joke. Soon after, powerful bullets shot out "Eat this" and slammed directly into its body. As the yellow dragon felt the pain, its roars grew even more ferocious. It seemed to lose control, spewing out a massive plume of fire. The sudden turn of events shocked him. Damn it! It's not even in its final form and it's already this strong? The system's sound popped up at the same time. Traits, airstrike, acceleration, high speed. Kim Junsu quickly ran in the opposite direction. The redstone. Just a little more. Almost there. Suddenly, he heard Baek Soyi's voice. Master! Over here! Kim Junsu immediately smirked. Perfect. He seized the opportunity and quickly moved toward them. As soon as he landed, Kim Junsu asked, Is this the place, Callie? The girl replied, Yes, I hear whispers. They say we're almost there. The moment Callie finished speaking, the yellow dragon charged toward them like a bullet. He quickly threw up a shield. Shit, was I too late? She turned her face toward the sun and mumbled. No. After observing for a moment, Callie confirmed, We did it. At the same time, the starling's voice echoed out. Who dares to oppress the descendant of the Holy Star Lord? It appeared directly above them. The starling continued. You piece of rotten meat. It seems you've lost all sense of fear, haven't you? Hearing this, the yellow dragon was immediately provoked. The two sides started to lose control and clash with each other. Witnessing this scene, Kim Junsu chuckled. Good, they're fighting each other. Baek Soyi, right beside him, agreed. If this keeps up, we're in luck. They'll take each other out and we'll win. He was a bit hesitant. That would be nice, but the children of the stars aren't that stupid. Since they shared the same blood, the little girl recognized her in an instant. At the same time, Junsu lunged forward to attack. And so, the main event began. Everything seemed to be going according to his calculations. Junsu thought about the Blood God's dance, a beautiful, fluid sword dance, but one that hid deadly fangs. He quietly observed, then assessed it. This move is strong and tricky enough, but it's nothing compared to the Firestar sword art. Instantly, the system displayed the equipped trait. Firestar sword art, sword master. Suddenly, hearing a loud roar, Junsu glanced over. Seeing the scene before him, he thought, just as I predicted. The Star Child has the upper hand. The yellow dragon was struggling to fight back against the Starkin, but it seemed to be a losing battle. It spoke, ordering the tentacle monster, Finish it, my child. Junsu mused, so it's finally ordering the zombie dragon to be killed. The tentacle monster is about to move. This is my chance. A sly smile spread across his face. There's only one reason I avoided a direct confrontation with the zombie dragon, to completely drain its power. Junsu climbed up the Starkin's body step by step, quickly grabbing the hammer. Exactly for this moment. It raised its voice in warning. You are stepping way out of your place. Suddenly, dozens of tentacles appeared from behind. Just obediently submit to the Holy Star Lord. Junsu heard his opponent say, You lowly insect. And then he forced a smile. Well, this is bad. The tentacles swarmed the surrounding area. He began to build momentum and leaped into the air. The moment Junsu landed, the sight before him was staggering. Seeing it, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. It still has this much power left? But that's not a problem, because I came prepared. I'm also a holy knight blessed by a god. Suddenly, lightning tore through the sky with a ferocious roar. He quickly seized the opportunity to gather power into the hammer. Jur's protection. Junsu recklessly slammed the hammer down onto the ground. Intense channels of lightning shot out, and with the power of Thor, each bolt latched onto the Starkin's body. Seeing this, he muttered, That should take care of things for now. Junsu immediately turned his gaze toward the yellow dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the sword from his hip. Junsu quickly unleashed the final move to end this battle. It's time to finish this. He climbed onto the Starkin's head, shocking it. Impossible. With one decisive sword strike, the attack instantly pierced through the yellow dragon and continued on, creating a beam of light that shot through the middle of the Starkin. The tentacle monster, who was also Callie's grandmother, seemed to be affected by it and let out a pained cry. Once everything had settled down, everyone began to approach her. He observed and thought, the holy water should help extend her life. And suddenly, the tentacle monster's body underwent a massive change. Junsu looked at the person before him and thought, she'll return to her original form for this short period. Her current age is probably on par with an extraterrestrial being. After the fierce battle, the surrounding landscape was left in ruins. He scanned the area and smiled. The operation was a success. A perfect success. Junsu's gaze fell upon the tentacle monster. The woman who had been controlled by the children of the stars had finally regained her sanity. But seeing that she was still lost in agony, he silently confirmed that her life would soon be over. Another Callie, one who shared the same name as the goddess Callie. The little girl ran over frantically, calling out, Grandma! Seeing the tentacle monster right in front of her, Callie was overwhelmed with emotion. Grandma! She immediately recognized her. Callie, is that you? Look how much you've grown. The little girl asked in surprise. You still recognize me? The tentacle monster replied. Of course. You are my last descendant. How could I ever not recognize you? Every time I thought of you, that extraterrestrial being would attack my mind. My darling. Callie's eyes welled up with tears. You were thinking of me? Her grandmother looked at her with a gentle gaze. You and I are the only two descendants of the goddess. If I don't pass this on to you, you will die. Hearing these words, Callie's tears began to flow freely. A moment later, the tentacle monster suddenly asked, "How is Ami?" The little girl quickly answered, "Dad's doing fine." Her grandmother continued, "I was always so worried about that boy. That's a relief. I miss my son so much." Callie hurriedly tried to comfort her. "Grandma, come with me to Seoul to see Dad. I'm sure he wants to see you too." Hearing her granddaughter's words, the tentacle monster smiled faintly. "Thank you, my love." Looking at her own hand as it slowly faded away, she said, "But I don't have much time left." Callie was stunned. "Grandma!" Suddenly, the tentacle monster turned to Junsu. "Benefactor, may I make one request?" He replied, "Of course." She spoke with sincerity. "Please cremate me and scatter my ashes on the floating Chaos Island. After you fulfill this last wish of mine, you will receive a gift for helping me die as a human being." The tentacle monster added, "I will bestow Kalarachi upon my granddaughter." The little girl, seemingly unable to accept the truth, grabbed her hand. "No." A moment later, the tentacle monster produced a treasured sword. "Callie, you must take this. Otherwise, your grandmother will wander this terrible world forever." The girl stared intently at the weapon floating in midair and quickly realized it was the SSR Kalarachi. Callie unconsciously reached out and took the hilt, and the sword immediately became one with her. The tentacle monster smiled gently. "Finally, I can rest in peace," Callie cried out, unable to accept it. "Grandma!" She quickly said, "No, please don't go." Junsu supported her grandmother's body. "You've been through so much. I will now begin the ritual." Callie's voice echoed in despair. "Grandma," the tentacle monster advised, "don't be sad, Callie," she continued. "The hearts of our family will always be connected." A giant fissure on the floating Chaos Island. Not too far away, they discovered a place related to the goddess Callie. It was an ideal location for mana to grow. However, this place also held the risk of turning one into a mutated monster if they were seduced by the whispers of a strange existence. The little girl hugged the urn and whispered, "I can hear Grandma's voice." Junsu said, "That might be the voice of the goddess Callie." The girl wondered aloud, "The goddess?" Callie then heard an explanation. "That's right, because you and your grandmother are both handmaidens who serve the goddess Callie. Now that you've also received the goddess's protection, it's only natural that you can hear her voice." A shadow flickered in the little girl's eyes. "It feels like the voice is comforting me," Callie prayed as she scattered the ashes. "Goddess, please take care of my grandmother." Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, startling Junsu. "What's going on? This insane pressure?" The girl seemed to understand. "Master, the goddess wants you to place your hand on the magic circle." Hearing that, a thought flashed through his mind. Has the goddess Callie descended? Junsu hesitantly reached out his hand. "Place my hand on the magic circle?" Instantly, a surge of power enveloped him, accompanied by a system notification. "You have acquired the superpower trait." Junsu thought in disbelief. "A superpower? I can't believe I obtained this trait so easily." The little girl saw his dazed expression and said, "This is a gift from the goddess." Junsu was lost in his own thoughts. "If I received this trait, that must mean right now." Callie unexpectedly thrust her sword forward. "Master, think you can keep up with me?" At the same time, he guessed, "I might be able to get Kalarachi." The girl launched her attack in midair. Callie moved as fast as lightning, and the system immediately displayed the Kalarachi traits. Bloodline of the goddess, divine blood dance. Junsu chased after her with his equipped traits: acceleration, lightning, flash step, psyche, superpower, and magic. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Because I got the superpower trait, it's like a bunch of my other traits exploded, increasing like wildfire. And since this place has a trait that dramatically increases mana, he quickly closed the distance to the girl. I can totally keep up with Callie." Seeing how fast he was, the girl grinned. "Not bad." Callie quickly swung a blade at Junsu. "I'm not gonna hold back." Swordmaster, superpower dance, he thought. When the Swordmaster trait and the dance trait meet, they'll merge into the sword dance trait. "Let's do this." The two of them clashed in midair, neither willing to back down, making the battle more and more real. Kim Junsu had to admit it. "Damn, that was fast. Is this the power of a goddess?" In just a split second, Kali had unleashed one move after another. He had seared every single one of her 108 sword strikes into his soul. When Kim Junsu's demonic eye and intuition read all of Kali's movements, they would instantly take shape as his very own sword dance. It was completely different from Kalarachi's Blood Shadow because Kim Junsu had practically rebuilt and improved it in his own style, Kalarachi Lightning. He looked at his own sword and couldn't help but smile. It's finally complete. At the same time, a system notification announced his equipment traits. Kalarachi, Martian sword style, Sword of Nephilim, 3 top-tier sword arts, Soon Frenzy. Kim Junsu tightened his grip on the sword. All he needed to do was create a build that could synergize well with them. His thoughts began to wander. After that, whether it's a demon lord or a holy maiden, a smirk crept onto Kim Junsu's lips. Even the damn Pope up there. I'll wipe them all out. As his mind was racing, a voice right next to him snapped him back to reality. You're so unfair! Kim Junsu turned to see Kali panting and was taken aback. He stammered, It's a misunderstanding. That wasn't the real Kali just now. I almost died too. You all saw it, right? She was jumping all over the place. It was like she became a completely different person. Suddenly, Baek Soyi pointed her knife straight at Kim Junsu. I don't want to hear your excuses. Her face darkened. What we really want is to spar with you. Janet had the equipment traits. Natural-born talent, Fountain of Magic, Diamond Body, Shield Expert, Provoke, and Sword of Nephilim. As for Kali, she used the equipment traits. Kalarachi, Blood of the Goddess, Blood Rain Sword, Shadow Step, and Time Dilation. Finally, Baek Soyi equipped the traits. Martian Sword Style, Combat Instinct, Giant Strength, and Adamant Body, then flashed a provocative smile. Because you've gotten stronger. Hearing this, Kim Junsu quickly accepted the challenge. Fine. He also equipped his traits. Martian Sword Style, Sword of Nephilim, Kalarachi, Master of the Sword, Fountain of Magic, and Diamond Body, then said arrogantly, Bring it on, all of you. A moment later, thousands of lightning bolts rained down. The battle quickly became an overwhelming victory for Kim Junsu. Baek Soyi, looking completely fried, barely managed to speak. I almost died. Are you okay? He answered, breathing heavily. Of course I'm fine. Kali bluntly pointed out. You're bleeding from your mouth. She asked, confused. What on earth did you do? Don't tell me you used all 3 sword styles at the same time. Kim Junsu thought for a moment before answering. It cost more mana than I expected. That's right. Hearing that, the girl complained. You really didn't hold back, Janet yelled. No wonder it hurt so much. Baek Soyi grumbled. You should have gone easier on us. He ignored their complaints and said, Chug some high-grade potions and get back to training, all of you. At your level, the monsters in the Great Fissure won't be that hard. Then Kim Junsu added, I've got something to take care of, so I'm leaving first. Don't even think about coming back until you're strong enough, he said seriously. Because something big is about to go down in Sune. She frowned, confused. Something big? Kim Junsu explained. Yeah, just like that last terrorist attack. It'll be serious enough to bring Soon to its knees. The 4 of them were stunned to hear this. As soon as everything was settled, he arrived at his destination not long after. The moment Kim Junsu pulled out the Holy Edict, a notification sound chimed, Congratulations, Master. It continued, You have reached level 7. He thought to himself that in Soon Frenzy, just reaching level 5 was enough to get priority rights. Thoughts began to swirl in Kim Junsu's mind. So what about level 7? The level considered the limit for superhumans, the ultimate state of being. At that point, you're considered a walking disaster. Compared to modern weapons, I'm on the level of an aircraft carrier. He calculated silently. So I have enough power to handle Chapter 2, but this still isn't enough for what's coming. Just then, his phone rang. I need stronger allies. The Tower Master is a good option. Kim Junsu quickly answered the phone. Yes, Tower Master. How have you been? The man said, Superhuman Kim, I'm calling you today because I want to brag. Kim Junsu felt like he knew what this was about. Brag? Don't tell me. He instinctively recalled what he himself had said. Isn't a warrior's approach different from a mage's? Who knows? Maybe my ultimate flame is better. The Tower Master chuckled. Interesting. Very interesting. So, you want to make a bet? The deadline is 2 years from now. Yours or the Magic Towers? Let's see whose ultimate flame is stronger, the man said cheerfully. As I promised, the ultimate flame of the Sun Tower. Kim Junsu couldn't hold back and immediately rushed to the Tower Master's location. The man cackled. I never expected we'd achieve the Magic Tower's long-held goal so quickly. At the same time, he thought to himself, a bet's a bet. If I lose here, Kim Junsu recalled the memory. Sounds good. What are we betting? The Tower Master immediately replied, If you win, I'll give you whatever you want. He smiled and added, But if I win, you have to join the Magic Tower's security team. Just the thought of it made Kim Junsu feel hopeless. I'll be a corporate slave for life. The Tower Master raised an eyebrow and said, When you see it with your own eyes, you'll have to admit your defeat. Why not just give up now? Kim Junsu spoke up. Tower Master, you need to remember that our bet is to see whose flame is time stronger asterisk. The man was stunned. What? So you too? Kim Junsu replied. That's right. I've already finished my preparations. Then he said, sorry, but how about we go compare them right now? The two of them quickly made their way to the chamber containing the Sun Tower's ultimate flame. Meanwhile, people were whispering, a mere warrior completed an ultimate flame? He probably just cooked up some useless magic crap. I really don't get why the Tower Master is so interested in him, but Mi-Eung-sik thought differently. He's the one who opened up a completely new perspective for our Magic Tower's techniques. He has no reason to lie. He's different. At that moment, the Tower Master saw the flame on Kim Junsu's finger and asked, is that your ultimate flame? Kim Junsu explained, to be precise, not really. I accidentally got a slightly different result. The man replied, it seems so. A tiny spark like that can't be an ultimate flame. That's right. Because this is the ultimate flame that you created in your own way. Before coming here, Kim Junsu had combined the 6 ingredients he had worked so hard to collect, starting with the black flame he obtained when he reached level 2. There was the sun flame he got from helping Mage Kim, the emblaze he got from teaching how to remove the mana chains, the Dragon King's fire from defeating the Golden Dragon, and the heaven fire given to him by the Goddess of Thorns. And finally, the chaos fire from his fight with the zombie dragon. Equipment traits, black flame, sun flame, emblaze, heaven fire, chaos fire, and Dragon King's fire. Kim Junsu had created a masterpiece, a flame powerful enough to incinerate everything, the Saintess's black flame baptism. He said, as I recall, your ultimate flame is something that surpasses even the sun cannon. You pursued destructive power and casting speed suitable for real combat, right? The Tower Master replied, that is correct. Kim Junsu continued, but my ultimate flame is different. I've reduced its power and the mana it consumes to an absolute minimum. The man frowned. Kim Junsu began to explain, the power of my ultimate flame increases as I pour more mana into it. When that happens, Kim Junsu gave a sly grin and said, this little flame can rival your ultimate flame. Hearing this, the Tower Master seemed unable to believe it. Let's see about that. He began to gather energy to activate his. Look closely. This is it. The Tower Master quickly asserted the dominance of the Sun Tower's ultimate flame. He smirked, for a superhuman like you, this is probably too much to handle. I suggest you give up. Suddenly, the Tower Master's eyes froze at the sight before him. He glanced around and saw that everything was engulfed in flames. What? The Tower Master was dumbfounded. Impossible. How could a single tiny flame do all this? He suddenly felt that things had gotten out of control and ordered, stop. The second the Tower Master saw the flame pierce right through, his voice got all frantic. You can stop now. The moment Kim Junsu stopped, the heat around him was still intense. The system announced the stats for the Sun Tower's ultimate flame. Destructive power 290, range 78, mana consumption 20, casting time 11, difficulty 33, for a total of 441. At the same time, it announced the stats for his ultimate flame. Destructive power 300, range 100, mana consumption 100, casting time 100, difficulty 200, for a total of 800. Kim Junsu raised an eyebrow at the Tower Master. Bullseye. Then he declared, this is my ultimate flame. Over on their side, they overheard and couldn't believe their ears. No way. 800 points? The old man said in disbelief, this is incredible. You've created such an amazing flame. How on earth did you manage to create something like that? Hearing that, Kim Junsu felt a little guilty. All I did was copy it. He said nonchalantly, if you'd like, I can tell you how. That way, the Sun Tower's ultimate flame can be even more perfected. The Tower Master was stoked. Really? Thank you so much, Superhuman Kim. You're a really good person. Kim Junsu suddenly laid out a condition. But first, since I won, you have to grant my request. The guy immediately dropped his admiring expression. Fine, spit it out. What do you want? Kim Junsu cracked a slight smile. My demand is this. I need people who can fight against the Father. Therefore, I want to form a blood alliance with the Sun Tower. Not long after, it started to rain. Kim Junsu headed back in a great mood. All right, he thought to himself. Now I've got 2 allies to fight against the Father. Everything's going exactly as planned. Kim Junsu paused at that thought. But at the same time, things are going a little too smoothly. Right on cue, a notification sound chimed. You have received a file from Song Hyun Johan of the Kumo Group. Would you like to open it? His eyes widened. He was totally surprised. Chairman Song? Kim Junsu immediately hit open. Did she already find out who's behind the Black Panther Society? Folders quickly popped up in front of him. The words top secret, Black Panther Society on top just confused Kim Junsu. A top secret file. A ton of questions popped into his head. What the hell is this? Right after, more cryptic text appeared. To Legion Commander Jom, Lightning streaked across the sky, like a warning that something bad was about to happen. At the same time, Kim Junsu wondered, why is the Eastern General's name here? He thought, is the Eastern Army funding the Black Panther Society's black magic research? Kim Junsu went quiet, thinking it over. It's probably not the general himself. He silently guessed. He's not the type to stoop that low. Then, a moment later, Jom's voice boomed. Who is it? He roared. Who dares to commit such a shameless insult? Kim Junsu explained. General, I'm just an outsider, so I don't want to meddle in the Army's internal business. But right now, the Eastern Army is basically a potential terrorist organization. Jindu and Hyungdu, watching from the side, were dead silent. Dungdu didn't dare make a peep either. Jom spoke up. Division commanders, did any of you know about this beforehand? After a moment of silence, he got angry. Why aren't you answering? Jom pressed them. Or was it one of you who did this? The woman quickly denied it. That's impossible. We would never do something like that. Dungdu suddenly spoke up. Father? He immediately bowed his head and confessed, it's my fault. The truth is, the Eastern Army has been involved in incidents like this on a regular basis. The general was stunned. What? Dungdu explained, to modify our bodies into the optimal constitution for the Black Fox sword style, we craved magic. Jom frowned. And you're telling me that was the right thing to do? He stated firmly, no, that was a disgraceful act. Looking back now, I realize it was all just meaningless vanity, Kim Junsu thought. At least there's one level-headed person in this family. Dungdu added, Father, all of this is my fault, as the eldest son. Please, punish me accordingly. And General, as the commander of the 1st Division, I have a request. He said, please, completely root out the illegal activities and black magic spreading through our legion. Jindu and Hyungdu were stunned. Jom rubbed his temples and said, all right. Of course. He said, Superhuman Kim, no, I should call you swordsman now. Kim Junsu replied, yes, General. Jom said, I want to conduct a top-level general inspection of the entire Eastern Army. He asked, will you take the lead on this full-scale investigation? Kim Junsu froze. Me? He thought. Why the hell am I getting dragged into someone else's family drama? Jindu stood up to object. Father, you can't do this. Our legion's honor will be at stake. Jom cut her off. If you people knew the first thing about honor, you would have done a better job before things got this bad. He said to him seriously, Swordsman, you see, I have many children, but I can't trust any of them with this responsibility. I am officially appointing you to the position of Honorary Inspector General and granting you the honorary rank of Major General. Jom placed all his faith in him. What do you say? Will you accept our request? Suddenly, Kim Junsu remembered something. Wait a sec. This is another chance to get an ally. Realizing this, he accepted with a grin. If you're trusting me with this position, then of course I'll give it my all. A few days later, at the Inspector General's office, Kim Junsu asked, how's the investigation into the underground magic tower in Nog going? Jom replied, your suspicions were spot on. They've been illegally capturing monsters and magical beasts. Kim Junsu realized, no wonder. I was wondering why the Eastern Army's research funds were being leaked. He then asked, what about the Gangnam side? Cho replied, they're also running an illegal underground arena for mutant monsters. Kim Junsu nodded. Just as I thought, all the pieces are starting to fit together. He added, they've been running an illegal monster arena, forcing humans and monsters to slaughter each other just for entertainment. It's an insane and dangerous idea. The general suddenly wondered, how did you know about this too? Kim Junsu explained, warrior-class superhumans using black magic to boost their power? Yeah, I know exactly what's going on here. His expression darkened as he remembered the events from the game's plot. I know exactly where I need to go next. Kim Junsu started to recall the past. For the past few days, I've pulled all-nighters reviewing all the Eastern Army's confidential documents and budget plans. He looked at the traits of his demonoid gear: intuition, night vision, comprehension, insight, focus, and figured it out. And thanks to those OP traits, I was able to narrow down the search to a few key clues. As Kim Junsu busily sifted through the information, he thought, I've found all the evidence of illegal activity related to the budget. He started analyzing. All that's left is to find the person behind it all. Kim Junsu thought, the researchers, or in other words, the one who approved all of this. He was shocked when he saw a research file on the effects of actual combat in the arena on leveling up. These people are. Suddenly, a strange object appeared in mid-air. It suddenly exploded in the darkness. The smoke and dust inside instantly cleared, revealing some familiar figures. Jindu spoke. Check if he's dead. We have to get back before father finds out. Hyungdu replied. Yes, sister. Suddenly, the two of them noticed something was off. When she saw the person sitting right in front of them, she was completely shocked. How? Kim Junsu gave a little smirk. What's the matter? You really think I'd die from a single bomb? Hearing that, Jindu yelled, You arrogant little punk. I already figured it was you two. I bet you guys freaked out when the Break Z Legion's secret base was destroyed, huh? She immediately gave an order, 3rd Division Commander, let's attack together and end this quickly. He replied, Got it. The more Jindu thought about it, the more pissed she got. Her voice dropped low. You should have just kept your mouth shut. The two of them charged forward at the same time. Let us show you that there's always someone stronger. He raised an eyebrow. Asterisk, always a bigger fish, huh? Asterisk, Kim Junsu parried their attacks simultaneously. Asterisk, you guys just walked straight into the tiger's jaws. Asterisk, he watched, sizing them up. Asterisk, just as I thought. The ferocious assault from these two tigers is something else entirely. Asterisk, Kim Junsu analyzed. Asterisk, both masters of the White Tiger sword style are aiming for my vitals. Asterisk, he could feel their power bearing down on him, especially Jindu's. That bastard was dangerously sadistic. The chaos around them escalated, but Kim Junsu continued to face them both head-on. The moment she thrust her blade at him, he parried it. A huge explosion went off at the same time. Seeing his opponent's scheme, Jindu quickly ordered, Go after him. Hyungdu replied, Yes, ma'am. Without a moment's hesitation, the two of them unleashed the violent tiger destruction technique. Kim Junsu paused. Asterisk, so, 2 white tigers, huh? Asterisk. He began to gather power into his sword, then quickly released a colossal amount of energy. You think that's enough? The man said, unshaken. It's all for show. He's only level 7. The clash of steel echoed, and everything began to turn into a sinister sea of red. Jindu frowned at the sight. What the hell is this? Kim Junsu's lips curled into a smirk. Only level 7? Yeah, that's right. But then he activated the Nephilim sword trait, the Kalarachi Firestar sword style, and Thor's master spiritual sword technique, before letting out a sneer. Asterisk, I'm not your average level 7 transcendent, I'm a gold warrior. Asterisk. Kim Junsu charged forward fiercely. You'll pay for trying to destroy the evidence. The entire area descended into chaos. Thunderous explosions rocked the ground one after another. The sword aura was power in its purest form. Overwhelmed by his power, Hyungdu instantly fell back. This was the spirit of a transcendent who had shattered every one of his limits. A violent shockwave shot up his blade. Normally, the recoil would throw a swordsman off balance, but the Firestar sword style was completely different. Equipment trait, Firestar sword style, Black Tiger sword style, the Swordmaster. It harnesses both the explosion and the recoil for acceleration. Hyungdu charged in a fury. How dare you? His movements became pure instinct, as if he could see into the future itself. With a single devastating strike, his blade threatened to rip the battlefield asunder. Though gravely wounded, Jindu fought on. I will kill you, Kim Junsu scoffed. So you've thrown away that honor you used to cherish so much? She charged forward like a feral beast. You arrogant fool. Jindu began to unleash her power. I'll show you the power I gained from black magic. A thought flashed through his mind, the wounds from fighting monsters. He confirmed it to himself. Asterisk, that's enough. The culprit is painfully obvious. I don't need any more proof. Asterisk. The moment the thought crossed his mind, she lunged. This is my Black Tiger sword style. Their powers clashed violently. Suddenly, a terrible premonition struck Jindu, and she froze in place. Impossible. How can a brat like you perform the Black Tiger sword style so flawlessly? Kim Junsu sneered. Isn't it obvious? He unleashed his own sword style in a decisive counterattack. Because I am Kim Junsu, the true master of the Black Tiger sword. At the same time, a system notification chimed. Equipment trait. White Tiger sword style. Black Tiger's ferocious fang. Black Tiger's thunderstrike. Black Tiger's heaven cleaving slash. Black Tiger's dark shadow. Black Tiger's light flame sword. Not long after, he was back with Jom. The man praised him. You've done well. Thanks to you, discipline has been restored to the Eastern Corps. Kim Junsu asked, What about those who took part in the illegal activities? Jom concluded, I have punished them myself. But then he turned and asked unexpectedly, How do you think they should be handled? He replied honestly, They are your men, sir, so I hesitate to speak out of turn. But Kim Junsu's gaze on Jom was unwavering. I believe they must be punished to the full extent of military law, especially for ambushing me and attempting to destroy the evidence. The man sighed. I wish I had a son like you. I can't even handle my own. Life is so short. It feels like I've lived my entire life in vain. Kim Junsu quickly reassured him. That's not true at all, Corps Commander. He added, If it weren't for you, sir, Korea would have been wiped out in the Second World War. In the game, Our country was saved solely by the resistance, not by the Allied victory, Kim Junsu thought. Asterisk, not to mention the Eastern Corps commander's immense contributions during the Korean War. Asterisk, he then bowed respectfully. Please don't forget, sir. We are all living on the foundation you built. Jom couldn't help but smile at that. He called him out directly. Are you buttering me up for a reward? Kim Junsu laughed sheepishly. Is it that obvious? Jom instructed. All right, close your eyes and stand still. Kim Junsu began to wonder what he could possibly be getting. A moment later, the commander spoke. What I am about to give you is my everything, the Eastern Corps. Hearing that, it finally clicked for Kim Junsu. Asterisk, wait, don't tell me it's... Asterisk, he accepted it and immediately confirmed the strongest trait of Xun, the vessel containing the entire life of the heroic Corps commander. Kim Junsu began to feel it. The flow of mana was powerful and ferocious, like it was being injected directly into his veins. Jom let out a cough. Looks like the transfer went smoothly. He was shocked. Corps commander? Kim Junsu asked with concern. Why would you go so far for me? The commander replied, I was going to pass it on to someone eventually, but you won't be able to use it just yet, Jom explained. Only when you reach level 8 will you be able to awaken this power. Kim Junsu hesitated. Thank you, sir. I honestly don't know how I could ever repay you. The commander said, my only condition is that you become a constellation. From what I hear, people these days call that the strongest on Earth, Jom added. Reach level 9. That will be enough to make my sacrifice worthwhile. Shortly after, Kim Junsu was back. He couldn't shake a feeling of unease as he replayed the events in his head. The Corps commander was supposed to die in a few years, but by transferring his mana to him, that time would now come much sooner. Kim Junsu wondered. Asterisk, can I really reach level 9 within a year? Asterisk, after a moment, his phone rang. Yes, Chairman Seong. Thanks to your help, I was able to resolve the problem with the Eastern Corps. Hee-yeon cut in. Have you seen the news? Swordmaster Kim Junsu frowned. The news? Breaking news. A zombie outbreak has occurred in several locations across Brazil. Hundreds of casualties have been reported so far. Meanwhile, the Brazilian government is mobilizing its response. He thought in confusion. Asterisk, a zombie outbreak? I thought I already dealt with that when I wiped out the Black Panther cult. Asterisk. Kim Junsu mumbled to himself. Could they still be carrying out their plan in Brazil after failing in Seoul? Too Long is dead. So why? She said the location they found by tracing the clues they'd gathered matches the epicenter of the zombie outbreak. He asked, and where is that? Hee-yeon replied quickly, Sao Paulo. Ring any bells? Kim Junsu said. It does. I'm flying there right now to get to the bottom of this. Asterisk, Sao Paulo. That's where the Black Panther's lost divinity is located, and it's also where the wise god, Poka, reigns. Asterisk. He headed there with that thought in mind. Asterisk. Their goal is to steal Poka's godhood. Asterisk. Kim Junsu concluded silently. Asterisk. By reviving the Ghost Legion. Asterisk. Before long, he had landed in Brazil. He stood before the Sao Paulo Cathedral. Asterisk. The reason the Black Panther cult started the zombie outbreak in Seoul was to generate a massive number of corpses. Asterisk. He thought, asterisk. If the Macumba cult doesn't intervene in time, Poka's divinity will be stolen, and the Black Panther will be resurrected. I can't let things play out according to the Saintess's plan. Asterisk. Kim Junsu quickly entered the cathedral. It's an honor to meet you, great chieftain. The man replied cheerfully, hello. The honor is all mine to see you again. Swordmaster, I heard you paid a visit to the Great Gorge. My brothers at the Great Gorge branch said they saw you with their own eyes. He chuckled. That's right. I suppose I should have paid my respects to the Macumba cult at the front lines there. As he said this, Kim Junsu immediately bowed. I was delayed by pressing matters. Please forgive my late arrival. The great chieftain waved a hand dismissively. Think nothing of it. We are merely doing our duty as servants of the moon. When the great fissure threatens to overflow, the Macumba cult dispatches a wise god to hold back the creatures from the other side, just as the Guardian Alliance stands watch over the great labyrinth of Arhen. He suddenly asked, But what brings a busy guy like you all the way out here? Kim Junsu replied politely, I have something urgent to discuss with you, sir, concerning the Black Panther cult. The great chieftain couldn't hide his shock at the words, the Black Panther cult. Kim Junsu wasn't surprised. Of course he's shocked. Those bastards have been a threat to the god Poka for ages. Kim Junsu got straight to the point. I've gathered some intel recently. I suspect it's connected to the current zombie outbreak. He continued. That's right. I'm pretty sure they're trying to summon the Ghost King right here. The great chieftain's voice boomed. What? What the hell are you talking about? This is a city under a god's protection. How dare a bunch of pathetic undead even try something? Kim Junsu presented his evidence. Take a look at this, he added. It'll help you understand what I'm saying. The man hesitated. Fine, I'll look at this. but I can't completely trust the word of an outsider. Kim Junsu forced a polite smile. Even so, I hope you'll reconsider. At the same time, he thought, damn, why am I practically begging to help a country I don't even live in? Of course, from their point of view, it wasn't easy to believe. Their god here, Poka, is still immature, so they can't sense any real threat. He understood that what he was saying probably sounded completely insane. But a moment later, the great chieftain bowed his head and said, I'm sorry, but I don't think we can get involved in something that would disturb our deity. I wish you a safe journey. Having been politely kicked out, Kim Junsu quickly left the great holy hall. He helplessly ran his hands through his hair, muttering, well, everything's screwed. The next day, as the sun began to rise, Kim Junsu was still pacing around, feeling completely useless. Without the help of the Mama Makila order, finding the Ghost King's location is going to be incredibly difficult. Am I supposed to just wait around for another zombie outbreak to happen? I can't think of a single decent plan. Suddenly, a voice rang out. So, there you are. The Saintess slowly approached. This is our third meeting, isn't it? Savior, he thought to himself. The Saintess of the old dame's cult. She's the mastermind behind everything, and she has the nerve to show her face so shamelessly. Kim Junsu walked up to her. Keeping busy, are we? Coming all the way to Brazil? She just shrugged. That's right. I didn't expect to have to come to Brazil either. Then, the Saintess lowered her voice. And it's all thanks to a certain someone standing right in front of me. He used his gear's appraisal skill to observe her and gritted his teeth. A level 8 Saintess. I can't beat her. Kim Junsu analyzed the situation. At lower levels, I can take on superhumans one level above me, but level 8 is on a whole other plane. It's impossible. She smirked. Do you have any questions for me? I bet you have a lot. He immediately ignored her. Nope. Get out of my way. What's the point in asking? He thought. I'll just find the answers myself anyway. Just as Kim Junsu was about to open his car door, the Saintess suddenly spoke. Fine. Then let me ask you a question. When he turned back around, her face was already inches from his. The sight before him was something Kim Junsu could never have imagined. Savior. The Saintess asked with a menacing glare. You're from another world, aren't you? She continued. I never expected this. I thought the Savior would also be from another world, just like me. That's why I performed the ritual. Hearing this, he couldn't hide his suspicion. You performed the ritual? The Saintess's voice was cold. You didn't know? Suddenly, she said, I was the one who summoned you. I thought the ritual was a failure, but it turns out it succeeded beyond my wildest dreams. Hearing that, Kim Junsu immediately shot back. What kind of crap are you talking about? The gods told me that if anyone actually managed to summon me, the summoner would definitely be dead. He suddenly recalled the words of the goddess Geir. It seems it wasn't her then. If you summon a soul from another dimension, the summoner's own soul suffers immense damage. It's highly likely that the one who summoned you, my child, has already faded from existence. The Saintess gently pointed a finger at Kim Junsu. So that's the first question. What did I sacrifice? He frowned, thinking, could she have offered something else to summon me? If that's the case, don't tell me. Filled with doubt, Kim Junsu asked, did you use your own future as the offering? The Saintess let out a smirk. As expected of the Savior. That's right. I sacrificed my entire future, this very soul included. He raised his voice. You're insane. Doing that means you've lost even the chance to be reincarnated. She fell silent. Once this world is gone, what's the point of reincarnation anyway? The Saintess continued. Instead of being worn down by endless cycles of rebirth just to become cosmic fertilizer, isn't it better for this existence to be used for something meaningful? Her expression suddenly twisted. At a time of my own choosing? The Saintess smiled wickedly. And so, Savior, I demand that you stop wandering around and offer both your body and your soul to the Father. Kim Junsu yelled, why are you taking it this far? The Father can't even be resurrected perfectly anymore. She cut him off. I know, she continued, but plans have to change with the circumstances. A small world is only worthy of a small god. Don't you think so? Kim Junsu frowned. Don't tell me, you mean a sage god? The Saintess replied cheerfully. Exactly. She added, the Father will descend in the form of a sage god. He will be reincarnated from generation to generation to protect this world. The Saintess said that then, all the foretold disasters would be completely erased. As she spoke, her thoughts seemed to manifest on her face as it began to distort. If he gains power by stealing the fate of someone from another world, the Father will rule this one. She held out her hand. What do you say? Come with me and offer up that body and soul to save the world. The Saintess reached her hand toward his face, our holy and great Savior. Just as her hand was about to touch his temple, Kim Junsu decisively slapped it away. He let out a scornful laugh. What? Save the world by sacrificing myself? In this world, where he had no family or friends, he had finally found people he wanted to protect. Of course, Kim Junsu was willing to lay down his life to fight for them. He immediately flipped her the bird and said, "Get lost. I'm not an idiot. There's no way in hell I'm going to be the only one making a sacrifice here." The Saintess gave a cold smile. "How disappointing. You'd abandon the greater good just to save your own skin?" Kim Junsu shot back. "So what if I would? To me, a world dying from disaster or a world turned into a human farm under some cosmic being, they're both the same kind of disaster." The Saintess sighed. "What a pity. If only you still had your original memories, instead of the ones from this world, perhaps we could have understood each other better." Hearing this, Kim Junsu frowned. "What? What original memories?" She didn't answer and quickly vanished. "Well then, until we meet again. Farewell." He yelled, "Hey, wait a second!" Before she left, the Saintess added, "May the Father's full blessing descend upon the Savior." Kim Junsu angrily wondered, that Saintess, what the hell was she talking about right before she disappeared? Suddenly, an alarm bell began to ring. An order was immediately issued from inside the Great Holy Hall. "Emergency! All units, assemble to protect Lord Poka." He hurriedly grabbed a guard and asked, "Hey, what's going on?" The man frowned. "Are you a civilian?" "Evacuate now," he said, then explained. "Zombie soldiers are swarming the town." Kim Junsu knew instantly. It's the Ghost King. He's finally shown himself. He rushed to join the battle. At this moment, the Ghost King hadn't yet reached level 9, which meant Kim Junsu ran right into him after just a few steps. The Ghost King spoke softly. "So, it's you." The human Black Panther mentioned. He smirked. "Perfect. If I reshape your body and devour that soul, my power will be fully restored." Hearing this, Kim Junsu couldn't help but be pissed. "Are you for real? Do I look like that much of a pushover?" The Ghost King said contemptuously. "Surrender now, and I won't torture your soul." Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Junsu lunged forward, using an airstrike. "Yeah, try me." He began to transform, using the power of the giants. The king casually swung his blade at him. Kim Junsu struggled to analyze the situation. The Ghost King is an entity that's a warrior, a mage, and a priest all at once. Junsu figured that even if he hadn't fully recovered his strength, he was still around level 7.5. Thinking this, he activated 3 traits at once: giant strength, diamond body, and invincibility. Junsu also considered that even Bill, one of the so-called Key 3, couldn't match this guy's physical strength. Should I try using that old tiger's power? Junsu suddenly remembered the moment Diom gave him the strength trait. "What I am about to give you is everything I and the Eastern Army possess." Junsu quickly retracted the thought. "No, it's way too dangerous to use something incomplete that I haven't even mastered yet. Looks like I have to fight for real now." He began to use the Holy Power Equipment trait. Holy Light, Aura, Healing Hand, Miraculous Magic, Halo. Among his survival traits were Jer's Healing Hand, Kali's Miraculous Magic, and the Halo. Junsu thought, this is the strongest possible move against the undead. I'll dominate the power of death with divine force. Without a second thought, he immediately used the ordained Holy Knight trait. Junsu unleashed a barrage of attacks, forcing the Phantom King to exclaim, "Impressive." He instantly launched a counterattack. The Phantom King spoke as he fought back. "Truly, very impressive." Hearing this, Junsu didn't react much and just kept up the pressure. He suddenly burst out laughing, "But it's all meaningless against me." Activating debuff effect. Equipped traits are being removed. Holy Power has been removed. Holy Light has been removed. Aura has been removed. Healing Hand has been removed. Miraculous Magic has been removed. Junsu thought, this is the Phantom King's unique trait, Heaven's Subversion. As the thought crossed his mind, the corner of his mouth lifted in a slight smirk. "No problem," Junsu observed. "If he's resorting to this move, it means he's already taken enough damage from my holy power." He muttered, "Good. The prep phase is complete, and now for the next traits." Junsu used the equipped traits: Giant Strength, Spirit Sorcery, Battle Instinct, Ordained Holy Knight, and Resonating Lightning Strike. The Phantom King suddenly sensed that something was wrong. "Omnipotent One!" he suddenly roared. "You are worthy of being my prey!" Then, the Phantom King began his summons. "Lend me your names." His voice echoed everywhere. "Black Panther, hear my command." At the same time, Junsu equipped the traits: Magic Resistance, Invincibility, Diamond Body, and Immortality. Ordained Holy Knight, Massacre. Then he thought to himself, a large-scale grand magic spell that requires sacrificing his entire zombie army to cast. This is gonna hurt. But this was a price he had to pay if he wanted to defeat the Phantom King. Looking around, his sense of urgency grew. If I don't deal with these zombies right now, he'll use recovery magic to fully resurrect them. I'm so sick of this resurrection crap. Following the purple glow in the darkness, Junsu advanced. Phase 1 is over. I'll end this before the Phantom King's Heaven's Subversion is off cooldown. He began to focus on his counterattack, activating the traits he gained from his near-death experiences, Frenzy and Wrath. Junsu used a 3-stack Berserker combo, equipping the traits, Mars Sword Style, Kalera's Sword, Nephilim Sword, 1 against 10,000, Frenzy, and Wrath. He charged forward without a hint of fear, attacking head-on. Seeing Junsu's courage, the Phantom King praised him. You really are interesting. Junsu gave a cold laugh. Let's see how long you can last. The king replied confidently, You don't stand a chance. The Phantom King surrounded Junsu's body, saying, Once you're caught, there's no escape. Junsu suddenly broke free from the encirclement, stunning him. Demon Hand, a control skill that forcibly holds the opponent in place. I can handle it with my mana. The Phantom King seemed to sense something strange. He asked suspiciously, How do you know so much about me? Junsu replied casually, Oh, you know, when you kill a guy about 100 times in a game, you kinda get the hang of it. He tightened his grip on his weapon. All right, now to move in with this thunder-filled hammer. Time to dish out some damage. Junsu unleashed a storm of blows on the Phantom King's body. He concentrated his power and decisively threw the king, sending him flying. The attack left a long, deep gash on the ground. Junsu looked at his own hands and thought to himself, He's holding on better than I thought, huh? The side effects of Berserker's Eye are starting to kick in. Berserk mana has manifested. My blood vessels and nerves are being destroyed. Damn it, just a little more, just a little longer. Refusing to yield, the Phantom King gathered a source of spiritual power in the center of his chest, growling. Truly impressive. Yes, incredibly impressive, O omnipotent one. But you look absolutely pathetic right now, because the price for that absolute perfection is an unbearable burden. Right in the middle of his chest, the source of power flared violently. He roared, I guess I'll have to take a hit too. Seeing this, Junsu smirked, thinking triumphantly. There it is. It's finally entering the final phase. A swirling vortex erupted from the Phantom King's body, enveloping his surroundings. Observing the scene, Junsu silently assessed the Phantom King's wide-area attack, a violent tempest, strong enough to paralyze a normal person and stop their heart in 0.1 seconds. From within his chest, the king's heart was visibly throbbing with each beat. Seeing it, Junsu muttered, but that also means you've exposed your weak point. A series of equipped traits appeared as Junsu channeled his strength and ran forward. Equipped traits, magic resistance, invincibility, diamond body, immortality, ordained holy knight, airstrike. He assessed himself. Between the after effects of the berserk state and the debuffs from the Phantom King, even with all these traits helping, my body is reaching its limit. Gripping his sword tightly, Junsu made a silent vow. I have to end this, and fast. The Phantom King gloated, shouting, Fool, it's useless to try and endure. With that, he unleashed a murderous wave of spiritual power that filled the entire space. As he defended, Junsu thought, it's Heaven's Subversion again. By now, Junsu's mouth was full of blood. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Shit. If my traits disappear right now, the pain will be. Faced with the overwhelming pressure, Junsu struggled to stay on his feet and hold on. Witnessing the scene, the Phantom King offered a condescending compliment. Truly impressive. You're the best of all the heroes I've ever met. But that hero story ends here. With that, he raised his sword high, creating a massive wave of pressure, and roared, Die! A long moment later, the entire space was filled with thick dust and fell into silence. Junsu stepped out full of vigor, wearing a fur cloak, and said, You let your guard down, Phantom King. Seeing him, the king cried out, The Golden Fleece! Without another word, Junsu slashed the Phantom King, sending him reeling backward, and said with satisfaction, You know your stuff, huh? Its effect is immortality. Junsu began to use equipment with different traits. Mars Sword Style, Kalera's Sword, Nephilim's Sword, Master of Spirit Swords, Ordained Holy Knight. The blow pinned the Phantom King's sword straight into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Junsu flew high into the air, preparing for a surprise attack, and declared, It's over! Instantly, Junsu landed a fatal blow right in the king's chest. The Phantom King's heart was easily pierced straight through by the blade of spiritual energy. Refusing to submit, he struggled, reaching out and screaming in agony, I can't die like this! The Phantom King's sharp-clawed hand immediately pierced right through Junsu's abdomen before he could defend himself. Lifting Junsu high into the air, he cruelly declared, At least I'll take you down with me. By this point, Junsu had coughed up a mouthful of blood, cursing himself internally. I screwed up. My body is falling apart. I couldn't dodge it. In those moments, Junsu's eyes grew heavy. He thought with despair, am I going to die? The world, everything is fading away from me. Suddenly, a bright light flared up in the dark space. He vaguely reminded himself, no, not yet, not yet. A system notification appeared. Equipped trait, cheating death, nullifies one fatal blow and restores health. The next day, Junsu groggily woke up in a hospital bed. Seeing he was awake, someone asked, "You're awake?" Looking at the space outside, Junsu mumbled, "Where am I?" "This is a hospital in São Paulo, run by the Maquila Church." He then turned his eyes to the Archpatriarch and said, "So that's why you're here." The man spoke. "We were really worried. You were out for a long time. I thought the hero, the savior of São Paulo, and the holy knight was gone for good." Hearing this, Junsu managed a weak smile and replied, "Savior? You're exaggerating." Inside, he was screaming, "Please, stop calling me a savior." The Grand Chief said, "We brought the damaged holy sword here, and our own priests were the ones who healed you. Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Kim Junsu replied, "Yeah, I'm fine, but have you seen my gear?" He answered, "We've placed it in the security vault along with the Ghost King's equipment set." Hearing this, an interested look appeared on his face as he exclaimed to himself, "Huh? The Ghost King stuff? Perfect time to cash in." Suddenly, the Grand Chief bowed his head respectfully and said, "We were so rude last time, how could we have ignored your warning?" Kim Junsu waved his hands and said, "No, he just showed up earlier than I thought." He continued, "Even if you had tried to come up with a countermeasure, it would have been extremely difficult." He presented a box and replied, "Thank you so much. It's not much, but please accept this as a token of my gratitude." Opening it to find 2 vials of elixirs, Kim Junsu exclaimed, "Elixirs!" Even so, he was already a bit critical in his heart. "Seriously? That's it? I'm the one who saved your guys' god, you know?" A moment later, the Great Elder pulled out another item and said, "And this. After checking your file, we've found the source of the zombie outbreak." As Kim Junsu held it, looking confused, the old man explained, "That's data we collected after wiping out the Black Panther Guild's base in Sao Paulo. Whether you need it or not, I hope it will help you. Holy Sword." Thinking of the Black Panther Society, he secretly speculated, if we've taken down the Black Panther Society's headquarters, then there's definitely evidence about the Patriarch Society in here. Kim Junsu clenched it in his hand, tears of happiness welling up as he thought. Chapter 2. With all its misery, pain, and exhaustion is over. It's really over. Suddenly, the Grand Chief asked, "Holy Sword, after you've recovered, shall we visit the Great Holy Temple again? That person wants to see you." A while later, he arrived at the place of the one who wished to meet him. Seeing him, the person introduced themselves. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Poca, the living god of Brazil." Kim Junsu bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Hello, I am Kim, level 7 super soldier." "You must have been very worried," Poca said softly. "Yes, but it's all right now, because I have escaped death." Hearing that, he exclaimed, "Death?" He began to speak in a serious tone. "My destiny was originally to die. Because of the Black Panther Society and the people you know, I was supposed to be kidnapped, tortured, and then executed." Kim Junsu asked hesitantly, "Why are you telling me this?" His heart grew heavy again as he thought, "I thought he was still too young to see the future." Poca looked at him with sad eyes and said, "Even with his divinity lacking, I could still vaguely foresee my future. But fate has changed." He walked up to Kim Junsu and continued in a low voice, "The moment you pierced through the Ghost King's chest, afterwards, Poca and all the soldiers bowed their heads with immense gratitude and said, 'Holy Knight, the Holy Sword of the East, you didn't just save Sao Paulo, you saved me as well.'" Hearing this, his lips trembled. That," Kim Junsu said in disbelief. "I didn't know I had saved a god." He thought to himself, there's a definite gap between the game and reality. Is this the butterfly effect? Poca bowed solemnly and said, "I have very high expectations for you. In this world, there sometimes exist beings with power so immense they can change the fate of a god." He extended a hand towards Kim Junsu and continued, "Beings that humans often call destiny breakers." And then Poca smiled and whispered to him, "You, a person from another world, are a very special one among them." Hearing this, Kim Junsu was stunned for a moment. Regaining his composure, he placed a hand on his chest and replied, "Thank you for your acknowledgement." Poca said, "Not only that, from now on, the Mamakilla Society will always be on your side, Holy Sword. So, as a holy knight of our society, become the commander of our church army." Hearing that, he marveled to himself. "For real? Talk about going all out," Kim Junsu said with delight. Having all this insane power and not a single bit of responsibility to go with it? In his heart, he thought, "Thanks, man. I'll be careful. I know you're entrusting me with this great responsibility because you believe in me. But for now, something more important." Then Kim Junsu spoke up. "Poca, I have a favor to ask you. Poka replied cheerfully. Of course. With a serious expression, Kim Junsu stated, I need the blood of Poka, the god of volcanoes, and your brother Yeso, the god of wind, to reach level 8. As Poka listened intently, he asked, May I have your blood? He quickly replied, With pleasure. The scene changes to a vast area. Seeing the aircraft, Kim Junsu exclaimed with excitement, A supersonic jet? Unable to hide his delight, his jaw dropped as he asked, You've already given me so many gifts, and now this too? The Grand Chief replied calmly, That was a personal gift from me. This is a gift from the entire society. Please, feel free to accept it. Kim Junsu pressed his face against the pristine glass of the jet, muttering, A normal plane already costs billions, but a fighter jet? He thought to himself, The Mamakilla Society is seriously loaded. Unable to wait any longer, he immediately flew it high up. Looking outside, he exclaimed, Holy shit, look how it sparkles. Kim Junsu's eyes glistened with excitement as he cried out, This is a real dream come true. Looking at a button on the plane, Kim Junsu mumbled, Let's go full throttle, shall we? The system displayed a question. Setting maximum speed. Are you sure you want to take off? Kim Junsu said hastily. You even have to ask? Take off. And so, the high-speed jet shot across the clear blue sky. The number on the speedometer was not small. Looking at it, Kim Junsu marveled. 5,000 kilometers per hour. This speed is insane. Sitting inside, he said with satisfaction, This is even faster than a car. At this rate, I'll reach the destination in no time. The system asked, Where should I go, master? We're going to the North Pole. The map on the screen was clearly displayed along with a mechanical sound. Positioning complete. Destination, North Pole. Calculating time, Kim Junsu mumbled, I've gathered enough evidence and allies. A look of determination flashed in his eyes as he said, Now for the final preparations to fight the Saintess. To do that, the image of a giant bird from the other world made Kim Junsu even more excited. It's time to hunt those otherworldly creatures. Flying over the frozen lands of the other world, Kim Junsu hummed. Even in a blizzard, it's no problem. I can go anywhere. He leaned back comfortably and sighed. This is the life. But I still have a lot to prepare to get to level 8. Recalling images of his past battles, Kim Junsu said, Chapter 2 is completely over. But then, the image of the Saintess's wicked smile appeared. He said with determination, There's still one more chapter to deal with the Saintess. Imagining the fierce battle, Kim Junsu muttered, The battle with the Patriarch Society will happen soon. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes as he thought to himself, I've gathered enough allies, but I still can't be sure I can beat her. I need to get stronger. Kim Junsu recalled the past, thinking that reaching level 7 with the energy core of the Child of the Stars was relatively easy. There was a time he threw his iPad and screamed, In comparison, level 9 is a little easier. This trash game, I swear, free-to-play games aren't even real games. He thought that level 8 would require a huge amount of effort and luck. The more he thought, the more cunning his expression became. But who am I? A veteran player who has grinded this dozens of times. I've already calculated every single move. After a long journey, he finally arrived at the Mystic Castle, and the first path is right here. As soon as Kim Junsu stepped through the door, he was stopped. A cold-looking girl known as the leader of the Celeria guard team stepped forward and spoke. Warrior from a distant land, she asked. What brings you here? Seeing Celeria, Kim Junsu thought to himself, a winter spirit. Right now she's the leader of the guard team, but later she'll become the SSR Winter Queen. He then replied, The reason I'm here is simple. I want to hunt, and I need support. Hearing that, she asked, Hunt? Is there something you can't hunt alone? Kim Junsu quickly answered, There is. I want to find. Thinking of the giant bird's silhouette, Celeria said worriedly, The ruler of the North Pole, the colossal monster, the Arctic Emperor. Then she yelled angrily, Do you have any idea why it's called that? Our entire dragon legion was frozen solid by its ferocity, Celeria warned. It is not something you can casually call a hunt. Hearing that, Kim Junsu calmly thought, Of course I know. In the game, it's a level 9 boss, so obviously it's strong. Thinking about the Arctic Emperor's eyes, he confidently mumbled, But right now, it's only level 8. Just then, Kim Junsu spoke up. That's right, so I want to team up with you. This made Celeria jump, her eyes flying wide open. A cunning glint appeared in his eyes as he schemed. If I have an ally, I'll have a real chance. Then he said aloud, I'm going to free the Dragon Legion. Recalling the battlefield from the other world, Kim Junsu knew this was an offer she couldn't refuse. An image of Celeria's brother flashed in his mind. He realized that the commander of the Dragon Legion, the one captured by the Arctic Emperor, had to be her brother. Celeria finally asked, full of doubt, Can you really pull that off? The Arctic Emperor is right there. How could you possibly? Kim Junsu thought for a moment. In the game, they weren't freed until the demon dragon showed up. As he replied, he took something out of his pouch. But that thing was a beast with a ridiculously huge appetite, so Kim Junsu had a way to wake them up early. Pulling out a syringe, he said in a low voice, "I'm going to use this as bait to knock the Emperor out, even if it's just for a short time. I'm going to inject this with a top-tier tranquilizer." Seeing it, she asked in shock, "Where the hell did you get that?" Recalling the past, Kim Junsu explained, "One was hunted in Greece. He had taken down a dragon just in the nick of time back then. The others were a gold dragon and an undead dragon, taken down at the Great Rift." Celeria said in a low voice, "The light of life and death, and the color of darkness. This is enough." He offered his idea. "Right. I'll take down the Arctic Emperor with the help of the Dragon Masters." A bit doubtful and worried, she spoke up. But the entire Dragon Legion was captured alive after they were defeated by the Arctic Emperor. Even for you, that's not going to be easy. Weighing the dragons against the Arctic Emperor, Kim Junsu assessed. "Yeah, you're right. The Arctic Emperor is basically the natural enemy of all dragons. The pressure from the Arctic Emperor's aura was no joke, forcing him to analyze it, especially its Arctic wind, which it uses when cornered. It's an insanely powerful skill that can freeze everything in sight and heal its own wounds. That's our opening," Kim Junsu thought, "just like when we fought the Phantom King." Then he reassured Celeria, "Don't worry. When the Arctic wind starts to blow," he continued, gazing out over the frozen landscape, "that's also when the Arctic Emperor's weakness is exposed." At that moment, the Arctic Emperor was sleeping peacefully on a block of ice. Watching it, he whispered, "Is the Arctic Emperor asleep?" Celeria replied, "No, it's basking in the light of the ice sun. If we get any closer, it'll detect us." Hearing that, Kim Junsu thought with a hint of jealousy, kicking back and sunbathing must be nice. Then he quickly threw on his invisibility cloak and said, "All right, I'm going in." He slowly approached it, planning to combine the effects of the invisibility cloak and his theft attribute. Kim Junsu set his gear down, carefully taking out the item as he thought, "I've completely suppressed my mana, so it shouldn't notice me." Suddenly, a nearby dragon's head made a loud noise, making him jump, his eyes widening in shock. The Arctic Emperor jolted awake. Seeing it looking around wildly, Kim Junsu immediately used his play-dead skill, screaming internally, "Holy crap!" He lay there trembling as he analyzed the situation. "This play-dead attribute can cancel all aggro, so I should be in the clear. Damn, no wonder they call these otherworldly monsters a pain in the ass." Suddenly, it opened its mouth and greedily gobbled up the food that appeared from nowhere. Seeing this, Kim Junsu muttered, "This bird brain. It should have been suspicious of food just popping up like that. But here it is, chowing down like there's no tomorrow." Watching it eat so happily, he figured it was probably because it hadn't tasted dragon meat in decades. Right after, a dark aura spread out, enveloping the area. The Arctic Emperor immediately started to fall from the sky. The sight made Kim Junsu smirk. Success. It'd be great if there was always an easy way to kill it like this. He then called out to Celeria, "All right, you can come up now." As she approached, she immediately cried out, "Brother," but Kim Junsu stopped her. "Hang back for a second. I'm about to wake them up." He used his high-level Hellfire skill, and his hand instantly burst into magic flames. The intense heat began to melt the blocks of ice. Just then, Celeria's brother sat up, clutching his head. What happened?" Seeing him, she frantically ran over, calling out, "Brother!" When he saw Celeria, he cried out, "Celeria!" and gently reached out his hand. The two shared a heartfelt embrace after being separated for so long. Watching from behind, Kim Junsu thought, "He's finally awake, the commander of the Dragon Legion." Looking at the other dragons, he started forming a plan. "Let's fight the Arctic Emperor with these dragons." Climbing onto a dragon's back, Celeria's brother said, "Sword Saint, Celeria told me everything. Thank you." Kim Junsu urged him, "We can do intros later. The Arctic Emperor is about to wake up." Her brother got down and said, "Please, just a moment. There are still a few dragons that haven't woken up." Looking at a dragon still encased in ice, Kim Junsu exclaimed in surprise, "There's more? The Dragon King, the Crimson King, is still in there." Kim Junsu's mind reeled. "A fire dragon? In the Arctic?" Celeria said. "This ice is harder than normal." Her brother chimed in, "It looks like it was hit by the Arctic Emperor's unique sealing ice. Sword Saint, do you have a way?" Hearing this, Kim Junsu cracked a scheming smile and said, "We have to wake it up, whatever it takes." He already had his own plan. "If I can tame a masterless dragon, I'll have my own mount." He walked closer to the ice, sealing the dragon, glanced back thoughtfully, and then finally spoke. "But I can only awaken its power." A moment later, Kim Junsu unleashed a huge blast of fire to break the ice and said, "The rest is up to the dragon itself." Celeria said from behind, "No, it's not melting at all. Meanwhile, as Kim Junsu poured his power into breaking the ice, he thought, this ice is packed with powerful mana. In that case, then he roared, "Awaken!" The dragon's eye shot open as it spoke. Human. Seeing this, the soldiers started murmuring. Did he just use the dragon tongue? How can a warrior speak the language of dragons? The dragon thought in confusion. Without a high enough rank, even dragons can't use the dragon tongue. What a weird human. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, making Celeria and her brother stumble. Looking up at the Arctic Emperor circling in the sky, everyone shouted, "Hey, the Arctic Emperor is awake!" Celeria commanded in a loud voice. "Dragon Legion, all units, prepare yourselves. We have to intercept the Arctic Emperor's ice spears." Volleys of arrows immediately shot toward the Arctic Emperor. Meanwhile, Kim Junsu was still standing in front of the Crimson King. There's no time, so I'll get right to the point. While the fierce battle with the Arctic Emperor raged on above, down below, he calmly made his offer to the fire dragon. "We're about to hunt the thing that froze you. You want in?" Hearing this, its mouth let out a low growl. "I owe you one, human." And with that, the Crimson King unleashed scorching flames that melted everything around it. "Deal," it rumbled. The sight made the Arctic Emperor recoil in shock. The Crimson King gathered a massive amount of energy in its mouth, declaring, "I'll melt everything." It then shot out a swirling vortex of fire. Watching this spectacular scene, Kim Junsu thought smugly, "Now that's what I call transcendent power, just as I expected." Some people might wonder why such a powerful dragon could lose to the Arctic Emperor. That's because the Crimson King has a bit of a problem. Suddenly, he looked over toward the sound of shattering ice. The Crimson King was now crying like a baby as ice shards embedded in its flesh caused it pain. "Owie, it hurts," Kim Junsu sighed, completely exasperated. "Good lord, this old dragon is a total moron." Suddenly, the Arctic Emperor let out a massive roar. Celeria's brother said frantically, "Sword Saint, you have to do something." Tossing some food toward the fire dragon, he assessed the situation. "If I'm going to use this dragon, I have to get it on my side first. Whether they're adults or kids, they're all the same deep down." Then he yelled, "Catch!" After catching the piece of meat, it cheered with delight. "This meat is so yummy," Kim Junsu asked. "You like it that much, huh?" The Crimson King wagged its tail and replied, "I love meat. Gimme more." He said, "All right, I can give you more, but in exchange, you have to help me." While Kim Junsu was making his demand, high above, the Arctic Emperor was taking aim at him. Without hesitating, it dove straight down, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Crossed in model. As the dust and smoke cleared, the Emperor glared, seeing no one, only a massive crater torn into the ground. Riding the Red King high above, Kim Junsu called out arrogantly. The dragon's head faced the murderous eyes of the Arctic Emperor as he roared, "Time for some payback!" Kim Junsu started using his skills and activated the Dragon Knight attribute. He shouted triumphantly, "All Dragon Knights, attack!" And just like that, all the Dragon Knights unleashed their skills in unison. The Emperor dodged with swift, masterful movements. When all the attacks converged, he used an ice shield to block them. A soldier yelled out, "Holy crap, he's way too strong!" At that moment, Kim Junsu had the Red King fly right in front of the Emperor. The Red King suddenly became weak, trembling as it said, He's too strong." Kim Junsu calmed him down. "Trust me, I'll get you tons and tons of meat." Motivated by food, the Red King blasted a powerful stream of fire at the Arctic Emperor and roared, "Meat!" "Nice one. That was a hell of a fire blast," Kim Junsu praised. But just then, sharp shards of ice came hurtling toward them. Realizing what they were, he thought, electric force and great ice spear magic. The Red King turned to flee, but Kim Junsu yelled, "Don't worry, I'll help you smash them." The ice shards grazed his face, drawing blood. He thought to himself, "With my current stats, is blocking all of this ice really going to be too much for me?" Kim Junsu used the fortification attribute, creating a barrier to protect them both and summoning a solid shield. He exclaimed, "All right." With that, Kim Junsu activated several other attributes. The other Dragon Knights were each surrounded by a circular barrier, the strongest defensive attribute of the Mad God Heavenly Fortress. Soon, he gave the order, "Dragon Legion, advance." A barrage of attacks hit the Arctic Emperor head-on. It shrieked in pain but refused to give up. The Emperor began to condense a source of spiritual power. Seeing this, the soldiers panicked and cried out, "That's White Spirit Ice! What are we supposed to do? Are we going to get trapped in the ice again?" Sileria's brother reassured them. "Everyone, calm down. This battle is different from the last ones," he yelled. "We have to trust him." Meanwhile, Kim Junsu was facing the immense pressure radiating from the Arctic Emperor. He calculated inwardly, White Spirit Ice, the ultimate technique of the great Arctic Emperor. If I can withstand it, I've still got a chance. Kim Junsu analyzed the situation using the earth attribute the goddess had given him. Combining it with his equipment attributes, he said he would create the strongest defensive combination he could think of in this situation. What is this intoxicating light? Without hesitation, Kim Junsu immediately used the earth attribute on the dragon knights, enveloping them in a layer of light. Seeing this, a bewildered Sileria cried out, "The Arctic Emperor! He can't freeze us?" All the dragon knights charged toward the Arctic Emperor. Witnessing this scene, Sileria's brother wondered, this is how it's supposed to be, right? Time to skewer us some bird meat, eh? Cracking his knuckles, Kim Junsu said with a smirk. In that case, I'll use the Dragon Knight attribute to channel the will of the Red Dragon. He held out his hand and muttered, in that case, I'll use the Dragon Knight attribute to channel the will of the Red Dragon. Then squeezed his eyes shut. When he opened them, a fierce flame erupted around him. He roared, transcendent flame. He launched the powerful flame, like a sonic wave, toward the Arctic Emperor. Kim Junsu could feel the power surging inside him, as if someone had just poured gasoline on a raging fire. With it, he then shouted, I will burn you to ashes. The flame slammed into the Emperor's stomach, causing it to howl in agony. From within a chunk of ice, a spherical entity flickered into view. Seeing it, he said, I can finally see what's being reflected in the Arctic storm, and the core of the Arctic King. Then Kim Junsu gathered all his strength and fired a missile. It shot forward at maximum velocity. A deafening boom echoed the moment the missile hit the Arctic Emperor. After the explosion, chunks of ice began to fall, and the sky cleared up again. Sileria yelled, he killed it! She looked up, unable to believe it, and said, We actually killed the ruler of the Arctic. The knights cheered happily. We're free! High above, Kim Junsu, riding the Red King, waved and smiled cheerfully. Everyone cheered, Warrior Kim! Thanks to this hero, the castle is finally peaceful again. Sileria said gratefully, Thank you so much. Sir Swordsman, we are in your debt. I really don't know how we can repay this favor. He replied cheerfully, It's no problem. I had my own reasons for coming here anyway. In his mind, he thought, for the otherworldly monster's mana core. Just then, Kim Junsu opened his system window to look at the attribute he had just received, muttering, because of the unique attribute of the White Ice Arctic King. Then Kim Junsu turned to leave and said, My work here is done. I'll be taking my leave now. Sileria spoke up. Wait, she continued. I don't think the dragons want to see you leave like this. Is there anything special you'd like to do? He suggested. If that's the case, then lend me your strength in the upcoming battle, Sileria asked. A battle? Thinking of the Saintess, Kim Junsu explained. I have a mortal enemy. If you all could help me in that fight, I would be extremely grateful. Sileria agreed, saying, Of course, we would be more than happy to help. Suddenly, the Red King's voice rang out. Human. Hearing it, Kim Junsu turned to look at him and asked, You're conscious now? How are you feeling? Then the Red King started whining for meat again. It kept crying out, Give me meat! More meat! Kim Junsu said, I think I have some left in my bag. A thought sparked in his mind. He thought, Wait, I can make him my mount. Kim Junsu made an offer. If you want meat, come with me, and I'll feed you until you're full. The Red King exclaimed, What? Are you serious? It said excitedly, If that's the case, then I'll go with you. I like meat, Kim Junsu asked. May I take the Red Dragon with me? Sileria's brother replied, Dragons are not something we can control. They choose their own paths. If the Red Dragon wishes to follow you, we can only offer our blessing. Hearing that, the Red King became even more delighted, grinning from ear to ear. So, he took a large piece of meat from his bag and said, All right, partner, while feeding it. Kim Junsu patted its head and said, Let's go. Watching them leave, Sileria said softly, He's really taking the Red Dragon with him. She said to her brother, You don't think he's just luring him with food, do you? He replied, Even though he's not fully conscious right now, he is still the king of all dragons. He added, The Red King must have sensed his potential. While the Red King kept chanting, Meat, meat, Sileria's brother's voice echoed, the one who can become the true leader of the Dragon Legion. The scene shifts to nighttime in southern Egypt. Someone's voice screams, What the hell is that? Looking up at the sky and seeing the Red King, people screamed in terror, It's a monster! Seeing this, Kim Junsu looked down and muttered, Everyone must be freaking out. Where can I hide this big guy? Just then, the system displayed a message, Warning, warning, a mana fog is approaching. This is a magic sensor nullification zone. It is recommended that you turn back. He grinned with excitement and said, Finally. The scene shifts to Lake Nasser. Beneath the lake, bizarre fish-like monsters looked up with wary eyes. This is the domain of the river goddess and the frenzied spirits. The deeper they went, the more the system's alarms blared red. Warning, warning, a mana fog is approaching. Before the warning, this is a magic sensor nullification zone. Kim Junsu thought calmly, mana fog. Flying through the cold, misty region, he muttered. I can't use my mana here. Looking at the map, Kim Junsu asked, what's the range of this fog? The system replied, based on satellite imagery, its range extends up to about 10,000 kilometers. He mentally calculated. The size of Sun is about 600 square kilometers, so this area is about the size of Gyeonggi province. That's huge. The system asked, what should we do now? He calmly replied, rushing into a fight there right now would be reckless. We'll prepare here, where it's still under government control. Then, Kim Junsu gave an order. Let's go to the AD-1 City Hall. The system quickly responded. Roger. I will request clearance from the control tower and proceed with landing. The aircraft began to lurch in the thick fog. He said, the climate is completely out of whack. This is clearly the result of the river goddess's interference. A while later, Kim Junsu arrived at the AD-1 City Hall in Egypt. As he stepped into the main hall, a majestic voice rang out. Greetings, protector of the sacred souls, the Blade Saint of Asia. Hearing this, Kim Junsu just looked confused and said, no, do they really have to go this far? Man, this is so embarrassing. Looks like I'm getting pretty famous. Looking at the eye symbol here, this must be AD-1 City Hall in Egypt and the main headquarters for the Osiris Guild. I mean, I told the airport I was coming, but I seriously didn't expect them to give me this kind of welcome. At that moment, a man comes out to greet him. You've arrived, Sword Saint. This is the mayor of Adon City, Egypt, and also a member of the Osiris Guild. The man continues, welcome to Adoni, the fortress of Egypt. Kim Junsu replies respectfully, thank you for the reception. You must have gone to a lot of trouble preparing this on such short notice. The mayor says humbly, it's the least we could do to welcome you, sir. How about we get you a drink to wet your whistle first? The boy cuts straight to it. I'm a bit busy. Let's just get down to business. He clears his throat and says, of course, the Holy Knight wouldn't come here for no reason, would he? I think I can guess why you're here. He continues, you're here to hunt down those fish monsters, am I right? Hearing this, Kim Junsu lets out a soft sigh. An image of the fish monsters appears. The mayor explains, after the Osiris Guild finished building the Aduna Dam, the native creatures of the river, the ones who were the true masters of this lake, the mermen started a war with us. He lets out a laugh and says, wiping them all out would bring us an enormous profit. Their bodily fluids can be extracted to create ingredients for divine elixirs. Though he's smiling brutally on the outside, the boy thinks to himself, the mayor's intentions are so damn obvious. The more he talks, the more excited the mayor gets about his plan. Once the Sword Saint, the one who defeated even the Ghost King, Red King, has come here in person, the mist of the evil god will finally vanish. After listening, Kim Junsu thinks to himself, they want me to end this war, but I'm just here to collect ingredients. An image of a beautiful river goddess appears in his mind. He wonders, but there's a level 8 river goddess in that lake. How are we supposed to deal with something like that? I'll just go along with them for now. Finishing his thought, Kim Junsu scratches his head and says hesitantly, all right, leave the fish to me, but I need something. He asks, can I get a large quantity of the divine elixir? The mayor happily replies, of course, our guild will provide it completely free of charge. Then he hands Kim Junsu a lantern and says, please, take this. Seeing it, the boy asks, isn't this a water system artifact? He replies, that's right. With this lantern, within the range of its light, the mayor explains, it will neutralize the entire mist. Thinking of Lake Nasser, Kim Junsu takes the lantern and walks out to a man-made lake created by the Adon Dam, muttering, it's gotta be around here somewhere. He looks out at the dense forest in the distance, the mayor's voice echoing in his mind. Because the river goddess became enraged, the Egyptian government and the Osiris Guild have declared this area a danger zone, except for when they send the holy knights to hunt the servants of the river. After searching for a while with the lantern, Kim Junsu finally sees the fish creatures surfacing. He exclaims, found them. A fish monster sees him and lets out a ferocious growl. The boy waves his hand and says, easy there. I didn't come here to hurt you. In reality, they pose no threat to humans at all. They're just trying to protect their home. Kim Junsu imagines the conversation with the fish. They shout, get out of this place. If you leave obediently, we'll spare your life. He says, that sounds pretty threatening. He thinks to himself, right now, I can't communicate with them using words. He then summons a flame in his hand and says, but with this. Seeing the fish creatures continuing to growl menacingly, he mutters, they're screaming at me to scram. Just hold on a sec. Kim Junsu forms the flame into the word hello and whispers, we need to talk. He waves innocently and says, hello, you can read, can't you? Seeing this, the fish creatures look at each other in confusion. This gives Kim Junsu an idea. These mermen have a different mouth structure than humans. so this could be the start of a real conversation. To his surprise, they form the word hi on the water's surface. He shouts in shock. They replied. Then the fish creatures let out a cheerful laugh, and seeing this, Kim Junsu guesses, looks like they find this pretty interesting too. Man, this is probably the first time they've ever seen a human act friendly towards them. The system announces Kim Junsu has received the fish language trait. He says with satisfaction, now I can talk to the merman. A muscular merman stands up and asks, aren't we scary? Seeing its body, the boy is stunned into silence. After a moment, Kim Junsu says with a mischievous tone, a little ugly maybe. The merman laughs in response and says, not bad, you're an interesting human. Why have you come to find us? He replies, it's nothing really. Kim Junsu says calmly, I've come to take a drop of the goddess's blood. Hearing this, a merman asks again, what did you say? Without waiting for an answer, it grabs its weapon and charges, shouting, how dare you? The goddess's blood. You're just another evil human. Seeing the spear point about to stab down at him, Kim Junsu thinks, I understand why they're so defensive. The Holy Knights often patrol around the river and harm the fish nests, but this isn't one of those times. With sharp reflexes, he dodges to one side while reaching out his hand. Kim Junsu quickly catches the spearhead, gripping it tightly in his hand, and says calmly, calm down and listen to me first. The merman's body trembles as he strains, and he asks, how is this human so strong? While the merman is still grinding its teeth, Kim Junsu begins to explain, I didn't come here to ask for blood empty-handed. I'm going to help the goddess regain her sanity. Looking at the massive wall, the merman recounts, it's been 100 years since that cursed concrete wall was built by the betrayal of Osiris. How can one human possibly do what all of us have failed to accomplish for 100 years? The boy says hesitantly, this is a little embarrassing to say. Kim Junsu flexes his muscular arm and says jokingly, but I'm planning on beating her up until she comes to her senses. Hearing this, the merman gets angry, grabs him by the collar and shouts, are you crazy, human? Kim Junsu quickly explains, listen carefully. The goddess was born as a spirit of the river, and she achieved divinity through the worship of humans, right? He continues, so the goddess's true nature is that of a spirit, and enraged spirits often. Amidst the fish's confusion, Kim Junsu finishes his sentence. Only calm down when they are on the brink of death. After explaining, he asks, do you understand my method now? It replies in a low voice, fine. We will trust you. Kim Junsu forces a smile and says, that's good enough. Suddenly, without any warning, the merman spits a jet of water in his face. After the act, it dives back into the river. Kim Junsu panics and yells, hey, at least give a guy a warning before you do something like that. With his face soaking wet, he mutters, even though I saw this coming, it's still worse than I thought. But Kim Junsu looks at his palm and his entire body, which is now radiating a stream of energy, and thinks, I've received an adaptation from the merman tribe. He adapts and dives into the water with the fish. It allows Kim Junsu to breathe freely underwater, so close-quarters combat is not an issue. Suddenly, the airstrike trait activates. Seeing this, he thinks to himself, I don't have a swimming trait, but I never expected airstrike to work underwater too. After swimming a short distance, the merman turns around and says, we've arrived, human. Arriving before a solemn place, it explains that this is the goddess's shrine. Kim Junsu says, thank you for bringing me here. Get ready. The mermen say, before that, promise us one thing, human. It makes its request in a low voice. Commit to saving the goddess. He quickly agrees, of course, as long as you cooperate. With that, Kim Junsu takes out a vial of divine elixir and says in a low voice, I have plenty of recovery elixirs too. Seeing the elixir mix with the water, the fish creatures murmur amongst themselves. That's the divine elixir made from us, it thinks. With that, the goddess might be able to wake up. Kim Junsu asks, so, that settles the preliminary check, right? With those words, he creates a stream of fire. Then I'll begin. Combining it with his equipment, Kim Junsu charges straight into the goddess's shrine. The writing on the stone tablet glows brilliantly. From within the shrine, swirling whirlpools gush out. Seeing this, Kim Junsu asks, so you've appeared? The figure of the river goddess appears, ethereal and menacing, a frenzied water spirit. The river goddess's face twisted with a soulless rage. She created a vortex of water around her body. The goddess then used the vortex to drag Kim Junsu under, threatening, you're not getting away from me. Caught off guard, he lost his balance and fell backward. Suddenly, a red shadow streaked past it was Sich-Vung. It swiftly scooped Kim Junsu onto its back. You turned to the Red King, gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Perfect timing. The Red Dragon asked, did I do a good job? Riding the Red King high into the air, Kim Junsu said, you're the best. When this is all over, I'll treat you to a meat feast." The enraged river goddess commanded the whirlpools to charge forward. The Red King expertly dodged the attack. She remained calm, controlling the currents and muttering, "Phase 1, Vortex Barrier." The whirlpools, like snakes commanded by the river goddess, chased after Kim Junsu. Seeing this, he quietly assessed that they were pursuing their target relentlessly, just like homing missiles. "You're not kidding." Just then, a torrent of water shot straight at the Red King. Caught off guard, it took a direct hit right in the chest. Wide area massacre. The Red King cried out in pain, "That hurts. Focus, there's more coming." Seeing the swirling torrents rushing towards them like ferocious beasts, he thought to himself that he wouldn't make it if he couldn't dodge these moves. Cutting off the thought, Kim Junsu used his flame technique, and an intense fire erupted around him. He thought to himself, "Asterisk, in that case, I just need to make them all evaporate." Asterisk. He placed his hand on the Red King's body, activating the Dragon Knight trait, becoming one with the Red Dragon's energy. Its body turned gold like fire, surrounded by powerful flames that burned endlessly, pushing the power of the blaze to its absolute limit. With that skill from Kim Junsu, even the surging waves of water dissipated. He figured that he had survived the opening of Phase 1. The river goddess was now in a state of confusion. Using his equipment's traits, Kim Junsu pulled out a bazooka, aimed at the target ahead, and as he prepared to pull the trigger, he said, "Now it's my turn." With that, Kim Junsu fired a rocket that flew at maximum velocity. A deafening explosion roared, shattering the earth and rock. Looking at the result, Kim Junsu asked the Red King, "What do you think of that, huh? I call this a bullet storm." He explained, "When you assign an attribute to this weapon, the echo of the mountain will fire energy entities that carry that very attribute." At that moment, the river goddess was slowly being frozen. Kim Junsu figured he should first freeze the goddess with the Arctic Emperor's grand explosion, a perfect ice crystal. He pressed his hand on something in the system, and then Kim Junsu proceeded to summon a flame on his fingertip. A booming sound echoed as the flame shot towards her. But the river goddess was completely unharmed. Seeing this, he cried out, "Did I miss?" Observing the scene ahead, Kim Junsu muttered, "But I was aiming for its heart." She was now gliding through the water like a ghost. He concluded that Phase 2 had begun. Faced with this situation, Kim Junsu reevaluated the problem. Fighting against a Tier 8 entity like the river goddess was already an extremely difficult task, but having to fight her summoned spirits at the same time, that was just insane. Whoa. However, at that moment, from the depths of the river, shadows shot upwards. They were mermen, holding weapons and aiming straight for the river goddess. Seeing this, he was pleased, thinking, "Asterisk, I've got mermen with the same goal fighting alongside me. Asterisk." Then, one of them pulled out a glowing mana core. They were even willing to sacrifice themselves. At that moment, a brilliant light burst forth from the mana core. The mermen crushed them in unison. Just then, the river goddess seemed stunned, unable to stand firm any longer. Seeing this, Kim Junsu mentally analyzed. Asterisk. Once they destroy their own mana cores, in other words, their hearts. Asterisk. She slowly began to melt, crying out in pain. Asterisk. These water spirits will be stunned. Now she doesn't have any other illusions. Asterisk. This was the most crucial part of the battle with the river goddess. The river goddess's brows furrowed in fury, and suddenly a powerful water vortex lifted her body up. The Red King swerved to dodge the water column, and Kim Junsu yelled, "Red Dragon, dodge!" Following the command, it veered to the side to avoid the attack. He glanced at her and thought, Asterisk, the river goddess is thrashing about in utter desperation, and at the same time, her core will be exposed. Asterisk. The scene was now chaotic with swirling currents. He steered the Red King and shouted, "Let's end this, Red Dragon." Observing the situation, Kim Junsu realized he was too small. To get through that water column, he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. The key to breaking the current situation, standing in this chaotic space, Kim Junsu mumbled, lies within my traits. He began to think about his traits, using 2 swordsman traits as a foundation, then adding 2 mana traits for support. Then I'll become the sword, and so will the Red Dragon. As he moved, Kim Junsu calculated, finally raising a flaming sword after combining the traits, the final trait to complete it all. Kim Junsu unleashed a slash of intense fire. Asterisk, I will cut right through this water storm. Asterisk, a mana core slowly cracked. Amidst the tsunami-like currents, the merman cried out, "Oh, goddess, it is time to return to the lake." After a long struggle, the sky finally returned to a state of tranquility. "A merman," said gratefully. "Human, our goddess." Asterisk, I guess even a fallen god is still a god, huh? Asterisk. Then, Kim Junsu slowly spoke up, probing, "And what about your memories? Do you remember what happened?" Hearing this, her expression turned pained as she struggled to speak. I remember. The river goddess's brow furrowed tightly as she muttered a name. Osiris. After remembering something, she began to scream in anger. The water surged violently in response. Because that selfish bastard deceived me, our river was destroyed. The river goddess's eyes turned bloodshot as massive waves rose high. She waved her hand, giving a powerful command. I will overthrow Osiris at once. For now, I hope that you will heal. She slowly calmed down, hesitating. But thinking of the high wall blocking the water's flow, the river goddess's voice became sharp again. The flowing river has been blocked by that dam for far too long. The river goddess's face darkened, and she spoke in a sorrowful tone. Do you want me to just stand by and watch? Kim Junsu looked directly at her and slowly said, That's why I have a proposal. The river goddess looked at him skeptically and exclaimed, A proposal? He then quickly laid out his offer. There is another river in this world on the same scale as the Nile. How about we stage a great migration over there? She gently raised a hand to her chin, murmuring thoughtfully, The idea is excellent, but I am not sure if it's possible to move such a large number of my people. Seeing the problem the river goddess was pondering, Kim Junsu smirked and said, If it's possible, then right up there in the blue sky, a massive airship appeared. He smiled brightly, pointed, and said, Will you allow me to? She looked up at the airship with a happy expression and replied with excitement, With a treasure like this, it might just be possible. Immediately after, the river goddess turned to Kim Junsu and asked, All right, human, what is it that you want from me? By then, he already had a plan in his head, the materials for a Tier 8 upgrade. Having gotten what he wanted, Kim Junsu said, A single drop of your blood. The massive ship just hovered there on the turquoise water. His voice rang out, serious and clear, and your promise to stay on this ship and help me out for a while longer. Hearing this, she looked down and asked with a tremor in her voice, So, it seems you're the one who needs my help. Without waiting for a reply, the river goddess quickly agreed. Fine, I agree. Hearing that, Kim Junsu grinned, pleased with himself, and thought, perfect. Considering her power and the merfolk, I've already achieved my initial goal. And with the water spirit on board, my alliance is complete. The giant golden ship bobbed on the water's surface for a moment before slowly rising out of it. It then flew straight into the sky, soaring over many places on the ground below. Right now, Kim Junsu was sitting in the cockpit, an excited look on his face as he exclaimed, Maybe because this was originally a ship, it's way faster now that it's on the water. The great ship glided over numerous sand dunes, carried by the power of the river goddess's current. As soon as the airship connected with the water spirit, the mana reserves inside it immediately underwent a physical transformation. In other words, it created a river in the sky. Watching his airship zip across the sky thanks to her power, Kim Junsu thought to himself, At this rate, I'll be there in no time. Elsewhere, the tree god was peacefully enjoying the surrounding space with its eyes closed, the place with the final ingredient to reach level 8. Suddenly, down in the settlement of tents, everyone erupted into chaotic shouting. Get back! Hurry! A white-haired girl slowly approached the village chief, asking worriedly, Chief, what's going on? He was too scared to speak, his eyes darting around constantly. This is bad, the skull serpent. The chief couldn't hold it in any longer, screaming in terror. A powerful entity is approaching from the west. Hearing this, the girl was stunned and mumbled, A powerful entity. He cursed continuously in despair. Mother's voice came through the radio with a message, A god is coming. The village chief stood facing the girl and said, That's what she said. The girl blurted out, dumbfounded, A god? A worried look crossed the white-haired girl's face. She gently placed a hand on her chin and said softly, But after the holy war, the gods were forbidden from coming down to the mortal world. So why now? Drenched in sweat, he screamed in fear, I don't know. We need to prepare immediately. We have to protect the godmother at all costs. Suddenly, the girl remembered something and turned to the chief, saying, Wait, what if we call the sword saint for help? He froze for a second, then yelled, Great idea! Right after that, the village chief quickly took out his phone to call Kim Junsu. I'll call him right now. On the other end, the call was received. He quickly picked up the phone and held it to his ear. Hello. Before Kim Junsu could say anything, the chief's voice cut him off. Sword Saint, save us. The village chief was crying his eyes out. The frantic voice from the other end shouted, A god is approaching our village. At this rate, the godmother will be in danger. The chief's words made Kim Junsu yell out in alarm. A god? No way. He was standing on top of the airship at the time, and seeing his reaction, the river goddess slowly approached. On the other end of the line, the chief nervously stammered, What's wrong? Are we already under attack? Realization dawned on Kim Junsu as he thought helplessly, I think it's just my airship flying over the forest. Kim Junsu didn't know how to break it to them. So they mistook me for a god, huh? He could only manage a forced laugh and said softly, I'm sorry, Chief. That god is probably me. The village chief was shocked and yelled, What? The ship, carried by the water current, continued to glide swiftly above the forest. I finally feel like I actually belong here. Then Kim Junsu lowered his phone, pressed the end call button, and thought about the long, tedious grind it took to reach level 8. Down in the forest, the chief and the white-haired girl were already waiting. The airship's shadow gradually appeared. The final location. The tree god was now becoming coarse and quiet. The village chief's welcoming voice rang out, Sword Saint, you've gotten so much stronger in just 1 year. The girl stood behind him, looking up with a serious and sincere expression. Godmother. The Sword Saint would never harm us, so we can lower our guard now, right? Kim Junsu stepped forward with a confident grin, slapping his chest and declaring, Of course! Who do you think I am? I'm the one who drank the godmother's blood. Then, he gestured up towards the airship, his gaze turning to the tree god with concern. And actually, the spirit I brought here is meant to help her. Immediately, her gentle voice echoed in response. Help me? Kim Junsu quickly replied. That's right. The tree god continued the conversation, asking, It seems you are searching for the final piece, aren't you? Kim Junsu wasn't surprised she knew, and said, So you knew all along. This'll make the negotiations a whole lot easier. He stood opposite the tree god, his hands clasped behind his back, and began his proposal with formal respect. Godmother, would you like to become a world tree? Hearing this, the village chief and everyone else stood there with their jaws on the floor. His eyes went wide as he stammered, unable to form words. A world tree? Other than the one that existed in Northern Europe, hasn't there never been a second one? Someone else next to him chimed in. Even that one was burned to cinders during Ragnarok. The village chief, feeling a bit overwhelmed, turned to Kim Junsu and tried to stop him. Hey, Sword Saint, you're going too far. Even for you, for her to become a world tree and a true god, she would need to live for tens of thousands more years. If you recklessly injure her, suddenly, a voice cut him off. My child! The white-haired girl who was sitting some distance away spoke up to get their attention. Let's try trusting him this one time. The girl tilted her head up slightly, her voice firm. He's the Sword Saint, after all. Hearing that, the chief and the others immediately became flustered. The chief then turned and softly asked for the tree god's opinion. What should we do, ma'am? She quickly answered their question. Let's hear him out. Go on, let me hear your idea. As soon as he got permission, Kim Junsu happily held up 3 fingers and began to explain. I'll keep it simple. A tree needs 3 things to grow. For a tree to thrive, it needs 3 elements. He explained it clearly for everyone to understand. Light, water, and nutrients. Kim Junsu looked up at the tree god from below and said, Even if you are a god, your fundamental nature as a tree will never change. She understood his point immediately, which means Kim Junsu placed his hands on his hips, grinning smugly, and declared with certainty, Today, I will provide all 3 of those things to you, godmother. A while later, Baek Soyi, who was pulling a cart, turned his head and shouted, Master, where should I put this? Standing outside, Kim Junsu authoritatively pointed to guide them. Put it by the left root. Yes. First, everyone transport the fertilizer made from 2 massive, powerful dragons. We will first prepare fertilizer from the flesh and blood of high-level gold and corpse dragons. Everyone started digging up the ground all over the place. They worked tirelessly, mixing in fragments of the Arctic Emperor as an additive. While the chief and the girl were looking on, dumbfounded, he let out a small laugh and said, Nutrients are done. Next up is water. Then Kim Junsu called upon the power of the river goddess, who flew up and sprayed water all around the tree god. The river goddess, Nin, will be more than willing to help with the water. The necklace the river goddess wore began to glow. The water element, enhanced by the angel's tears, will elevate her divinity even further. Next, he mounted Sichvung and flew up. Finally, quality light. Kim Junsu looked down, thinking, not too strong and not too weak. A status window appeared. He opened his palm and began to channel his power down into the tree god, a pure faith, brimming with sincerity. If you shine this beam of light for a certain period of time, after all the steps are completed, her entire being begins to glow powerfully. It's like a melodious song is playing as light radiates from every part of the forest. The tree god is now as if reborn, her whole body emitting a dazzling golden light. At last, the first god to be born since the Holy War, a deity has manifested. The world tree has been born. The tree god smiled, her kind voice full of gratitude. You've done well, Sword Saint. I am in your debt. Kim Junsu stood looking at her and replied politely, Not at all. I'm the one who received more help. Hearing this, she smiled and spoke slowly. I truly owe you a great debt. My mother would have found you to be a most interesting person. At that, an image of a giant green tree appeared in his head. Is your mother Yggdrasil? The world tree replied, yes. Though she has now been completely burned away, she was the mother of all the world trees and divine trees in this world. Hearing this, Kim Junsu remembered something. He glanced sideways, thinking to himself, that's right. It's in the side story. Then, with great reverence, she offered, I should give you a worthy reward. Outwardly, he scratched his head shyly, raising his hand as if to refuse. Really? I didn't do this hoping for a reward, but in his mind, he was thinking, asterisk, yeah, I better get something for this. Nothing in this world is free. Asterisk. From a golden leaf of the world tree, a small drop of water separated and fell. This is for you, the final piece. The moment it landed, Kim Junsu's entire body lit up, brimming with life force. He grinned smugly at the result he got for reaching level 8. A brilliant light erupted, enveloping Kim Junsu's entire body, and a feeling of intense euphoria surged through him. The world tree glowed as if it were transferring its power to him. Kim Junsu simply spread his arms wide, enjoying it. A vast liberation was spreading everywhere. The world gifted by the world tree was opening up. Suddenly, a small glimmer of light twinkled, slowly fell, and then turned black. Curious, he opened his palm to catch it, and it immediately transformed into black feathers that scattered everywhere. Kim Junsu hurriedly opened the scroll to check, mumbling, what? Why did it fail? According to the blueprint given by the goddess Ger, it should have worked. Her voice rang out at that moment. That is because you, Sword Saint, are not yet ready. Hearing this, he looked up in astonishment at the world tree before him and quickly asked, not ready? After coming all this way? So what about all the things I've collected to reach level 8 until now? She calmly explained to Kim Junsu. From level 8 onwards, you have already set one foot into the ranks of the divine. That is why it is called the Transcendent Realm. He listened in silence to what the world tree was telling him, a divinity that far exceeds mortal limits. You must define it for yourself. Hearing this, Kim Junsu froze, his eyes wide as he asked, how can I do that? Her small branches reached out and swirled around his tiny figure in the center, saying, your body is already prepared. Your soul, as an omnipotent existence, has opened the path to divinity. In the depths of space, a streak of light converged into a triangle surrounding the earth in the middle. So let me ask you something. On the path from human to God, where do you think you are stuck? Kim Junsu's body was so small he could stand on one of the 3 glowing orbs. A divine class? An image of Kim Junsu's past self tapping on his phone appeared. It did exist in the game's settings. Fragmented images of his distant past flooded back to him non-stop. All characters can reach level 9. At level 8, the character can decide on a divine class. Pieces of a puzzle showing images of other people gradually began to link together. Level 9, in other words, has become a constellation. In other words, a god, a deity, with a title that is always attached to that god's name. Information and images of Baeksoyi also appeared, along with her own attribute panel. The thing that decides the title is the attributes that symbolize that person's life. Kim Junsu also received things like that. He was enveloped by a surge of power, and notification panels appeared one after another. Attributes are no different from a person's direction or beliefs. Level 4, Warrior Class. The philosophy they hold. Giant Skeleton, Unyielding Skeleton, Immortal Recovery, Mind-Body Unity, Mana Convergence, Combat, Tiger King's Swordsmanship. Hearing this, Kim Junsu couldn't help but feel confused. His face darkened as he raised a hand to his chin and thought, this is so vague. The Sword Saint can change attributes, so it's very difficult to define. After a long moment, Kim Junsu looked up at the world tree and asked, that thing you said was missing. Do you mean I don't have a divine class yet? She smiled faintly in response. Exactly. You have only ever acted for the sake of survival and have never truly reflected on your own identity. The world tree continuously emitted a dazzling light, shining down as it spoke, if both the body and soul lack a firm sense of self, then everything is merely an illusion. Standing below, he looked up at her, placed a hand on his chest, and hurriedly asked, what can I do to fix it? Then the world tree slowly began to answer Kim Junsu's question, through experience. At this, his mind felt a bit hazy from what he had heard. Damn it. Identity, a sense of self. I've never even thought about that stuff. She suddenly spoke words of comfort to Kim Junsu. Do not be disappointed, Sword Saint. Hearing that, he lowered his head slightly, placing a hand on his chest in silence. The answer lies within you. All of a sudden, a black smoke unexpectedly appeared, swirling deep into Kim Junsu's chest. He quickly clutched his chest tightly. This is the power given by the general. An attribute card suddenly appeared. Kim Junsu's eyes widened in a stunned gaze. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred, erupting and destroying everything. Unexpectedly, his soul was now in someone else's body. Kim Junsu was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, wondering where he was. Suddenly, a trembling voice rang out, cutting through his curiosity. "Brother, I was wrong." Kim Junsu turned just in time to see him sitting on the ground clutching his wound. "Just run on your own, hurry up." The enemy had already caught up from the front. That person raised his sword to face the crowd and yelled, "Don't be ridiculous. How could I abandon Dudong and run?" The one on the ground cursed in anger. "You fool, you think I'll be grateful for this?" At this moment, Kim Junsu was seeing a full view of the past. This is the past of General Guism. The enemy, standing not far away, pointed their swords at the two of them and shouted, "Surrender peacefully. If you don't lower your sword, we will show no mercy." Seeing this scene made him reflect endlessly. The reason the general awakened the hero attribute was because the other person just kept yelling at him. "Please, just run. I'm begging you. What, do you think you're some kind of hero?" The other person just held his sword firmly, ready to sacrifice himself for his comrade. In other words, the image of the attribute card appeared with that man. That person's eyes widened in excitement. He turned his head back and said loudly, "Not a hero, but a man to be proud of. Whether we live or die, we'll always do it together, right? A selfless heart." With that thought, Kim Junsu's mind snapped back to reality. He jolted, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. His body almost collapsed right after. Kim Junsu was exhausted, thinking to himself, "It's so hot. I can clearly feel the general's boiling emotions. But I'm different from him. In this past, what kind of will and purpose should I find?" Then, suddenly, his eyes flew wide open. His pupils suddenly lit up, as if he'd realized something. He then broke into a triumphant smile, muttering under his breath, "That's right, now that I think about it, the reason I've always been here is to get stronger, to look back at my starting point, and everything that has brought me this far." At that moment, outside, the river goddess sat calmly on a branch of the world tree, observing. He slowly straightened up, as a tribute card seemed to appear and surround him. Different images gradually appeared, building up more noble attributes, like stacking layers of a fortress wall. An attribute card suddenly materialized. Now holding a sword, a surge of power enveloped him, merging high-level attributes to create an ultimate class. The sword Kim Junsu held was constantly discharging streams of electricity. He swung the sword forward with relish. A castle was being built, brick by brick. A towering spire was erected. Kim Junsu stood below, looking up and thinking, "And that's how I got stronger." The tower released powerful waves of pressure. A dazzling light appeared at its peak. Suddenly, Kim Junsu's entire body erupted with power. He just clenched his fists and flew straight up. Golden Warrior, the collector of attributes. Before the world tree, a powerful beam of light shone out, illuminating the entire area. The river goddess remained calmly seated on her branch. "Congratulations, Sword Saint." Kim Junsu slowly opened his eyes. His entire body was now radiating immense power. He had become a transcendent. That evening, in a large building, a cheerful voice shouted loudly, "Level 8, Master. You've reached level 8. Everyone couldn't help but get excited when they saw Kim Junsu. They all sent their congratulations one after another. He truly is a natural-born genius. "Congratulations, Master." They all crowded around him. Cho quickly approached him, holding 2 bottles of wine, and said, "My sincerest congratulations to you, Kim, for becoming a transcendent. You're now one of the 100 strongest people in the world." Mage Kim chimed in at that moment, saying, "And in this country, you're in the top 7. Priest Kim also clenched his fists excitedly and exclaimed, "You're not the Sword Saint anymore. You're the Sword God." Kim Junsu hurriedly gritted his teeth and raised a hand to silence them, saying, "Let's just have a private celebration this time." Cho replied cheerfully, "Of course." But then, suddenly, everyone grew anxious, turning to look away. "If the Order of the Father finds out, we'll have to make our move." He glanced aside and let out a sigh. "I recently had to publicly reveal my connection to the Order of the Father." Kim Junsu remembered the image of Poka presenting the evidence from the data collected from the Mamakia Society. He grits his teeth upon receiving Haiwai's report over the phone. The report proves that the mastermind behind the disasters in chapters 1 and 2 is the Saintess of the Order of the Father. A long moment later, Kim Junsu stood on high, looking down at the people training below, thinking to himself, "But it won't be long before they find out I've reached level 8. He had already formulated a plan in his mind to help everyone on the team level up. Before that happens, I have to make everyone stronger. Bear is level 7, Sel Gwyn is level 7, Janet is level 6, Kali is level 6, and Priest Kim is level 6. A massive explosion suddenly erupted, setting a large area of the sky ablaze. All 6 of their attributes are maxed out, so I'll merge them. Images of the allies Kim Junsu had gathered appeared in his mind, and he felt reassured. I've also gained more allies, and with a flawless plan, I can win the battle against the Saintess. A long time later, at a massive castle under the night sky. A month later, at the Grand Cathedral of the Order of the Father, countless fireworks were being set off in the sky, creating a deafening racket. The Saintess, lounging on her throne, exclaimed in boredom, "It's so noisy." The soldier standing beside her replied respectfully, "Yes, a transcendent has appeared." She rested her chin on her hand and said with disdain, "And that person is the savior of our order and this ugly, disgusting world." The Saintess's eyes glinted with cunning as she chuckled softly and muttered to herself. After summoning endless reincarnation and forging his soul through countless trials, even after reaching God tier in this hell, he still chose reincarnation over ascension. A magic circle was formed, with a mage standing in the center casting a spell, the one summoned through the purification, by the oracle of the Order of the Father. The Saintess's face grew ecstatic. She blushed and laughed loudly, saying, "He's finally level 8. He's reached the optimal level for the Father to descend. We've waited so long, far too long." Below, all the soldiers were lined up in formation, ready to follow the Saintess's command. Preparations are complete. Awaiting the Saintess's order, she swiftly drew her weapon. The Saintess stood proudly before the soldiers, weapon in hand, and commanded, "Let's begin." Her face darkened, her eyes shining with anticipation as she said, "Our plan of sacrifice." On the other side of things, Kim Junsu suddenly stomped his foot on the ground and took off running. A news anchor announced gravely on TV, "Breaking news. The entire Order of the Father has gone missing." The report was broadcast everywhere, catching everyone's attention. Members from all over the world, including those at the Grand Cathedral, have vanished without a trace. As soon as he heard the news, he burst through the door and ran straight outside. The Order of the Father had recently come under scrutiny for its suspected involvement in a series of terrorist attacks across the country. Kim Junsu ran as fast as he could. Chapter 3 has begun. As he was running, his path was suddenly blocked by a crowd of people. Gotta focus. The crowd moved like they were being controlled, moaning endlessly. "Savior! Oh, Savior!" Immediately after, they lunged forward, attacking Shu all at once. "Please, end this reign of suffering. Save the earth from this hell." Seeing this, his face paled and he grit his teeth, trying to dodge. "Oh, Savior." Luckily, ropes appeared to restrain them. "Everybody freeze!" The police force had arrived to protect Kim Junsu. "If anyone moves, I'll shoot." He was relieved to see allies. From a distance, a police officer called out, "Sword Saint." The president ran over in a panic to check on him. "Are you all right?" Kim Junsu was surprised by his concern. "Even the president of South Korea is here. The commander-in-chief of the army is here too." He recalled his intersection with the president. He'd been keeping an eye on me since the Seoul terrorist attack, so it seems he grasped the situation quickly and got here fast. Kim Junsu stood at attention and greeted him politely. "Mr. President, you must be busy. Why have you come here?" He sincerely expressed his intention. "I came to protect you." "Huh?" "The Order of the Father has been acting very strangely lately." The president addressed the current problem. "Sword Saint, I suspect they're trying to make a god possess your body, calling you a savior and all." Kim Junsu completely agreed with his assessment. "Yeah, it's something like that. But before they can get a god to possess me, they'll have to stockpile a massive amount of mana first." The deeper they dug, the more skeptical the president became. But how can they stockpile mana if they're in hiding like this? Kim Junsu calmly presented the most likely scenario. They'll probably try to use times that times method. The Order of the Father has used it to store up mana since ancient times, and that method is incredibly inhumane and dangerous, the human sacrifice. Hearing this, he still had many questions. "You mean the missing members of the Order volunteered to be sacrifices? But how could that possibly be enough?" He seriously posed a number back to the president. What if it was 1,000,000 people? That directly stunned him. "What?" Kim Junsu continued to lay out his thoughts. "If they were to sacrifice the entire population of a megacity, how much do you think they'd get?" At the meeting, a reporter's voice echoed through the silent room. "A few minutes ago, the city of Gwangju was enveloped by a giant barrier. All requests for reinforcements have been denied, and they are using force to prevent the army from entering." Jom slammed his fist on the table in fury, shouting, "Their scheme is just too obvious." Even during the Japanese occupation, all they wanted was to expand their religious influence. Yeonjang, calmer, speculated on their target. "It's clear they want to sacrifice the people of Gwangju to perform their ritual." "No way. How could they do something so horrific?" "Hi," Wai spoke up, presenting the evidence she had gathered. "I have proof. We found these things while investigating the connection between the Black Panther Society and the Order of the Father. Based on the available information, she had been able to reach a conclusion. If you look at this classified data, it's clear that they are plotting to sacrifice the entire population of Gwanggu City in order to create a god king. Jom gritted his teeth in frustration now that everything was clear. Just as expected, it's the plan to resurrect the father. Next, Kim Junsu stood up to propose his own plan. Therefore, I have a plan, Mr. President. Now is the time to issue a general mobilization order. The president fell into a tense, contemplative silence. Finally, he wanted to hear everyone's opinion. A general mobilization order? Before I issue that command, I want to hear everyone's opinion. Jom didn't hesitate for a second to express his view. I agree. We should annihilate them as soon as possible. Yeonjang agreed with him. I also agree. With such clear evidence, I see no reason for us to hesitate any longer. The Tower Master was very enthusiastic about participating in this campaign, and we at the Sun Tower also vote in favor. Haiwai also spoke up, affirming that her faction would join forces. We will join this war, with the entirety of Kumo's security forces and my personal guard included. After everyone had their say, the president made his decision. I understand, since we're all in agreement, he said, then seriously called for the Sword Saint. The president is giving you full command, the mission, to completely crush the Patriarch Church. Will you accept command of all our forces? An idea that Jom was more than happy with. Neither Yeonjang nor the Tower Master had any objections. Seeing the trust in their eyes, he accepted. And just like that, the system popped up with an update. You have received the trait, Commander, effect. The larger and stronger the army under your command, the more powerful you will become. A confident grin spread across Junsu's face as he declared, like hell, I'd refuse. And so, everything fell into place. The battle was on. Everyone was given their mission, loud and clear. The Eastern and Western Corps would lead the ground assault. Jom was the one who gave the order. Fire. A massive explosion erupted, but Yeonjang just commented, did that even scratch it? Then came the thunderous roar to charge. The entire army surged forward, with soldiers from all corners joining forces, the Holy Knights from the Maquilia Guild. Everyone had the same goal. Everyone poured their hearts into the attack, and even Church G fought alongside us in this war. Junsu had rallied support from everywhere. The Northern Dragon Corps had our backs in the air war. Another group used the waterways to advance, just as he'd planned. Meanwhile, the Monster Village and the Sun Tower cheerfully boarded the airship. Junsu looked every bit the majestic leader, the one in charge of them all, the one commanding all of them. That's me. A deep resolve rose within Warrior Kim. I'll use every useful trait I have to fight alongside them. Suddenly, a massive warship appeared in the sky. He panicked, pointing at it. Warrior Kim, look! Junsu turned, his expression unreadable. So, you finally decided to show yourselves, huh? He had predicted all of this. A powerful light flared up. The core element of this battle, an even more overwhelming ship, entered the fray with 8 mid-tier bosses on board. Junsu zeroed in on his target. That's the Saintess's airship. I have to take that thing out first. He immediately called on the Tower Master to make the first move. Tower Master? Think you can land a hit on that thing? The old man stepped forward without a hint of fear. Now, this is interesting. The Tower Master took his stance, aiming his weapon at the flying ship. This is what mages are for. With a roar, he unleashed a direct attack. Die! A crack appeared on its barrier, much to the Tower Master's delight. So, how does a taste of the ultimate magic, absolute flame, feel? Thank you, sir. Junsu thanked him and moved on to the next phase. Tower Master, we'll handle the rest from here. Mage Kim, Priest Kim. Hearing his call, the two were already prepared. Roger. The Supreme Flame Cannon is ready to fire. Then, Junsu roared the command. Fire! The blast shot forward like a great dragon, heading for the enemy ship. He contacted the River Goddess. The airship's portside shield is down. River Goddess, please get the Skit Bradnir to the port side. She immediately answered Junsu's call. Got it. A current of water launched the ship high into the air, creating an opening for him. This is our chance. Push the magic output to the max. Following the order, they worked the controls. The ship shot across the water's surface like an arrow. Ironfist radioed in to report. The Supreme Flame Cannon has fully recharged. We are ready to fire on your command. Seeing that the time was ripe, Junsu ordered the attack. There's no time to waste. Fire again! After the impact, debris went flying everywhere. The enemies were thrown into chaos by the counterattack. Damn it! What the hell is this? At this rate, the airship's going down. Just then, a voice rang out to calm them. There's no need to panic. They turned their heads to see who was approaching. The leader, their commander, rallied his troops' morale. We are the servants of the greatest god of all. With our patriarch, we have nothing to fear. He raised both his hands and began to chant, gathering magical power. Oh, patriarch, please show mercy upon your servants. Grant us your power. But then, a direct attack from Junsu's team hit them. The leader shielded his eyes from the sudden blast. What? He flinched at the sound of Junsu's voice, landing successful. When those guys saw Junsu, they erupted into an uproar. It's the savior! The savior is here! He watched the enemy, whispering to himself. I knew it. But they were already charging mindlessly, screaming, kill him! Pin him down! For the patriarch, Junsu felt a pang of fear at their numbers. Damn, there are so many of them. Out of nowhere, the Red King appeared to shield him. The leader stared in confusion at its sharp fangs. Huh? In an instant, their ranks were thrown into a panic. The leader's been swallowed, but he was still defiant, refusing to surrender. Don't be afraid, the enemy is alone. With the patriarch's blessing, we can do it. Just then, a proud voice rang out. Who said he's alone? Bake Soyi's team had arrived to join the fray. Master, I hope you weren't planning on having all the fun by yourself. Junsu looked at his students with a confident smile. First up was Guzin, in a 1 versus 2 sword fight, but with his skill, he easily took down his enemies. That's 2, Guzin said with a breath, glancing to his side. And next was Kali, who was casually taking out enemies, completely at ease. Ready to surrender yet? I might just spare your life. The enemy, though cornered, refused to give in. Shut it, you witch. Hearing that, the young girl created thousands of afterimages to finish them off. Is that so? Then die. Suddenly, a sharp blade swiftly took the enemy's head. Kali screamed in frustration, her kill stolen. Bek Soyi, not cool. Bek Soyi could only apologize to her teammate. Sorry, I got too excited. In that moment of distraction, an enemy attacked Kali from behind. Luckily, Janet was there in time to block the blow with her shield. With a single sword swing, Janet sent all the enemies flying. She didn't forget to give Kali a stern reminder, don't let your guard down in enemy territory. The commander was stunned by their overwhelming power. Impossible. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. How could 1,000 troops be wiped out so fast? Before the man could even process it, the Red King swallowed him whole. He trembled, praying constantly to his god. No, Pa Patriarch, it's not too late to share that power with us. But it was all too late. A bullet pierced through his head. Junsu announced authoritatively over the comms, the air battle is over. On other fronts, the battle still raged on. Enemies continuously fled from Jom's sword strikes. Seeing this, Yanjiang offered a compliment. Hey, old man, you're still swinging that sword around like it's a feather. He laughed heartily. This is nothing. Jom started chatting with her, reminiscing about the old days. This is the first time I've had to face an enemy this numerous. Yanjiang looked up and stated with conviction. This time should be a piece of cake, though. Her confidence grew as she saw their airship approaching. Because it looks like we've already got this in the bag. A series of sky-shaking explosions destroyed the enemy's tanks. Jom turned his head, unable to stop himself from clicking his tongue in admiration. Well now, look who decided to make a grand entrance after finishing their mission so easily. Junsu smiled mischievously and raised his hand to report. Commander of Operation. Take down the Patriarch cult, Warrior Kim, reporting a safe return. The city up ahead was still protected by a barrier shield. Bake Soyi couldn't hide her amazement as she watched Yanjiang in action. I can't believe I'm getting to see the guild leader spellcasting this close up. Guzin completely agreed with her. With this, we'll definitely smash through that barrier, no problem. As for Junsu, he stood silently to the side, observing her. He knew exactly what the core of the technique Yanjiang was deploying was, a fusion of martial arts and spellcraft. It was the ultimate skill of the Western Army's general. In terms of pure burst damage, this move was even more powerful than the Eastern General's Black Tiger sword style. Even knowing that, Junsu still felt a sense of doubt. That's one of the most powerful piercing skills in the Frenzied Xun. But right after Yanjiang finished, Guzin was already celebrating. Hell yeah, the barrier's gotta be broken. However, a shocked voice suddenly rang out. Huh? And Kim Junsu confirmed his suspicion. Just as I thought, they're stunned because that protective layer doesn't have a single scratch on it. It took a hit like that and it's still completely unfazed? A sense of unease and worry rose in his heart. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Jin couldn't believe what he was seeing. The last attack was completely nullified. Jom rubbed his shoulder, wanting to jump in. This isn't working. Let me give it a shot. Kim Junsu stepped forward to stop him. Don't, General. Because if not even the Western General can break through that barrier, it can only mean one thing. Yanjiang also spoke up, confirming what he just said. He's right. That thing is the ultimate martial art, level 9 of the Heavenly Demon art. Bake Soyi couldn't help but shout in astonishment. The Heavenly Demon art? Jom gritted his teeth, furious. I knew it. I could feel how crazy powerful that thing was. Then, someone else piped up. But ma'am, has the Heavenly Demon art always been like this? Yanjiang hesitated, unable to give a complete answer. but she frowned and offered the most likely scenario. If you use the heart of the Heavenly Demon, it might be possible. Before Yan Jiang could finish, the Tower Master cut in. Are you saying the Heavenly Demon is dead? That's absolutely impossible, let alone his heart. Suddenly, Hai Yang appeared out of nowhere, reassuring them. It's entirely possible. In her hand was a very important document. I just finished decoding the plan for the Resurrection Grand Ceremony, and there's a part in here that mentions the Heavenly Demon's second disciple, the one they call the Demon King. The Tower Master was aghast at the news. The Demon King? A student killed their own master? How could anyone do something like that? Jom couldn't keep his cool either, questioning it relentlessly. But the Heavenly Demon is supposed to be the strongest of them all, right? This can't be happening. Yan Jiang was on the same page as them. He's right. Not even the Demon King could do it. It was then that Kim Junsu proposed a hypothetical situation. But what if the Council of Bishops helped the Demon King? Even with just that sliver of information, he'd made up his mind. It's not exactly impossible. In fact, it's the most obvious answer in this situation. They started to calm down and asked for Kim Junsu's opinion. So, what do you want us to do? He didn't hesitate to state his plan. We have to confirm it first. Kim Junsu volunteered for the mission. I'll go myself. Without any fear, he charged towards the enemy's lair to confirm the Heavenly Demon's condition. Kim Junsu rode on the Red Dragon's back to Heavenly Mountain to investigate. He couldn't stop thinking about that shield. The Heavenly Demon art is an unbeatable technique, perfect for both offense and defense. The only way to break through that barrier is to use the Heavenly Demon art against itself. Back to the present, Jom wanted to confirm again. You mean you're going to Heavenly Mountain? Kim Junsu was dead set on his choice. That's right, I need to check things out, if the Heavenly Demon is really dead. And he also voiced some of the doubts on his mind. The only person capable of piercing that barrier is none other than the Divine King, the Heavenly Demon's first true disciple. Upon arriving, Kim Junsu tossed a piece of meat to the Red Dragon as thanks. Thanks for waiting for me. It happily accepted the delicious meat reward. Seeing the Red Dragon still so energetic, he couldn't help but be impressed. It flew a solid 4,000 kilometers and doesn't even look tired. He really is my top-tier mount. Kim Junsu looked at the tower before him and made a decision. The Heavenly Demon Cult. All right, time to head in. He stepped inside on high alert. The eyes of the two dragons glowed as their master spoke a greeting. Welcome to the Heavenly Demon Cult, Sword Saint of the East. The Grand Elder, being a suspicious man, questioned him first. Why are you here unannounced? Kim Junsu didn't make any sudden moves, simply introducing himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Warrior Kim. It's nothing major. Then he turned the question back on them, making the group nervous. I'm just here to pay my respects to the Heavenly Demon, who's currently in seclusion, to confirm whether he's alive or dead. The old man dodged the question. I think you know that's impossible. But Kim Junsu shot back without missing a beat. A barrier created by the Heavenly Demon art was just discovered in Gwanggu, Gyeonggi Province, South Korea. His voice was cold as he made his sharp point. Isn't that clear proof that the Heavenly Demon's fate is totally up in the air right now? This directly pissed off the Grand Elder. What the hell are you talking about? He loudly defended his side. The Heavenly Demon is currently in seclusion for training. No one is allowed in or out. However, that wasn't getting past Kim Junsu. He calmly questioned the Grand Elder back. That's not right. Aren't his disciples allowed in? The old man's eyebrow twitched, his expression darkening. What? Are you implying that the Divine King or the Demon King harmed the Heavenly Demon? The Grand Elder couldn't accept such a blasphemous accusation. The disciples immediately surrounded Kim Junsu. You think we're just gonna let you walk away after spouting that crap? He ordered them to attack. Teach this disrespectful punk a lesson. Even in the middle of it all, Kim Junsu calmly sighed. Geez, I'm a busy guy, you know. The Grand Elder's voice turned icy as he started the slaughter. Kill him! They all charged forward with cocky smiles. Yes, sir. Kim Junsu moved in a flash, weaving through their encirclement. They were stunned by his speed. Since when? It was already too late. Kim Junsu had already lunged toward the Grand Elder. The man was terrified as his disciples screamed helplessly. No, he's heading for the Grand Elder. In an instant, Kim Junsu had easily pinned him to the floor. If you won't let me in, then how about this? Then, the Grand Elder made a shocking discovery. What? He was completely baffled that Kim Junsu had that item. How do you have the Heavenly Demon seal? But he just gave a confident smirk and explained. I have every right to go in there. Then Kim Junsu spoke loud and clear, ignoring the fearful men around him. The third gate of the Heavenly Demon. He taunted them without a hint of fear. I want to challenge it. The Grand Elder watched Kim Junsu's every move on the monitor and let out a long, contemplative sigh. He watched intently, then spoke with frustration. Did the Blood King really give the Heavenly Demon tablet to that guy? The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. This place is the ultimate training hall of the demonic cult, created by the first heavenly demon. It's guarded by puppets born from 10,000-year-old cold iron, wielding super first-class martial arts. Even a swordmaster couldn't get past this. Seeing that he was about to be attacked, he said to himself, "Nothing worth watching, anyway." Immediately, the Grand Elder turned to leave, giving an order. "I'm heading in first, you guys handle the rest." But his subordinate's face went pale as he stammered out, "Please wait a moment, Grand Elder." The Grand Elder turned back with an ice-cold expression, only to be utterly shocked. He already passed. He couldn't believe his eyes as he slowly processed it. First gate, the Asura Pass. Mara's sword fighting technique, Gladiator Venus, master of close quarters combat, the one-hit kill demon, the great air raid. He took them all out in just a few seconds. Second gate, the Heavenly Calamity Pass. The Grand Elder suddenly shouted in disbelief. He's taking that demonic flame without a protective aura? He watched carefully. He's setting up a demonic power circuit and reacting in real time. Right after, the Grand Elder came to a final conclusion. The body of the Heavenly Demon. Equipped with traits: magic resistance, dark resistance, diamond body, ultimate fortress, indomitable. Kim Junsu looked smug and laughed in satisfaction. Piece of cake. Cleared the second gate too. Now for the final door, the third gate, the Supreme Pass. Whoever passes all three gates will successfully inherit the title of Heavenly Demon. There's a reason for that legend, of course. He tensed up, trying to figure out how to deal with the enemy, how to clear this final gate. The Heavenly Demon was now charging forward like a complete madman. Kim Junsu carefully watched his every move. He's mimicking the Heavenly Demon's divine art. My usual traits aren't gonna cut it. His face hardened with resolve as he charged straight ahead. Kim Junsu quickly came up with a brilliant idea. If I had a world-class trait that could copy everything, maybe I could pull this off. Their two swords scraped against each other with incredible force. Just by mimicking the art, space itself was getting distorted. Right after that, they both violently swung their swords to the sides. The Heavenly Demon immediately attacked first to seize the initiative, forcing Kim Junsu to struggle to block his blows. I really want it too, but the Heavenly Demon art is level 9. I have to fight and think of a way to counter him to win. I need to expand my world even more. I'm still far from getting attribute equipment, the world, demon eye, sixth sense, magic brain, a vacation, or training. Kim Junsu fought back fiercely, but it wasn't enough. The Heavenly Demon showed no signs of fatigue, so he had to stay even sharper. If he wanted to learn the Heavenly Demon art to gain the power to break the Master's barrier, he'd have to charge forward with a blank expression. Kim Junsu immediately stuck close to the Heavenly Demon. His eyes flashed with a red light, showing his determination. In his mind, Kim Junsu kept telling himself to aim for the very top. And right after that, he took careful aim at the Heavenly Demon and unleashed a powerful blow that sent him flying into the air. A thick cloud of black smoke appeared along with his words. Kim Junsu smiled brightly and sheathed his sword. Even if I use the Heavenly Demon's techniques, there's no way I'd lose to a bunch of puppets, right? 3 down. The door on the opposite side suddenly started shaking, making him jump. Kim Junsu was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What's wrong with everyone? The Great Elder clung to the floor in fear and yelled, "A new Heavenly Demon has been born!" Immediately after, he and his subordinates knelt down and shouted, "Third Great Heavenly Demon, may you reign forever!" But the boy just stood there frozen and confused. What? Everyone, as if they'd lost their minds, continued to cheer. The Heavenly Demon descends. All demons bow down. Outside, a giant circle of fire suddenly appeared. The Great Elder trailed behind him, saying, "You shouldn't be so modest, Your Excellency. I will certainly assist you, Third Great Heavenly Demon." But Kim Junsu repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. "No, I was just imitating it." Hearing that, the old man looked surprised. "Imitating?" The Great Elder asked with a very sincere look on his face. "Does that mean you are not the successor to the Heavenly Demon divine art?" The boy's eyes widened in anger as he corrected him. "That's right, I've been saying that this whole time." Then he thought to himself, "Still, I really do want to learn the Heavenly Demon divine art." Seeing Kim Junsu looking around, the old man spoke up. The Great Elder quickly introduced the 2 statues before them. These are the statues of the previous Heavenly Demons. The one holding the sword is the founder of the Heavenly Demon cult, and the one in front is the current Heavenly Demon. The boy chuckled and cut him off. "I know, especially the current Heavenly Demon," Kim Junsu said proudly. "I know him really well." Right after, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I wonder if the Heavenly Demon divine sword exists. In the game, there are virtual weapons that only exist as data." The old man laughed excitedly and said, "And this is where you need to go." Kim Junsu looked up in astonishment at the huge nameplate above. Penitent's Grotto. Here, one of the 3 people who can open the Heavenly Demon Grotto is being held captive. The door slowly opened as his inner thoughts echoed. He was imprisoned here recently because of his duel with the Divine Lord. Chen Wei smiled and asked, "Who is this?" "It's been a while." Black Tiger Swordmaster, Kim Junsu, was completely shocked. "Blood King." He immediately straightened his posture. "It's been a long time." The man observed him closely and praised him silently. "You've already reached level 8? Kim Junsu replied bluntly. "Even though your demonic energy is sealed, your eyes are as sharp as ever." He bragged proudly. "They call me Sword Heaven in the East now. I'm not the Black Tiger Swordmaster the Blood King once knew anymore." Chen Wei nodded and beamed. "I can't believe you've already surpassed me. Looks like I've really been slacking off. So, what brings you to me?" Without beating around the bush, Kim Junsu got straight to the point. "Actually, a city in South Korea has been sealed by a large-scale barrier." His next sentence startled the man. "It's a barrier created with the Heavenly Demon Divine Art." Chen Wei was shocked and immediately asked, "The Heavenly Demon Divine Art? What do you mean by that?" Kim Junsu explained. "Yes, although I don't know the reason, I believe my father's old cult used the heart of the Heavenly Demon." But right after that, the man shot up in anger, shouting, "Nonsense! Are you telling me Master has already ascended to immortality?" Right now, besides that speculation, Chen Wei truly couldn't sit still any longer and eagerly demanded, "Great Elder, I must personally enter the Heavenly Demon Grotto where Master is staying." But the Great Elder seemed to disagree. "That is fundamentally against the rules." But then, he relented and replied, "However, with my authority to manage the Heavenly Demon cult, I can grant you a little time for a walk." Before they left, the Great Elder gave careful instructions. "However, you must return here within 30 minutes. The man was so anxious that he agreed immediately. "Done. As long as the sky doesn't fall," Chen Wei confirmed boisterously before leaping away. "I will definitely be back." Everyone below looked up in fear. "The Blood King has escaped. Inform the Divine Lord." He shot forward like a bullet, then looked back to give instructions. "We're approaching the place where the Heavenly Demon is. Stay close to me." Kim Junsu was completely overwhelmed by Chen Wei's speed. He can't use even a single bit of demonic or internal energy, and he's still insanely fast. The boy thought to himself, "Then just how strong are the Divine Lord and the Demon Empress, the ones who can overwhelm the Blood King?" Suddenly, something attacked fiercely from behind, making Chen Wei cry out in pain as he was hit. Immediately, a voice rang out. "Junior brother, wasn't it said you would be confined for 3 years to focus on your training?" The Divine Lord appeared and asked menacingly, "What is the meaning of this reckless behavior?" The Divine Lord, the first disciple of the Heavenly Demon. Chen Wei looked up and thought, the Heavenly Demon's eldest disciple, the successor to the Heavenly Demon Divine Art. How did the Divine Lord catch up so fast? He stammered. "Eldest senior brother, it seems Master has ascended, leaving behind his body and demonic energy." The man coldly ordered, "I must confirm his condition immediately. Stop spouting nonsense and get back to where you belong." The Divine Lord emphasized fiercely, "If you cause any more trouble, I will chop off all your limbs like last time." Kim Junsu landed from behind and said, "Heh, real scary. Just what you'd expect from someone in the demon cult." The man asked contemptuously, "Are you Sword Heaven?" The boy replied nonchalantly, "I'm the Gold Warrior." The Divine Lord spoke bluntly without any courtesy. "I've heard much of your reputation, but this is where our master is cultivating. I will not tolerate any more chaos." But contrary to that serious demeanor, Kim Junsu answered playfully, "Yeah, I hear the strong make the rules in the demon cult." Then he smirked and quickly drew his weapon. "So why don't we decide this with a sparring match?" The man flew into a rage and challenged him. "You fool. Come at me. As your senior in the martial world, I'll give you 3 moves." As soon as the words left his mouth, the two clashed. "In that case, I won't be polite." At that moment, Kim Junsu was shocked to recognize the Heavenly Demon adamant wall. The Divine Lord provoked him slyly. "Pretty sharp, but it's useless. I'll make you regret ever swinging that sword." But the boy replied without a hint of fear, "What the hell is this?" Kim Junsu swiftly blocked the blow. "Compared to that dome-shaped barrier I saw in Guangzhou, this is just child's play." The Divine Lord, with a wounded face, grimaced in a fit of rage. Kim Junsu seized the opportunity and aimed straight for his opponent. "Who's giving who 3 moves now, huh?" He gave a crooked smile. "This is the power of a 2-layered sword technique." Kim Junsu pointed his sword directly at the vicious Divine Lord. Even at a disadvantage, the man's expression was still sinister. "My apologies. Perhaps I was too confident in myself." The Divine Lord said slowly before lunging forward viciously. "Then this is where it really begins," he yelled, striking the ground with a powerful attack. "Heavenly Demon, heaven-shattering palm!" But the boy was nowhere to be seen. There was only the Divine Lord amidst a pile of shattered rock. Kim Junsu carefully observed the Divine Lord's strongest attack. "If that's the case, then I'll also." The man jumped and yelled, "No!" By then, the boy had already created a solid barrier and was charging forward. Kim Junsu carefully calculated his trajectory. "I'll use the Divine Lord's strongest defense to fight back." Multiple streams of purple light formed out of nowhere. Chen Wei clutched his injured arm, his face pale, as he and the Divine Lord exclaimed in unison, "That's—" The two of them recognized it in shock. "The Heavenly Demon Divine Art." The boy grinned smugly. "I copied it, you know." Kim Junsu nervously glanced around at the wreckage. If I had taken that hit directly instead of blocking, I probably would have been crushed. Huh. The Divine Lord, as if driven mad, ground his teeth. "How dare you use the Heavenly Demon Divine Art?" Then he charged at the boy like a madman. "I can't believe it. The Divine Lord kneed Kim Junsu with the force of a thunderbolt." The boy's face went pale, stunned by the sudden attack. Kim Junsu immediately clenched his fist to regain his composure. He struggled to jump out of the man's range and painfully forced himself back up. Immediately after, he analyzed the situation. "Just as I thought. When it comes to overcoming the Heavenly Demon Divine Art, I'm still lacking in proficiency." The Divine Lord charged at him again, taking the offensive. Kim Junsu flew backward, thinking, "If that's the case, there's only one thing I can do." He calculated this move perfectly, switching up his traits, stacking 2 layers of the demonic sword technique. The guy jolted, his whole fighting style changed. Once again, Kim Junsu attacked carefully, adapting his moves on the fly to block the dark energy of the Heavenly Demon Divine Art. Right then, it was like he'd split into clones to fight, clashing and just hammering his opponent non-stop. Every time a hit landed, the world trait fed on that power, using it like fertilizer to grow. The Divine General lost it and roared, "Fine, let me show you what the Heavenly Sword can really do." He attacked like a total maniac. The true Heavenly Demon Divine Art, a cosmos beyond the stars, an evolving trait. It hit Kim Junsu when a blinding golden light flared up. The cosmic sword has merged with my own. That brilliant light blasted right at the Divine General. He was stunned, saying, "A light that blinding. I've never seen anything like it." A moment later, the Divine General dropped to his knees, bowing his head. "I lost. Heavenly Sword." He motioned for the guy to get up. "Good fight. I actually learned a lot from that." Kim Junsu gently went over and helped the Divine General up, thinking to himself, "Yeah, this battle made things pretty damn clear." He also realized that even using the Heavenly Demon Divine Art, the Divine General couldn't shatter the Black Barrier in Guangzhou. Kim Junsu did a quick calculation, so if I were to rank them, it'd go something like this. He immediately asked, "So, can we get into the Heavenly Demon Cave now, or what?" The Divine General gave a short reply. "Yeah." Kim Junsu, pumped up, walked up to the massive tower. "Let's go." To the very heart of the sect, the Heavenly Demon Cave. A voice suddenly echoed, "Welcome to the Heavenly Demon Cave, Divine General." He stepped inside and said, "Master, forgive me for barging in." Then, the Divine General's face went white. He was floored, seeing the Heavenly Demon had been taken down. His master, Chen Wei, was kneeling there, completely helpless. "What the hell is this? What happened here?" The Divine General just collapsed to his knees. "Heavenly Demon, you said you were going to ascend?" he choked out. "You said you'd be waiting for us in the celestial realm." Who the hell could have done this? Just then, Kim Junsu was scanning the area. "The answer's right here on the floor." He analyzed it confidently. "This pattern is proof. My dad's old cult did this." Hearing that, Chen Wei totally lost it, yelling, "What? That damn demon god cult." The Divine General was still doubtful, though. "But that's weird. There's no way those scumbags could get in here." Kim Junsu immediately pointed it out. "Well, there's one other person with access, isn't there?" The guy's mind raced to someone else. "Don't tell me. You think the Demon Queen did this? Our senior sister?" Chen Wei was seething. "That bitch. We have to get that goddamn traitor now." The Divine General chimed in, agreeing, "Yeah. She dared to desecrate our master's body and spit on the honor of the divine cult. For a crime like that, she pays with her life." His face twisted into a vicious snarl as he commanded, "Get the entire demon cult to Heavenly Mountain. We're heading to Brazil. That's where the Demon Queen is." And just like that, Kim Junsu froze. The Demon Queen? In Brazil? No way. He suddenly remembered what the Saintess had said. "I was fated to die. Kidnapped by the Black Panther cult and those other guys, you know, tortured and put through hell. Is the Saintess still after Poka, the god's incarnation?" Poka's kneeling reverently, about to be used as a sacrifice for the birth of the God King. Night in the big city, lights everywhere. Suddenly, a voice says, "Hippie, get me Director Choi." Choi Seo answered eagerly, "Yes, Heavenly Sword. What do you need?" Kim Junsu gave the order, "I need to buy as many magic artifacts as you can get." The guy shot back without hesitation. "Name your number. I can get whatever you need," he replied, his voice tense. It'll probably be a few hundred. I'm sending you the file now. Get on it fast. I'll review it. Kim Junsu thought back. Deep in thought. The world. Or more accurately, the achievement trait. He tensed up, calculating. To level that thing up, I need to collect every single public trait in a noon. Then Kim Junsu stressed that it had to be done as soon as possible. Suddenly, someone rushed in. Sir, it's bad. Sao Paulo Grand Temple. Poca collapses, shaking, in a cloud of smoke. The great chieftain rushes over, worried. Are you okay? He says, completely dejected. Looks like another failure. We couldn't awaken the divine incarnation. How could this happen? Out of nowhere, Kim Junsu's voice cut in. He's been poisoned. Poca looked up, dazed, heavenly sword. The old man asked anxiously, poisoned? What are you talking about? He walked over calmly and offered, let me take a look. Then Kim Junsu thought, damn, the body of a divine incarnation is insane. I can sense it through even the smallest gap. And then he just froze. But just as I figured, the poison from the heavenly demon divine art has already taken root. Kim Junsu instantly recognized the danger. He wasn't poisoned that long ago, but it's already sunk in deep. It's a divine power that's both dark and light, pure evil and totally pure all at once. He slowly pulled his hand back. This is no ordinary poison, Kim Junsu explained calmly. It's a martial art, but it also has the properties of a curse. Hearing that, the great chieftain was floored. A curse? Who the hell was it? Kim Junsu's eyes darted around as he urged, we have to find the one who cast this curse. If they're here to sabotage the awakening, they've got to be hiding nearby. Kim Junsu's eyes locked onto one spot. Time to drop the pathetic act. He knew instantly. The Demon Queen. The figure in the soldier's uniform suddenly stirred. Someone gasped. The Demon Queen? At the same time, the helmet clattered to the floor. A voice echoed. That name, the one the god of the old world gave me, I threw that crap away a long time ago. And slowly, she was revealed. The mysterious figure's traits appeared. Heavenly Demon Divine Art. 9 Yin, Absolute Meridian, Mystic Ice Demon Art, Master of Fists, One-Hit Kill, Phantom Shift. Haiwai appeared with a huge grin, announcing, I am the Queen of the Night.